Chapter 42. Astral Magic. Arakil was in a peculiar mood. Lily was one of his most enthusiastic apprentices and had shown great promise, yet she was beguiled by the foul astral magic. They ended their conversation last night. Arakil requested time to properly investigate astral magic and its viability as Lily's chosen bloodline magic.
I suppose it is my own fault for crafting an illusion of celestial bodies,
Arakil admitted reluctantly. He was forced to admit that its uniqueness and presentation value alone could certainly entertain a crowd.
I suppose it's also fitting thematically for a bunny bloodline.
Arakil continued to think aloud.
Rabbits are often considered a symbol of luck and a good omen, so astral magic would be fitting. The connotations of rabbits and the moon are also prevalent in several cultures and myths.
He'd asked Lily before what the Lunadea race she was a part of was known for, and she had responded with speed and agility. They were one of the races in this world with no natural mana, and focused instead on physical development. Mentioning speed immediately made time magic a top contender for her perceived bloodline. Still, Lily was right in that unless she underwent some tremendous growth, she would not be capable of casting even the most minor spell from that category.
What's done is done. It's no use bemoaning over it,
Arakil declared, putting his rant to rest. Now he needed to come up with a lesson plan on how to teach Lily. This world seemed to base most of its spellcasting on chants for general magic. However, chants were often dispensable for bloodline magic, and, as Rose had explained, she could naturally form and control fire.
It's closer to pyrokinesis than magic, if I had to describe it,
Arakil murmured in thought. Getting Lily to that level of proficiency wasn't inconceivable. It only demanded sufficient time and effort. Somatic spellcasting and other gesture-based magic could be one way for Lily to overcome the need for chance, and would give the impression that she was naturally doing it.
Of course, if nobody's even heard of astral magic, just the sight of it alone might be enough for her to pass, even if she needs to chant.
He immediately shook his head. That was a lazy way of thinking, unbecoming of someone who once was deified for his magical prowess.
Astral magic is virtually entirely unaligned. We could utilize that to our benefit. Under normal circumstances, I'd never suggest one harmonize their monochord to a particular category of magic. But this could give Lily the proficiency she requires to emulate a bloodline.
Harmonizing, aligning, or affinities was a tricky subject. While it would give you a boost in your selected category, you would close off doors. For example, focusing on a water affinity would lock one out of fire entirely and weaken related magics, such as lightning, while giving a partial boon to ice. There were, of course, exceptions, and astral was one of them. Being effectively neutral, it could be picked up and neither harm nor hinder other magical aspects. Lily could still be a generalist spellcaster by harmonizing with astral magic, and off the top of his head, Arakil could only recall one form of magic incompatible with astral. Curse. Arakil chuckled to himself.
That shouldn't be a problem. I doubt Lily would care much for learning curse magic, even if hexes and banes certainly have their uses.
The girl practically screamed and wailed at even the mention of blood, despite it being such a readily available and potent resource to be used. While thinking of astral magic, a nugget of information sprung to mind. Astral magic had small subcategories related to light, dark, heat, cold, and even void. Typically, he would scoff at the idea of using a subcategory from a branch of magic rather than the primary source, as it was usually always the inferior option. Why use lightning to start a flame when fire magic is right there? Likewise, with astral magic, why would you bother using its variations of light spells over the school of magic that literally focused on the subject? However, that was certainly true for him, a master magus. But for Lily, it would give her some variety of magic while sticking to a singular school and trying to harmonize and specialize.
Perhaps I've overlooked subcategories as teaching aids.
Arakil asked rhetorically.
Starlight, moonlight, and sunlight are the three basic categories of light spells available to astral magic. I can give Lily the incantation and somatic gestures for starlight without worrying about her hurting herself.
The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Life was full of surprises. If someone had told him he would one day be considering astral magic useful, he might have banished them on the spot.
Now, the final question is, what is the best method to harmonize to astral?
Arakil muttered. His eyes wandered to his endless supply of books, and he reluctantly sighed.
I'll need to look it up,
Arakil admitted, turmoil evident in his tone.
Never in my wildest dreams would I have ever considered it, and so, naturally, I place no importance in committing it to memory.
This meant that, once again, his plans to restore some of his book functions would need to take a back seat. He'd hoped to use his saved reserves after Rose helped supply the ritual to better his present situation, but it seemed that fate had other plans in mind.
Although, once Lily has learned to imbue objects with her mana, she should be able to supply me with some of her mana. While I had hoped to repair the book's arcane eye or the telepathy, I might need to focus on the size-altering capabilities first. Then Lily could take me along with her.
If he could accompany Lily, he could not only provide information at the time, but, conceivably, he could even siphon some of the ambient mana after a monster's death. She could even use his book as an impromptu shield. Arakil looked at his reserve of mana and sighed as he began allocating it to search through his archive for tomes relating to astral magic.
I'm placing all my bets on you, Lily.
Despite a restless night of frantic thoughts and delusions plaguing her mind, Lily woke up slightly early and felt surprisingly refreshed. Once she cycled her mana, that feeling only grew, which delighted her. I don't think I'll ever be able to run or jump like my mom supposedly did, but if I'm getting even a little bit healthier, then I'm certainly not complaining. She got her morning preparations out of the way before finally retrieving Arakil's book. She'd learned early on the consequences of not preparing beforehand, before getting lost in either a conversation or practice. Good morning, Arakil, Lily said with unbridled enthusiasm. I hope you slept well.
Good morning, Lily. I do not sleep, per se. I sustain myself with a meditative trance, but thank you nonetheless. No doubt you are eager for the verdict, so I'll save you the anxiety. While a little unorthodox, I think astral magic will be a good teaching aid and starting point for your foray into magic.
Yes! Thank you, Arakil, Lily replied happily. Ultimately, she would have learned whatever he told her, but she was positively elated that he had considered her request.
You're welcome. I'll be giving you a basic spell called Starlight as your first one to practice. It provides a subtle, gentle illumination that is both pleasing and soft on the eyes. Generally, it is preferred when some light is needed, but subtlety is also a requirement.
Starlight, Lily mumbled happily. She loved the spell's name. It was precisely what she wanted.
I'll give you the incantation chant for the spell, but that alone is not enough to cast the spell. With castings such as this, visualization is vitally important. You must enforce your vision upon the world to manifest a magical phenomenon. Likewise, you are required to gather your mana to your vocal cords before chanting.
Lily happily nodded, her ears flopping back and forth while drinking in Arakil's every word. This was exactly what she had been waiting for.
It goes without saying that if you cannot speak, then the spell will fail. I will also be providing you the somatic gestures to cast the spell. Often, fledgling mages say these are trickier than a verbal chant, or another form of spell casting. But learning to quietly cast with hand gestures alone is a powerful tool for any mage's arsenal.
Lily gulped. If Arakil was calling something tricky, it must be difficult. But she resolved to meet his expectations, and couldn't help but think how amazing it would be to cast a spell silently.
Focus on the chant first. Do not be discouraged if it takes a while to get it right, as the visualization and correct enunciation of the incantation are crucial. Gazing at the night sky might give you ample inspiration for visualization if you are struggling. I can try my best to correct your articulation, but being limited to text at present will unfortunately hamper that aid.
Don't worry, Arakil. I won't let you down, Lily replied positively.
I fully believe in you. Otherwise, continue your practice, especially controlling and gathering your mana. Imbuing mana will be critical later on. Once you are proficient in it, I'll ask that you imbue my book with some mana so we can start repairing some of its functions. Changing its size will certainly be useful, and being able to talk to you will no doubt be of great aid.
Of course, Lily responded with zero hesitation. You've done so much for me, it's the least I can do. Plus, then we can actually talk. Lily was so excited by that prospect, she had almost completely missed the rest of Arakil's message. When she reread it, she gasped in surprise. Your book can change size? That would be amazingly useful! Lily reacted with excitement. How big or small can it go? Could I put it in my pocket or a basket? What else can it do?
Pocket size should be easy enough. As for other capabilities, I used to see through the eye on the cover, while the spiral on the back used to absorb knowledge, be they books or otherwise, to expand the archive. Finally, I used to be able to communicate telepathically.
Lily lifted up the book and paid more attention to its cover. She saw the vague outlines of an inward spiral Arakil had mentioned, and what must have once been the eye. Both looked like they once might have been a vibrant gold color, but now they had faded and flaked away, only the black leather cover remaining fully intact. I couldn't make it out before, but I think I see them now that you mentioned it, Lily informed Arakil.
It sounds like there's more damage than I realized. Hopefully, together, we can repair it. But let me quickly write out your instructions so that you can go about your day. Unless I am mistaken, we have little time before you will be late.
Lily shuddered. She did not want to experience Margit's wrath, so she quickly gave Arakil plenty of ink to write out his instructions. A large portion of his instruction aimed to assist her in visualizing the magic, and another section was about collecting the correct amount of mana within her vocal cords. Finally, he wrote out the chant, to which Lily wasted no time at least trying to read it out loud. Lumen Stellarum Duke? Lily tried phrasing it out, her tongue struggling over the strange way of speaking. Obviously, she hadn't supplied any mana or tried to visualize the effect, so nothing happened. She tried a few more times, while Arakil wrote instructions on moving her hands for the other casting method. Lily blinked at it wildly. Arakil had even tried drawing some pictures of the hand positions, but she desperately wished he could have physically shown her. Likewise, it came with instructions to gather mana in her hands while performing the finger wiggles. This seems a bit much, Lily admitted, as she tried her best to make one of the hand gestures, frowning as she struggled to get her fingers to match the diagram. When Arakil finished writing, she read through it all one more time before thanking him, putting him in his safe location, and hurrying to her class. I wish I could just skip classes. Learning magic would be so much better. Lumen Stellarum Duke, Lumen Stellarum Duke, Lily began whispering to herself, trying to practice the chant. Chapter 43. Extra Effort. Lily had a very distracted day, which almost everyone around her noticed. Despite their accusations, she wasn't trying to cause mischief, but she couldn't help but keep wrapping her head around the magic words Arakil had taught her, and manipulating the mana to coalesce within her throat. Lily didn't dare combine the two until she was in the safety of her room, but at lunch, she asked Rose if she had any tips on chanting. To Lily's dismay, the answer she received seemed incompatible with her situation.
"Oh, chanting? That's easy," Rose said with a nod. "I'm glad the old book is finally keeping up his promise. Anyway, it naturally happens as soon as I pull on my mana and say the chant. Poof, like that." Lily frowned.
What about visualizing the spell and getting the mana to focus in your throat?
Rose grinned and pointed a thumb to herself. "Did you forget who you're talking to? I'm a Dragaya with mana flowing through my veins. When I want to cast a spell, it better listen if it knows what's good for it."
Lily was not pleased. She had thought that once she had acquired her own mana flowing through her, the advantages would disappear and she would catch up. But now, Rose was telling her that she was just a natural at casting.
"Actually, I think it's kind of similar to that situation you mentioned with the wrinkled alchemist,"
Rose said, while Lily was ruminating.
The same in what way?
Lily asked.
"Remember she drew that really crappy glyph?"
Rose asked, to which Lily nodded, so she continued.
"Well, I think I have so much mana that even if I make mistakes in my pronunciation, it still works for me."
That's so unfair,
Lily mumbled.
"Well, maybe it'll work that way once your mana core's bigger?"
Rose suggested.
"But knowing you, it probably won't matter eventually. Look how perfect your glyphs are already."
Lily blushed.
They aren't perfect. I can still improve them.
"If that's not good enough for you, then I have no hope of ever drawing them."
Rose giggled. Lily nodded.
I'll just work extra hard.
That evening, she was finally ready to combine her two thoroughly practiced tasks. She hoped she wouldn't struggle too hard, since it was supposed to be a straightforward spell. But, before she did that, she tried enunciating it a few times for Arakil, and sought some pointers for her work. He had told her to emphasize a few sections of the words a bit more, but otherwise he was very happy with her progress. Lily took a deep breath as she spun her mana core and released the magical essence combined within. Then, she began trying to focus it on her throat. Once she felt she had accumulated enough, she held out her upturned hand and said the chant clearly. As she spoke, she felt the mana within her start to come alive. It began twirling and twisting as if guided to form a pattern by the words. If she hadn't been so distracted, making sure to keep the mana focused and correct in her chant, she would have loved to have studied the pattern it was forming. Lily felt the mana in her throat vanish, and faintly apparating within the palm of her hand was the tiniest star she had ever seen. It let out an extremely faint light, barely brighter than dying embers.
I did it,
Lily whispered. Her worries from earlier in the day seemed to vanish so quickly that she wondered why she had been so negative in the first place. Her self-doubt had been infecting her mood, and she had somehow built it up as an almost impossible mountain she needed to surpass, even if she knew it was a simple spell. She clutched her chest with her left hand while keeping her right hand outstretched, as if it prevented the star from falling. Rapturous joy filled her, and she couldn't stop a few happy tears from spilling. She stared at the tiny star until it finally dispersed. Arakil had briefly mentioned that the spell could be maintained if she continued to channel mana. Part of her wanted to keep fueling it so it would continue to exist, as if worried that she wouldn't be able to reproduce it. Lily gathered her courage once again and repeated the process. This time, she was a little more focused, and when she cast the spell, the star that formed seemed not only slightly larger, but more substantial. Lily giggled happily, bringing the star under her bed to illuminate the darkness. Arakil had mentioned that once she was more proficient in mana manipulation, she could guide the spell with but a thought, but at the moment, it was anchored to her hand. When her second star winked out, she finally saw what Arakil had to say.
I did it!
Lily exclaimed, her voice filled with joy.
Twice!
Excellent work. I knew you could do it. As you continue to practice it, it will further improve. Now tell me, did you notice anything in particular while you did the chant?
Yes, I did notice something,
Lily admitted.
When I was saying the chant, my mana seemed to be making a pattern?
Precisely! I'm proud that you noticed it so swiftly. The pattern is the structure of the spell, and depending on how adept you become with glyphs, you might start recognizing the intricacies being formed.
Wait, so chants are just glyphs?
Lily asked.
Not exactly. The magical chant is like instructions telling your mana how to flow and form, further guided by your visualization.
Rose mentioned that she doesn't have to bother with any of that,
Lily mumbled.
She said it was like how Miss Camilla could get her bad glyph to work, even if it was drawn poorly.
That is actually a rather apt comparison. Either Rose's potent bloodline is aiding her greatly, or perhaps she has a greater visualization than she gives herself credit for. One researcher even studied the effects of teaching magical exercises to very young children, as their visualization prowess often received a boon thanks to their overactive imaginations.
So, because Rose believes it will work so strongly, it does?
Lily asked.
To overcome the natural order through magical phenomena? Yes, you could describe her unwavering confidence as one of the reasons her magic is so potent. Obviously, it's not the full story, but it has a notable effect, and even you are subject to it.
It works for me too? But I don't have a powerful bloodline or anything.
Oh, so you're telling me your second spell wasn't drastically more potent than the first one?
It was,
Lily admitted,
feeling a bit suspicious. How did you know? I thought you couldn't see until we fix your eye.
While I give you an A+ for effort and determination, you tend to dwell too negatively on things outside your control. No doubt you were concerned about being unable to cast the spell, even though I had emphasized it as a beginner spell. Your emotions and disbelief made manifesting your will against the universe harder. Once you cast it the first time, even poorly, it cleared away those festering sentiments and made your second attempt much more fruitful.
Lily blushed deeply and buried her face in her hands. She had never expected to be read like an open book by a book.
Arakil can't even see me. Am I really that simple to read? Yes, the second Starlight spell was much better,
Lily admitted.
I thought I'd been distracted and missed a pronunciation or something.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that your chant on both attempts was so similar that it wouldn't have made a difference. The only possible failure point was if you struggled to focus your mana on your vocal cords. However, you practiced that extensively for days. I doubted that would happen.
Thanks,
Lily whispered, blushing furiously.
You're very welcome. I'm proud to call you my apprentice. I want you to continue as you have been, but try to focus your attention on the flow and pattern of your mana while you chant. Try to familiarize yourself with that feeling as much as you can, and once you move on to the gesture version, do your best to notice the similarities between them.
I will, but what's the purpose? Is it so I can learn new glyphs?
Lily asked.
That is a possibility. However, the true goal is to start getting you down to the fundamentals of being able to cast shorthand, and, eventually, chantless. If you can get your mana to flow and form as desired, then the chants aren't necessary.
That's like how Rose controls fire with her bloodline,
Lily said excitedly.
Not quite. The end goal is to get your mana to form the spell. If you can partially shape it yourself without the words, then you can convert it to shorthand. You can even combine multiple methods for complex spells, like chant and gesture. I don't expect you to do anything like this anytime soon, but the more familiar you become with shaping your mana and how spells are formed, the better you will be prepared when the time comes.
Okay, I will. Thanks, Arakil,
Lily said with a determined nod.
Although, won't I need to do something chantless for the test? At least, if I need to pretend it's my bloodline?
That is something I'm working on a solution for. I'm scrutinizing my archives with what mana I have. My current hypothesis is that if we set your core's affinity to astral, then you will be able to mimic control over it like Rose does with fire. Otherwise, we could try a crash course to learn one spell shorthand, or perhaps even some sleight of hand to hide the somatic casting.
What would having an astral core do? Are there any side effects?
Lily asked. Arakil had previously seemed rather negative about it, so she was concerned. While she loved the idea of stars, she didn't want to damage her potential and growth.
Astral spells would become easier to form as if you'd been using them for years, or were a natural prodigy with them. However, you'd have greater difficulty with spells not of your affinity, like I'd be willing to bet Rose struggles with ice or water spells. Anyway, astral is neutral, so you do not need to worry about that. You'll receive neither bane nor boon with other spells.
That sounds wonderful! Is there anything I can do to help?
Lily asked excitedly. She wanted that astral core as soon as possible.
Other than trying to find more mana, I'm afraid there is little you can do to help at this stage. I don't know how feasible getting more resources is, so I'd recommend you just continue your mana control and eventual mana imbuement.
Okay,
Lily immediately agreed.
I'll make sure to not slack on learning that. Plus, I need it if I ever want to imbue my own glyph ink.
She spent the rest of the evening repeatedly casting the starlight spell, trying to focus on the patterns forming while maintaining the concentration required to cast the spell successfully. Each little star formed made her feel absolutely giddy, and before she went to bed, she had placed 5 little stars about her room, giving it a soft, illuminating glow. That little fun had bottomed out her tiny mana core, and so she was finally forced to stop for the evening.
At least now I have another way to empty it, so hopefully this will improve my regeneration. Now I just need to find a better way to help it grow. I wish Rose wasn't leaving so soon.
At best, Rose could give her one more outing before leaving. They would unlikely encounter another nest of gremlins like before, so she doubted it would be as fruitful. Part of her immediately wanted to show Rose her successful spell, but Lily restrained that desire and began plotting to put on a bit of a show once she had become more proficient in it.
I'll make sure to send her off smiling,
Lily thought hopefully, as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 44. Surprise. The days flew by, making Lily wonder if she shouldn't have chosen time magic instead. Perhaps she could have slowed it down and had more time to do everything. Crappy lessons at the orphanage, potion brewing with Camilla, and profitable scribe work took up time she would have preferred to use practicing magic. As she had estimated, she had only one more outing with Rose. After spending an entire afternoon scouring for monsters, they discovered another slime, another spider, and a fat rat.
I think I've scared everything off,
Rose joked, although both of them believed there might have been some truth to the matter.
If you come out after I'm gone, just make sure you don't go too far. Maybe only do it with the shadow cloak,
Rose suggested.
Or ask one of the boys to show you how strong he is. I'm sure you can get one to beat a rat or two for you with a stick.
Lily nodded, her determination shining through. She knew she needed to try improving her mana core, and monster slaying was the best method available. She had a lengthy road ahead to catch up to Rose and join her in Regarth, but she was ready to face the challenge head on. While her core growth was less than she wanted, at least she'd made some headway in her mana manipulation and could quite readily focus the mana to a specific extremity. She wasn't quite at the level required for imbuing without a tool, but she felt close. Anytime she was brewing with Camilla, she tried to focus hard and imagine how her mana flowed out of her and into the ladle, and how the tool began distributing it into the concoction. Arakil had recommended that with mana in general, and she tried to take it to heart. Anytime her mana was being spent, gathered, or manipulated, she tried her best to scrutinize everything about it. Her Starlight spell was now also at the base level, and she almost felt embarrassed to call her first and second attempts successes. After almost a week of practicing the spell non-stop every night until her core was on its last dregs of mana, not only could she manifest 2 stars with a single casting, but she could also get them to slowly float toward a destination after the casting. She aimed to get them to manifest at a distant location, which was beyond her capabilities. At best, she could get it to appear within a meter of her body, and then slowly drift to a point 10 meters away. Arakil had praised her nonetheless, but Lily was upset by how slowly they moved. She had also managed to keep it a secret from Rose, and when the girl asked about it, she could shrug it off by saying she was still practicing hard so it would be perfect. And in no time, it was Rose's final night before her trip with Lady Deathdew. Lily felt somber about it, but Rose seemed surprisingly excited about it, so Lily held her tongue and tried to put on a brave face of positivity.
She's going on an adventure. It's been her dream forever. I must just use this as proper motivation to catch up to her. I can't let myself be dragged along in her shadow forever. I want to be following at her side.
Let me guess. You want to show me some big spell or thing you've prepared? Rose asked teasingly as she entered Lily's room. Lily gaped and fumbled as, once again, she was read like an open book. She tried to think of some excuse to save the surprise, but eventually she just sighed and gave up.
Yes.
Rose giggled and patted Lily on the head reassuringly. I knew you wouldn't struggle with one spell for so long.
I was trying to surprise you,
Lily grumbled. Well, I'm sure I'll still be surprised. Rose shrugged. I'm sure you'll send me off with a bang.
Not really a bang. More like a...
Lily paused and let out a grunt.
I don't know, I'll just show you.
Rose giggled again, while Lily frustratingly put out the light.
Another light show? The last one was very impressive, so you've set my expectations high. Rose teased. Lily nodded as she gathered her mana. Each time, she felt it was a tiny increment easier than before. She outstretched both her hands and, as silently as possible, said the chant, forming 2 stars floating in each palm and illuminating the room with gentle starlight. Rose whispered excitedly as she stared at the 2 sparkling lights. Then, when Lily sent both of them gently rising to the ceiling, she couldn't help but start clapping. Lily walked over and grabbed one of Rose's hands, quickly did another chant, and placed a single star in the palm of Rose's hand.
For good luck!
Well, they do say you should wish upon a star.
Rose smiled softly as she gave Lily a one-armed hug, scared that the star would fall and break. Lily giggled and poked the star, which only made it temporarily wink out. Rose gasped in surprise, and then spent the next few minutes poking it herself.
This is quite a crazy spell. I've seen light spells, but nothing like this, Rose admitted.
Arakil said it's called astral magic, although this is a subcategory light spell, whatever that means,
Lily admitted with a shrug. Rose formed a tiny flame with her other hand, illuminating the room further. Rose stared at the flame and Lily before sighing.
I wish I could give you mine, but you can't poke mine unless you're fireproof.
It's fine. You've done more than enough for me,
Lily said, as she hugged Rose's side tightly.
I'll catch up to you and join you at the Regarth.
I don't doubt it for a second, Rose replied. They better get ready, 'cause you're going to blow their minds.
They'll have a year to recover after you drop a bombshell on them first.
Lily giggled. Exactly. I'll claim it first and make way for you to join me,
Rose exclaimed confidently.
Just don't go punching out any students or teachers this time,
Lily teased. One time. It happened one time.
Rose defended herself, feigning outrage.
Well, I'll make a wish too then,
Lily said, as she blew on the tiny flame in Rose's hand. It flickered a little from the stream of air, but otherwise remained firm. Rose looked questioningly at Lily.
It was supposed to go out. You know, like birthday candles. Make a wish,
Lily explained.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Try again,
Rose said with a giggle and a wink. This time, when Lily blew on the flame, it winked out. She knew Rose was canceling the spell, but she still giggled happily.
You know, I'm supposed to wish on a shooting star, right?
Rose asked.
The best I can offer you is a snail star,
Lily giggled, casting another one and sending it drifting off.
I guess it'll have to do,
Rose sighed, before winking and giggling. She closed her eyes and mumbled something that Lily couldn't make out. Seeing that Rose's wish was done, Lily made that particular little star vanish.
So, how does it feel to be the first magic bunny?
Rose asked.
I don't think I'm the first. I'm sure some Legaia used glyph ink before me,
Lily replied.
Yeah, but you might be the first one with real magic, right?
Rose prodded.
Don't!
Lily warned.
Yeah, glyph magic is real magic too,
Rose said, rolling her eyes.
But you know what I mean? With your own mana.
Maybe?
Lily shrugged.
Maybe someone else did a crazy ritual or something? It's not like we know all the history of the world.
I wanted more confidence than that,
Rose said, giving Lily a light shoulder shove.
You're the first, and you're going to be the best.
Lily frantically nodded to agree with the boisterous dragon before they giggled and sat on her bed, watching the twinkling of starlight spells. Lily was the first to speak up.
Promise you'll be safe?
Rose snorted.
I should be saying that to you. Don't go doing any crazy rituals without me.
Lily frowned and tried to shove Rose in the shoulder.
Promise!
Okay, I promise,
Rose finally said.
It's not like I'm going alone. This is all organized by Lady Desthu, and she's way too hoity-toity to not have this safe and sound for her delicate rump.
Lily giggled.
Is she really that bad?
Woman has ice running through her veins, Rose replied, and she complains if her tea doesn't have enough sugar or her steak isn't perfectly grilled. And she nearly kicked her butler once because her pillow wasn't fluffy.
They joyfully laughed at the absurdity of the noblewoman. When one of the stars winked out, Lily replaced it with a fresh one.
I'm going to miss you,
Lily said softly.
Hey, don't worry. We'll see each other soon enough,
Rose replied gently.
And I'm gonna miss you too. Where else will I find such a cuddly bunny to hug with such soft ears to rub?
Lily grabbed her ears defensively, but with her arms raised, her side was open. Rose seized the opportunity to poke it playfully, causing Lily to flinch from the ticklish spot.
Don't worry, it's only for a short time. You'll be so distracted by studying magic that you'll blink and suddenly be getting carted off to Regarth,
Rose said, wrapping Lily in a soft hug.
Okay,
Lily mumbled.
And if any of the boys give you any trouble, I give you full permission to set them on fire.
Rose grinned fiendishly.
I'm sure that book of yours can teach you something amazing.
They continued to chat into the night before Rose finally said she had to return to her own room. She gave Lily a goodbye hug, but, before leaving, picked up Arakil's book and poked it firmly in the margins.
Arakil? Rose declared. You better look after Lily while I'm gone. I expect my little sister to be the best applicant Regarth has ever seen. Don't let me down.
We won't,
Lily replied, since Arakil couldn't say anything. With a firm nod, Rose placed the oversized book in Lily's hands and left after saying goodnight. Lily gently ran a delicate hand down the spine of the book.
We have to do it,
Lily whispered. When Lily woke up, she frantically got out of bed, skipping most of her usual morning routine. She rushed over to Rose's bedroom as soon as she could. When she reached for the door, she found it unlocked, and it opened with a gentle push.
Rose?
Lily asked as she entered. The room was empty, and Lily felt her heart sink.
She left already?
Lily asked, disheartened. Lily looked around the room as she sniffed, her eyes beginning to dampen. On Rose's bedside cabinet was a piece of paper, sitting under what looked like a potion bottle. She walked over, lifted the bottle, and pulled out the page. At the top, in bold letters, was her name, written in absolutely horrific handwriting, with multiple ink smears and smudges. Lily, I'm terrible with goodbyes, so I'm letting this letter do it for me. Since you like reading and writing so much, I thought you'd appreciate it.
Jerk,
Lily mumbled, while she sniffed back some tears. So, this trip is going to be exciting. I expect it will get me through this whole dragon puberty thing in one go, and then I can stop being so angry all the time. While it's fun to punch things, even I'm growing tired of it. I hope you study and work hard, but remember to take breaks and watch your health. No more 3-day naps. I expect you to be even better health when I next see you. If you do go monster hunting, make sure you stick to small things like slimes. Or ask some of the boys to help you. Maybe even Oz. Just please be safe. You mean the world to me. You're the best sister I could have ever asked for. And no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. If Regarth doesn't work out, let me know, and I'll come charging no matter whose heads I need to smash. Your cuddly, warm, lovable big dragon sister. Rose. P.S. I left some blood in this potion bottle. Apparently it won't dry out for over a week as long as you don't open it, but I don't know. Don't let it go to waste. I know you hate blood and stuff, but it's the only going-away present I could think of. Let your big sister help you grow your core a bit?
Why?
Lily cried with a frown as she glared at the potion bottle. It was a crude, yet loving letter, and Rose had ruined it by bringing up blood, of all things.
And what if I wasn't the first one to find the letter? They'd ask so many questions. Stupid muscle-brained dragon.
Lily chuckled and wiped away her now stopped tears. Chapter 45. Resolve.
So, are you going to drink it?
Lily made an exaggerated dry heaving noise and then vigorously shook her head, her big bunny ears flopping wildly.
No way! That's totally gross!
Lily outright rejected the idea.
I don't know why you and Rose keep bringing it up. I'd almost feel like this was a prank set up by you two to tease me, but I know you can't speak to her.
It's definitely no prank on my part, but you must admit it's a valuable resource that would help nurture your monocore.
Even so, I don't want to.
Lily refused.
Normal people don't go drinking other people's blood.
Blood has long since had a tradition in rituals in the mystic arts. Even in this unknown world, you know that glyph magic is predominantly performed using blood.
I don't care. I'll imbue my ink without blood. It's creepy,
Lily declared.
Even if it could make the difference between you getting into Regarth or not?
Lily paused.
I'll work double hard if I need to,
Lily said with renewed vigor.
Very well. I merely lament the waste of such a potent monosource. Your monocore gives you unique opportunities that others in this world cannot utilize.
I know, but I just don't don't want to drink it. It's super gross, even if I know it comes from Rose and it will help me.
Lily sighed.
Is there not something else I can do with it? Can't I just absorb the mana from it like when a monster dies?
The localized surges of ambient mana when a monster dies are rather unique in this situation. With potions and concoctions, ingestion is usually the only method. However, there might be another possibility.
Lily's ears perked up, and she excitedly nodded.
Yes? What's the other way?
How much do you recall of our preparations for the ritual?
First, we created a stone platform.
Lily began recounting, using her fingers to keep a tally.
Then I know we created a mana gathering array to imbue and protect the stone. Then we filled in the sub-rituals before the final ritual.
Correct. We could try creating a small mana gathering array for both of us.
I thought we had to use raw mana to fill the ritual,
Lily asked.
Yes. However, I'm talking about you absorbing the mana from the blood and not using it as part of a ritual. There will undoubtedly be a substantial conversion loss, but it's better than losing it all. Likewise, you could spend evenings meditating inside the array formation and hopefully receive a slight boost.
I like that idea,
Lily replied with newfound desire.
But how would we go about it? I can't exactly create another big stone disc out of nowhere. I don't think you have the mana to draw inscriptions for it?
Correct. I do not have the mana to pull off such a maneuver again. Not to mention, if we use stone, we could not move it or bring it with us.
Even if it was made out of paper? I don't think I could move something that big,
Lily exclaimed.
No. It wouldn't need to be as big as the one we used previously. That size was only to accommodate fitting in all of the sub-rituals. Something big enough for you to sit on and inside would be enough.
Like a really big cushion?
Lily suggested.
That could work, although I fear embroidering an entire array formation is a bit beyond our current means. What I had in mind was a piece of wood, ideally 2 planks on hinges for storage and transportation.
Wood?
Lily mumbled.
That doesn't sound very comfortable.
With the correct meditation posture, you can sit comfortably for hours, even on a bed of nails. Wood is light and durable, and we already know plant life can contain mana. Undoubtedly, there is a particular wood used for magical crafts.
I don't know. I'd need to ask someone,
Lily admitted.
Although, that magical ladle comes to mind. It had a special handle on it. So, you're probably right, but I can't exactly cut down trees.
I was optimistic we could find and commission someone to do it. That way we could get it to our specifications. Perhaps Camilla would know of someone.
I'll ask her, but knowing her, she won't make it free.
Lily sighed.
Well, I guess she'll just have me brew more potions, which is more mana practice for me.
Silver lining. I understand your desire to use all your mana now to practice a starlight spell, but if you wish to learn imbuing at a decent rate, the brewing work is the best available opportunity.
Okay, I'll ask. Thanks, Arakil,
Lily said, as she gently touched the book.
You want a woodworker?
Camilla asked, sounding utterly baffled.
Yes, preferably one that has wood similar to this,
Lily answered, as she pointed to the wooden portions of the ladle's handle.
I see. First you're interested in glyphs, then potions, and now artificing?
Camilla questioned, tapping her fingers against the desk.
Artificing?
Lily asked.
It's what they call making magical tools,
Camilla answered with a frown.
If you didn't know that, I assume you want it for something else. I want 2 thin pieces of wood like this, that fold,
Lily answered, making a book-opening motion with her hands.
Like a chessboard?
Camilla asked.
Yes,
Lily said excitedly, as a foldable chessboard perfectly described what she wanted,
except big enough to sit on.
Girl, what are you plotting now? Camilla asked.
Nothing bad. I just want something to meditate on.
Lily answered half-truthfully. Camilla cackled with laughter. Now that is a truly old superstition. First glyph ink, and now this. That book of yours must be absurdly old.
What do you mean?
Lily asked, feeling a bit worried. Well, I know this because I had to dig through some very old history books when looking up glyph ink for you, but they genuinely believed some absurd things back in the day before it was officially disproved. One such things was that one could grow their magical prowess by surrounding themselves in a mana-rich environment. People would sleep on beds woven from mana thread, eat mana-rich foods, and even meditate around mana-filled objects. Lily frowned slightly. While it wasn't exactly what she was doing, she didn't want to outright tell the truth. If Camilla had misunderstood her intentions, then maybe that was for the best.
Even if it's a superstition, it's something I want,
Lily answered. Knowing you, you'd somehow prove me wrong, Camilla admitted teasingly. You're somehow a Legaia with mana, so I want to say anything is possible at this stage. Regardless, it's your time and money to waste, so who am I to judge?
So, do you know someone?
Lily asked. Yes, if it's literally just 2 planks on hinges you want, it's not even a big ask, Camilla answered. I thought you were contemplating hiring an artificer or enchanter, and then you'd be experiencing daylight robbery. That ladle, while amazing, cost a literal fortune.
So you've said,
Lily mumbled, but shook her head.
I mean, thank you, Miss Camilla. I just want 2 pieces of wood with good mana conductivity.
Sure, Camilla shrugged it off. Just be aware that even if you're literally just getting thin slabs of wood, you won't be able to afford the best of the best.
That should be fine. Thank you,
Lily said with a beaming smile. We can go after work today. I'll be expecting some extra potions brewed for my troubles, Camilla replied, before cackling to herself again. Lily nodded, only somewhat begrudgingly. Camilla still thought she was sucking Lily dry of every drop of mana, but thanks to her efforts with Rose and a slight improvement in her regeneration, she would end her sessions with some mana in reserve.
I'll just keep pretending to give it my all.
After work, Camilla was true to her word and took Lily to a woodworker she knew. Unlike Camilla's shop, his shop was in a section of the city's trade district that saw much more foot traffic. The storefront was immaculately carved and looked warm and inviting. Lily couldn't help but think Camilla was doing her shop a disservice by not sprucing it up, but she recalled that Camilla was known as the best in town despite all of that.
I guess she didn't need to put any effort into the presentation if she's known as one of the best.
Before entering the store, Camilla whispered to Lily, Make sure you let me do most of the talking, or Jeff will talk circles around you and you'll be broke and in debt. Lily nodded, although she doubted the man could measure up to even half of Camilla's haggling potential. When they entered the store, they were greeted by an extremely friendly-looking man. At first, Lily thought he might have been a human, but then she saw some very small traces of feathers protruding from his hair. He must have been some form of Aviania, but with a very weak heritage.
Camilla, it's good to see you're still alive and kicking, you old bat,
the man said with a grin. Jeff, you featherhead, I see you still holding on to this overpriced store location, Camilla said with a fiendish grin.
It's atrocious, but I can't deny a boom in customers.
Jeff said with a joyful laugh.
So, what brings you out of your old shack?
My little apprentice here wants to commission something from you, Camilla answered and gestured toward Lily.
You actually found someone who can put up with your prickly personality?
Jeff seemed dumbfounded, and he looked even more shocked when he got a closer look at Lily.
And one so cute, too. I hope you didn't steal her from her parents or blackmail them.
Bah! Camilla snorted. Lily here practically begged me to teach her. Good thing she's a hard worker, or I might not have let her. Lily wanted to object, but kept her mouth firmly shut.
Well, nice to meet you, Lily.
Jeff said with a friendly wave.
Maybe you can rub off some of your polite cuteness on this old woman and save the rest of us.
Nice to meet you,
Lily said softly and politely.
So what can I do for you? Toys, brewing tools, jewelry boxes?
Jeff asked. Camilla gave Lily a tiny shove, and she explained what she wanted. She was very grateful that Camilla had thought of calling it a chessboard earlier, as it made her explanation much easier to understand.
So, you want a foldable wooden board to sit on?
Jeff said, as he scratched the back of his neck.
You're absolutely tiny, so that's not very hard.
I'm going to grow, so I'd like it to be a little bigger with that in mind,
Lily added. Camilla gave Lily an almost sympathetic look, while Jeff just nodded. Lily, however, caught the look, and couldn't help but give a small pout.
I will grow! My mana core is cleansing me!
Sure, that can be arranged,
Jeff said, interrupting her thoughts.
Any other requirements?
I want it to be made out of a mana wood,
Lily explained.
Artificing or enchanting is really pricey,
Jeff said with a grin as he looked at Camilla.
Did she mention any enchantment work or artificing?
Camilla snapped back with a smirk.
Just clean and solid wood on hinges will be enough.
Jeff clicked his tongue and nodded.
Well, we have some very nice selections of queen mahogany.
Camilla burst out into a cackling laughter.
Queen mahogany? Do you think we're some fancy pants nobles? Lily here is from the orphanage.
I see. I'm sorry,
Jeff said, looking slightly taken aback. He nervously scratched the back of his neck again.
With price in mind, what about some dewberry? It's not as visually appealing, but it's sturdy.
Camilla hemmed and hawed, seemingly feigning disinterest. It sounded perfect to Lily, but she kept her mouth shut, as Camilla had previously ordered. What proceeded next was what Lily could only describe as cutthroat penny-pinching, as the two began to haggle. What should have been a simple price soon went into discussions about remedies and pointing out Jeff's wife's high tendency to catch the flu during winter. The entire conversation went over Lily's head, but in the end, Camilla looked confidently smug, while Jeff looked like he'd lost weight through nervous sweating alone.
You drive a hard bargain, as always, but it can be done,
Jeff said with a weary sigh.
Excellent! Be sure to thank Jeff for his work, Lily,
Camilla replied slyly.
Thank you, Mr. Jeff,
Lily said happily.
I can't wait to see it.
Jeff smiled.
No problem, Lily. Your smile almost makes it worth it.
Camilla snorted before handing him the money, then started escorting Lily out of the building.
It'll be ready in 2 days. You can fetch it then,
Jeff informed Lily.
That was shockingly easy. Good.
Tomorrow you can brew a bunch of potions for my haggling expertise. Also, that is coming out of your wages, Camilla said, gesturing back to the store with her thumb. Lily gulped.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jeff. I don't think anyone can fix her.
Chapter 46. Gathering Array. Despite Camilla promising to wring her dry, the next 2 days surprisingly benefited Lily. Her increased mana core meant she was left with enough to still function, while Camilla thought the girl was putting in 120% effort. Time flew by, and the day of fetching her wooden meditation board, a crucial tool for her magical training, soon came. Camilla escorted Lily to and from the shop, and Jeff happily gave her the finished product. He tried to talk about the quality of the wood and point out the benefits, but most of it went completely over her head. She wanted to be a mage, not a carpenter. When it came time to pay, Camilla made Lily count out every single coin. She even spent some time inspecting the product for potential flaws and eventually huffed and said it was acceptable. The woman was utterly shameless when it came to money, and Lily and Jeff found each other exchanging sorry glances to one another.
I still think it's a waste of time, but it's your money, not mine.
Camilla couldn't resist mentioning it. Lily could only sigh and nod. While she understood it was certainly a superstition in the olden times, her mana was not contained in her blood, and it would benefit her. Unfortunately, she could not point that out to Camilla, as she was keeping her current condition very hushed until she was prepared to take the test. Lily had tried to pry as much information about it from Rose as possible, but much to her dismay, it was either mostly forgotten or Rose hadn't been paying enough attention. Lily was envious that the dragon girl could get such outstanding results despite having such a wishy-washy attitude about the affair. Still, that didn't stop Lily from digging out some juicy nuggets of wisdom. The first test was simply checking one's magical compatibility. They had you grasp a bronze scepter with an orb on the top, and the orb would glow. Rose said it shone incredibly brightly for her, so they enrolled her in the second test.
It's probably a magic tool like Camilla's ladle. As long as I spin my mana core and focus it on my hands, I can probably pass it easily enough,
Lily thought confidently. The second test required you to demonstrate your bloodline compatibility. Rose mentioned only a handful of other kids made it to this stage, likely because they did not get a good result with the scepter. How you did at this stage determined what schools would be interested in you.
And that's where I need to demonstrate my astral magic.
Lily knew she would need something far more impressive than the Starlight spell, even if she was a spell-casting Legaia. She had one idea to use a glyph, but she reasoned someone might claim she had outside help.
Set up this mana gathering array, grow my mana core, learn to imbue, give Arakil some mana, and then work on that astral affinity. That's phase 1. Then, for phase 2, I need to learn more astral spells and make it look like it's my bloodline. Those finger wiggles are really tough. Hopefully I don't need to go that far, depending on how this affinity works.
See you tomorrow. Don't stay up too late trying to meditate on your hunk of wood,
Camilla abruptly said, breaking Lily out of her self-reflection.
I won't,
Lily hastily replied, blinking a few times.
Thank you again for the help, Miss Camilla.
The woman waved it off before handing Lily the folded pieces of wood. Lily was very grateful that it was thin and light enough to carry without much issue. She was very concerned about that when Camilla had taken it most of the way, but now that she was holding it herself, she realized it wouldn't be an issue.
Especially if I want to take it with me. It would be horrible to have spent the money, not to mention Arakil's inscription, to make it a gathering array if I had to leave it behind.
Lily excitedly made her way to her room. Before even fetching Arakil's book, she placed it on the floor and unfolded it to its full size. While she knew nothing of wood and the craftsmanship, she still had to admire how seamlessly it looked unfolded like this. It looked like Jeff really had put in his best effort.
Arakil, I'm back and got the mana wood,
Lily said happily. What proceeded next was a lot of back and forth, getting exact measurements and relaying them to Arakil. Arakil had asked Lily to triple-check everything, and she was especially glad that she had previously bought a ruler, as it greatly simplified this task. Arakil would use the last of his surplus mana to carve the mana-gathering array into the wood. Effectively, he was loaning Lily the mana as she promised to pay it back with interest. Arakil scoffed at her terminology and reminded her that they were teachers, students, and partners in all of this.
I will still pay you back so we can fix your eye and everything,
Lily repeated to herself. For quite some time, it had been nagging her in the back of her head that she was not contributing much to Arakil. He'd done so much for her and asked for nothing, and while she was eternally grateful, she couldn't help but feel like she was exploiting him somewhat. She couldn't even imagine what it must be like to not be able to see the world around him. Taking the inscription, she placed it in the correct position. and, rather than her usual activation methods, activated it by channeling a tiny bit of mana into it. She giggled with glee when it lit up. No longer was she forced to use triggers to activate a glyph. The page lit up and formed a perfect square in iridescent silvery gold light, as if calculating the wooden creation. Lily gulped when she saw that the perimeter of the spell did indeed stop just before the edges, and she realized that if they were even slightly off, she might have enchanted her floor, or something worse. Once the wood was measured out, it began forming intricate magical circles with a multitude of glyphs in varying sizes. Once again, she recognized barely any of them, although she swore she could remember a few from the setup they did on the stone platform. When the magical construct was finished, it lowered itself to touch the wood. Lily expected it to keep descending, repeating what she witnessed with the stone platform, but instead, it gently hovered above it, as if delicately fluttering across the surface. The light flashed brightly, turning more silver than gold. It kept oscillating between the two colors while shimmering between pearlescent and iridescent. It was fascinating and beautiful, and Lily couldn't help but marvel at the majesty of the full picture. Then, without any fanfare, the spell construct pulsed 3 times before flickering out of existence. Lily blinked a few times, the bright light leaving colorful after-images behind her eyelids. Once she had acclimated to the now significantly dimmer room, she glanced at the work on the wood. What was once unblemished wood now had the full mana-gathering array transfused into its surface. The silvery finish looked almost like a living and flowing liquid.
Hiding this might be difficult. It looks magical now.
Lily gingerly touched it, but as far as she could tell, it was the wood now, and it still felt entirely like a single surface despite her vision denying that possibility. Picking up the board, she folded it along the hinges, which immediately caused the array circle to cease being complete, and the flowing silver began dulling and ceasing its flowing movement.
Okay, so thankfully it looks normal when it's inactive. That's a relief.
Looking between the contact points where the 2 pieces of wood met, she could see the transfused inscription went through almost entirely. After giving it an inquisitive inspection, she placed it on the floor again to its open position and watched the silvery fluid return to life.
Arakil! It works perfectly!
Lily said excitedly. She spent some time describing what it looked like before and after, and how it deactivated and reactivated when open-folding or unfolding it.
Excellent. I was a bit worried that the contact between the hinges would be insufficient, but it sounds like our craftsman did a good job. I'd suggest you practice meditating on the array a bit before attempting to gather the mana contained in the blood. The more familiar you are with it, the better the results.
Okay, I still have some time before it goes hard,
Lily confirmed. The potion bottle holding Rose's ichor was intended to keep the contents liquefied for extended periods. It was a gift she had received from Camilla, who was getting rid of some old stock.
I'm going to have to thoroughly clean it out after this. Seriously, Rose, you better hope it hasn't permanently contaminated my potion bottle.
Lily sat on the wooden board. She could have sworn there was almost a hum in the air, despite having done nothing yet. After taking a deep breath, she began her meditation, imagining the spiral that she had practiced tirelessly. Immediately, the effect was noticeable as she gathered specks into her spiral. What was normally an almost barren landscape of specks was now sparsely populated, and if Lily was understanding the mental landscape correctly, her surrounding area was far larger than before. Whenever she meditated previously, the area she was collecting from was about as big as her room, but this seemed much larger.
So rather than there being suddenly more, I'm just looking at a larger area. Although, I'm not sure how big it is. I suppose I could just keep adding more rings to my spiral until I reach the limit.
Which was exactly what Lily did. Focusing hard, she kept adding another outer ring to her gathering spiral, collecting specks from farther away. With each ring she added, she felt giddy, but there was also growing mental pressure within, and eventually she reached her limit before the gathering array.
I've maybe increased it to 2 times bigger? No, probably less? It's a bit sad, but hopefully I can increase the size once I practice more.
With a deep exhale, she began collapsing her spiral inward before finalizing the gains on her mana core and ceasing the meditation. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't help but notice how dark it was outside.
Oh no! How long did I meditate for?
Lily hesitantly asked. Standing up, she rushed to Arakil and gave him some ink, hoping to get some answers. Just under 2 hours was the answer Arakil gave, and Lily gulped. It certainly hadn't felt that long, and now she was greatly concerned about losing track of time while in meditation. She diligently reported her results and findings and awaited to read his response.
Firstly, if you're concerned about losing track of time, perhaps you could get a time-keeping device. Otherwise, we could create one using a glyph once you imbue or purchase some ink.
Lily nodded and hoped that Arakil had a more humane timer method. With her current crests and sigils, she could only think of something that warned her of the time by using extremely hot temperatures.
Holding a glyph that burns my hand to wake up would be awful.
Next, you are correct that the array won't exactly make the quality of the ambient mana any better. It makes gathering mana easier over a greater distance and with increased speed. No doubt you noticed the mana flowed through your spiral quicker and likely simpler than you are used to.
I did, although adding extra rings to my spiral was vastly more effort than I expected.
Lily admitted, feeling a little embarrassed.
Do not discourage yourself. Adding nearly twice the distance on your first real attempt is admirable. Before you head to bed, I'd like to try one last thing. Can you place my book on the array?
Lily squeaked with joy.
Does that mean you could get more mana?
Perhaps, but I'm doubtful, and I reckon the seals placed on me will prevent it. Still, it is worth attempting. If you can leave me on the array overnight, I'll try my best.
Lily nodded and positioned the wooden board under her bed. Then, she carefully picked up Arakil's book and placed it directly in the center.
Good night, Arakil, and good luck!
Lily said excitedly as she climbed into bed. Chapter 47. Efficiency.
Regrettably, it did not work.
When Lily awoke, Arakil informed her. She felt extremely disheartened that she couldn't help him more tangibly at the moment.
It seems the restrictions placed on me prevent me from interacting with outside magical constructs to improve my condition. This means that if I'm to gain more mana, we either need more concoctions or, better yet, you to learn mana imbuing.
I've been asking Camilla to teach me how to do it without her ladle,
Lily replied.
So hopefully I'll learn how to do it soon. Then I'll give you back as much mana as you want.
Thank you, Lily. Enough to repair some of my functionality would be ideal for our goals. Although before that, I still need to locate a method for attuning your mana core to astral.
It feels like with every step forward we take 2 steps back,
Lily mumbled.
Mana, mana, mana. I wish there was a better way to get it.
Well, drinking Rose's blood would be one way. However, I know you are averse to that. The quickest method after that would be trying to find some monsters.
But I only have a few glyphs left,
Lily sighed.
Which means I need to learn how to imbue, which I need more mana and practice to do. Ugh.
It certainly feels like a paradoxical dilemma. Still, with time and effort, you should reach it eventually. You can cross monsters off until you're better supplied. We do not want to risk your safety.
I'll do my best,
Lily replied enthusiastically. Lily spent days trying to better herself as much as possible. Some of the staff had even spoken with her out of concern that she was becoming secluded after Rose's departure. Margit had teased her about becoming a hermit, but Lily refuted that by pointing out that she left daily to work in Camilla's shop. Camilla had reluctantly agreed to let Lily start practicing brewing without the ladle, although the lessons were far too infrequent for her liking. Camilla was ever the penny pincher and would only let Lily do it on the most inconsequential potions, and since Camilla was profit-focused, they were at the bottom of the crafting list. After plenty of pleading, Camilla eventually relented and gave her a few more obscure and simple brews. It was possibly some of the hardest work she had ever done, and it was so frustrating trying to get her raw mana to leave her body. Both Arakil and Camilla had told her it was something that took a lot of time and practice, but Lily was growing impatient. If she could cast a spell using her mana, then why couldn't she just put her mana into ink or a potion brew? Arakil had explained it as the spell enticing the mana to behave as expected, where manipulating your raw mana was a much larger endeavor. Camilla told her she just needed more time. Lily hated that answer. Lily continued to cast her starlight spell every day and eventually reached a third little pinprick of a star when she cast it. She figured, ultimately, she would have an entire little constellation of stars in the palm of her hands and giggled excitedly at the eventual possibility. The mana gathering went surprisingly well. Lily had completed doubling her range and proudly told Arakil, when he threw a spanner into the works by telling her to now focus on making the rings even tighter.
But if I make them tighter, my range will be so much smaller,
Lily protested.
Correct. However, to absorb the mana contained within Rose's gift, you want it as tight as possible for maximum efficiency. If you attempt to absorb it now, you may get less than 10% of it.
Lily reluctantly sighed, and then spent all her remaining meditation time trying to make the spiral as tight as possible. She had thought it was a major accomplishment when she had contained her new maximum length into half her previous extended size, but instead, Arakil told her to work on it more. Through gritted teeth, she continued to make the spiral tighter and tighter until she reached the deadline for the potion. If she didn't absorb it now, it would harden and be potentially wasted. Lily had expected a complicated explanation, but Arakil had just mentioned pouring the contents in a circle around her board and then proceeding with the meditation while making as tight of a spiral as possible.
I really expected more, like placing it within another glyph and linking it to my board or something. I'm almost disappointed by how dull it is.
And so, with reluctance, she popped open the potion stopper and immediately frowned at the coppery and slightly sulfuric scent. She also immediately could feel the warmth radiating from the mouth of the bottle.
This potion bottle really sealed everything up. It's crazy how hot it is after all this time. I can't believe Rose forced me to drink this, or that she expected me to drink it again.
Sighing, Lily began pouring it out into a thin circle around her board. She was not looking forward to cleaning it up, and was suddenly extremely glad she didn't have carpeting in her room. She kept swallowing repeatedly while holding back on retching, and tried her best to pick up the pace. When the last drop was poured out, she practically leapt onto the board and meditated, hoping that her little mental inner world would be enough to distract her from the horrible smell and grim reminder of the past. When she took a deep breath to start, she nearly lost her supper and cursed herself for forming that habit at the start of each meditation session. Thankfully, she recovered in time, and when she found herself creating her spiral, she noted all the flecks of red floating about.
It's very different from last time.
Lily began drawing things inward with her spiral, but she noted that the red flecks seemed extremely reluctant to flow into it. With a slight panic, she started increasing the density of her spiral, trying to add as many rings as possible. Eventually, after adding numerous rings, some of the flecks finally started flowing into the spiral toward her mana core. Lily wanted to let out a sigh of relief, but she was far from done, and she needed to do more. Only the smallest flecks were now flowing, and the larger ones still remained rooted. Worst of all, she noticed that some flecks began dimming, as if about to wink out.
Maybe I should have just drunk it,
Lily thought with horror, before shaking her head.
No, I can do this. Tighter, more rings, more spirals, constrict it together.
Lily felt drenched as she sweated from the effort and panic setting in. Even forming her monocore hadn't felt this bad, and she now understood why Arakil had been reluctant to use this method. Ingesting it must have done something to loosen the mana, perhaps with it mingling with her internals, whereas now she was trying to forcibly extract it out. Lily lost track of time. She'd gathered what she could, and once it was in her spiral, it began cleansing from the crimson red to the iridescent silver she had grown so fond of. When the last stubborn red fleck faded, she wanted to collapse, but she had to hold on for a bit longer until she finished purifying and reinforcing her monocore.
I did it,
Lily whispered, fatigue dripping in her voice. Her monocore shimmered with a fresh, silvery coating, and she smiled happily before opening her eyes and nearly collapsing. She immediately glanced outside, but judging by the night sky, hardly any time had even passed. She frowned in frustration. It had felt like hours, but it might have barely been one. She sighed and looked at the floor, grimacing at the reddish-brown, almost black sludge surrounding her. She would have sworn it was left on the floor for weeks if she hadn't just poured it out moments ago.
Is it because I sucked the mana out of it? Because that's really gross,
Lily whined. She carefully stood up and stepped over the boundary, not wanting to touch it barefoot. Grabbing a damp cloth, she began trying to wipe her floor, and to her great relief, it seemed to come off with only a little bit of elbow grease. With her floor clean and the cloth disposed of, Lily finally grabbed Arakil to inform him of her partial success.
I did warn you there would be some loss. However, it sounds like you did a fantastic job regardless.
Why was it so much harder? Why did having it inside me make it easier?
Lily asked with slightly morbid curiosity.
Once inside you, it is surrounded by your entire being and subject to the full weight of your aura. Even though you didn't have a fully formed monocore at the time, one's personal aura is a powerful mystical force that cannot be easily overcome.
Aura?
Lily asked, tilting her head.
I don't really get it, but is that all it can do?
Its primary use is to prevent foreign spells from invading you directly. Imagine how dangerous and deadly spells would be if someone could manifest a firebolt directly inside you. Your aura prevents such a tragedy from occurring, whether you want it to or not. Likewise, your personal aura helps you claim what is inside of you, should you want it to.
Lily shuddered. She had definitely had a nightmare or two in which she had misplaced a directional sigil, and when she cast the glyph, it placed the flame directly in her head. She was extremely grateful to hear that such an event couldn't occur. Arakil then had Lily do some tests by using her freshly nurtured monocore. She had to cast Starlight until she was empty, and count how many times she could cast it until empty, then meditate until full. It took some time, but in the end, Arakil had a rough estimation of how much she had grown and her gains from Rose's gift. According to Arakil, Lily probably gathered just under 60% of the mana contents. Even though he praised her, Lily couldn't help but feel a bit down from that tidbit.
I wasted almost half of it.
Besides that, Lily had progressed quite well, and likely doubled her capacity since forming her monocore. While it sounded impressive, she once again realized that doubling 1 made 2, while doubling 3 made 6. Her core was tiny, so saying it more than doubled gave her mixed feelings. However, what did cheer her up was Arakil praising her regeneration and the purity of her mana. He had mentioned that originally he thought they would need to cleanse her core from Rose's intervention, but her quick thinking had saved them that trouble.
While you are undoubtedly a bit upset by these small gains, you have great potential. An extremely pure monocore would be highly sought after in my times. And like I keep telling you, we have the time to grow.
I just want to catch up,
Lily admitted.
I don't want to be left behind. I want to go to Regarth with Rose, and I'm worried that I'm nowhere near where she was. You didn't see her that time with the gremlins. It was crazy. I can't do anything like that.
Well, if you wish to be more like Rose, should your next lesson be an astral attack spell?
Lily paused when she read those words. She instinctively wanted to shout, yes, anything to be slightly closer to Rose. But then logic and reason kicked in. Where could she even practice an offensive spell? She couldn't exactly shoot it against her wall, and didn't feel brave enough to venture outside the walls until she had glyph ink and stacks of prepared glyphs to protect her.
No, I think I'd rather learn something more defensive. Or maybe a spell with some utility?
Lily eventually responded.
Good answer. While idolizing your big sister is admirable, remember that you are your own person and can forge your own path. As for utility or defense, the defensive astral spells might be too much for you until we grant you the affinity.
Oh,
Lily replied, slightly downhearted.
Do not fret. I think I have the perfect utility spell for you. Both you and Rose seem enamored with the Shadow Cloak glyph, so I'm positive this one will entice you.
that glyph was a lot of fun and really useful,
Lily said excitedly.
What's this astral one called? What does it do?
Nebula Veil. You shroud yourself in space dust. It's similar to the Shadow Cloak in its uses, and while not as powerful in the darkness, it still can be used to some success in the daylight.
Nebula Veil,
Lily repeated with awe in her voice.
It can also make quite the fashion statement. So, would you like to learn this spell?
Yes!
Lily answered, with zero hesitation. Chapter 48. Nebula. Lily pored over the instructions with unwavering determination. This was her chance to master a new spell, a challenge she was ready to embrace. The unfamiliar chant and the complex finger wiggles in Arakil's illustrations were like a puzzle she was determined to solve. She repeated the chant in her head a few times before saying it out loud. Arakil was particularly critical of her enunciation, prompting her to ask a question.
What is a nebula?
Arakil was more than happy to provide an explanation.
A nebula is like a vast cosmic cloud of gas and dust floating in the infinite expanse of space. Imagine swirling wisps of smoke on a scale so immense that it stretches across hundreds of light years.
Light years?
Lily asked, utterly baffled.
Apologies. You can ignore that. Imagine the entire night sky and beyond, the entirety of the heavens. Picture a glowing fog where some areas are dense and vibrant, bursting with energy, while others fade into faint, ethereal shadows. Bright stars twinkle at the edges with light that pierces through the haze, while others nestle deep within, hidden but illuminating from within.
Lily tried her best to visualize it, but there was a lot to unpack. And even though she thoroughly enjoyed Arakil's detailed explanation, it was very verbose. Cycling her mana and gathering it in her throat, she finally took the plunge and attempted to cast the spell. She felt an immense and sudden drain that caused her to flinch with fright. The spell began to partially manifest, and she held out her hand in an attempt to focus it down and partially complete the spell. The spell's surface shimmered with iridescent hues, a mesmerizing display of deep purples and midnight blues. Like specks of diamond dust, tiny stars were embedded within the delicate folds, twinkling faintly, casting a bewitching wonder on Lily. The edges rippled like tendrils with fluid and unpredictable patterns as if they might dissolve back into stardust at any moment. When Lily touched it, it felt impossibly soft, like holding a fragment of a dream. Yet there was a faint warmth to it. When the spell finally manifested, it was smaller than Lily had anticipated, barely larger than a handkerchief. She was in awe of its cosmic surface, but there was a major problem with its size.
I failed.
Lily's voice was tinged with disappointment as she rubbed the tiny nebula handkerchief between her fingers, feeling the weight of her unsuccessful attempt. She read Arakil's description repeatedly and compared it to her result. She now somewhat understood his descriptors, although she had certainly failed in the size department. Arakil described stretching across the heavens, while hers couldn't even cover her hand. With a sigh, she informed Arakil of the results.
For a first attempt, it's considerably impressive. You can only go up from here, and at least you were able to partially manifest the spell rather than having nothing to show for it.
Lily nodded as she continued touching the fragment, letting Arakil continue talking.
You also got exposure to what happens when a spell fails, a valuable first-time experience in a safe environment. As you noticed, the deficiencies can be overcome with enough determination or narrowing the scope down. Throwing an abundance of mana at the problem can also sometimes work.
Like Rose?
Lily asked.
I remember you saying that she has a good visualization mindset. Not to mention she has boatloads of mana.
Precisely. Of course, this isn't a foolproof solution, and you still need to be close enough to the culmination of the spell. Simple spells can be brute-forced, but even Rose wouldn't be able to improperly cast a high-tier spell, no matter how much mana, perseverance, and self-assertiveness she has.
So, it's a crutch, and not something to rely on,
Lily mumbled.
I guess that's why you keep telling me to practice and practice.
Lily stared at the cosmic cloth in her hand, rubbing it one last time before cutting off her mana supply and watching it unravel into non-existence.
I'll get better.
Lily was twirling and tracing her finger with boredom across the table. She needed to let the potion simmer before continuing, and had nothing meaningful to keep herself occupied. Lily's frustration was palpable as she considered the jump in mana cost for the Nebula Veil spell. It was far too much compared to Starlight, and she knew she couldn't complete her tasks for Camilla if she attempted it.
If I didn't want another mana potion, I'd quit. Stupid money.
While doodling with her finger, she found herself absent-mindedly tracing out a spiral. She'd become so familiar with spirals lately that she practically saw them in her dreams. At the same time, she began thinking about her problem with imbuing. She just kept struggling to do it with any decent rate of success without the help of a tool.
I feel like Arakil has a solution for me, but is keeping it from me until I'm ready, or until he wants me to solve it myself. I understand why he does it. If he had given me all the answers straight away, I would never have learned anything or experimented. But it's frustrating to still not have any results for so long.
It was very conflicting for her. On one hand, she wanted the answer, but on the other, she did enjoy solving it herself. Not only did she relish having her accomplishments praised, but she felt like she understood it more if she discovered it at least partially herself.
I really thought if I did something similar to when I gathered the mana from Rose's gift, it would work, just in reverse. A tight outward spiral of mana.
The sad part was that it did do something. Lily found her mana a lot more compressed and concentrated within her body. The only effect she noticed was that it gave her a rather euphoric feeling before giving her a mild migraine when she kept it going for too long. Arakil actually praised her for it and advised her to continue practicing alternating between the constricted outward and inward spirals. Lily sighed as she traced another spiral in the dusty table. Now she was alternating between inward and outward spirals in her doodles.
Why can't I form a spiral when brewing? If I could do that, then I could have the mana gather directly in the concoction. But it would need to be an inward spiral, and I can't have two spirals.
Lily paused her finger doodle and slapped the tabletop.
Or can I? Could I make a second spiral that's fed by the first one? My outward spiral into another inward spiral?
Lily looked at the spirals down on the table and frowned. She rushed to her basket and pulled out some parchment and a pencil to try sketching an idea to help her visualize her thoughts better. She started with her outward spiral, keeping it relatively small and simple. After a few loops, she reversed her line and started a second circle rather than adding another ring to the spiral. It was still connected to the tail of her first spiral, except now it was rotating in the opposite direction and becoming an inward spiral. When done, Lily placed the pencil down and stared at the drawing. It looked vaguely like a figure 8, an infinity symbol, or a calligraphic S shape with excessive flourishing. Lily frowned at the lack of symmetry. If she had planned it out better, she could have made the second spiral a perfect mirror of the first.
Would this work? I think it would let me withdraw mana from my core and gather at the same time.
Lily wished she had Arakil to question, but she always kept him safe in her room under her mattress. The book was far too cumbersome for her to carry around regularly. Arakil had mentioned that the book could eventually change size, and she couldn't wait for the day he could shrink down and be kept in her pocket like a notebook. She stared at the timer for her current brew and noted that she still had plenty of time to wait. She nodded and decided it was worth a shot to try to replicate it with one of the small practice brews Camilla had left for her. Camilla's idea for Lily to practice imbuing a brew was to have her work on some extremely inconsequential solutions, one of which was a hair dye that supposedly never faded. It was a magical concoction, in the loosest sense of the word, but even then, Lily had failed to finalize the mana catalytic step. Lily grabbed one of the small bottles Camilla had prepared and poured its contents into a tiny pot. Igniting the burner to its lowest setting, Lily began stirring the solution while starting to spin her mana core. Lily always felt the rush of mana flowing through her, but she kept it to a relatively small and simple spiral, as she figured she would need to replicate its counterpart perfectly. Nervously, Lily breathed in and out a few times before finally attempting to branch the tail of her outward spiral into another. At first, there was a snag, and Lily almost immediately wondered if it was impossible. But, to her surprise, the mana became malleable after some enticement and started to follow her will. Lily kept her excitement at bay and tried to inverse her first spiral flawlessly. At the same time, mentally, she imagined the center point of the spiral congregating toward her hand rather than her core, as she usually did. Lily felt her mana begin to leak out. Her core was being spent, and she giggled excitedly. When her spiral was complete, she finally opened her eyes and looked at the solution. What was once a dull yellow was now a golden, almost silvery yellow.
I did it!
Lily shouted triumphantly. Giving the solution one final stir, she let go and then realized she needed to end 2 spirals now. The problem only gave her a slight pause when she realized that she simply needed to turn the focus point into an outward spiral and her core back into an inward spiral. She took a deep breath and began reversing the mana flow. It definitely took some mental effort on her part, but it seemed well within reason. About 3/4 of the second spiral was siphoned back when Camilla abruptly entered the room. The door swinging open with such force caused Lily to flinch. She found the connection to the second spiral broke off and immediately felt the loss of the mana.
"What did you do that was worth shouting the dead awake?"
Camilla asked, looking particularly grumpy. Lily frowned, feeling upset that she had needlessly lost some of her mana, but she could do nothing about it now. Instead, she shook her head softly before smiling and pointing toward the pot.
I finished the magical hair dye!
Lily said excitedly. Really? Camilla asked, as if in disbelief.
That's a lot sooner than I thought you would.
Lily moved out of the way while Camilla took her spot to inspect the tiny pot. She first stirred it before taking a big whiff, almost dipping her nose into it.
Well, I'll be damned. You actually did it,
Camilla murmured, stroking her chin.
Soon I won't need to use the ladle at all,
Lily said excitedly.
Hold your horses, girl,
Camilla said, pointing sternly at the bouncing bunny girl.
While you've certainly imbued this simple recipe, you're a far cry from working on the real potions.
Why?
Lily asked, tilting her head curiously.
This was supposed to be blonde hair dye. You've turned it platinum blonde or golden. Electrum, I have no idea.
Camilla shook her head.
Lily mumbled.
Why did that happen?
Too much mana,
Camilla scoffed.
You flooded this mixture. It's serviceable, but has gone somewhat beyond the original color.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Lily mumbled.
I don't care about the hair dye. I'm sure someone will want their hair looking absolutely magical.
Then why are you so upset?
Lily questioned. Camilla snorted and pointed to the big pot. Lily followed her finger and was immediately concerned that she had taken longer than she expected. But to her relief, the timer still showed she had plenty of time before she needed to do the next step. Lily opened her mouth, but Camilla interrupted.
How will you finish my potion if you empty your mana into this side project?
Lily was left gaping before she giggled. Camilla began frowning, so Lily stopped. She touched her chest and took a deep breath, quickly measuring the mana still in her core.
I think I still have enough in the tank,
Lily confirmed reassuringly.
Oh?
Camilla murmured as she glanced at Lily skeptically.
Been holding out on me, have you?
Lily gulped. Camilla smirked.
Damn it! Me and my big mouth.
Chapter 49. Twin Spirals.
Ugh, that woman!
Lily grumbled as she tiredly walked to her room. True to her word, Camilla had basically drained her dry of mana until she was practically swimming in potions. On one hand, she was happy to have the imbuing practice, but having her mana emptied out left her fatigued and hungry. Her stomach growled in agreement.
People are going to think I'm getting fat with how much more I'm eating lately,
Lily whispered with some concern as she rubbed her complaining stomach. After leaving her stuff in her room, she went to seek out dinner. Normally, she'd at least speak with Arakil for a bit beforehand, but her complaining belly's consistent protests made her give in. Satiated and happy, she returned to her room to inform Arakil of the day's activities and her successful discovery.
Quite frankly, I'm surprised you thought of creating a twin spiral. Arguably, it's a much harder method than normal mana imbuement, and somewhat riskier.
Lily grinned happily at the praise before asking her question.
Why is it riskier? Because of the second spiral getting cut off?
Oh, you already experienced it. That makes things conveniently easier. Yes, you risk losing a lot more mana if your concentration breaks. While mana can be lost with other methods, this method almost entirely separates your mana from yourself.
I'm not sure I understand,
Lily admitted.
With the spiral mana method, assuming you make big enough twin spirals, then you can throw out a lot more mana than other methods. The disadvantage is that if the connection is broken, the mana will retreat to the center of its own spiral rather than your core.
Lily nodded.
Okay, I think I get it. I just need to practice not letting the connection break.
While that is certainly true, I'd also advise you to keep your twin spirals on the smaller side. And I do not mean small and compressed. Keep them as small and basic as possible, like some of your first ones.
Okay, that makes it easier to ensure they're symmetrical.
Lily agreed.
Does that mean I can finally imbue ink? Is there anything else I need to do?
No, you are definitely ready to start imbuing. Again, I caution you to ensure you start on the smaller side rather than too big. Too much mana inside something can have strange effects. Likewise, ensure you do not infuse the same ink a second time once you've turned it into glyph ink.
Start small, don't imbue ink twice.
Lily repeated.
What happens if I imbue the ink twice?
Inconsistencies in the distributed mana can lead to failed glyphs. You could, in theory, do it if you precisely ensured you use the exact same distribution of mana. And before you ask, I don't doubt your ability to replicate an identical spiral twice in a row. You also need to maintain the same ink-to-mana ratio. Rather not risk it.
Oh,
Lily mumbled, and tried imagining it. If she used one portion of glyph ink and her imbuement wasn't good enough, how would she determine how much smaller to make her spiral to compensate for one less ink? It would need a lot of trial and error to resolve this, and they agreed it would be better to just use a new bottle of ink.
yeah. I'd need a lot of tools and supplies.
Lily nodded.
Good ink is pricey, but I could just use failed batches for writing or drawing practice. I'd hate for my shield glyph to fail.
Exactly, and this is why I'm proud to call you my apprentice. Consistency and contingencies are a fundamental part of working with magic. I'd suggest imbuing some ink and drawing a basic glyph within this grimoire. Then we can evaluate what we are working with.
Okay.
Lily said with determination, although she still had one question on her mind.
Also, I didn't know beforehand, but how do I know when to stop?
Once the twin spiral reaches the center, the process is complete, and you can immediately start recalling your mana. The spiral size determines the quantity of mana being imbued, while the density of the loops controls the concentration. But as mentioned before, better keep them simple for now.
Okay, thanks, Arakil. I'll make you proud.
Lily replied positively. Before she started, she checked her mana core and confirmed that it had recovered well while remaining idle and metabolizing from a good hearty meal. Deciding to put her best foot forward, she also spent a short time meditating on the mana-gathering array to further refill her core. Feeling energetic and excited, she sought out a fresh bottle of ink from her cupboard, leftover supplies from her scribe work. Holding the bottle in her hand, Lily took a deep breath and began a small spiral, before quickly having to fight her habit of making it as compressed as possible. Once her outward spiral was complete, she diverted off the tail to create the twin spiral, imagining the focal point as the bottle in her hand. Since both spirals were small and lacked tightly packed loops, it didn't take long before she reached the center. After retreating the twinned spiral back into her original, she noted that the returning mana was less than what she had put out. Before looking at the presumed glyph ink, she took some time to settle her thoughts.
It's almost like I'm using my mana to make roads, which then sends the mana to the ink. Then I must recollect the roads when I'm done or lose that invested mana. I lost a big chunk when Camilla startled me, so I can see why Arakil says this is riskier.
Finally, she looked at the ink. It seemed the same at a glance, but she shook the bottle and noticed that the black ink now had an iridescent quality, vaguely reminiscent of when Arakil had imbued ink directly. Lily couldn't contain her excitement as she quickly went to her desk and pulled out her dedicated glyph ink pen. While prepping her supplies, she thought of what would be the simplest glyph to make while still maintaining its usefulness. She settled on a firebolt glyph. If she restricted it to 10 meters, it would still be relatively potent, even if her glyph ink was somewhat lacking. If her work was good, then she'd have a decently strong short-range firebolt. After dipping her pen and turning to a blank page, Lily began her work. Rhythmically and routinely, her pen danced across the empty page. Each sigil was immaculate despite its simple design. Finishing the job, she glanced happily at the page and noted the familiar shimmer of a completed glyph, ready to be activated. Lily wasted no time bringing normal ink to the opposite page while blurting out her burning question.
How did I do, Arakil?
Your glyph was masterfully crafted. I'd rate it at 98.97%, which is absolutely remarkable. I also applaud your choice. By limiting the firebolt with appropriate sigils, you've ensured that even if it's a minuscule amount of mana, it will still be functional.
No, not the glyph,
Lily whined.
How's my ink? Are you laughing?
Lily asked, feeling sheepish. This was a far cry from how Arakil normally behaved.
Yes, forgive me. I thought it would be somewhat humorous.
Lily gaped at the page, while Arakil continued to write.
As for the glyph ink, it is serviceable. I'd rate this first attempt at about 62% of the potency of the fairy moss solution. This means that as long as you institute the appropriate limits, you can still craft meaningful glyphs with it.
Less than the fairy moss,
Lily mumbled, feeling a little sour at that comparison.
It's still very good for a first attempt. Practice makes perfect. It also helps that from what I'm detecting, your mana is very pure, so there's no loss in efficiency there.
I'll do better next time,
Lily said with a determined nod.
I'd advise you to empty this first bottle before the next attempt. Better to save your mana for your spell practice than imbuing.
Okay,
Lily agreed, slightly disappointed that she would need to wait to beat the stupid plant.
But what about me trying to imbue mana into your book? I still owe you mana.
You don't owe me anything, Lily. I'm happy to teach you.
But you can't even see or talk,
Lily passionately cried.
Don't you want to cast spells again? Or see the world? Or something?
I do agree that my current situation is less than ideal, but I can be patient.
I'm going to give you mana,
Lily declared.
Wait!
Arakil attempted to scrawl out a message before running out of ink. Not that Lily could see it. She had already closed her eyes and placed her palm in the center of the book's margins.
Blasted girl, why are you rushing into this?
Arakil shouted, his voice echoing throughout the library. Normally, he would have been grateful to get some mana directly from her. It would speed up his search, and they could even start repairing some of his functions. However, a fear clutched his soul as he thought more about it.
What if the contract seal prevents me from talking to Lily now that she has mana?
It was certainly possible. Arakil had been trying to piece together the conditions on his seal as best as possible. Rose also shared numerous conditions with Lily, but Rose couldn't interact with him.
What if the seal is based on the person's quantity of mana? Can I only talk to Lily because it assumes she is incapable of magic? Would that change if somehow it recognizes that she now has mana?
That possibility terrified Arakil, and it certainly felt like a failsafe he would have set up if he was on the opposite end of this situation. Despite the thought being born from a paranoid neuroticism, it wasn't something he could ignore. Arakil's very being demanded he confirm the safety of the situation, and it was one of the reasons he hadn't wanted to rush into the imbuing situation after he had given it some more thought.
But now Lily is diving headfirst into it,
Arakil said, as he chewed nervously on his thumb, a bad habit he hadn't done since his youth. He stared at the page where he had tried to scrawl out his warning, but Lily's lack of ink and now lack of response made him think it was all but inevitable. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, despite this being something that should have taken some mere moments. While all of this was happening, Arakil couldn't help but imagine potential disaster scenarios. How long would he have to wait for someone capable of communicating with his book? Would Lily try to find someone for him, or abandon him? What would happen to Lily? She was a fledgling mage needing guidance. While he had taught her the basics of nurturing her monocore, it was certainly not enough. He'd taught her a mere 2 spells. How would she ever conjure the stars she dreamed of without his mentoring?
I thought I'd have more time.
Arakil shuddered. Then it happened. Arakil glanced at the book on his desk, which pulsed. It started small and began radiating a soft, faint, silvery light. Arakil tensed, as if expecting golden chains to burst out of nowhere to terminate and restrict him once more. But they didn't come. He hesitantly reached his hand toward the book and touched it. Warmth. The silvery light felt incredibly comforting and soothing. Arakil actually gasped in surprise at the odd sensation and couldn't help but whisper curious mutterings to himself. He still expected some restriction or something detrimental to occur, but nothing else happened.
Seems my fears were unfounded.
Arakil hesitantly mumbled. Yet, still, he was not struck down for his verbal temptation of fate. As Lily had declared and promised, she had gifted him some mana. It was a small amount, and Arakil wondered if she was intentionally restricting herself, or if this was the limit of her capabilities.
Or perhaps there's a transference penalty.
Arakil mused.
Restricting the mana I can receive would be one way to go about it without strictly denying me. Or is it due to the condition of this world?
Arakil drummed his fingers of his other hand across the table as he thought.
The mana is unbelievably pure. While I want to give her full credit for that, it might be due to this newfound mana scarcity. Being formed in an almost barren world with no outside influences to affect the outcome. Definitely something to consider.
Arakil whispered self-ramblings as he stared at his hand, bathed in a silvery glow, and drank in the tiny, yet extremely satisfying mana he was being supplied with.
It's certainly warm. I'm glad that I'm not going to be ripped away from her. I very much look forward to seeing your magical journey, Lily.
Chapter 50. Risks.
There! I gave you all my mana since I'm going to bed,
Lily declared proudly. Arakil wanted to sigh and scold her, but with such youthful innocence, he had to restrain himself. She genuinely thought she was doing the right thing, and it had worked out despite his paranoia.
That was an incredibly risky move, Lily, but thank you. I will put this donation to good use.
Of course! We are a team. We need to work together,
Lily replied happily.
I'll start giving you whatever's left over before I go to bed each night. Hopefully that'll help me work on my regeneration while I sleep, and give you some resources.
An excellent idea. However, be warned, you will require hearty breakfast portions in the future if you do keep that up.
As long as I don't get fat, that shouldn't be a problem,
Lily giggled before finally going to bed. Arakil, dedicated to his cause, spent the night doing some research. While Lily had given him the mana in the hopes of him using it to repair some of his functions, he was determined to resolve the outstanding issue with astral affinity. He delved into books, and while he didn't uncover a suitable method for alignment, he unearthed more about astral magic. The rather obscure form of magic he had neglected seemed to hold more mysteries than he had originally thought. He had originally thought it would limit her from curses and hexes, but it also seemed opposed to summoning and necromancy. He knew Lily would never partake in necromancy, so that was no real loss, but summoning was potentially a huge detriment. But Arakil Arakil then thought on the topic some more. Summoning was so effective in the past because the creatures would sustain their existence off the abundant ambient mana. But in this mana-barren world, would that even be possible? No. The summoner would likely need to sustain the mana expenditure entirely, which greatly devalued a powerful branch of magic in Arakil's eyes. His disappointment with the mana-barren world was palpable.
I'll still inform Lily about the potential loss, but I can't see her changing her mind. The girl is absolutely captivated by astral magic. I suppose I am to blame for choosing an illusion of a galaxy for my presentation.
And so, Arakil continued to research. While no direct method was found yet, he further codified his theory that the first step for alignment was to become extremely familiar with the type of magic, and repeated usage was the primary method of doing so.
I'd never bore myself access to any form of spellcasting, so I remained entirely neutral with my own mana. However, it's certainly interesting, and I can see why other spellcasters would have sought this shortcut.
When Lily eventually woke up, her stomach announced her condition. Arakil couldn't help but let out a tiny chuckle to himself at being proven right.
Metabolic mana regeneration isn't ideal. Imagine needing to stop your research for sustenance daily. You would lose out on so much extra potential time. Still, I suppose it is now a necessity in this newfound world I've awoken in. Truly tragic.
Arakil told Lily of his new findings, and, as suspected, she did not hesitate to immediately write off summoning as a form of magic entirely.
I would have thought an impressionable girl might have been tempted by summoning magical creatures, but the girl really has her heart set on the stars.
And so, Arakil returned to scouring his library. The days continued to pass, and Lily steadily progressed in all her activities. She had considered giving up her work with Camilla on more than one occasion. However, the woman was extremely helpful in her teachings, and still the only reliable source if Lily wanted more mana potions. The lessons were actually interesting now that mana and magical effects were involved. Now that Lily had somewhat proven herself in brewing without a dedicated tool, Camilla had actually started teaching her good methodology for creating the ideal ratio of mana to formula. This meant that the next time Lily needed to imbue glyph ink directly, she would better understand the process and give the correct mana ratio. She was extremely excited by that prospect and started using her first batch of ink as much as possible. Lily drew stacks of tiny firebolt glyphs to be ready the next time she went out for monsters. While she could have drawn an extremely limited shield glyph, she didn't feel confident using such a restricted glyph for something as vital as protection, and opted to wait until the next batch before starting on those. She had shifted her focus almost entirely to Nebula Veil with her spells. She only went back to Starlight when her mana had bottomed out, or she was giving herself a small refresher. Arakil always told her to practice as much as possible, and she didn't want to disappoint him. What was once the size of a handkerchief had now become a small scarf. The starry-filled entity had become Lily's infatuation, and she wanted nothing more than to keep expanding on it until she could wrap herself up in it entirely. Eventually, Lily's batch of glyph ink ran out, and she finally began her second imbuement. Camilla's tutelage and some wise words from Arakil made her second batch a resounding success. Regarding the evaluation, Arakil praised it as 30% more effective than the fairy moss ink. Lily wasted no time drawing some shield glyphs, which was the riskiest gap in their current plans. She needed to put Rose's advice to work and ask some of the boys if they'd be willing to take her on an adventure so she could try gathering some of the black flecks from the defeated monsters. When Lily decided she had enough emergency protection, she hesitantly approached one of the boys she knew who was going out and asked if she could watch them. At first they hesitated to bring a girl along, but Lily gave her best pleading look and praised them. explaining she wanted to see how strong they were. That had won them over, and soon she was on a small outing with a group of boys. Lily was still extremely hesitant, despite 2 pockets full of glyphs she could use to defend herself. The guards certainly didn't help when they warned the kids to be careful, as the small monsters had been much more active lately.
Rose was really killing a lot of monsters. Does that mean the old stone ritual site has been taken over again?
Despite the ominous warning, which had given Lily some concern, the afternoon had gone swimmingly. Lily couldn't help but feel like she was some rich noble being escorted by bodyguards, as the boys, in their effort to show off, had guarded her like a princess. Not a slime nor rat could even come within a few steps of Lily before a boy either punched, kicked, or whacked it to death. Lily praised them as much as possible, causing them to almost start a competition between themselves. Lily had to keep a tally of the boys' kills, which she did while trying to use the spiral gathering method as much as possible. Rose's original theory had proven right, and there were slim pickings with such a large group. When she started gathering, she had to do so as quickly as possible, as the black flecks seemed to disappear within seconds of scattering. She still couldn't believe that Rose's tales of adventurers growing stronger by killing monsters were actually true. Still, even with the small portion she had managed to gather, it was quite a bit more than she would have accumulated, even just sitting on her mana gathering array. A fruitful endeavor that she hoped she could eventually form some type of routine with.
And hopefully, I can do it myself soon. Although, I might need to come out and tell people I have magic before that.
Lily still wasn't sure when she wanted to reveal that to others. Honestly, she thought Camilla might have told Margit, but the woman kept it a secret.
She probably doesn't want to lose her apprentice. Or maybe she actually cares more than she puts on.
Lily knew she needed to reveal it eventually. It wasn't like she could keep it concealed until days before she wanted to start at Regarth. No, there needed to be some minimum magic lessons from the teachers here and preparations to be made. But she was hesitant of the attention it would undoubtedly bring upon her. When Lily's nebula veil had grown to the size of a jacket, Arakil finally revealed 2 more spells to her: Moonlight and Star Cluster. Moonlight was the upgrade to Starlight. It not only gave a brighter light, but could also be directed like a torch, and, in some cases, used to temporarily blind or startle a foe. Star Cluster, on the other hand, was an offensive spell, and Arakil had seemed extremely reluctant to start teaching Lily this spell. It was a beginner offensive spell and simpler than Moonlight and Nebula Veil, but Arakil appeared prejudiced against the spell.
This spell creates a random number of star-like projectiles, the maximum number range based on your mastery of the spell, and shoots them at a target. When you first start learning the spell, no doubt you will be limited between 0 and 1, and you will need to work on familiarizing yourself with it until you keep adding additional stars to it.
Why is 0 a possibility?
Lily asked curiously.
Is it because I'm bad with the spell, or is my mana too low?
No, it is the nature of astral magic itself, and one of my main gripes with this particular branch. Even should you utterly master the spell and bring your maximum star count to a respectable 20, there will always be a minimum of 0.
Oh, so it's up to luck?
Lily guessed.
While I abhor using that word, yes, it is the area of probability and randomness, although astral magic does offer ways to skew those results toward your favor.
I see. So, what is the maximum number of stars you managed to cast?
Lily asked expediently. She expected Arakil, being an archmage, to have an absurdly high number. What he actually wrote shocked her so much that at first she thought it was a joke.
0.
None?
Lily asked, absolutely flabbergasted.
I once had a theoretical range of 0 to 300, but whenever I cast a spell, it would always generate 0.
Lily frowned.
Never? Not even once? That seems impossible.
It is statistically improbable and has confounded me for years. I can only surmise that I am fated against that form of magic, suffering from a hex, or have some fate-cursed luck.
Lily gulped.
What if I can't ever cast it?
You have glyphs and will eventually have other forms of magic to fall back on. But I suspect you won't share the same detriment as me. Likewise, as I mentioned, there are spells that you can use to skew the results in your favor.
Did those work for you?
Lily couldn't help but ask.
No.
Lily was speechless. She also swore she could somehow sense embarrassment through the text. Or maybe she was reading into it too much. Regardless, Lily hastily decided that she better drop the subject entirely and never bring it up ever again.
I guess that means I'll need to go out on my own eventually,
Lily said nervously.
I can't practice an offensive spell in my room, or even the yard. What if someone sees me?
You could reveal yourself.
No, I'm not ready yet. What if they ask me to do the test immediately?
Lily said with worry.
I need to be good enough.
Very well. I'll continue searching for an affinity alignment ritual or method that doesn't require resources. Unless you can purchase moon rock, stardust, or meteor fragments.
Lily sighed.
No, I don't think that's even possible. How would you even get something from the moon?
She pointed out the window at the glowing celestial object, even though Arakil couldn't see her actions.
I understand resources are scarce in this world. Those were the more humble resources, and I thought they might be possible to acquire. Ideally, we would have had access to a fragment of a dying star, a void essence, or perhaps a contained nebula.
Lily stared at the words and shook her head. Once again, Arakil was completely over the top, perhaps teasing her.
How the heck would anyone use a dying star for a spell? He must be teasing me. Right?
Chapter 51. Growth. Practice, practice, practice. That was all that went through Lily's mind. She was shocked at how much she managed to dedicate to it now that she had proper motivation. None of her other studies even came close to this level of focus. Learning the moonlight spell was extremely difficult, despite having a good mental image of what she needed to accomplish. The spell would manifest a magical moon, which then would be the source of the directed light. Lily's conjured moons were about the size of a grape.
If it was at least the size of a strawberry, I'd be happier. But a single grape is pitiful,
Lily grumbled. Worst of all, Arakil had pointed out that the normal size was around the size of a watermelon. She lacked mana capacity and control, and it affected the spell greatly. To aid her, Arakil gave her some extra exercises to gain better control by using her starlight spell. It boiled down to forming multiple of the little tiny star sparkles and causing them to maneuver around her room. While it was supposed to be training, Lily found it absolutely magical and loved every moment of it. Her nebula veil was bordering on the size of a small cloak, or perhaps a poncho. She could wrap her entire upper torso in the astral substance, but it left her legs dangling below the starry protection. Lily attended more of the boys' ventures, attacking slimes and other small critter-like monsters. The kids often did it on the weekend, so it was easy for her to fit it in her schedule. The gains were small, but gradual, which eventually led to a rather strange encounter with Margit. Lily's clothes had started to rip and tear. She sheepishly approached Margit and showed her what was happening. Lily had expected to get scolding for having her clothes tear, especially since she wasn't exactly supposed to be going outside the walls. Or, at least, she hadn't informed any of the adults. But Margit's reaction surprised her greatly. My, look who's finally hitting her growth spurt! Margit said happily.
Growth spurt?
Lily questioned, tilting her head. Lily, have you been studying potions and whatnot so hard that you haven't even noticed? Have you looked in the mirror recently? Margit said with a soft giggle.
I look in the mirror?
Lily mumbled defensively. I guess one doesn't notice things about themselves as easily. Come, let's quickly go to the medical room, Margit declared. Lily grumbled, not wanting to go near the frog woman, but she complied with Margit's request. Once in the room, Margit measured her height and weight and then pulled out her old records. Take a look, Margit said, pointing to Lily's old records. That's quite some substantial growth. Lily gasped, especially when she saw the prior records. For years, there had been almost no changes in her height or weight, as if she had been trapped in her tiny body. Who knew you were such a late bloomer? Margit giggled. We will have to get you some larger clothes. I absolutely can't wait. Lily knew the real reason. Arakil had mentioned that the mana might be purifying her body and making her healthier. Would she finally be the size of the other kids around her?
Even if I'm a little on the small side, I'll be glad as long as I don't permanently look like a tiny child.
With Margit's aid, they raided one of the supply closets for suitable clothing for Lily. Her old clothes were really child-sized, and now she was wearing clothes ideal for someone about to enter their teenage years. Margit spent far too much time playing dress-up with Lily as her captive, but they found some suitable clothes for her in the donations. Margit suggested that Lily spend some of her wages on buying special garments for herself, but Lily decided to cross that bridge at a later date.
I don't want to spend my money, and then I'll grow out of it. I'll stick to the donated clothes for now. These clothes are cute enough as is, and I don't intend to go full tomboy like Rose.
Lily would live to be extremely thankful for that decision later, as it was clear her growth was far from over in the coming year. Life went on. Lily had still not decided when to announce her magical capabilities, but she had started getting braver and decided to try going out alone. Armed with a plethora of glyphs and an almost completed nebula veil, she felt as ready as ever. In addition, she desperately wanted to actually try out the star cluster spell. She'd practiced the chant relentlessly, but always without actually directing mana to her words. Arakil had told her she was ready, but she had been putting it off. Under the cover of darkness, Lily slapped on the shadow cloak glyph she had drawn and snuck out of the orphanage. She felt nostalgic tangs of sorrow, remembering the first time she had done this with Rose.
I hope she's safe and sound. She promised to send me a letter as soon as she was at Regarth.
By Lily's rough estimation, she would be there soon to start her school year, assuming her hunting trip with Lady Desthu was over.
Or, for all I know, Rose had so much fun hunting that she's decided to give up on Regarth entirely. I seriously wouldn't put it past her. Lady Desthu was practically giving her an adventurer's experience.
Lily shook her head at the negative thoughts. She believed in Rose to the end, and they were in this together.
This means I need to really focus on this. I have roughly a year left, and I'm running out of time. If I miss joining the next batch of students, I'll have to wait another year, and that's more time for the gap between me and Rose to widen.
Lily held her breath as she snuck past the guards, and once again, she was out beyond the walls in the evening's twilight. When she was enough distance away, she slapped another talisman on herself, a shield glyph that enveloped her entire body in a thin, protective film.
Perfect! I don't need to waste 2 whole talismans to protect myself now. Who needs stupid fairy moss anymore? My own glyph ink is way better,
Lily thought triumphantly. Lily focused her thoughts and cast starlight, producing 3 tiny stars she positioned like a pointed triangle to improve her nighttime vision of her surroundings. Then, she began hunting for a slime, dire rat, or other critter-like monster. Lily couldn't help but draw parallels between herself and Rose, and wondered if the dragon girl would be proud of what Lily was doing right now. She began heading toward the flower hole first, hoping to also harvest some plants to drain off their mana to nurture her core. On the way, she spotted it. Her starlight caused the jelly-like substance to shimmer and glow like a magical fluid, and its red sphere to sparkle. A slime. The slime was either asleep or hadn't noticed her, as she was still cloaked in the remains of her shadow cloak glyph. When that ran out, she planned on donning the nebula veil. Lily calmed her breathing and began going through her practice of the star cluster spell, except for real this time. She spun her mana core and flooded her body with mana before redirecting it to her throat. She chanted. Arakil had told her to expect between 0 and 1 stars to form, assuming Lily didn't screw up the incantation or visualization. At the end of her chant, she thrust out her hand, and erupting from the palm of her hand was a singular star that hurtled toward the slime. The star was small, and, to Lily's horror, did not look like a star at all. It was not an actual star. It looked like a flat, spinning, 5-pointed star shape. It certainly looked pretty, especially the small trail of stardust behind it. But Lily had been visualizing the night sky stars, or contained in her nebula cloak, or produced by the starlight spell, not this childlike rendition of a star. Thanks to the bad visualization, the outcome was rather lackluster. When the star cluster struck the slime, it survived the blow. It seemed to writhe and swirl angrily as it began lurching toward the source of the attack and Lily's present location. Lily shook off her surprise and began casting the spell again, now with a more thorough understanding of the image she was supposed to envision.
Seriously, Arakil? You could have told me! Although, he did mention that he's never made a single star appear. Maybe he had no idea it even looked like this.
Lily finished the chant again and outstretched her hand. Poof! No star appeared, and instead, her hand sprayed harmless stardust.
Damn, the first time I was lucky, this time I wasn't.
She now understood why Arakil had discouraged this spell that relied on luck, and not just pure aptitude, and suggested Lily have backups. But the slime was slow enough in its approach that she could easily attempt the spell another 2 times, more if she started retreating while casting. Lily calmed her breath and began the chant again. She focused on the visualization and thrust her hand out as she felt her mana surge. In a burst of stardust, 2 spinning stars shot from her outstretched hand, spiraling around each other in a helix formation and directly at the slime. The twirling stars left behind a sparkling trail of stardust as before, but thanks to Lily's better visualization, the stars were much more magical in appearance this time. The 2 stars struck the slime, but rather than just bludgeoning it, they exploded into a tiny shower of stardust, instantly defeating the monster slime.
Yes!
Lily cheered, before quickly realizing she needed to absorb the black flecks, and began drawing in on her spiral. To her surprise, the amount was more than she had expected. She had seen it portioned out among the kids, and it had always been slim pickings. But even compared to when she went out with Rose, if she halved this portion, it would be more than she received back then.
Does Rose take in more passively than me? They say dragons are greedy, so did her body greedily take in more essence?
Lily giggled at the idea, and couldn't wait to possibly tease Rose a bit for it when they next met, assuming she remembered it.
Still, that star cluster spell was a lot better, and I shot 2 stars! I didn't expect them to explode. That first one certainly didn't explode.
Lily had no idea if the tiny explosion of stardust actually accomplished anything, but she wouldn't be unhappy about such a visually impressive spell, even if it was a bit childish in its appearance. She noted that her shadow cloak had run out when she finished her absorption cycle. Rather than be discouraged, she focused and replaced it with the nebula veil. Her dedicated practice had seen spell-manufactured apparel continue to expand, and now only her feet were peeking out if she swathed her entire body in it.
If not for my growth spurt, I could cover myself entirely. Oh well, I'm sure I'll have it fixed up in less than a week,
Lily thought confidently. As impressive as the star cluster spell was in taking out the slime, and how useful the star light spell was for navigating the dark and putting on tiny light shows in her room, the nebula veil was her favorite spell at the moment. Now that Lily had some better control over her mana, she could vaguely control the magic-formed cloak. She could command it to wrap and unwrap her body and get it to cease its flutterings, remaining as still as a lake's surface. Arakil had even mentioned that when her control over the spell grew more, she could send out the cloak to wrap itself over a foe's head, potentially blinding their vision. Lily had originally protested that idea, not wanting to give up her beloved cloak to someone else, until Arakil had pointed out the obvious. Lily could just recast the spell again and keep her own cloak. It wasn't like she was summoning that specific cloak each and every time. Lily giggled joyously and stared up at the moon in the night sky.
I've really become a mage,
she thought, as she stared at the massively glowing celestial body. Lily nodded happily to herself and swirled the nebula cloak around in a somewhat glamorous display before continuing her journey into the night. Chapter 52. Stars. Briskly walking with the swirling nebula cloak flowing behind her made Lily feel like she was some sort of knightly lord, more so than a young and budding mage looking for some small monsters to cultivate her mana core. If she was honest with herself, this experience made her feel like she had accomplished what she sought. This truly made her feel like she had become a mage, and had her chance of being accepted into Regarth.
Rose was always ahead in these matters, but now I feel like I'm finally starting to catch up to her. It's not just about keeping pace. I must bridge the gap.
Approaching the flower hole, Lily heard the familiar snickering of a gremlin and readied herself. A solitary gremlin pranced around in the hole with a toothy, flower-filled maw. It was entirely distracted, and thanks to her being almost entirely wrapped up in the nebula veil, it hadn't spotted her blurry visage. Lily took the opportunity to focus herself and begin casting the star cluster spell again. Meanwhile, the silly gremlin ate flowers while placing their stems in its greasy hair. Lily shook her head as she whispered the chant and thrust her hand forward. Bursting from her palm was a singular star this time, streaking down and toward the unsuspecting gremlin. It struck the gremlin directly before exploding into that familiar burst of stardust that seemed to cling onto the gremlin and illuminate it. The gremlin, however, was still alive. It immediately hissed and turned toward its attacker. It probably didn't spot her directly, but still bounded toward her location. Lily wasted no time in recasting the spell and outstretched her hand. Poof! Stardust sprayed out without even a single star. With insufficient time to cast another spell, Lily cursed, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a firebolt glyph. Whether it was due to the gremlin's speed or her nerves, when she activated the glyph, it went soaring forward, but missed the gremlin. The gremlin was now moments away, and she pulled out another glyph. She steeled herself and cast it again. This time, it struck true, and the gremlin let out a little screech before bursting into flame and a burst of black flecks. Rather than celebrating, Lily sighed in relief before beginning her spiral gathering technique. She was almost startled at the amount this time, and started gathering what she could with enthusiastic vigor. When it was done, she let out a happy giggle. Her mana core had probably grown almost a week's worth of effort with such a simple method. But when she opened her eyes, she saw a slowly building orange glow that caused her to panic. A small fire had started in the flower hole.
"Oh no!"
Lily cried out, and began to think of ways to put out the flame. If she had brought her ink, she could have possibly made a water glyph, or even an earth one. But all she had on hand were shields, firebolts, and another shadow cloak to get back home. She quickly grabbed handfuls of dirt and attempted to feebly throw them at the slowly growing blaze, but it didn't seem very effective. Lily cursed. At this rate, the entire flower hole would burn to cinders. And out of desperation, she began wondering if she could just explode the fire with star cluster spells. Lily chanted and unleashed her hand, firing a singular star toward the glowing flame. If she had been honest with herself, she would have never expected this to work, but to her surprise, the impact and small explosion seemed to dislodge and erupt enough soil to somewhat put out the flames and destroy some of the burning debris. And so, Lily began to chant, over and over. 1 star, 0 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars. She kept casting until she felt lightheaded from the excessive mana usage, but finally, the growing bonfire was scattered enough to stop, and only a portion of the flower hole was ruined. Lily sighed and fell on her backside. Her nebula veil was on the verge of winking out because of how excessive she had been in her mana expenditure. So, she let it fade before lying on her back and staring up at the night sky.
Okay, no firebolts around burnables, Lily declared to herself. And I better bring a water glyph next time, just in case.
Thankfully, the night was calm enough that nothing disturbed her during her momentary rest. When she recovered enough, she got up and carefully walked down into the flower hole. Bringing out some starlight spells, she placed them deep in the hidden herb burrow, and nearly gasped at what she saw. The herbs had almost grown back entirely, and illuminated in the glow of her spell, they looked absolutely magical. A hidden little world. Far in the back, she noted a strange small patch of herbs she had never spotted before, as they had lacked sufficient light for her to see them in the far reaches. Lily resolved to grab some herbs, especially that new one. It would either be mana for herself or something valuable to sell to Camilla. After carefully picking and deep stretching into the hole, she filled a small sack with her spoils. Feeling dirty and tired, Lily decided that she had had enough fun for one evening.
And my mana's almost empty too. Seriously, that small fire was dreadful.
Fastening the bag to her waist, Lily pulled out her remaining shadow cloak glyph. She removed her shield talisman, as its shimmering could potentially ruin her stealth attempts, and then replaced it by slapping the new shadow cloak in its place. Darkness wrapped around her, and she began stealthily returning to the city. Once again, she held her breath as she went past the guards, but between the darkness of night and their game of cards, they had no chance of spotting her. And so, Lily eventually found herself crawling back through a window and slowly walking back to her room. She dumped the herb bag into the closet before placing her remaining glyphs into her desk drawer. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lily looked over herself and frowned. She was filthy.
A quick bath, then bed,
Lily grumbled. She rapidly did those tasks, informed Arakil she was back, and apologized for not having any mana to spare him tonight, before absolutely crashing into her bed.
I certainly had a little adventure,
Lily whispered to herself as she hugged her pillow.
I'm coming, Rose. I'll catch up to you and make you proud.
Lily's nighttime escapades had left her ravenous, and she spent the next day in an almost dazed state. What little sleep she had gotten had not given her enough time to fully recover, and she suffered the consequences.
Stupid gremlin.
It wasn't all for naught, though. When Lily showed Camilla the new herb, the woman's eyes practically sparkled with a thirst for profit. "Where did you find this beauty?" Camilla asked curiously.
Same place as the other herbs, but it was very well hidden,
Lily explained with a yawn. My, are we going out on some nighttime excursions? Camilla teased.
Maybe,
Lily said, revealing her herb sack and what she had gathered that night.
Excellent, Camilla said happily. I'm assuming you want more glyph ink as payment?
Lily shook her head.
No, I'm done with fairy moss.
Oh? That's surprising, Camilla responded, genuinely baffled.
I want another mana potion or two, as many as I can get,
Lily said, a bit too enthusiastically.
Camilla chuckled. Well, you had nearly earned enough for one after all your repayments. And with this little gathering, I'd definitely say you've reached it.
Lily pointed to the new plant.
Is that plant any use for mana?
Camilla cackled with laughter as if seeing right through Lily's intentions.
No, my dear, unfortunately not. However, it is one of the key components in a major healing potion.
Major?
Lily questioned.
I know lesser is for cuts, bruises, surface stuff, while regular healing potions include internal injuries. So, what can a major do?
It would be easier to describe what a major cannot do than what it can do, Camilla answered with a wry grin. You could reattach a finger with one, if not regrow part of a new one. Hell, the only thing it can't do is cure death!
The woman laughed at her joke, whereas Lily just nodded.
Sounds expensive,
Lily hummed.
Indeed, my dear, which is why I'm glad you have found this herb. I'll have to buy the remaining ingredients, but it will be well worth it when I brew it up. Can I help?
Lily asked excitedly.
No, I'm afraid not. Well, I'd love your assistance. This is far too much money at risk, Camilla murmured.
Lily pouted, but sighed. At least she could watch the brewing when it happened, which was some consolation. Not to mention, she would be paid for discovering such a rare herb.
And I'll order the supplies for another 2 mana potions while I'm at it, Camilla pointed out. Although only the heavens know what you want to do with such a thing. I guess you could maybe take tiny sips to recover yourself?
Nope! I'm going to grow my mana core,
Lily thought triumphantly. The days continued to fly once again, and a rumor had unfortunately spread due to Lily's accident. The flower hole had been vandalized, and investigating it led others to discover the hidden herb grotto. The mayor immediately made a fuss about it and declared it the city's property, and any illegal gatherings were to cease immediately. Lily cursed at herself and almost regretted spending so much effort to save it.
Although, if I hadn't saved it, I wouldn't have been able to get my final harvest.
Stupid gremlin! Why did you dodge the firebolt spell?
Also, Lily explained to Arakil what had happened, and confirmed that the star cluster spell worked for her. Arakil seemed to have mixed feelings about that result. On the one hand, he praised Lily for her accomplishment, but clearly felt sour at never producing a single star himself. When Lily questioned him about the explosion of stardust and its effect, Arakil explained that it provided a benefit, more than simply turning the enemy into a sparkling target.
The stardust provides a stacking bonus to supplemental star cluster stars. That is the primary reason the spell is intended to have a greater number of stars as you improve your casting. Each additional star strike provides a cumulative benefit to the later stars.
Lily nodded excitedly. She couldn't even imagine the effect of more than 2 stars. Perhaps she could take out a gremlin with a single cast if she had 3 or more.
I believe targets marked with stardust are also more susceptible to other astral spells, although I'd have to peruse through more tomes on the subject. Speaking of which, I think I found an achievable method for your astral affinity.
Yes!
Lily exclaimed excitedly.
Thank you so much, Arakil!
Don't thank me until it's been accomplished. It's a rather esoteric method and will require a lot of commitment from you. You need to meditate directly under the moon for a full lunar cycle. And when I say directly, I mean directly. Indoors will not count. Even if it's raining, you must persevere.
Even in the rain?
Lily gasped.
Can we not just do it the next day?
No. Interrupting the cycle even once means starting over from the beginning. You must take your mana gathering array and meditate outside for the full cycle. Unfortunately, it is a different meditation method than the spiral you've grown accustomed to.
Lily groaned.
Don't tell me I've wasted all my time learning the spiral method. I feel like I've grown leaps and bounds in mastering it.
Heavens, no. This is only for the astral attunement. Once completed, you must immediately go back to your spiral method. This meditation is not for growing or utilizing a mana core.
Okay, that's a relief,
Lily said happily.
So, where do we begin?
It must begin with the new moon, which represents beginnings. Following that, we have the waxing crescent representing building, the first quarter representing action, the waxing gibbous representing refinement, and the full moon as the culmination. Then, the waning gibbous is gratitude, and the last quarter is reflection. Ultimately, the waning crescent is rest.
It sounds very poetic,
Lily pointed out.
If you think that was poetic, wait until you recite the mantra. I think the creator of this certainly had a strange romance with astral magic, and moons in particular.
Lily nodded, and then began slowly reciting the words as Arakil wrote them out.
With the moon, I plant new seeds of intention, embracing the promise of growth. I gather strength and clarity as my intentions take form. I face challenges with courage, moving forward with purpose. I adjust and refine, trusting the unfolding of my path. Under the moon's glow, I celebrate abundance and release what no longer serves me. I give thanks for lessons learned and share my light with the world. I honor endings and make space for renewal. I surrender to rest and prepare for a new cycle of growth.
Chapter 53. Explanations. The next new moon wasn't any time soon, so Lily had ample time to prepare herself. Which was good, because this was far different from the last one. She was faced with a new challenge, memorizing 8 smaller mantras instead of a single meditation mantra. Each one was manageable independently, but the combined complexity required her utmost precision. Each mini-mantra also had an arcane shape she had to memorize, which was thankfully relatively simple since they represented the lunar cycle. Lily's biggest fear was accidentally mixing up waxing with waning. Arakil had described it as marking her mana core with each symbol of the moon, some of which Lily found exciting and relatable, since she always imagined the silvery sphere as the moon.
Well, if proper visualization plays any part in this, at least I've got that covered,
she thought positively. What was rather unfun was Camilla hearing the news of the hidden herb grove being seized. The woman had put 2 and 2 together and realized the source of her herbs, and she seemed disgruntled that Lily wouldn't be able to gather any herbs in the future. Lily was a little nervous that Camilla might report her harvests to the mayor, but her fear seemed unfounded. The woman even cackled with laughter at the idea.
Girl, I'd have to report myself in that case, Camilla responded. I took your dubious harvests and turned them into potions. We're basically accomplices at this point. Hell, you could probably show some waterworks and blame me for putting you up to the task. The cruel and wicked witch forces a cute little orphan bunny to do her evil bidding. So no, I'm just upset that we've lost a good supply of fresh and wild herbs.
Can't you just buy it from the mayor?
Lily asked.
Yes, at considerable markup, Camilla pointed out. Not to mention, I doubt that bozo will allow it to be so untamed, so I expect some loss in quality. I'd be surprised if he doesn't dig out the entire hole and plant it in his backyard.
Oh, Lily mumbled, disappointed. To Lily's relief, Camilla didn't dwell on the herb issue for too long, diverting her attention to the upcoming major healing potion brew. Lily was grateful for this, as she had other things to focus on, like confirming the order for the mana potion plants.
I can't wait to see how much a mana potion will grow my core!
Progress on the moonlight spell was painfully slow, and Lily had barely grown it further from its grape-like size. However, she still found it fascinating, and had fun directing the tiny moonlight beam around her room in the dark.
There's an offensive spell remarkably similar to that, so continue to practice directing the moonbeam. It might help your control in the future. Speaking of which, have you considered when you will finally announce your magical aptitude?
After my astral affinity alignment,
Lily replied. It was the furthest date she could think of while still being within reason. While she knew she needed to proceed to catch up, she wanted to hold back on it as much as possible. Partially out of fear of what could happen, and partially because she wanted to be sure she could show her affinity to get into Regarth.
Very well. It might be for the best, as once you are attuned to the astral mana, you might need a day or two to acclimate to it.
Acclimate? Is something bad going to happen? Will it hurt?
Lily rapid-fire asked her questions.
No, nothing bad. If you had been learning other spell forms, there might have been some inconvenience. However, you might need to regain some of your control and rein in the astral magic a bit.
Regain control? I don't understand.
Lily mumbled. She hated it when Arakil was a bit too wordy with his explanations instead of simple and direct.
Apologies. Let me explain. A big portion of spellcasting is converting the mana to the correct type. Do you want to cast a fireball? Then you want to use fire mana to do the job. With glyphs, this conversion is baked into the crest, and that's why it's the crux of any finalized glyph. With more freeform spellcasting, this is handled mostly by factors such as the chant or somatic gestures. With your mana core aligned to astral mana, you can simplify, if not outright skip over this portion.
Okay.
Lily mumbled as she pieced it together, nodding as she thought along.
Does that mean I don't need to chant? I can just cast any astral spell immediately?
Yes and no.
Lily grumbled but didn't say anything, hoping the rest of Arakil's message would be more concrete and positive.
At first, you will be able to skip portions of it, which is known as shorthand casting. Eventually, you can silent cast it with enough practice and mental fortitude. Additionally, all your astral spells will receive a boost in efficiency and potency, which might initially shock and astonish you. For an imaginative example, imagine a fire mage who could only light candles with all his effort, suddenly being able to instantly ignite a bonfire. He hasn't lost the ability to still light candles, but will now have to rein in his now loosened control. It can be a dangerous period for a fledgling mage, but you should be fine if you don't cast Star Cluster during this adaptive phase.
Lily nodded happily.
Thank you! That made a lot more sense. I really enjoyed the example.
I'll try to be more descriptive in the future.
Thank you! Although I'll also put more effort into understanding your insights,
Lily added.
Also, I had a question. So, if that mage now had an affinity toward fire, he would struggle with water and ice, right?
Yes, I mentioned this before. You could think of it as his natural mana being fire, and fire mana does not want to turn into water or ice.
And astral doesn't have this issue?
Lily reaffirmed.
Astral is almost entirely neutral, but you would struggle to convert your mana toward hexes, necromancy, and summoning.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm,
Lily said with a nod.
I think Rose would be quite upset with me if I couldn't cast a fireball eventually.
It is considered the quintessential pyromancy spell for a reason. Although you could always resort to glyphs. Most of what we've discussed is handled entirely by the crest.
That's amazing! So, I could still do summoning with a glyph?
Lily asked excitedly.
I can now understand why you said it was so important to learn.
Yes, although, as I mentioned before, summoning might be extremely tricky in this world. You'd need to possibly supply the creature's mana entirely yourself. While you won't worry about such things in the future, at present it is a ruinous flaw.
Okay, no summoning for now.
Lily nodded.
I'll make sure to work hard. I'm just glad Astral won't have me close any doors entirely.
Remember, it's a journey, not a race. Also, now that our latest archive search has concluded, we can start discussing repairing some of the book's features.
Yes!
Lily immediately agreed.
I'm a little upset you didn't fix something first before doing the search. I mean, I'm grateful, but still.
Repairing functions might take longer than expected. It's hard to tell at this stage. The safer option was to focus on your development and securing your place at this magic school. Once there, we should have many more resources available. Also, as I've said before, I'm curious to see how the world of magic has developed. So much of the old ways relied on a near-infinite supply of ambient mana. Have they discovered new secrets or adaptations to the old methods? It should be absolutely fascinating.
Lily giggled.
I'm glad you have something to look forward to. I can't imagine how boring it must be trapped inside a book.
It's not too bad. It gives one plenty of time to meditate and ponder, and perusing the archive is always a treat.
Still, even with infinite books, you must get bored. Don't you want to see things or talk?
Seeing would certainly be useful. Then I could better instruct you on your somatic spellcasting and see where your fingers are fumbling.
Lily stared at her fingers and blushed.
Don't you want to see the world? Or the sky?
Not particularly. Although I would be interested in seeing text from other books.
Lily was baffled. It seemed Arakil truly didn't care about anything that wasn't related to magic.
So, for options, we could fix the eye. Its full functionality might be beyond us for now, which means I wouldn't be able to see mana flows. Telepathy is another option to fix. Another useful feature would be to restore the book-consuming function.
Book-consuming?
Lily repeated the words.
You eat books?
Books can be permanently added to the archive. The spiral on the back of the book could be utilized to take in any form of text, whether in book or paper form.
Whoa. So you could contain every single book?
Lily said with surprise.
Correct. And any book consumed can be recreated temporarily or permanently within the pages or inside the inner world.
Wait, inner world?
Lily questioned.
I thought for sure I'd mentioned this before, but inside this grimoire is a miniaturized world. I wanted the archive's caretaker to have a rather pleasant accommodation.
Lily was baffled by what she had just read.
Is Arakil teasing me again? Could I see the inside world?
She hesitantly asked.
Once you've learned a form of mental projection, yes, but we are a bit far away from such feats, and you will need to advance further in your meditation and control your personal inner world.
Lily nodded, but was also taken aback by the sheer scope of Arakil's words. Her own inner world was a world of black, with a solitary, tiny little silver moon inside. But Arakil said that his was literally an entire world.
And then he put an entire magical library inside it.
Lily hoped she could see it one day, and perhaps explore the shelves and arcane knowledge contained within. Maybe even give Arakil a hug, assuming she could meet him there. He certainly seemed like he needed one after being trapped for so long in a book.
Okay, so what do we need to do to start fixing things?
Lily asked.
For the moment, you can continue to dump excess mana before your slumber. Once I've stored enough on this side, we can start transcribing the inscriptions together.
You have to promise to actually save it.
Lily sternly declared.
Lily, I don't think that's necessary.
Yes, it is,
Lily replied.
You'll say you're storing it, and then when the time comes, you'll suddenly spend it to look up something for me. You've given me a monocore, and now a method for astral affinity. We need to work on you next.
Very well. I promise to save your donated mana to restore some book functionality.
Good.
Lily giggled.
Are there any glyphs I should start studying for this?
No. When the time comes, I'll give you an inscription to trace. Trying to learn these components at this point would prove a needless distraction, and I'd rather you focus on your astral magic.
Okay.
Lily reluctantly agreed.
Remember, you want to pass the test and qualify to attend the same school as Rose. Your practice mastery needs to be on par with the prodigious talent she displayed. Don't let short-sighted gains ruin your long-term goals.
Lily blushed as her ears drooped.
You're right. Thanks for keeping me grounded.
It's no issue at all. I admire your enthusiasm, and it's good to want to strive further. Since it seems we've settled on partially restoring the eye first, I'd like your opinion on which function to repair afterward.
Lily wanted to jump on the telepathy so they could finally talk, although she had grown very fond of their private conversations that nobody else could read. But then, she recalled another feature Arakil had offhandedly mentioned.
Didn't you say your book could change size?
Lily queried.
I think if you could shrink, that would be useful. Then I wouldn't need to keep you locked up in my room and could bring you with me.
You're correct. That is a function of the book. It's especially convenient if you want smaller, specifically sized pieces of paper.
Lily frowned.
But if you wanted smaller pages, couldn't you just cut a bigger one? That's what I've been doing to make smaller talismans. I take one page and cut it into quarters.
Yes, but this method is far more convenient. Regardless, I'll start looking into what is damaged or degraded and what is needed to restore it while we wait for enough stored mana.
Lily noticed Arakil trying to move away from the topic and sighed. Regardless, she was happy he was finally looking into fixing himself and not only helping her. Chapter 54. Moons. 3 weeks passed as Lily waited for the new moon. While nothing too eventful happened, she had made some good progress on all her various fronts. Her moonlight spell was upgraded from grape to apple, and she could precisely direct the moonbeam in her intended direction. Lily appreciated the spell now that it was more usable and less of a novelty, and even used it on one of the rare nights when she decided to sneak out and hunt a slime or gremlin. Her nebula veil, on the other hand, could now cloak her entirely. She absolutely loved it. With no need to grow out the length of the spell, Lily had spent more time learning to manipulate and control it directly. Unfortunately, she was limited in her applications, and beyond causing it to spread out or wrap close, she was a bit restricted.
When I have astral affinity, I hope I can do more.
Starlight had received a significant upgrade in quantity, and Lily could quite easily create and maintain 6 tiny stars at once. Whenever she added another star to the collection, Arakil would recreate her entire practice routine, which required further fanciful maneuvering to accommodate the addition. Again, she didn't directly understand how this was helping her with magic, but she found the activity extremely fun, so she didn't complain. As for Lily's evening adventures, she was having some moderate success taking out the occasional slime or gremlin. The first few times, she had yet to exceed the 2-star maximum. But in the last week leading up to the new moon, she finally achieved a 3rd star. Lily was over the moon with joy at that upgrade. Not only did she now have a higher theoretical maximum, but it also reduced the probability that she would have a 0-star result. Arakil had confirmed those suspicions with her. although he still seemed rather sour about it. On several occasions, Lily asked about the spells to skew the results in her favor. To her surprise, Arakil had actually discouraged her from pursuing that until well after her astral attunement. When Lily begged and pressed, he eventually revealed it was a far more complex spell, and without the attunement, she might have no chance of casting. He'd even offered her the caveat that he would teach her the spell early if she could grow her moonlight spell to the size of a watermelon. With that perspective, Lily had to agree that she could see why he warned against touching it for now, and would instead focus on adding the 4th star as soon as possible. Funnily enough, Lily had originally thought she would have needed the 3rd star to take out a gremlin in a single casting. However, once her understanding of the spell, practice, and visualization improved, 2 were more than enough to dispatch a gremlin. Lily had also discovered that the 0-star outcome was still marginally useful. While not producing a directly offensive projectile, the scattered stardust still boosted the next star to make contact. Not that Lily got to use this more than once by accident, as she preferred to stay far, far away from any monsters. Her mana core felt rather robust compared to its extremely meager origins, although comparing herself to Camilla, she knew she still had a long way to go. While the woman didn't know of her slowly expanding capacity, Lily could roughly approximate herself to the maximum outputs she'd seen the woman perform. Speaking of Camilla, the woman had received her supplies and spent an entire day brewing the major healing potion. Lily did get to watch, but beyond handing some tools and supplies, was very uninvolved in the procedure. With so many mixtures and swapping between various temperatures at different timings, it was an almost crazy hurdle to overcome. When the potion was successfully brewed, Lily expected Camilla to let out her signature cackle, but instead, the woman was actually brought to tears. At first, Lily thought something was wrong, but she soon discovered it was tears of joy.
I never thought I'd get to brew one of these again,
Camilla said softly.
I thought age had finally caught up to me. If not for the glyphs you made me, I don't think this would have been possible. Thank you, Lily.
Lily gave a reassuring smile.
Just doing my job, Miss Camilla. Gotta get paid,
Lily teased. The woman snorted a laugh, but gave Lily a soft pat on the head. Shortly after that, she had brewed Lily's mana potion. This time, she was allowed to assist, and tried to absorb as much information as possible. If the opportunity arose, she would love to brew one for herself. Lily had expected to drink it as soon as it was done, but Arakil instructed her to wait until after the astral attunement.
A sudden increase in your mana core size might make your job harder. Keeping it small and manageable will make your task easier.
Does that mean I should stop using the gathering array or killing slimes?
Lily asked with some worry.
If I had known, I would have stopped sooner.
No, not at all. Those were gradual and small increases, requiring no time to acclimate to the change. I suspect the mana potion might be a rather substantial increase. Better to be safe than sorry.
Lily nodded. It somewhat made sense. If she looked at her daily progress, there was almost nothing there. But if she looked back a few weeks, there was a discernible difference. Glyph-wise, things had remained relatively unchanged. The only change was that Lily now had 2 small glyphs that would cast a water spell, just in case she had another out-of-control fire situation.
I wonder if Rose ever caused any forest fires. Although, knowing her, she probably just shouted at the fire to stop burning.
Lily giggled at the amusing thought. The time had come. The first night of the new moon. Lily was extremely grateful that it was a clear night. So, with her folded-up mana-gathering array, she climbed out of the window and walked to a quiet spot to meditate under the stars. Perhaps instinctually, she was drawn to one of her old resting spots, the tree she used to sit under and stare at the other kids enviously while they played games without her. Having those thoughts brought back to her, She felt a tinge of nostalgia and wondered if her past self would even recognize her now.
And soon, I'll be a qualified mage. With Rose and Arakil, nothing will stop us.
Lily carefully placed and unfolded the wooden board on a relatively flat surface before taking her seat on it in a comfortable position. She took a deep breath and began to cycle her mana. Once her body was brimming with mana, she stared at where she presumed the moon would have been and began reciting the first mantra while focusing on the symbol Arakil had drawn out for her.
With the moon, I plant new seeds of intention, embracing the promise of growth.
Lily hadn't really felt anything, which made her wonder if something had gone wrong or if she had made a mistake. She repeated the mantra while focusing on the empty circle, representing the new moon. She had lost track of time before getting up and returning to her room. She immediately questioned Arakil and expressed her doubts.
Of course, nothing would happen the first time. Remember, this is a full lunar cycle you must go through. Trust the process. You've no doubt done well. I promise you, if not the second, the third step will ensure you've started the path.
Lily nodded and went to bed. Arakil had urged her not to give him any mana during this process. With plenty of mana to spare, she wrapped herself in a nebula veil blanket before succumbing to slumber. The second time she went out was also clear. Lily eagerly went out once it was around midnight again and set up near the tree again. This time, she had the waxing crescent moon to stare at, which she found oddly comforting. Once again, she breathed deeply, cycled her mana, and began the mantra, while envisioning the arcane symbol representing the waxing crescent.
I gather strength and clarity as my intentions take form.
When Lily finished and returned her mana to her core, she swore she saw something had marked her core. It looked like the waxing crescent moon was traced into her silvery sphere if she looked closely enough.
Did I see nothing for the new moon because its symbol is basically empty?
Lily pondered as she returned to her room. Arakil confirmed her thoughts, and she felt extremely sheepish for her initial freakout. The night of the third step was extremely cold, and Lily wore as much extra clothing as she could before venturing out. Again, she took up her familiar spot and stared fondly at the first quarter moon before beginning the process.
I face challenges with courage, moving forward with purpose.
Lily rushed to check her core afterward, and parallel to the waxing crescent was now the first quarter arcane symbol. Lily giggled excitedly before a cold gust blew against her, causing her to shiver and hastily retreat to her room. The night of the waxing gibbous moon was even chillier, and Lily knew at some point she would have to suffer through a rainy night, if not multiple, to complete her task. This time, she came prepared with a small glyph to create a warming aura. After setting up her seat, she activated the glyph and let out a joyous sigh as the warmth radiated from the page. She secured it by placing it under the wooden board before taking her seat. Staring up at the moon, she began.
I adjust and refine, trusting the unfolding of my path.
As expected, the waxing crescent and gibbous moons flanked the first quarter on either side. Lily couldn't wait to add the full moon to her mana core's slowly growing collection of symbols.
Of course it would rain,
Lily grumbled as she stared out the window.
I suppose I should be thankful it's just a light rain, not a storm. But still, ugh.
Originally, she had asked Arakil for advice on a rainproof glyph, but to her surprise, he had said that it would require an inscription, as it would need to combine 2 crests. Lily had tried to jump on that lesson, but Arakil reminded her to focus on the task at hand, and instead suggested she use the existing warmth glyph and her nebula veil. While Lily was disappointed at losing the chance to finally break into inscriptions, she was excited by the prospect of using her nebula veil for more than just hiding from gremlins. Before jumping out the window, Lily wrapped herself in the spell, finding it oddly comforting, before heading toward her usual spot. To her surprise, the astral cloak seemed to keep her dry as a bone. Despite the rain, the brilliant glow of the full moon could be seen, and Lily eagerly started.
Under the moon's glow, I celebrate abundance and release what no longer serves me.
Once done, Lily gazed with glee at the faint new marking joining her budding collection. Now Lily was in the final stretch. Despite not being complete, she couldn't help but notice very small changes in her spells. She could have sworn her nebula veil was more sparkly than normal. On the night of the waning gibbous, Lily rushed out, cloaked in her nebula veil, and immediately began the next step.
I give thanks for lessons learned and share my light with the world.
The arcane mark of the waning gibbous joined her collection, and now she only had 2 steps left. Her anticipation was bubbling. Lily gazed happily at the last quarter moon, almost done, and feeling more confident than ever. She closed her sparkling eyes, took a deep breath, and began.
I honor endings and make space for renewal.
6 visible symbols sparkled across her monocore, although she knew the 7th was invisible. One last step, and she would be astral attuned. Despite a night of restless sleep and some festering pessimism, the night of the final moon was glorious. The chill was gone, and there wasn't a cloud in sight, but Lily still cloaked herself in the nebula veil, which she had grown extremely attached to lately. Lily almost suspected something would go wrong at this final step, and to her horror, Arakil had even admitted he thought something might happen too. She scolded herself for not being more optimistic and promised to look fondly toward the bright future ahead of her. Lily stared up at the waning crescent moon, seated comfortably, cloaked in starlight. She sighed happily, took in her last deep breath, and began.
I surrender to rest and prepare for a new cycle of growth.
Chapter 55. Attunement. The final marking began forming on Lily's monocore. She held her breath in anticipation as the vacant spot began to carve out the arcane mark of the waning crescent moon. Instinctually, she knew something would happen when it was completed, and the anticipation and excitement were palpable. It took all of her effort to maintain her focus and ensure she finished the last step with flying colors. The moment of transformation was a sight to behold. The 8 marks, including the previously transparent new moon marking, began to glow, and then they began to rotate, a mesmerizing dance of arcane symbols. The display seemed impossible as the markings looked engraved, and her core was not spinning, but despite that, they were rotating along the circumference and rapidly gaining in speed. Clearly, rotating along a fixed axis was not enough for them, as they began spiraling around the sphere, a blur of arcane marks flashing across her vision. Undoubtedly, something about her monocore was being fundamentally changed, but she still held on to one request.
Please don't change the color! I love the silvery moon!
She pleaded. A dull pain filled her being, and then, fragments of a second later, the ache was soothed. Before she could ponder what had happened, the rotating arcane symbols of the lunar cycle suddenly began expanding outward. By this point, they had been rotating and spinning so fast that they had utterly obscured her monocore, but now that they were expanding, the core was once again revealed. Lily breathed a happy sigh of relief when she noticed the same pale silvery glow, although perhaps with a few extra sparkles. Meanwhile, the ring of lunar symbols continued to expand, taking up the entire area of her small, inner mental world. They halted and evened out, parallel to where the ground might have been, before rising to the sky, but with her core still at the center.
Is it done?
Lily wondered, right as the symbols suddenly exploded. The 8 arcane symbols, glowing brighter than a sun, burst into fragments of stardust scattered throughout the area. Lily had wondered if something had gone wrong, but the pleasant feeling growing in her chest allayed such fears. Staring at the results, she noticed that her mental landscape had been altered. Previously, it was pitch black, like an endless void of nothingness, except for her monocore at the center. Now, the void was gone, and instead, it looked reminiscent of a dark nebula, with a few winking stars and glows around the edges. Right in the center was her brightly shining core.
Success?
Lily wondered again, half expecting something else to explode or another magical eruption. Lily finally breathed out a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. Her relief was short-lived, as she realized how much brighter the world looked, and it was possibly moments before sunrise. Yet, despite being out almost the entire night, she felt strangely lacking in fatigue. Arakil had often mentioned that he meditated instead of sleeping, and Lily wondered if that was why.
I guess I'll try to take a nap before the day officially starts.
Sighing, she began to get up, although when she looked down, she let out a startled cry. Lily shrieked in surprise. Lily had started the ritual by donning her nebula veil. She often found its subdued colors and ethereal and immaterial quality very comforting. Now, though, it looked like she had somehow ripped the night sky itself and draped it over her shoulders.
Is this because of my affinity?
Lily whispered as she gingerly touched the magical fabric. When she did, the stars contained within seemed to swirl and disperse from the point, like ripples going through a lake. Lily gasped in awe.
Pretty!
She wished she could spend hours staring at the magical creation, but time was ticking, and she needed to return to her room before someone spotted her. She pulled the nebula veil up slightly to obscure her features and hastily retreated to her room with her supplies in tow. Lily felt luck must have been on her side as she returned to her room without any issues. She burst into a happy giggle once she closed her door behind her again.
Arakil, I did it!
Lily said proudly, retrieving the book.
I wish you could have seen it. It was so beautiful. The ring of moons began spinning and expanding throughout my mental landscape.
Very peculiar. That wasn't recorded in the grimoire I read through. Perhaps it was left out as an oversight, or a surprise for a successful attunement. Have there been any noticeable changes?
Lily grinned.
I'm not sure, but I loved it. My nebula veil looks so much more real now. Like, I'm actually wearing the night sky.
Good. Such a notable change is definitely an indicator of success. You should carefully check out your other spells when you have the time. Remember to go slowly. It will take time for you to adjust to the changes.
I will. Don't worry,
Lily reassured him. To prove her point, she began casting the Starlight spell. It was her simplest spell, and one she was highly familiar with. She could no doubt control it. The mana seemed to flow with far greater ease than she was used to, and before she had even finished muttering the last of the chant, a bright cluster of tiny stars formed in the palm of her hand. Lily cried out, as she was momentarily blinded, instinctively clenching her hand to block out the bright lights. In Lily's mind, a powered-up version of the spell would have been either more or bigger stars. The actual outcome, however, was the same tiny stars, except at a much more blindingly bright intensity, and thanks to Lily's eyes being in a state of adapted night vision, the result had blinded her. Lily winced hard and began rubbing her eyes with her free hand while peering at the bright stars clutched within the other. She was immensely grateful that the spell only produced light. If it also had heat, she would have probably burned her entire palm by clutching the magical stars.
I'm okay, Lily informed Arakil. I didn't expect the starlight spell to be so bright. It caught me totally by surprise.
Eventually, after much repeated blinking and eye-rubbing, Lily regained enough sight to carefully peer at what she had produced. 8 tiny stars were in her palm, each with blazing white light. With them clustered together, it was like staring directly at the sun for too long, and she kept having to clench her eyes or close her hand. Despite her screw-up, she was happy to see that the number had increased, and then began attempting to reduce their number by utilizing her mana manipulation practice. Once again, to her surprise, it seemed as if the mana was jumping to her command, and almost effortlessly, she started winking out the stars one by one.
So cool!
Lily joyfully exclaimed. She left one final star, which she raised to her ceiling to illuminate her room, before finally returning to hear what Arakil had to say.
I did warn you. Remember the story about the fire mage and his candle?
Lily pouted.
I know, but I knew it was just a light spell, so nothing too bad could have happened.
Eye damage is no joke. Who knows what you could have done to your retina? We're lucky you didn't try moonlight, or worse, sunlight, in this condition.
I wouldn't be that dumb,
Lily mumbled in defense.
but I'll be extra careful. Do you have any tips or advice beyond going slow?
Yes, I do, in fact. Spend extra time just letting your mana flow, or be on the verge of casting a spell without letting it go off. You should also practice proper mana portioning. This would also be a good time to fall back on your unsuccessful somatic version of the spells.
Really? The finger wiggles?
Lily asked in disbelief as she stared at her 10 digits.
Yes, you were unsuccessful with them previously, but now that you have astral attunement, it should be able to bridge the gap between partial success and failure, similar to how Rose controls fire, if you recall.
Lily nodded.
Okay, although I don't think I can match her conviction. I mean, she really believes it listens to her demands.
It's quite all right. I expect you to gain confidence as you produce results. Once we fix my eye, I'll also be better positioned to advise you on your gestures.
Yes, we need to start fixing you up.
Lily quickly agreed.
First the eye, then the shrinking so I can carry you around. What's the point of you being able to see if you're stuck in my room?
Yes, that would definitely be convenient. I can also see some of the monsters this world spawns and hopefully give some guidance on your spells.
While she wanted to stay up and see more of the changes her magic had undergone, she reluctantly knew she needed a quick nap or she would risk troubles throughout the day. She offered Arakil mana, but he again reminded her to wait until her core and attunement had settled.
That also means I must wait longer to drink my mana potion,
Lily realized with a groan, as she tried desperately to fall asleep. Lily almost overslept and was only awoken thanks to her stomach making its demands. Despite not using too much mana, it seemed her body was still craving more food. When the cafeteria worker commented that Lily was shooting up like weeds and was kind enough to give her an extra portion, she realized that perhaps her growth spurt was to blame for her constant hunger. Lily was immensely grateful that she would have some normalcy in her life, even if she couldn't measure up to a true Lunadea like her mom. Even if Lily's body was fully healed, anything gained from monster killing went straight to her mana core. She couldn't grow in strength and speed like others of her kind.
It's fine. I decided I wanted to be a mage. I'm better with books and writing anyway. I don't need bows or daggers.
While eating and lost in her thoughts, some of the boys she had been hanging out with for the monster hunts came to her table. While she wasn't exactly a social butterfly, she could still engage in small talk and pleasantries.
Some of us want to go closer to the forest. Do you want to come with us?
One of the boys asked.
Yeah, we heard some gremlins were sneaking out of the forest.
Another added.
I got a new practice sword and I want to put my training to the test.
Gremlins have a nasty bite. Are you sure?
Lily asked the group cautiously.
Don't worry, we'll protect you.
One of the boys said confidently.
I got bit by one before. It wasn't too bad.
Another added.
Just some ointment and I was good as new. Not everyone's skin is as tough as yours, Ken.
One of the boys pointed out.
Then just make sure you don't get bit. Otherwise, you'll need to go see the frog.
Ken teased.
Shh, don't call her that.
One of the boys warned.
Yeah, she hates me enough already.
Lily said with a frown.
Sorry.
Ken chuckled.
So are you in? We were planning on going tomorrow after classes.
Lily thought about it and eventually nodded. Even in the worst case, she could use one of her glyphs to defend herself. She also desperately wanted to continue growing her mana core.
Count me in!
Lily said excitedly. Ken grinned.
Awesome. You're much more fun now that you're not sick anymore. And now we'll actually have a fair judge this time.
One of the boys snickered.
That slime had 2 cores, so it counted as 2 kills.
Another cried.
That's a load of crap, and you know it. There's no such thing as a slime with 2 cores.
Another protested. Lily giggled and shook her head at the silliness of the boys and their competition. Either way, she would get some easy growth toward her mana core.
Now I just have to hope Miss Camilla doesn't mind me taking tomorrow afternoon off.
Chapter 56. Another Adventure.
Oh, so I give you your mana potion and now you don't want anything to do with little old me anymore? I'm outraged and quite frankly, shocked. I thought I raised you better than this.
Camilla scoffed. Lily was flabbergasted. She never expected Camilla to act like this at the simple request for an afternoon off.
I haven't even used the mana potion. Plus, I want more.
Lily defended herself.
Oh, I see. So it's extortion. Sink your claws into my heart and shake me for all I'm worth?
Camilla replied.
What? Yes. Truly cunning.
Camilla interrupted.
Behind the cute bunny facade is a ferocious predator. Or perhaps it's my fault. Did I create the monster lurking within?
It's one afternoon!
Lily cried.
Some of the boys just want to show me that they can kill a gremlin.
Boys?
Camilla blinked in surprise and stroked her chin.
I see. I guess you are of that age. Very well, you can take the afternoon off.
Part of Lily wanted to deny whatever it was Camilla was implying or imagining, but she decided to take the win while she had it.
If she's acting this way for me asking for one day, how will she react when I leave for Regarth?
Lily wondered. Despite the drama, the rest of the day went as usual. However, when saying goodbye, Camilla feigned acting hurt and betrayed.
What a drama queen.
Returning to her room, Lily was excited to finally start trying out her spells again. She'd barely had the chance, thanks to her nap being longer than she anticipated. That didn't stop her from frequently taking peeks at her inner world and watching the starry landscape it had become.
It's like my mana core has become an actual moon now,
Lily thought happily. After greeting Arakil, she turned to the pages with his illustrations for the gestures required and began an impromptu revised study of the topic. After her initial failures with it, she'd been very discouraged by it, especially with the successes she could routinely produce with the chants. Lily thought Arakil would eventually complain, but he never did. One time, her curiosity about it finally broke through, and she asked him why he didn't press her on the topic. He simply informed her they had plenty of time.
Plenty of time? Or did he know I'd be forced into it eventually?
Lily wondered. Before starting the gestures, Lily did as Arakil had previously instructed and began simply controlling the mana flowing throughout her. Spinning the core, she began focusing it on various areas of her body, and then trying to control their size and proportions. Part of Lily still wondered if Arakil was playing a prank on her with this, as it seemed a bit unreal. In an effort to find an example Lily could relate to, he'd once described it as using your fingers to draw out the blueprint of the spell in the air, but even with that analogy, she couldn't get a result.
Well, maybe my astral affinity will change that?
After enough warm-up, she finally directed the mana toward her hands and began trying to form the required gestures. There was almost a tangible crackle in the air, and Lily immediately wanted to take back any negative thoughts she had previously.
Of course Arakil wouldn't prank me. He's an archmage, and far too serious about magic.
Lily completed the final gesture, and a tiny star began trying to manifest itself before it winked out. Looking at the illustrations again, she immediately noticed her mistakes. She'd swapped around 2 of the positions. The excitement of that near success made her want to try again immediately. Her second attempt actually manifested the starlight spell. Despite being only a single star, it was still brighter than any of her chanted castings, thanks to her attunement. Lily jumped for joy.
This is so cool! I didn't have to say a single word!
It gave the impression that she was manifesting magic like Rose or any other bloodline race.
This really is going to work,
Lily realized. While she had promised Rose, Arakil, and herself that she would make it work by any means necessary, she still couldn't help but have tiny doubts. But now, she had just manifested a spell without a single chant. On her third attempt, the mana seemed to know what she wanted it to do, as she began redirecting it. Arakil had described it as drawing in the air, and now Lily could almost believe that comparison.
It's almost like playing with strings. Weaving, maybe?
Lily recalled a game she sometimes played with Margit when she was younger. They used a loop of string, twisting it around their fingers to make shapes. They each had a turn, carefully pulling the string to create a new pattern without messing it up. The string got stuck sometimes, but they'd just laugh and try again. It was almost like a little puzzle they worked on together.
I haven't spent much time with Margit lately,
Lily mumbled, right as 2 stars manifested in the palms of her hands. Lily was overjoyed at the result and promised herself to try to spend time again with Margit once the partial truth was out.
Was that why she was so happy to help me with clothes?
Lily whispered aloud.
There's so many kids, but she helped me a lot before I started hanging out with Rose. Maybe once this growth spurt slows down, I should ask her to go clothes shopping with me?
Lily promised herself to rekindle her bond with Margit. After all, she might not see her again once she was admitted to Regarth, and the kind woman was basically the closest thing Lily had to a mother, unless she counted Camilla.
Nope! That woman doesn't have a motherly bone in her body, only a lust for gold.
Lily continued to happily practice away until her bedtime.
This way! I think I saw something!
One of the boys shouted. The group all hastily made their way to his calls. Despite the boys promising a gremlin hunt, it had been nothing but a few slimes and some dire rats. Even with the apparent safety, Lily kept one hand cautiously in her pocket, gripping a talisman at all times while she followed after the energetic boys. She was a little tired from staying up far too late practicing gestures. When she told Arakil the results and how she had lost track of time, the book seemed to laugh at her, as if he had expected the outcome.
While chanting has its uses, there's nothing like controlling the flow of mana directly with your very hands.
He then proceeded on a very long ranting lecture about feeling the flow of the spell and allowing one to better understand the very essence within. While Arakil had mocked the origin of the astral attunement ritual for being flowery, he certainly had his own poetic side that would occasionally pop up.
Still, I have to admit, I sort of understand what he means. Thanks to the attunement, I feel closer to my spells than ever before. It's almost like it's alive and eager to obey my instructions. Is this how Rose feels about fire?
Lily hoped she would get a letter or something from her sister soon. She so desperately wanted to write and tell her everything that happened.
This has been pretty great, even if we don't find a gremlin. I've gotten pretty damn good at quickly getting my gathering spiral and collecting those black flecks before the boys absorb them all.
Lily felt a bit guilty about effectively stealing their gains, but none of them were aiming for any magic school, let alone a top one like Regarth. Or so she told herself, to get rid of any would-be guilty thoughts. Rose's solo results also proved that the kids were getting almost nothing anyway, even if Lily wasn't skimming off the top.
Found one!
One of the boys shouted. There were cheers and childish battle cries as the boys surrounded the tiny, toothy creature. Armed with sticks, training weapons, and even one gardening tool, they looked like kids pretending to be an angry peasant mob. Despite being surrounded, the gremlins snickered and jeered at the kids.
That's a gremlin?
One of the kids asked.
Yeah, they're creepy as hell, aren't they? I hate how it's grinning at us. Well, we just gotta hit it until it stops smiling.
Just watch the teeth,
Lily warned. The boys cheered and began charging at the gremlin individually. Even young, and without much or any growth from the slain monster's essence, some of their racial heritages were showing. The Lupinia boys were fast and agile as they practically pounced on the gremlin. It tried to snarl and bite back, but either chomped on air or the end of an impromptu weapon. If Lily didn't remember the gremlin sneaking up behind her and trying to take a bite out of her, she would have almost felt sorry for the creature. But it was a horrible monster and would be better off feeding her monocore. Some of the older boys probably could have finished off the gremlin quickly, but it seemed they wanted to give everyone at least one chance to hit it. Once everyone got in a strike, the older boys' blows suddenly seemed fiercer than before. Soon enough, there were cheers of victory and a dead gremlin exploding into a shower of black flecks. Lily wasted no time in trying to gather what she could.
So much!
One of the kids cried.
Yeah, gremlins give big explosions.
Another kid explained.
Still, I thought there were supposed to be more. That's what I heard. Did someone kill them already?
Lily frowned. That would be terribly unlucky if someone beat them to the punch. She would have pinned it on Rose if the girl had been around, so the only other possibility was maybe an overzealous guard. While the kids were bickering, a roar came from the forest's edge. Everyone was silent, and some kids actually dropped to their knees.
Who said you brats could steal my kills?
Someone snarled. Emerging from the forest was an older boy with spiked, golden blonde hair tipped with black. He was clearly a Leonia, and Lily hadn't seen him in what felt like ages.
Tim, what the hell, man?
One of the boys asked.
Don't what the hell me. Why are you killing my gremlins?
Tim demanded.
Yours? Since when?
Someone asked.
Since now,
Tim declared. Lily gulped. It seemed Tim had become even more of an asshole since she last saw him. To her horror, as if reading her thoughts, he glanced at her and smirked.
Lily? Why are you hanging around with these losers?
Tim asked. Lily flinched, but managed a response without her voice cracking.
I'm just watching them fight some monsters.
If you wanted to watch, you should have asked me,
Tim said as he flexed.
I see I'm not the only one who's done some growing. Man, you sound like a perv.
One of the boys teased. The other boys all laughed at that comment, except for Tim. The Leonia seemed outraged, and Lily swore she saw a hint of murder in his eyes before he managed to swallow it down and recompose himself. He pointed toward Lily and then gestured his thumb backward to the forest.
Come, Lily. Let me show you how I kill some monsters in the forest,
Tim said, ignoring the crowd.
No, thank you,
Lily replied. Tim shook his head.
Rose is gone for good. You need someone bigger and stronger to protect you. I'm just the man for the job.
More like the jerk who can't take a hint and accept no for an answer. I'm fine, Lily declined again. And I don't need you to protect me.
Come on, Lily. Be reasonable.
He almost pleaded.
I said no.
Lily adamantly refused.
We were perfectly happy before you came along.
Tim seemed strangely taken aback, as if he'd miscalculated how this interaction would go.
No. I was just showing you how much tougher and better I was. I wanted to impress you.
Lily grew upset at his repeated pressing and blurted,
I don't want anything to do with you, ever!
Tim looked partly hurt by that rejection. Lily hadn't intended to be so unfiltered, but he wasn't listening to her.
Yeah, man, she said no.
One boy commented with a chuckle.
Lily.
Tim whispered and started approaching her. Lily tensed, but one of the boys stepped in.
Tim, stop it. I just want to talk to her.
Tim said, as he tried to brush him off. However, the boy didn't give up. He kept body-blocking Tim, and it started getting a little handsy. Tim shoved him to the side with a growl, but the boy pushed back in return. This repeated with growing intensity until Tim seemed to suddenly snap. Rather than a shove, he clenched his fist and swung it at the boy with shocking speed. A solid punch straight to the gut. The boy took the blow and doubled over, almost emptying the contents of his stomach over the ground. Tim sighed, and Lily desperately hoped that would be the end of it. But then his expression darkened as he continued walking toward her.
I tried being nice.
Tim snarled.
But I guess I need to educate you on how much you need me.
Lily's eyes went wide with shock. She immediately tried to pull the glyph out of her pocket, but Tim moved exceptionally quickly in front of her and grabbed her arm before she could. She winced in pain. His grip was far too forceful. If this was before her growth spurt, he might have broken her arm just from that alone.
Hey, leave her alone!
The boys began shouting. One of the older Lupinia boys rushed at Tim. Lily immediately wanted to thank the boy for trying to rescue her, but to her horror, Tim caught the boy by the throat and grinned menacingly at him. Lily watched fear well up in the boy's eyes as he visibly whimpered. The other kids continued to shout in outrage, but Tim just shrugged his shoulders and tossed the boy like a sack of potatoes.
Shut up!
Tim roared again. Everyone went silent.
With the dragon gone, there's a new pecking order, and I'm king.
Chapter 57. Conflict. Lily tried again to remove her hand from her pocket, but her arm wouldn't budge. Tim was just far too strong.
Has he been copying what Rose did to get stronger?
Lily thought with fear. If he'd been solo hunting gremlins or other monsters, then who knew how strong he was now? The boys had mentioned a pack of gremlins, and if Tim had killed them all... Lily shuddered. Her frantic thoughts had her briefly consider just randomly activating the glyphs in her pocket, but common sense overruled her, as she would more than likely burn herself in the process. Her shield glyphs were all of the talisman variety, so unless she applied them directly, they wouldn't activate. That left her astral magic. Arakil had warned her off trying it while unsupervised in this state, but she easily reckoned that this situation required it. But the issue was, how would she chant? No doubt Tim would grow suspicious if she started trying to whisper something.
I need to use gestures, but the only one I know is for Starlight.
Then, she recalled her own blinding misfortune. Obviously, the circumstances now weren't ideal. It was the afternoon, not the darkness of the night. Still, she needed to try something.
If I can at least startle him, I can get proper access to my glyphs. Or I can use Nebula Veil, or maybe even Starburst.
Tim was flaunting, almost daring the kids to try something. But any bravado they once had seemed to have been extinguished. He began pulling her toward the forest.
Come, Lily. You've spent enough time with these losers.
Tim demanded.
You're hurting me, Tim,
Lily said in a desperate attempt to reason with him.
Hurting you? Try taking a punch from that stupid dragon.
Tim snapped.
If anything, I'm helping you. No way these idiots could keep you safe. They struggled to kill a single gremlin.
Lily wanted to defend them, but instead tried to use the opportunity to begin her casting with her free hand. She hesitantly pulled on her monocore, expecting Tim to somehow sense it, but he remained clueless.
I have to do this one-handed and behind my back. Talk about being unfairly difficult. At least the mana flooding my body is soothing the pain a little.
Tim kept saying things, but Lily was so focused on her concentration that he was effectively blocked out. Not that she wanted to listen to him. It was probably just profanities about Rose and painting himself as the victim. She fumbled twice in the casting, both times producing an unideal result with too few stars. Lily silently thanked Arakil for teaching her so much about control, and otherwise she wouldn't have been able to feel how many tiny stars she had created. When she finally succeeded, she smiled and realized that Tim was glaring at her.
Why do you have that goofy look on your face?
Tim demanded. Lily shook her momentary happiness away as she nervously gulped. Tim also finally noticed that she was obscuring her free hand behind her back.
You hiding something from me, Lily? If you do something stupid, you might force me to do something I'll regret.
Tim warned.
No.
Lily whispered nervously.
Show it!
Tim ordered threateningly. Before clenching her fist, Lily ensured the stars were grouped as tightly as possible. She then proceeded to nervously reveal her closed hand to Tim. Tim stared at her slightly trembling closed hand with curiosity before shaking his head and making his subsequent demand.
Open it!
Tim was focused intently on her hand, so instead of opening it slowly, she did it as abruptly as possible. Lily explosively released her tight grip while throwing as much mana as possible into her link with the spell and controlling the luminous orbs to rush toward Tim's face. The starlight spells were much brighter than she anticipated, which she was grateful for due to their daytime diminishment. She hoped the sudden bright light would be enough to startle him and perhaps even release her to shield his eyes.
What?
Tim cried in shock, moments before the hurtling stars of light rocketed toward his face. Lily had expected Tim to scream, but the boy was clearly tougher than that and only gave an unpleasant grunt. However, to her joy, he did release her to shield and rub at his assaulted eyes.
What the hell is that? Glow bugs?
Tim complained as he swatted at the array of magical stars practically glued to his face. Lily took the opportunity to distance herself from Tim and pull out some glyph paper. She immediately identified a shield one and applied it to herself before taking out 2 firebolt ones. She held them out in a defensive stance and made her demand.
Leave me alone, Tim. I don't want to hurt you.
The boy jumped away from the blinding assault and then sneered at her. He pointed at the starlight spells.
I don't know what the hell those are, but trying to blind me isn't good enough.
Lily silently cursed when she realized her speed control over the starlight spell could not keep them stuck to his face if he used any actual speed.
Just leave me alone,
Lily repeated and held out the glyphs threateningly. Tim chuckled.
You going to give me a paper cut?
I'm not afraid to burn you. These are firebolt glyphs,
Lily warned. Tim's expression darkened, but not out of fear. Anger.
Firebolt? Do you think you're some dragon like that malicious woman?
Don't insult my sister!
Lily screamed. Rather than respond, he took that opportunity to lunge at her. Lily was prepared, though, and with even the slightest trickle of her mana, activated one of the glyphs, sending the magical firebolt directly at Tim. Tim's eyes widened, but he still dodged in time despite being taken entirely by surprise. Lily couldn't help but frown with disappointment before grabbing another from her pocket. She wanted to keep 2 on hand at all times. Tim's predatory eyes watched her pull another from her pocket, and he snarled.
That stupid red bitch is still getting in my way, even when she's not here?
Rose has nothing to do with this! Just stop it already, Tim!
Lily cried.
She gave you that magic fire paper or something, didn't she?
Tim accused, pointing at Lily's pocket.
Well, it's fine. You'll either run out or I'll rip them from your pockets. Guess I'll need to rough you up a bit.
Before Lily's next breath, he had already charged again. Lily almost forgot to cast the spell in her panic, releasing another firebolt. Tim dodged again, expecting it, but she was also prepared this time, as she released a second one. This time, the spell struck him and released a small burst of flame where it hit. Tim winced momentarily before rapidly patting away at his shoulder, which had been struck. To Lily's horror, he then grinned and laughed.
Ha! If that's the best she gave you, then you'll be in big trouble, little bunny.
Tim jeered.
Looks like the big old dragon is all bark and no flame. I've taken gremlin bites with more punch.
Lily nervously swallowed. She didn't expect her firebolts to be that ineffective. She'd prioritized them to be efficient, and it was more than enough for slimes, gremlins, or dire rats, but not the Leonia before her.
Maybe if I use all my firebolts? Otherwise, the only other thing I have is Starburst. Or hoping one of the other boys had the foresight to go call one of the guards. But would they even get here in time?
Lily reached into her pocket and pulled out her entire supply, causing the boy to whistle.
Did you tear apart an entire book for that collection?
He taunted.
Not that it'll help you. Those flames are nowhere near hot enough. That girl should be embarrassed to call herself a Dragaya.
Lily wanted to defend Rose, but the boy charged again, the second she opened her mouth. He caught her off guard this time, clearly going for a gut punch. But his fist collided with her magical barrier, cracking and shattering it. This sent Lily tumbling backward. Tim halted and began frantically waving his hand around while muttering curses.
It's like punching a brick wall.
Tim whined as he clenched his fist, which was mildly bleeding. Before recovering from her tumble, Lily slapped on another shield talisman and then turned to face him. Thankfully, he was still clutching his self-inflicted injury.
Gods! What if that punch hit me?
Lily thought with horror. Either Tim didn't care about holding back, or he didn't know how to. Both outcomes terrified Lily, so she activated every firebolt glyph. Each page burnt up as it was activated, but utilizing her mana control, she held each spell on a hair trigger, like a loaded crossbow bolt.
Stop this, Tim!
Lily screamed.
That punch might have crippled me, or worse!
No! Look what your cheap trick did to my bloody hand!
Tim shouted at her accusingly. Before he could respond further or try another surprise attack, Lily unleashed her spells. The firebolt spells, loaded and waiting, were floating before her. Each one was a tiny representation of the fire crest, glowing a fierce orange that turned red as it fully activated. Seeing almost a dozen firebolts go off immediately made Lily think she had gone too far. But at this point, she was so scared about what he might do to her that she almost didn't care. The barrage of spells looked like a fireworks display, surging towards their target. Tim momentarily paled and tried to get out of the way before he was struck by a good portion of the spells. At first, he grunted, but after more hit him, he started wailing in pain. When the last micro-explosion of flame finished, Lily had expected to see him lying on the ground, but instead, he was snarling and glaring, pure hatred in his eyes. His clothes and hair were burnt, and his impressive mane of hair was badly singed, but he stood and let out a challenging roar.
Looks like your tricks have run out.
Star Cluster! I need Star Cluster!
Lily began to chant frantically. She didn't care if she hadn't practiced it since her alignment. She needed it now. Seeing her doing something, the boy pounced. Rather than a punch, this time he attempted a sweeping kick. Despite his attempted caution, he still struck her second barrier and winced in pain. He must have been moderately holding back, as this time there wasn't blood. When the barrier shattered, he snickered triumphantly and rushed at her, but Lily had finished her chant and held out her hand. There was nothing there, so the boy had no idea what she was trying to pull off when a spray of stardust burst from her hands and erupted into his face.
Ah! What the hell? More tricks?
Tim cried out and began sneezing and spitting. A vast quantity of glittery, magical dust had coated him and his face almost entirely. Lily had momentarily freaked out at her rotten luck of getting a 0-star result, but immediately went into a second chant, like she had done before against the gremlin. As she rapidly went through the chant, she started backing up in retreat.
I just need 1 star. He's coated in stardust. 1 star, please.
Lily hadn't even finished the chant when her mana surged. She thrust her palm outward toward Tim, unleashing a massive star of brightly glowing silver. The spell struck him and exploded, an enormous shower of starburst erupting forward and sending him flying backward. His body tumbled and rolled until he came to a dead stop. Lily was midway through another chant when she noticed that he'd stopped moving, and instead let out a breath of relief. It looked like it was over.
Holy shit. She beat Tim! Was that magic?
Lily turned toward the voices and saw the other boys hiding behind trees, spectators to her entire debacle. Part of her wanted to scream at them for not helping her, but she realized they were just as helpless, so she held her tongue. The boys began cheering and celebrating, but Lily felt somber. 2 of the older boys went to check on Tim, while the rest unleashed a barrage of questions at her.
That was magic, right? I thought Lunadea couldn't do magic. Was that fire? Of course it was, just like Rose could do. I guess you and Rose really are sisters.
Lily's heart jumped at that last comment, and then she noticed a familiar Oz rushing to the scene ahead of one of the younger boys.
Is everyone okay?
Oz shouted frantically. Lily silently cursed. Her secret was revealed far sooner than she would have liked, but at least with adults here, she would be freed from the relentless questions of the curious boys. Chapter 58. Trouble. Oz hurried to Lily's side. The bunny girl, with her shortness of breath and a rather scuffed-up appearance, was a troublesome sight to behold. It had been a while since he last saw her, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was the same girl he'd met back then. She had been tiny, almost malnourished, but now she merely looked small and petite. He quickly reviewed what he could, and from what he could tell, she had suffered no significant injuries except for some bruising on one arm. Her clothes would need repair, or replacement, but it seemed like she'd gotten out of it pretty well overall.
Gods, what happened here? Margaret is going to have my head.
Oz muttered, looking at the rest of the scene now that he'd confirmed the girl wasn't in dire need of medical attention. Scorch marks were apparent, and glittery dust seemed to have coated a large portion of the area.
Tim attacked us!
One of the boys immediately shouted, and pointed toward the unconscious Leonia.
That's what Charlie told me and why I rushed over.
Oz replied with a frown.
But now the perpetrator is unconscious?
Lily beat him up!
The boys exclaimed, their voices filled with awe at Lily's unexpected display of courage.
What? How?
Oz thought, as he glanced at the girl.
It was amazing! She shot fire at him!
One of the boys continued, his voice filled with admiration.
Fire?
But Tim was too tough. Fire was not enough to stop him, but then he exploded into stars.
Oz stared at the kids like they were delusional, but the evidence seemed to indicate otherwise. Rather than question Lily, he inspected Tim. The boy looked tough as nails, but he still checked that he didn't need emergency attention.
Looks like he's just unconscious.
Oz sighed with relief.
Damn.
One of the boys muttered. Oz shook his head and ignored that remark. The kids were undoubtedly still distraught at whatever the Leonia had done. Burn marks were apparent on his clothes, not to mention a thorough coating of that strange dust. It certainly looked like he'd been fighting someone with fire, magical or otherwise.
If the Dragaya girl was here, I'd blame her. But I heard she'd left for that fancy pants magic school. Did she somehow give the girl some of her flames or something? It sounds preposterous, but who knows what people can do with magic?
Oz sighed and turned to the victim-turned-hero.
So, Lily, do you mind explaining what happened?
Oz asked. Lily nodded meekly and began recounting the events. She was articulate and to the point. The boys wanted to hunt some gremlins when Tim appeared. He claimed that all the gremlins were his property and that he'd been exterminating them.
I wish people would stop telling youngsters that monsters help you grow in strength. I swear the rush of power after their first kill goes straight to their egos. But I guess everyone wants to be an adventurer.
Then, Tim grabbed her and tried to drag her into the forest. Apparently, they had some history, and in the past he had bullied her endlessly until Rose stopped him. The boy must have held a grudge for a long time, and saw this as his perfect opportunity to capitalize.
I won't get in trouble for defending myself, will I?
Lily asked hesitantly. Some of the boys gasped at her asking such a question, and others immediately began to protest.
No way! You can't punish her, it's all Tim's fault. Yeah!
Oz chuckled at the enthusiasm and shook his head.
No, you've got more than enough witnesses and testimony that it was self-defense. At worst, you might get a scolding from Margit for being beyond the walls and ruining your clothes.
Lily sighed and then explained how she defended herself. She distracted Tim and then used glyphs to protect herself.
Glyphs?
Oz wondered, as he tried his hardest to recall what he knew about them. The best he could remember was it was some form of written magic, and he tried to hide his ignorance.
But isn't that a mage thing?
Oz questioned. Lily gulped.
I can do magic,
she admitted.
It was so cool!
One of the boys immediately added, getting a lot of agreement from the others.
Damn, why did I have to run and fetch the guards? It sounds like I missed something epic.
Charlie, the boy who'd fetched Oz, whined.
Really? That's crazy. Since when could you do magic?
Oz asked with a grin.
Did your friend leave you with a magic item or something? Or did you maybe have a hazardous potion from Camilla?
Oz tried his best to coax the truth out of Lily, assuring her that he would shield her from any consequences, even if it was something dangerous. To his surprise, Lily frowned.
Rose and Miss Camilla have nothing to do with this. I can do magic.
Lily, I give you my word, you or the others won't get in trouble.
Oz tried to reason. That caused the girl to frown even more. He had thought he was pretty good at speaking with the youngsters, but perhaps he'd misjudged his social capabilities. The girl started muttering and wiggling her hands. Oz thought it might have been a social tic as she tried to come up with a lie, but then she looked at him sternly.
I can do magic,
Lily declared, and opened the palm of her hand. Oz couldn't help but gasp. Floating in her opened palm were 3 tiny sparkles, glowing with a silvery light. It looked exactly like the night sky stars, as if she'd plucked them directly from the heavens. The boys cheered at the demonstration, while Oz found himself muttering a silent curse. This situation had certainly just gotten complicated.
There! I can do magic!
Lily thought fiercely. She didn't want someone to ignore her accomplishments, and she certainly did not wish for Rose or Camilla to suffer the consequences of her own actions. Oz hadn't said anything. Perhaps he didn't believe her enough, so Lily gave a bit of a show, as she caused the 3 starlight stars to swirl around in her palm.
Bloody hell, that looks like magic to me!
Oz mumbled, barely audible to Lily over the cheering boys.
See? I can cast spells,
Lily redeclared.
And I used magic to defend myself from Tim. Nobody else had anything to do with this.
Okay.
Oz sighed.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I believe you. Let's get back inside and report this, I guess.
Lily couldn't help but frown now. Oz had seemed so reliable before, but now he was floundering. Was the situation that unreasonable for him?
Can you walk back? I'm going to need to carry Tim,
Oz said, as he poked his thumb toward the unconscious Leonia. Lily nodded and began the somewhat awkward walk back to the city. Tim's unconscious form was on Oz's back, while the boys looked like they were marching in a victory parade.
Why did it have to come out like this? I wanted to admit I had magic in a much more prepared situation. Stupid Tim.
Some of the younger boys kept asking Lily about magic, but she didn't want to speak with them. She'd somewhat retreated into her shell after this debacle. To get them off her back, she cast starlight to distract them by making it swirl around a bit, which amused them greatly.
Can you turn off the magic when we return to the city?
Oz requested.
I'd rather avoid the questions from the public, if you don't mind.
Some of the boys complained about that, but Oz convinced them they needed to keep Lily's secret. Meanwhile, Lily kept trying to rehearse what she could tell Margit. No doubt the woman would be angry at such a secret coming out, not to mention that there had been a fight.
I really hope Tim takes all the blame. Sure, I shot magic at him, but he attacked us. I have the marks on my arm to prove it.
The older boy who tried to save her also had visible marks on his neck. He looked somewhat relieved and kept shooting nasty glances at the unconscious Tim. When the other guards questioned Oz, he simply mentioned that there had been a scuffle near the forest, which seemed to get them off his back. Lily didn't know whether to be relieved that they didn't press the issue or upset that they barely gave a damn. In almost no time at all, they had reached the orphanage, and Lily could feel her nerves and doubts festering in her. She'd come no closer to her reasonable explanation to Margit.
Can someone fetch Margit, please?
Oz requested.
Don't mention magic or the fight. Just tell her Oz wants to see her.
2 boys saluted and rushed off together. Others wandered off, either from boredom or hunger, since it was probably dinner time. Lily's stomach grumbled at that thought, reminding her she'd spent much energy.
My stomach keeps talking,
Lily thought with embarrassment. The familiar sight of Margit eventually came to the front door. She seemed pleasantly surprised until she noticed Tim, causing her expression to immediately turn sour. "Tim?" Margit cried out with concern. "What happened?"
He's just unconscious. Some minor burns. Can we talk about it inside?
Oz asked. "Burns?" Margit replied, shocked.
Inside. Please, Margit.
Oz repeated.
please,
Lily added in a hushed whisper. Margit finally noticed Lily and seemed about to fret about her disheveled appearance. The woman must have put 2 and 2 together as she suddenly went silent and agreed to talk inside. Once inside, Margit directed Oz to a spot to drop off Tim. Even if it wasn't serious, he still needed to be seen. Lily was glad, as she didn't want to be in the room when he woke up.
I'll be eternally grateful if I never see him again for the rest of my life.
Then, Margit led them to another room to discuss the events. She requested most of the boys who stuck around to leave, only requesting 2 of the eldest to remain and corroborate the events. Once everyone sat down, Oz was the first one to break the ice.
So, Tim's been hunting gremlins and decided to attack the other boys and Lily here.
Margit looked flabbergasted by that revelation. Tim? I thought his violent streak had finally stopped.
I think it came back when Rose left,
Lily answered in a whisper. I see, Margit replied, looking disturbed. She placed a gentle hand on Lily. Are you okay?
My arm's bruised, but otherwise, just a few scrapes,
Lily answered honestly. Margit wasted no time checking Lily's arm, carefully rolling her sleeves up to see the whole picture. When she saw the results, she looked deeply troubled and disturbed. Oz recounted the events in silence. The boys added their own agreements to the retelling. Then, it finally came to the moment Lily had been dreading.
And then Lily stopped him,
Oz replied. How? Margit asked in astonishment.
Magic?
Lily whispered, barely audible. Sorry, dear. Can you speak up? Margit requested.
I used magic,
Lily repeated a little louder. Margit blinked a few times, before apologetically smiling and gently rubbing Lily's shoulder. Of course you did, dear. Oz mumbled sheepishly.
She's telling the truth. She used magic. Fire magic, mostly, considering the burns.
Margit stared at Oz as if he'd suddenly sprouted a second head. Fire magic? But Lily... Margit paused. Are you sure it wasn't some alchemy or something? Maybe Rose left some fire in a bottle or something.
No, Rose and Camilla had nothing to do with this,
Lily answered.
Yes, Lily really did magic.
One boy replied.
It was amazing. She saved the day.
Another added. Margit still looked like she wasn't buying it. You could practically hear the gears turning in her head as she tried to devise a reasonable explanation for the events. Lily sighed. She'd kept herself infused with mana ever since the encounter, having not released her almost death grip on it. Her hands were cupped together like one might do to keep a trapped critter from flying away. Inside was a starlight star. She wasn't sure if it was due to the encounter, but her astral affinity seemed to be working overtime. Sure, she'd grown highly familiar with the starlight spell, having cast it successfully with 2 variations under vastly distinct circumstances, but now it seemed almost like she could command it to happen, just like Rose.
Margit?
Lily said, grabbing the woman's attention. Yes, dear? Margit asked, a little shaken.
I can do magic,
Lily said, uncapping her hands and revealing the brightly glowing star that began to rise up, as if freed from its prison. Margit audibly gasped, the boys grinned, and Oz chuckled nervously. And Lily? She felt oddly free, like the star she'd just released. Chapter 59. Revelations. Lily? How is this possible? Margit asked with astonishment, pointing at the floating star. Lily was torn. A part of her yearned to divulge the whole truth, but the fear of disbelief, or worse, losing Arakil, held her back. Would they believe her even if she explained she was the only one who could talk to him? Or might they believe her but think it's dangerous for her to keep a book with ancient magical knowledge? Either possibility terrified Lily, so she decided to hopefully obscure it with a few half-truths sprinkled in.
I was playing around with Rose and asking her about magic,
Lily nervously explained.
Then I felt something inside. Mana? And it seemed like I could do tiny amounts of magic.
That's... Margit began speaking. Clearly she wanted to say unbelievable, but with a glowing magical star in front of her eyes, it was almost irrefutable. Instead, she seemed to change her words to a question that Lily wasn't too happy about. Why didn't you say anything about it? Tell me, or one of the staff. Lily gulped nervously.
I was worried nobody would believe me, or someone would tell me to stop trying to pursue magic.
Yeah, I'd definitely keep it a secret.
Oz spoke up. It was so sudden that it caused Lily to flinch.
Who knows what people might say, especially as an orphan. No doubt someone would try to forcibly adopt her if word got out.
Margit frowned. We do protect the kids from that. You wouldn't imagine the number of people who tried to adopt Rose. The revelation about Rose's past left everyone in stunned silence.
I had no idea. Guess this place wasn't so bad after all.
Oz mused.
Someone tried to adopt Rose?
Lily yelled.
Was it Lady Deathdew?
Multiple people. More so after her awakening. Margit answered. And no, Lady Deathdew was not one of them. Surprisingly, the woman tried to help Rose reject the offers.
Why would she reject being adopted?
One of the boys asked.
Yeah, getting out of here sounds like a dream.
The other added. Margit opened her mouth to say something, but Oz was faster.
Imagine you get forced to go to a family and then they want to parade you around. In Rose's case, they would slap their noble name on her and brag about their family gaining a Dragaya bloodline. Sometimes it's better to just stick around and start your own life, free from social burdens.
The boys mumbled in agreement, although they still seemed skeptical. Quite, Margit spoke. In some of the more pushier families, Rose said that she would only consider it if they adopted Lily, too.
Really? I had no idea,
Lily admitted, feeling a little sad that she was left out. No doubt Rose wanted to shield you from it, Margit said kindly. She certainly has the strength to fight such things, especially with Lady Desthu's aid.
I'm surprised none of the families just adopted Lily then,
Oz said.
One more mouth to feed to get such a prestigious bloodline would be like a drop in the bucket for them.
Some endeavored, Margit confirmed, but they used some language that offended Rose so much that she almost torched the entire room.
Whoa!
The boys shouted excitedly.
What?
Lily exclaimed.
What on earth did they say to set her off?
Oz asked. They called Lily Rose's pet, which infuriated the girl. Margit answered. Rose was afraid of what they'd do to Lily outside her sight.
Rose?
Lily whispered, sad that this had all been a secret. Oz nodded.
Yeah, it's not like she could have defended herself, which makes her desire to have kept this a secret even more plausible. I can imagine some families flocking at the idea of having the first Lunadea mage.
Lily audibly gulped. I suppose that's right, Margit admitted. Lily felt some momentary relief at her story being bought, but then Oz raised his hand and continued the questioning.
I thought you said you only had a tiny bit of magic.
Oz questioned. Lily nodded meekly.
You took down a Leonia who absorbed monster essence.
Oz pointed out. Margit gasped. Is that what happened? That stupid, headstrong boy. It's much too early for him. Lily thought she might have escaped the questioning with Margit's comment, but to her dismay, Oz continued.
From the residue in the area and the fact you took him down by yourself, I'd say that was a bit more than a little magic.
Yeah, it was amazing. She shot like dozens of fire arrows at him.
One of the boys explained excitedly. Lily felt her heart sink, wishing she could shove a dirty sock in his mouth to shut him up.
No way, it wasn't dozens.
The other boy corrected.
It was like 10. And then she exploded him with a star.
The boys' eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned to Lily, eager for an explanation.
I'd never cast something that big before,
Lily nervously admitted.
A bloodline awakening?
Oz suggested. The first Lunadea with mana who happens to have a bloodline at the same time? Margit asked skeptically.
Hey, I know how it sounds, but what if the bloodline is the reason why she has magic in the first place?
Oz clarified. Margit paused to digest Oz's words.
That sounds so cool,
the boys whispered. On the other hand, Lily felt like her heart would jump out of her throat. She felt so unnerved. Margit sighed heavily, her breath carrying the weight of the situation. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter now. The real question is, what next?
I want to go to Regarth!
Lily blurted out.
Whoa, good luck with that.
One of the boys chuckled.
I heard you gotta be a super genius to get in. Rose got in, though. She's not that smart.
The other said. Ed, James, Margit said. I'm sorry, but could you two leave the room? You can go grab dinner.
Aw, but...
Ed tried to protest. Margit held up her hand, interrupting him. No buts. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please keep things a secret for now, Margit said sternly.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin the big secret and surprise, do you?
Oz said with an exaggerated wink.
Of course.
The two boys agreed.
Your secret's safe with us, Lily.
After they left and closed the door behind them, Margit sighed, while Oz whistled.
Regarth, though, that's a big step. Although maybe you could get in on the fame alone.
Oz said positively.
I want to pass the tests and get in on my own merit, not because I'm a spectacle,
Lily replied.
Sorry.
Oz stammered sheepishly.
Well, assuming the boys weren't overstating their story, maybe you have a reasonable chance.
Lily, are you sure about this? Margit asked. It's a big deal. I don't want you to rush into things. I know you miss Rose, but you don't have to follow after her. Lily shook her head, composing herself so she wouldn't sound too desperate.
While I miss Rose and want to see her again, I want to become a mage. I can't become a normal Legaia. I won't ever be as strong or fast as them. But I can do magic.
Very well, Margaret agreed, to Lily's surprise.
That's it?
Lily asked, almost unbelieving. Margaret smiled softly. It's your life, Lily. You're clearly determined to follow through on this. I just thought maybe you'd prefer a quieter life, making elixirs or scribing books out of the spotlight.
Yeah, you could have kept the magic as a fun secret hobby, as boring as that sounds.
Oz confessed, receiving quite the stink eye from Margaret.
No, I want to become a proper mage,
Lily declared again. Oz looked happy, while Margaret seemed conflicted. I'll need to speak to talk to the staff. This is going to be quite complicated, Margaret explained. And not to discourage you, Lily, as what you've done is outstanding, but to get into Regarth, you will need a much more impressive display.
Sheesh, kick a kid while she's down.
Oz joked.
I'm sure you'll kick butt, kid. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks, Mr. Oz,
Lily replied softly.
Just Oz. I'm not that old.
Oz chuckled. I'm not discouraging her, I just want her to be prepared, Margaret answered, looking rather upset by the accusation. It's one of the top schools for a good reason. Graduating from Regarth would also put her out of the league of many nobles wanting to try to add her to their lineage.
Yeah, nobody would dare mess with a Regarth graduate.
Oz agreed.
Don't worry, Margaret. I'll do my absolute best,
Lily replied enthusiastically. That's all I ask, dear, Margaret sweetly said. You'll need to be added to some of the magic lessons. Hopefully our instructor will be able to help you because, honestly, I have no idea about magic.
Yeah, what even is that?
Oz asked.
I would think it was light magic, but it seems different.
It's a star,
Lily answered. She wanted to outright say it was astral magic, but she had no legitimate way of describing that.
A star? Can't say I've ever heard of star magic.
Oz shrugged. Neither have I, but, like I said, I'm not versed on such subjects. Margaret sighed. Hopefully our magic instructor will be up to the task, or at least be able to offer you some guidance.
Is that the same one Rose punched?
Lily asked. Oz burst out laughing.
Wow, she sounds like a handful.
She was. Margaret began speaking before stopping and correcting herself. She went through a very tough time. It was understandable during the circumstances. And yes, Instructor Richardus is the one Rose unfortunately scuffled with.
Oh, yikes. Isn't he the one from the Magus Knights?
Oz asked.
Some of the guards gossip about him from time to time.
Retired, but yes, he briefly served the kingdom before settling down into teaching, Margaret answered.
He was a Magus Knight? Why the hell did Rose say he was a boring idiot? No wonder she lost.
I can see how he managed to bring a raging dragon under control then,
Oz said, repeating Lily's thoughts.
Sounds like you'll be in good hands then. Hopefully he can figure out how to help you or give you some tips.
Lily nodded.
I look forward to learning.
Man, I'm jealous. I wish I had magic back when I was a kid.
Oz sighed. Instructor Richardus didn't join us back in your time, but I understand the sentiment. Margaret informed Oz. The orphanage facilities have developed remarkably well in recent years. We get to offer our children much more variety in their paths.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I don't regret my time or what the staff did for me at all,
Oz replied.
It's why I stuck around in Seedale rather than moving to a more lucrative post. I think what you're doing here is great.
Thanks, Oz. That means a lot, Margaret replied with a warm smile.
Yes, Margaret, you've been amazing for me too,
Lily added.
I'm sorry for not speaking to you sooner and for avoiding you.
Margaret giggled softly. And to think I thought you were just going through your rebellious phase. Never did I imagine it was such a big magical secret.
Well, I better be off. I'll make my report and avoid mentioning the magical bunny.
Oz said with a wink. Thank you, Oz. You've been a great help.
No problem. We're all family here.
Oz replied with a cheesy grin before leaving the room. Lily and Margit both waved him off with a smile. Lily was now alone with Margit. She felt oddly guilty and wondered if the woman would interrogate her more. Instead of speaking, the woman grabbed Lily into a tight hug. Oh, thank the gods you're all right, Margit whispered, her voice quivering a little. I was so worried.
I'm sorry, Margit. Please forgive me,
Lily said, sniffling a tiny bit. Of course, dear. I understand completely. Who would ever believe such a crazy thing? I'm not angry at you for keeping it a secret. Who knows what someone might have done if they found out?
Someone did find out,
Lily admitted. Who? Margit inquired. I'm assuming Rose knows.
Miss Camilla,
Lily revealed. That old witch knows before me? Margit pressed.
She kind of figured it out. She trapped me with a magic spoon,
Lily explained. That... Margit paused, and it sounded like she was holding back. Crafty woman! I hope you're fine. She didn't do anything to you, did she?
Just potion lessons, but otherwise she's actually been quite nice,
Lily admitted. Really now? Margit replied, sounding skeptical. I guess I'll need to have a word with the woman myself.
I wonder who's going to win that conversation,
Lily thought curiously, as she gave Margit another hug. Her secret was partially out, and to her surprise, it seemed to work in her favor. She had new magic lessons to look forward to, and a test to prepare for, and she still needed to help Arakil fix his book.
It sounds like it's going to be a hectic time.
Chapter 60. Aftermath. Dinner was somewhat awkward, as some of the kids whispered and gossiped. They were undoubtedly the ones who had witnessed the events that day conversing among themselves, but they seemed to be keeping things somewhat restricted. The kids who didn't witness the encounter firsthand were left vaguely in the dark and could only puzzle that something had happened between Lily and Tim, the latter of which was sent to the nurse's office. Lily tried her best to ignore it all and eat her food as quickly as possible so that she could return and inform Arakil of everything that had happened and that her secret was out. She was also immensely grateful that she had the foresight to wash up beforehand. If she was still disheveled from the tumbling, it would only further fuel the rumor mill.
I'm almost glad it happened. Now I can take this seriously, have some lessons, get tested, and earn my way to the Magic Academy.
Oddly enough, when some of the other kids tried to approach Lily for a more direct answer, the boys acted almost like her bodyguards and prevented them from coming. Lily felt grateful for their intervention, as she didn't feel like dealing with anyone else at this moment. She wolfed down her food like it was going to run away.
That star cluster was massive! I didn't even finish the proper chant. This must be the benefits of the astral attunement that Arakil kept talking about. Hopefully one day I'll be able to control my stars like Rose does her flames.
When Lily finally returned to her room, she let out a muffled yawn and briefly considered collapsing onto her bed. But she needed to tell Arakil everything that happened and see if he had anything urgent to say.
And you're absolutely sure you're all right?
I'm fine. I got a few scrapes and torn clothes, but I feel better than ever,
Lily replied confidently.
Good. I'm relieved. I didn't expect a hidden threat to be lurking within the orphanage. Perhaps we should nip this problem in the bud.
Lily gasped.
Are you suggesting dealing with Tim?
In my experience, letting these things fester can bite one in the future. Better to deal with it now while the time is ripe.
Lily was startled. She'd never seen this side of Arakil before. He'd had his moments of briefly suggesting something gross or risky, but this felt like a step beyond.
I guess he's worried about me,
Lily thought, moments before finally responding.
No,
Lily said firmly.
We are not doing anything to him other than ignoring him and hopefully never seeing him ever again. Once I'm in Regarth, we will be worlds apart. Margit and the staff know about his antics and what he tried to do. Besides, I have more important things to worry about, like my new magic teacher and preparing for the test.
Very well. Although I'll definitely be preparing you with some more defensive options then. At the very least, we should work on some defensive triggers for your glyphs in case you get into any similar situation in the future.
That sounds great, and I definitely want to do that. But I was also wondering if there were more astral magic options I could use, especially now that my attunement seems to be settling in.
That is also an option. I'm glad you are proactively considering multiple contingencies. We should start work on the Nebula Veil so that you can summon it at a moment's notice.
Yes!
Lily immediately agreed. It had rapidly become her favorite spell after her nighttime adventures, and if she could choose any spell to master, that one would easily be her first pick. They spent some time with Arakil transcribing some of the gestures for the spell and giving some suggestions on shorthand casting. When Arakil originally described shorthand casting to her, she had thought he would give her smaller words directly, but he described it as a more personal connection between the spell and the caster.
Shorthand is different for everyone. The most straightforward way I could describe it is that the verbal connections shore up your personal shortcomings. For example, if I was forming a firebolt spell, I might be able to perfectly summon the flames required, but struggle to turn it into a projectile, and thus my shorthand focuses on that aspect. Someone else might struggle to call forth the fire, but masterfully turn it and anything into a projectile.
Lily nodded along eagerly, feeling some of her dreariness of the day fading thanks to her enthusiasm.
No one can predict where your shortfalls will be, and it's almost an instinctual feeling. This goes doubly so with astral magic for you, since you're attuned to it now. I'm afraid you'll need to go through some trial and error on your own. I wish I could tutor you more directly on this.
Don't worry, Arakil. You've done more than enough for me,
Lily said reassuringly.
The notes you've made are a good starting point, so it's up to me to feel around for what comes naturally.
Some part of Lily really wanted to start doing some magic, but even her renewed vigor was ebbing. She ended the night with a final question that vexed her.
With my magic teacher, what should I say or do?
Lily asked, rubbing her hands together nervously.
Do or say... I'd suggest listening to him and trying to get a lesson plan. Hopefully it won't interfere with our own schedule at all.
No,
Lily began trying to explain, mumbling as she strained to find the right way to describe it.
How do I explain astral magic to him without saying it's astral magic? I told Margit that it was star magic, but I'm worried that might not be good enough.
I think I understand your concern. You're worried that you've presented yourself as having a sudden awakening to an unknown bloodline and aren't sure if astral magic even exists or not.
Exactly,
Lily interrupted.
Even Margit said she's never heard of star magic before or seen anything like it.
I can't comment on whether it exists, but you could go with what feelings or imagery it invokes when you use it. You've already called it star magic, so feel free to mention that it feels like the night sky to you. Magic, especially when it's close to you, often invokes feelings and imagery in the caster. Being your supposed bloodline in this situation, you'd undoubtedly be highly in tune with it.
Lily nodded.
It feels like the moons to me.
Then go with that. It would also help potentially draw out the existence of astral magic or not. At least I would reach that conclusion if someone mentioned stars and moons to me.
Is it good or bad if astral magic exists?
Lily questioned.
Neither, I'd say. On the one hand, if it exists, there is the possibility that new spells have been formulated for it beyond my archives. Who knows what has been discovered while I slumbered? On the other hand, if it is entirely unknown, that leaves you with a lot of leeway. You can get away with more if nobody understands what you're doing. Likewise, your enemies can be befuddled and left guessing.
You make the second one sound better,
Lily pointed out.
Perhaps, especially if we wish to truly disguise this as your bloodline magic. However, think of the new knowledge we could uncover if it does exist.
Lily giggled. She'd almost forgotten that Arakil really wanted to add knowledge to his archives. She mentally promised to try to feed him as many books as he wanted when they got the chance. After finishing her morning routine, Lily met Margit, who led her to a wing of the orphanage she had seldom visited. From speaking with Rose, she knew this section contained the classroom for the magic teacher, and she couldn't help but feel a bubbling excitement. "Are you nervous?" Margit asked softly.
The opposite,
Lily giggled.
I'm finally going to learn magic for real.
"Yes, well," Margit whispered. "Instructor Richardus said he would only teach you if it was true. It's not that I doubt you or what I saw, but I just know that the man can be stubborn. Especially after what Rose did to him."
He's not going to fail me just because of Rose, will he?
Lily worried. Margit shook her head and gave Lily a reassuring pat on her head. "I don't think so, my dear, but he might be stricter with you. Still, I'm excited to see you blow him away." Lily giggled again and nodded happily, feeling a lot more confident. They knocked on the door before opening it and entering. It was a slightly larger classroom than any of the ones Lily had been to in her studies, mainly because a large portion of the room was dedicated to maintaining an open space with reinforced walls, not wood like the rest of the orphanage, but covered with dark stone.
I bet that's where the kids must demonstrate their magic,
Lily thought, noting almost a safety perimeter around the open area. An older man sat at his desk, reading through some documents while nursing a mug of coffee. Rose had described the man as a tomato, but Lily failed to see the resemblance. He briefly looked up to see the two of them enter. "Good morning, Inspector Richardus," Margit said politely. Lily repeated the greeting and added a tiny, nervous head bow.
"Good morning, you two. What a commotion you've stirred up,"
the man said.
"I hope this isn't a remnant of trouble from Miss Rose."
No!
Lily refuted instantly, then clutched her mouth in embarrassment at the sudden outburst. Margit sighed. "No, Rose has nothing to do with this." Instructor Richardus nodded and turned to Lily.
"Well, I hope that you're a better student than her, assuming this all isn't some elaborate prank."
It's not!
Lily refuted instantly, once again. Instructor Richardus eyed her suspiciously before gesturing to the open space. Margit gave Lily a reassuring smile and a gentle nudge in the direction. Lily walked to the area and stood there, feeling relief that only two were in the audience. Margit took a seat at one of the empty desks, while Instructor Richardus stood up and walked a bit closer.
"Now, from what was told to me, you described it as star magic?"
he asked.
Yes, it feels like the stars and the moon?
Lily replied somewhat nervously.
"Fascinating,"
Instructor Richardus whispered as he rubbed his chin.
"I can't say I've heard of anything of the sort, and I went through some of my old notes to see if I could find anything. To my surprise, there was nothing, so I hope you were truthful."
Sorry, Arakil. I guess I'll need to find you some other knowledge. Do you want me to demonstrate?
Lily asked, almost feeling a little annoyed now at the recurring insinuations. Rather than saying anything, the instructor just nodded. Lily began to see why Rose might have punched the man as she suppressed a weary sigh and instead opened herself up to her mana core. With her mana spiraling, she whispered a tiny phrase and opened the palm of her hand, revealing 3 shining stars floating in it. Margit clapped excitedly, while the instructor stared at it in fascination. But Lily wasn't done yet. She began making the 3 stars float up before slowly starting to orbit around herself, each star at a differing radius length, as if Lily were the center of her tiny solar system.
This feels easy. This has to be from the attunement. Hopefully I can drink that mana potion soon.
Remarkable,
Instructor Richardus finally said, as he watched the sparkling stars swirling around Lily.
While I didn't give you permission for such a grandiose display, I do believe you've proven your point.
Oh, hush. Don't be such a brute. This is supposed to be an orphanage school, not one of your boot camps, Margit snapped. Instructor Richardus blushed and sheepishly scratched the back of his head.
While that might be so, proper rules and procedures should be followed.
Lily couldn't help but notice Margit rolling her eyes and sighing with annoyance. Lily barely managed to suppress her giggles, and was certainly glad to have the kind woman on her side.
Well, at least he believes me now. The first hurdle was a resounding success.
Chapter 61. Instructor. Instructor Richardus slowly approached one of the stars, and Lily halted its movements with a minute gesture to allow him to observe it better. He blinked in surprise before smiling at Lily and muttering a soft thanks. After observing the tiny star and poking it with a pencil and eventually his hand, he seemed to have reached some conclusion and nodded.
At first, I thought this might have been some form of light magic. However, if it is, then it's like none I've ever seen,
Instructor Richardus admitted.
On closer inspection, it undoubtedly resembles a star, not dissimilar to the ones scattered throughout the night sky. It provides a soft, ambient light, quite different from normal light spells.
To demonstrate his point, he began a magical chant. His enunciation was extremely precise, and his routine was clear and rehearsed. When he finished his chant, he held out his hand, and a perfectly formed sphere of light formed inches above his palm. Lily's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden magical display, causing the old man to chuckle in amusement.
You'll be seeing plenty more magic if you join this class, my dear. I hope each and every spell won't cause you to gape like a goldfish.
Lily closed her mouth and frowned slightly, causing both the adults to chuckle softly. She felt a growing pout starting to form, but managed to suppress it, not wanting to further their teasing.
And they're supposed to be the mature ones.
With his free hand, he gestured toward his own light spell, and then to Lily's star.
As you can see, the light itself is very different, not only in color, but intensity. Likewise, this spell has a slight warmth, but the tiny star is absent of such. Furthermore, I cannot maneuver this spell the way Lily is, and at best, I could place it in a fixed position relative to my own body.
He demonstrated this by placing it above his right shoulder. Once fixed, it seemed to almost lock in place, and then he moved about the room, the orb following him as if attached to him. The instructor then asked Lily if she could position her stars. He had her recall them to herself, send them to Margit, who let out a delighted giggle, and even have her spread them out into a different corner of the room.
Very, very interesting,
Richardus muttered to himself, once again stroking his chin in thought. What does this all mean? Margit asked.
Well, not only has she shown an unprecedented level of control over the spell, not dissimilar to a bloodline, but the spell's origin is clearly not from light magic,
Richardus explained. Lily silently cheered. Her control over the spell, being called similar to a bloodline, was precisely the outcome she wanted. Does that mean she can go to Regarth? Margit asked, sounding especially pleased herself.
Regarth?
The man replied, sounding somewhat startled.
Perhaps based on the uniqueness of her situation she could get in, but whether she's actually qualified to go, I am uncertain of that at this point. At the very least, she would earn a spot at trying to take the entrance test.
I can do it!
Lily replied confidently.
I'll pass their test!
To her surprise, the instructor chuckled and gave a rather pleased nod.
I admire your confidence. I'll gladly give you any support I can to knock the socks off of those examiners.
Lily smiled happily as Margit offered her congratulations. Richardus cleared his throat.
Sorry to interrupt your celebrations, but an outstanding issue was also brought to my attention.
Lily tilted her head curiously, wondering what else there was to discuss.
That's the matter of how you dispatched Tim, a well-bodied Leonia who had partaken in monster essence.
Lily gulped nervously.
And also displayed a usage of fire magic? Care to explain?
I stopped Tim with a big star. It exploded into stardust when it collided with him,
Lily explained.
As for the fire, I drew glyphs.
Glyphs?
Richardus questioned, the surprise evident on his face.
That's preposterous. How did you even gain the knowledge to draw them?
I read about glyphs in a book, and then I got an alchemy book on glyphs and their uses for potion making,
Lily explained, once again treading a fine line between truth and fiction. That witch gave you a book on glyphs? You could have burnt yourself, or worse, Margit replied in shock and rage.
I was extremely careful. I practiced a ton before drawing them for real,
Lily explained.
And yet you use them offensively when defending yourself,
Richardus commented. Lily gulped again, her throat parched, and her ears drooped with concern.
I'm not faulting you for defending yourself,
he added.
Heavens, no. I'm almost proud that you use magic to defend yourself, untrained. I'm just pointing out that you went far beyond what I presume was written in a book for alchemy.
The other book I read had different glyphs, and I started combining them,
Lily explained. Margit didn't seem to understand what Lily said, but Richardus, on the other hand, seemed absolutely shocked.
You modified glyphs?
He stammered slightly. Is that bad? Margit asked, sounding quite concerned.
It's certainly risky,
Richardus said, stroking his chin.
I admit I didn't go beyond the basics, opting for different courses at the academy, but I do know that you shouldn't deviate from the tried and true solutions.
Lily frowned.
Does nobody work on improving them? That seems terrible.
Margit gaped at Lily's outburst. Richardus, on the other hand, looked at her momentarily as if she'd sprouted a second head, before chuckling to himself.
Interesting. An innovator, huh?
He commented, shaking his head while still chuckling softly.
Improvements are still made to them and then officially published to the public once they are discovered. It's heavily regulated, and proper glyph makers are licensed.
So it really is a money-making scam,
Lily blurted out. Lily, Margit responded in shock. What's come over you? Lily blushed slightly.
Sorry, it's just what Miss Camilla told me about glyphs. She said it was incredibly expensive, costing her an absolute fortune. It really does sound like a big scam if they regulate it so heavily.
Margit continued to stare at Lily in bewilderment, while Richardus grinned and spoke up.
It certainly is costly. I can't confirm or deny if it's a scam, but the price is atrocious from what I've been quoted. It certainly made me question my studies, at the very least.
I can't wait to tell Miss Camilla she was right. This is crazy. Why put so much control over it? Arakil would no doubt be furious. He'd say they were suffocating innovation.
Moving on, I'd suggest you stop modifying any glyphs,
Richardus said.
Why?
Lily asked, outraged. Lily, it's dangerous, Margit tried to reason.
It's not. I'm always extremely careful,
Lily whined. Richardus cleared his throat loudly, silencing the two.
Do you have any of these glyphs to show me?
Lily hesitated first, before nodding and pulling out a single firebolt glyph. She'd spent a tiny portion of her morning replenishing her dwindled supply, after she burned through all of them trying to deal with Tim. Richardis carefully took the page and started analyzing it. Lily almost laughed at his various expressions as he scrutinized everything on the page. "Well?" Margaret impatiently asked, clearly still worried.
I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure what all of these do.
Richardis said, his face turning a shade of pink.
But the ones I do recognize are remarkably well drawn. Lily must have spent hours and hours practicing every single detail until it was perfect.
Lily smiled happily at her efforts being recognized, but Margaret was not pleased. "Don't praise her for that. You said it was dangerous," Margaret snapped. Richardis's face reddened, and now Lily could vaguely see why Rose had described him as a tomato.
"It's safe. I made sure it's limited,"
Lily explained, trying to defend herself.
Oh? Care to explain?
Richardis asked curiously, causing a glare from Margaret. Lily nodded, and after Richardis held out the paper, she began pointing to the sigils on the glyph.
"I made sure to limit it. It won't exceed 10 meters. Also, it's made from low-grade ink, so it doesn't have that much strength. And I didn't include anything to boost its potency."
Remarkable!
Richardis said excitedly.
I'd always heard there was a lot of potential in glyphs, but if what you say is true, then this is outstanding.
"It is true. I promise,"
Lily declared. "Lily, no, you don't play with fire," Margaret scolded.
That didn't stop the dragon girl,
Richardis commented, before coughing and trying to hide that he had spoken out of turn. Margaret frowned. "Rose is a Dragaya. Her situation is entirely different."
"It's not different,"
Lily protested.
"It's nothing like what Rose could do."
Margaret was about to respond, clearly getting a little heated, when Richardis clapped his hands together loudly.
How about Lily proving to us it is safe?
He suggested.
"Yes, I can do that,"
Lily said, as she eagerly tried to grab the glyph from him. Conversely, Margaret frowned. "I bet you just want to see what it does."
I do admit to being deeply curious about this subject.
Richardis agreed.
However, if what she says is true and it only goes a limited distance and with regulated potency, then I don't see the harm in it. That Leonia boy could certainly do worse now that he's partaken in essence, and any child with a more dangerous bloodline could produce much more devastating results entirely by accident.
Margaret opened her mouth to protest further, but then closed it and shook her head with a sigh. She reluctantly agreed with the caveat that if Lily failed, she would promise not to touch something dangerous like fire until she left the orphanage. Lily agreed, also reluctantly but determined to prove herself. She knew what the glyph did, which was practically perfect. She was not losing this wager. Lily briskly walked to the far end of the room, and then, with practiced ease, thrust the glyph forward while activating it with a flick of mana. The page burned up as it activated, causing Richardis to sigh somewhat disappointedly at the glyph being destroyed in the process. As it burnt away, the familiar sight of the firebolt burst forward and traveled its distance before fading entirely. It certainly didn't hit the opposite wall like Margaret had assumed.
Spectacular!
Richardis cheered. Margaret frowned, but it looked like she had to admit she lost. Lily couldn't help but laugh at how the situation had almost flipped. Now the instructor was cheering her on, while the one who originally came to support her was discouraging.
"I understand she's just worried about me, but these firebolts are nothing like the Direhawk's or even Tim's attacks. Heck, I think even a gremlin bite might be worse. I really kept these to the bare minimum."
The potency was a little disappointing, but I was utterly flabbergasted to see it wink out of existence at precisely 10 meters.
Richardis continued talking. "Sir?" Margaret interrupted. "Please don't encourage her to try to make it more powerful after we just established it was relatively safe."
Yes.
He half-heartedly agreed.
Although I will remind you that self-defense is part of our course, including some basic offensive magic.
But isn't that mostly wind? Margit asked.
Do you truly think wind is any weaker than fire?
Richardis questioned, sounding almost offended by the insinuation.
I'll have you know that wind can be just as potent, if not more deadly, than fire. The same goes for water or some of the other less obviously destructive elements.
Oh, Margit responded, looking genuinely surprised.
However, you are somewhat right,
he replied, throwing her a bone.
We generally only teach a defensive gust spell to try to knock an assailant off or away from you. But if Lily does indeed go to Regarth, then she will be learning all sorts of strange and powerful spells.
Margit sighed and nodded. I guess I just have to come to terms with the fact that she's growing up. I just hoped it wouldn't be so soon.
It's always hard, but that's what we are here for,
Richardis said with a gentle smile.
We give these kids a foundation, but the future is their own.
Lily nodded happily at those words, as she really liked the meaning behind them.
The future is mine! I'll definitely get into Regarth and become a full-fledged mage!
Chapter 62 Renewal. With her demonstration out of the way, Lily was allowed to leave the classroom and return to her room. Margit promised to send her the schedule once it was determined which classes she would join. Lily didn't mind leaving it to the adults. She was far more excited to tell Arakil the good news. Practically bursting into her room, she went for the book and began retelling everything that happened.
Astral magic being potentially unknown is a fortuitous situation for us. Although, having said that, we must also consider the possibility that this instructor doesn't have knowledge from more prestigious institutes. Although that, again, is not a bad thing, as that would mean astral magic is scarce, making you much more desirable as a student.
I think you're worrying too much about it,
Lily replied with a tiny giggle.
But I'm glad that it's looking very positive right now. I was really worried he wouldn't accept me or I'd get in trouble because Rose punched him.
I think I'm worrying the right amount. One can never be too careful. But on a more positive note, I have a request. I'd like to join you in these lessons and hear what this teacher has to say.
Of course! I'd love to take you with me to classes!
Lily agreed hastily.
Although, you are a bit big, so it'll be a bit of a struggle.
Agreed, which is why I think we should repair the size-altering functions first. I looked over the decayed segments of the book and concluded that they would be relatively easy to fix. Furthermore, now that your monocore has been attuned to astral, I believe it will even harmonize a bit with it.
Really?
Lily asked in disbelief.
I thought you were a little against astral magic, but now you're saying it'll help us out?
Astral-attuned mana. And yes, while I was initially biased against the magical category, I must admit that its applications suit an eager new apprentice such as yourself. As for the harmonizing, it has to do with the composition of the materials this book was made out of. One of the prime ingredients was a cosmic monster, so it should drink up your mana like a sponge.
Monster?
Lily muttered curiously.
Yes, a massive beast that soared through the cosmos, able to devour dying stars. They were quite rare in my time, and a testament to one's power was to challenge one. I used one in the book's creation to harmonize with the black hole and pocket universe, among other things.
Lily blinked a few times, unsure if Arakil was exaggerating or telling the truth.
He's always been so serious in the past, so he must be telling the truth. But what the heck is a monster?
Lily decided to ignore it and move on.
Okay, so what would we need to do? Didn't you mention that converting my mana is tough?
Yes, I'll need you to channel it into the cover itself. It might be easier if you do so while the book is closed. A permanent restoration will take some time with you repeatedly tending to it. But if you give it a large enough burst, we could do a one-time size change for now.
Lily gasped in amazement.
That's so magical!
Not quite. It falls more under the domain of artifice and enchantment. But I suppose it is a magical effect.
Don't take everything I say so literally,
Lily grumbled.
Point taken. So, shall we reduce my size?
Lily nodded.
Yes, but won't I need my mana for the rest of the day? Shouldn't we do this at night before bed?
Well, if you emptied your mana core now, we could also move on to drinking your mana potion and refining it further. You've undoubtedly become adequately attuned and stable enough to receive an influx of mana.
Yes!
Lily cheered, almost immediately rushing to her secret hiding spot to pull out the treasured mana potion. Lily eagerly stared at the glowing liquid, giving it a tiny swirl and watching its nearly iridescent color change.
So, I close your book and focus on putting mana into the cover.
Lily repeated the instructions for confirmation.
It sounds a bit hard. I've never really tried to focus it on one specific section of an item and not just the whole thing.
It can be tricky, but you are up to the task. You've already directed your mana correctly to your throat and fingers. I also believe that the cover itself will help guide you due to its cosmic nature. It will be eager to drink. You'll know it's completed when the book changes size. Then you can move immediately to drinking your mana potion, using the same method you previously used with a tight inward spiral to refine it.
Okay, got it. I won't let you down,
Lily replied confidently. She carefully closed the book, took a deep breath, and channeled her mana. At first, she noticed she still included the entire book as her target, so she tried to hone it further with renewed effort. Surprisingly, as she began focusing on the target, she could feel an almost subtle draw trying to direct her mana toward it.
The cosmic D-monster!
Lily redoubled her energy and channeled harder, reining in the mana with her willpower and directing it toward the hungry source. Once the connection was established, it very much felt like a sponge sucking up water, and she felt herself relaxing slightly to maintain the connection. Moments passed, and as she opened her eyes to witness what was happening, she saw the book's cover almost come to life. The previously dull black leather cover was now an enriched black, with a shimmering hint of purple dancing across it. What once looked almost like cracked weathering vanished entirely, as if the book itself was freshly minted. The transformation was so profound that it left Lily staring in awe. Then the book flashed an iridescent kaleidoscope before shrinking before her very eyes. The sudden abruptness nearly caught her off guard, and she stifled a startled squeak. Canceling the magical connection, she noted her mana core was almost entirely drained. Her stomach lurched in protest, and she felt some minor fatigue beginning to fester.
Being empty on mana really sucks,
Lily groaned.
But it worked!
Arakil's book was now much more manageable in size. What was previously a massive tome that she would have to heave around with 2 hands was now the size of a diary. Picking it up and feeling its new weight, she was delighted that she could now take Arakil with her wherever she went.
If we fix this permanently, maybe he can shrink to pocket size. That's so cool!
Lily placed the resized book on her table and opened it, amazed at how all the previous written texts were still in their usual spots and perfectly scaled to match the smaller pages.
It worked, Arakil! This is amazing! I can't believe how wonderful this is! Everything is perfectly smaller!
Lily said joyfully.
Excellent. Good luck with your mana refinement. I believe in you.
Lily nodded happily and uncorked the potion. Once again, she breathed deeply, refocusing herself.
Wait!
Lily blurted out, a snap moment of realization.
I need my mana gathering array.
Lily felt embarrassed that she had nearly forgotten such a vital part. After carefully recorking the potion and gently placing it on the table, she fetched the wooden board and put it in the center of her room, unfolding it to its active position. Lily grabbed her potion, sat down in the middle of the array, and prepared to drink the liquid. Before finally taking the drink, she did a quick mental checklist to reassure herself that she hadn't forgotten anything. With no further preparation, she chugged it and was met with the familiar, faint, rooty licorice flavor. Moments after swallowing, she felt the bubbling energy rising up from her stomach, spreading out through her system and chasing away any hint of fatigue. Lily meditated, falling into the routine with practiced proficiency. The usual black mental landscape was littered with so much silvery light that Lily could barely believe it. When she formed her inward spiral, it effortlessly collected the mana, and she funneled it straight into her mana core. Slowly but surely, another thin layer was being created over the circumference of the silvery sphere, and unlike before, she had enough mana to work with to actually see a visible difference in a reasonable time frame. Bit by bit, the mana core began to grow, and Lily felt a budding excitement.
Done!
Lily opened her eyes and smiled, placing a hand on her chest where the mana core was supposedly housed. She wondered if it was actually growing in physical size, or if it was more metaphorical growth.
If it's growing, then I'll need to be big enough to handle it myself. What if it starts pushing against my ribs? That sounds dreadful!
With nothing more to collect and refine, Lily gave her body a full cycling flush of mana, trying to guesstimate how much more mana she had to work with. Although she had to give up after a few evaluation attempts, it wasn't at full capacity, since she had used the potion for refinement rather than recovery, so it was a little moot anyway. Her stomach gurgled as if to remind her it was lunch. Her mana core was a hungry beast, demanding as much nurturing as she could give it.
It was a success! I managed to grab almost every little bit of mana!
Lily told Arakil proudly.
Excellent. We will have you in tip-top shape for the examination. You will pass it with flying colors.
And more mana to work with means we can also start fixing your eye. Wouldn't you like to be able to see the lessons as well?
Lily asked.
It would be beneficial, I do admit, but a portion must still keep going toward reinvigorating the book itself. Anyway, you should go grab some food. Even I can hear your stomach speaking.
Lily blushed furiously and made preparations to head for lunch. While packing away, she briefly considered carrying Arakil, but figured bringing a book there would be a bad idea. What if someone spilled something? Lily returned the book to its usual spot, promising to fetch him after lunch and take him with her to her job at the potion shop. As she began walking toward the cafeteria, she found herself lost in thought about the immediate future.
I wonder what will happen there. What if my magic classes are in the afternoon? I suppose I will need to explain this to Camilla, or maybe Margit will tell her. Either way, Camilla won't be too happy. But then again, Margit really got angry when she heard I got a book of alchemical glyphs from her. She called her a witch.
Lily sighed.
I do still want to keep doing my potion work. It's been far more interesting since we started working with magical elixirs. If Arakil agrees, I want to take alchemy as one of my electives. I'm confident I've got enough of a foundation to get in. Then, when Rose and I become adventurers, I can make them and keep us stocked up and healthy.
Lily nodded to herself.
Also, I still need to get more mana potions. My mana core won't grow. I can't get ingredients from the tiny hidden grotto anymore, so Camilla's now my only source. Plus, I think Miss Camilla still needs my help. Her bad eyesight and hands are really not good for her. I wonder when she will finally retire. If she hasn't decided, maybe I can suggest she retires when I leave for Regarth? Even if I give her plenty of glyph supplies, she will run out eventually. I'm sure she'll have enough money by then, right?
Lily paused to picture it and shook her head. Even in her imagination, she couldn't imagine Camilla ever retiring. But she put those thoughts aside as her immediate concern was eating a delicious and nutritious meal. Chapter 63. Schedule.
You take 1 day off, 1 day, and look what happens,
Camilla ranted.
I can't believe it. You get attacked by some hormonal teen, your big secret is revealed, you join magic classes, and worst of all, you tell me that I'm going to be losing valuable apprentice time.
Lily sighed.
I'm not happy about that either. I've really enjoyed working here ever since we started dealing with real potions.
As you should,
Camilla snorted.
Big money in proper magical potions. None of that herbal remedy crap. Bah!
Lily used her recent discovery as a lifeline in hopes of calming the woman down.
Speaking of money, did you know that creating your own glyphs is almost forbidden? You need a license, and the entire glyph-making business is heavily regulated. I was told off for experimenting with them and making more efficient glyphs.
I knew it! Oh, those scoundrels!
Camilla snapped, her anger successfully diverted.
Rotten to the core, trying to extort a poor old woman of her hard-earned money. It's all one big money-making conspiracy. I bet their license is all a sham. They probably only allow their cronies to join them. The Alchemical Association was almost heading down that path before a kind soul sent a letter with evidence to the right people.
Lily struggled to hold back a giggle, placing her hands over her mouth in an attempt to hide it. She had expected Camilla to explode, but not this much. She also suspected that the kind soul was most likely Camilla herself. The woman snapped her fingers and pointed at Lily.
When you go to that fancy magic school Regmouth...
Regarth?
Lily corrected. Regarth, yes, that one.
Camilla agreed, and continued her overly exaggerated pointing.
You must take glyph classes and get a license. Then, if you uncover their wrongdoing, you can stop them in their tracks. Think of the good you do for the world, robbing those charlatans of their ill-gotten gains.
Lily stammered.
Yes, I was planning on taking it. I also wanted to take alchemy.
Camilla nodded as if she had expected it.
Yes, good. Then you can double-check that they aren't also breeding any miscreants. I don't doubt it for a second. They haven't had a good clean house in decades.
Lily just nodded along. She didn't want to get swept up in Camilla's antics, but even she had to admit that she wasn't too pleased about people hoarding knowledge like this. She thought the book might explode when she briefly mentioned it to Arakil. He was furious.
He really embodies the magic is for everyone approach. He wants to spread magic as wide as possible while also learning about everything and anything to do about it.
Lily briefly glanced at the book, carefully placed within her basket, and smiled. Arakil could now listen in on these conversations if he so wished, as while the book appeared closed at a glance, they had kept it ever so slightly open with a thin piece of wood, acting like a bookmark. Lily was initially hesitant with such a suggestion, worried that it would somehow damage the pages or the book itself, but Arakil had proudly boasted that he would have never made such a pitiful grimoire. It was a crude fix, but it worked surprisingly well.
Good! I'm glad you agree with me,
Camilla said, bringing Lily hurtling back to reality.
I should have been paying more attention to what she was saying. Oh well. I hope you understand that I must attend a few lessons with Instructor Richardis. I need to maximize my chances of getting into Regarth, or everything will be ruined,
Lily reasoned. Camilla sighed.
Oh, I suppose so. Especially if those cretins get their just desserts.
And I'll still make sure to come over as much as possible,
Lily quickly added. Camilla nodded, looking mostly recovered from her anger.
Right. Let's get started then, shall we?
She said, as she gestured toward her atelier. Lily nodded and eagerly followed. After a long day's work, they were busy closing up the shop when Camilla started fretting. She kept counting and counting while muttering to herself.
Have I finally lost it?
Camilla whispered, barely audible to Lily.
Is something wrong, Miss Camilla?
Lily asked, concerned.
Unless my mind is playing tricks on me, or I need new glasses again, I'm counting 6 more potions than normal.
Lily nodded.
I made 6 more than normal.
What?
How?
Camilla gasped.
Girl, have you really been holding out on me that much?
Lily shook her head.
No, my mana has grown since you last saw me. I'm still growing, and my awakening seems to have affected it. Just like with Rose, but without the added tail.
It was a little white lie that Lily had agreed upon with Arakil. Rose had received quite a substantial boost after her awakening, so much so that she was considered a hazard to someone weak like Lily until she got it under control. Lily was still not comfortable revealing the Monocore or Arakil to anyone but Rose, so they needed a logical reason to explain her continued growth.
Is that so?
Camilla replied, scratching her chin with a wicked smirk.
My, that boy should have attacked you sooner if it resulted in such a productivity boost.
Lily frowned.
No need to pout, I'm only half kidding.
Camilla cackled softly.
Still, this is good news. It means that I don't have to worry too much about your reduced schedule if this is your new output. And you're still growing? Remarkable! I guess that explains your new clothes and such.
As long as I get paid and can work toward more mana potions, I don't mind,
Lily responded.
Oh?
Have you given up on the glyph ink already?
Camilla asked curiously. Lily swallowed.
I haven't, but the potions are more important.
She still hadn't explained that she didn't really need the fairy moss anymore, not since learning how to imbue the ink directly herself. Arakil had even told her she could probably use her own blood as an even more straightforward method, but Lily refused outright on principle.
Interesting,
Camilla muttered, before giving a half shrug. I suppose even you've realized the limitations of using such poor quality glyph ink, even with all the minute perfections and cost-saving limits you're so fond of. Lily sighed and didn't bother fighting it. Camilla pressed her a bit more for some info about the events and what happened, but was otherwise relatively normal about it, in her own strange, familiar way. Camilla even requested to witness a little bit of the magic Lily spoke of, and of course, she jumped at the opportunity to show off a little, and gave the woman a little light show of her starlight spell.
To think I'd witness a Lunadea casting spells before my very eyes,
Camilla said almost proudly.
I must say, you've been a real treat ever since you stepped into my shop all those months ago.
To think you'd add such color to my golden years.
Lily blushed furiously, not expecting such unfiltered praise from the woman. Camilla was kind in her own way, but seeing her act almost grandmotherly was a little off-putting, and Lily nearly expected her to swing into a sales pitch for some snake oil. Margit came to fetch Lily and, at the same time, informed Camilla of Lily's new schedule. Camilla reluctantly agreed, as it wasn't too bad, all things considered. Lily would still come to the shop at least 3 times a week, provided she didn't fall behind on her new studies.
The girl eats up knowledge like a starving wolf. I don't think she'll fall behind for even a minute,
Camilla boasted confidently. Margit seemingly agreed with that assessment as she nodded along. She also warned Camilla not to give Lily any more books about alchemical glyphs in the future. Camilla agreed, and Margit clearly suspected something was up, but she didn't fight it. When they left the shop, Lily took a final glance at Camilla, and the woman gave a big, exaggerated wink.
She probably doesn't have any other books. Also, thanks to Arakil, I had more information than her books anyway. It was certainly nice of her not to mention that to Margit.
On their trip home, Lily and Margit discussed her upcoming schedule, which was very different from that of the other students. You're older than most students who start their magic lessons, and you've clearly gotten some knowledge either from books or Rose, Margit explained. However, Instructor Richardis is concerned that you might lack some fundamentals, despite performing such an impressive display. So he's compromised with you having half your lessons with beginners and half with the other students your age. The goal is to drop the beginner lessons once you've proven yourself.
Beginner lessons? After everything Arakil taught me, I think it'll probably be a little boring. But maybe Arakil will appreciate learning how magic is taught today.
Of course, Lily kept those thoughts to herself and simply nodded to Margit's explanation. Once that was out of the way, they made some small talk, and Lily felt like their bond was slowly rekindling. She still felt a little guilty for keeping so many secrets from Margit.
Maybe on the weekend we can go clothes shopping a bit?
Lily suggested.
I have some money saved up from my apprenticeship.
Margit smiled and nodded. Of course, that sounds wonderful. If we're smart about our purchases, we can buy some slightly larger clothes and temporarily tailor them a bit smaller, assuming you're still having a bit of a growth spurt. Lily happily nodded and then began to wonder.
How much more will I grow? I probably won't ever be proper Lunadea size, but hopefully I'll be somewhere around a short human. I should count my blessings, and at least I don't need to worry about wings and tails like Rose.
Lily unconsciously touched her rear and shuddered slightly. She couldn't imagine dealing with such a troublesome addition, even if she initially found Rose's stumpy tail cute when she first grew it. Arriving home, Lily pulled out Arakil's book from her basket and placed it on the desk.
So, how was your day?
Lily asked curiously.
It's pretty much your first time leaving my room since I got you back.
It was certainly interesting. That Camilla woman in particular has quite the fiery spirit. If only she put it to more positive uses than hoarding wealth. Imagine if she turned her frugal nature toward Mona.
Lily giggled as she tried to imagine Camilla and Arakil working together to save every scrap of mana possible.
As for your lesson plans, it's probably unnecessary, but for appearance's sake, I can't see any harm in it. I'll continue supplementing your lessons anyway. The main goal is to learn enough to pass the examination and earn your admittance.
That's good. It finally feels like we're making headway. I just wish I had more time in the day. It feels like every minute is booked.
Lily lamented.
Regretting not choosing time magic already?
Lily almost choked. She couldn't believe Arakil was teasing her.
Very funny,
Lily said, struggling to hold back a giggle.
I wouldn't have the mana for it. Besides, I love my nebula cloak far too much to give it up at this stage.
I only jest. I significantly understand our present limitations. Speaking of which, I believe we should focus on improving your more natural casting. If you love the Nebula Veil spell so much, then you should master it. If you can summon it at a moment's notice, you shouldn't have issues if another brute tries to assault you.
Lily nodded energetically, her ears flopping wildly.
Yes! I think I can start skipping over a few words in the chant already.
Commendable. But my goal is for you to be able to silently cast the entire spell, either before your examination or before you attend the Magic Academy. Even when you've gained entry, I've no doubt there will be further trials and tribulations to overcome.
Really? I mean, it's a school of learning. How bad could it be?
Lily asked, pausing momentarily.
Then again, Rose did mention they have a dungeon course.
Precisely. I don't know about the present era, but dungeons were no joke back in my day. Likewise, if Regoth is even half as good as some of the magical academies I knew of, then you could expect tournaments, crafting competitions, festivals, and perhaps even field trips to other dimensions.
I think I can pretty confidently say if they do field trips, it certainly won't be to another dimension,
Lily replied.
A pity. Those were always my favorites. The magical world truly has regressed for the worse.
Chapter 64. Bloodlines.
Now, class, quiet down, quiet down.
Instructor Richardus spoke sternly. The kids immediately stopped chatting and sat upright at their desks.
As you may have heard, a new student will join us. I hope you'll treat her kindly while she's with this class.
A chorus of
Yes, teacher,
rang from the kids. He nodded and gestured for Lily to enter the room. She hesitantly walked in, immediately noticing the relatively small number of students.
It's fewer than I thought it would be. Or maybe there are just not many kids left in the beginner course. On the plus side, I'm thankfully not the smallest in the room anymore.
When they saw her, the kids immediately started whispering. Some were confused, while others seemed to have heard the rumors spreading beforehand. Lily had hoped the boys would have kept her secret, but it appeared that was too tall of an order.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Richardus asked politely. Lily nodded, deciding it was for the best. She wanted to put her best foot forward with him and not end up in a fistfight like Rose. While Lily believed that Arakil and herself together would be enough to pass both tests, she still wanted every advantage she could get.
I'm Lily. I enjoy reading and drawing,
she began, only sounding somewhat nervous.
I only recently awakened to my magic, but I'm told I'm a fast learner. Oh, and I can do star magic.
After dropping that final bombshell, Lily opened her palm, showing a tiny glowing star. Some of the kids gasped, while a minor few clapped, perhaps already knowing the story.
I thought bunnies didn't have magic,
one girl asked.
She has bloodline magic. What's she doing in this class?
A boy also asked.
Maybe she's faking it?
Another boy suggested.
Calm down, everyone.
Instructor Richardus ordered.
I'll stop any nasty rumors from spreading. I have confirmed it myself. Her magic is genuine.
That caused most of the kids to quiet down, much to Lily's relief. The boy who spoke up second opened his mouth again, but Instructor Richardus preempted him.
As for what she's doing in this class, as Lily mentioned, she's only recently officially awoken to her magic. I need to properly assess her knowledge before she joins the older class.
It's not fair that she gets a bloodline,
another girl grumbled.
If not for her bloodline awakening, she might not have even received magic,
Richardus explained.
Which might be a good topic for today. What determines our magical abilities other than having a bloodline? And what does it mean to have a bloodline?
After opening the question to the class, he gestured for Lily to take one of the empty desks. She gratefully sat, glad she wouldn't be standing in front for the entire discussion. Before the conversation continued, Lily took out Arakil's book and opened it to a blank page. Even with their bookmark solution, she wanted to ensure he got to listen in.
You're either born with magic or without,
one of the girls answered.
Some demis have magic, while others don't.
And what are the two exceptions to this rule?
Richardus asked. There were some murmurings among the kids before one boy spoke up.
Bloodlines?
He answered nervously.
Yes, and the other?
Richardus asked, glancing around the classroom. When nobody spoke up, he continued.
Humans. Unlike demis, every single human has a potential for magic. Some say it's to make up for the physical benefits they would otherwise not have.
Now, can anyone tell me what else is different for humans regarding magic?
Humans don't have bloodlines.
The same boy spoke again.
And?
Richardus asked, sounding hopeful. The boy shrugged, and nobody else answered, even when the instructor looked around the class. Lily had no idea herself, as this was one of the areas she and Arakil were lacking in, and Rose's information was scarce. Richardus sighed.
Humans do not have bloodlines, this is correct, but they also have no inherent magical bias. Unlike demis, humans have access to every type of magic. That doesn't necessarily make them better or worse, as it comes with the trade-off of remaining entirely neutral. An Aviania, born with magic, has a natural talent with spells relating to the wind, but will struggle with anything involving rock and soil. That's not to say a human couldn't overcome an Aviania with wind magic, assuming enough time, effort, and talent. But the inherent boon definitely raises the floor and ceiling. Of course, all humans having the potential for magic doesn't mean that there is no natural-born talent in them. Far from it, in fact, and one's lineage can significantly influence their magical potential. Speaking of potential, can anyone tell me when your final potential is reached?
A girl's hand shot up to answer the question, and after the instructor nodded, she said,
When you turn 16 or 17.
Excellent. Yes, that is when most reach their full base potential in both humans and demis. Now, does that mean you can no longer improve at all after reaching that age?
You can fight monsters to still continue growing.
A boy answered without raising his hand. Richardus frowned.
Please raise your hand next time. But yes, defeating monsters will continue improving your magical potential, although the benefits differ greatly between individuals, not to mention the risks and safety involved.
So, my monocore improving isn't entirely unique? Although, I can gather directly into it using the spiral method, so maybe I'll still outgrow others.
Going back to our previous topic, all humans have magic, but not all demis. Let's use Avianias again as an example. If they have a disposition toward magic, they will gravitate toward wind and air magic. Can anyone tell me what would change this, or what would happen if they didn't have magic?
A few kids raised their hands, but the instructor pointed for a girl who had yet to speak to answer.
If they don't have magic, then they have a stronger body, like an adventurer?
She said nervously.
Yes. The trade-off for not having magic is a stronger body. I don't know how many of you know Lily here, but she's definitely not your typical Legaia. She lacks the usual agility they are known for. No offense.
Lily shook her head and offered a smile. She wouldn't deny that she was abnormal, before and after meeting Arakil.
Plus, she's super short.
A boy said, causing a murmuring of giggles. Richardus snapped his fingers and pointed harshly at the boy, silencing the group.
As I was saying before I was interrupted,
the instructor said harshly,
Lily here lacks the usual benefits granted to a Legaia, which makes her awakening to magic not as surprising as one might think.
There were a few gasps around the classroom, and even Lily herself joined in. She certainly didn't expect the instructor to say this, as it went against what actually happened.
Some demis have rare or ancient bloodlines that have been known to otherwise change their natural disposition. In some cases, it takes an otherwise ordinary body-enhancing demi and grants them magical capabilities, while in others, it can twist their natural boons. Can anyone think of an example? I'll even give you a hint. The demi we've spoken about today has a rather famous one.
The class immediately began brainstorming the answer in groups or solo efforts, and even Lily found herself excitedly joining in. She instantly understood his hint that the Aviania had a famous bloodline, but struggled to think of one that matched it. After about 5 minutes went by, with no one coming forward with a suitable answer, the instructor eventually ceased the group discussions to continue.
Right. So the Aviania have an ancient bloodline known as the Phoenix.
Some of the kids groaned, no doubt now realizing their mistake. Lily silently fumed at not thinking of the answer in time. The instructor waited impatiently for the din to calm down, tapping his foot.
The Phoenix bloodline can rarely occur in Aviania, granting them dominion over fire, although in their case the added authority over fire doesn't diminish or replace their natural affinity toward wind magic. While the Phoenix bloodline is rare, there have been cases where it gave an otherwise magic-deficient Aviania the power over fire.
Lily raised her hand to ask a question.
Could that Aviania still cast wind spells?
Good question. From records, he could barely cast them after his awakening. It stumped many magical researchers, but his fire magic was almost unparalleled, so he still made a name for himself. Moving on, can anyone think of a demi that normally has no magic but can be granted one through a bloodline?
A boy raised his hand. When the instructor gestured to him, he pointed toward Lily and smiled triumphantly before answering,
Lunadea! She's got the Star Rabbit bloodline.
Some kids chuckled at his answer. Even Lily found it humorous. Instructor Richardus sighed as if realizing he walked right into that type of answer.
A witty answer, but not the one I was looking for. Present company excluded, can anyone think of another? Bonus points if you can correctly name the bloodline. There are two that are quite famous.
Again, there were whispers among the kids as they tried to come up with the answers either in a group or solo. Lily began systematically trying to think of the non-magical demis she knew of offhand.
Equinia, Leonia, Lupinia, Felinia, Murinia? No, they have shadow magic if I remember correctly.
Unlike the last time, a few wrong answers were given. Some kids had incorrectly given demis like Noctilia, who had sound magic, and Piscinia, who had water magic. Of course, non-magical demi answers were given, but nobody could respond when pressed to name the bloodline.
Think, Lily, think! Ursinia, Vulpinia... Wait, that's it! They have illusions! It's one of the reasons we turned that down. Now, what was their bloodline? They had tails. Lots of tails. I got it!
Lily frantically shot her hand up, and the teacher pointed to her.
Vulpinia! They have a rare bloodline called Kitsune. They grow extra tails, and they have the best illusion magic.
Lily answered confidently. Some of the kids groaned, perhaps now making the connection themselves and realizing Lily had beat them to the punch.
Outstanding answer! You gave the correct bloodline, the magic associated with it, and the physical characteristics that come with the awakening.
The instructor said proudly.
Any chance you know the other one I'm thinking of?
Lily shook her head.
Sorry, that's the only one I know of.
No trouble at all. I'll give the rest of the class 5 more minutes. Perhaps we will have another winner.
The instructor teased. The kids frantically began their discussions while Lily sighed in relief. She considered trying to rack her brain for another answer, but she was content with getting the first one right. With the clock ticking, some of the groups started throwing out outlandish answers, effectively trying to invent a bloodline name on the spot. Eventually, one of the boys politely put up his hand and answered.
Equinia, and they can have the unicorn bloodline?
The boy answered nervously, licking his lips and taking dry gulps.
Correct! They are quite a famous bloodline, so I'm surprised nobody knew of it, especially from the girls.
The instructor teased.
Any chance you know what their bloodline grants them?
They grow a horn out of their forehead, but I'm not sure of the magic.
The boy admitted.
Correct again! Remarkably, the bloodline is rather strange in that, without the horn, the Equinia would actually lose their magic until the horn regrows. Bloodline awakenings can have interesting effects. Take, for example, the Kitsune bloodline mentioned earlier. Their strength is directly related to how many tails they have, up to a maximum of 9. Going back to our unicorns, they gain light magic, and, in some cases, if they are devout worshippers, they can gain healing magic. I'm sure it goes without saying that having healing magic is an extreme rarity, so if you ever get a chance to meet a unicorn, make sure you are extra kind to him or her. You never know when you'll need the aid of a good healer.
Richardus laughed at his own joke, but the class only gave a few dry chuckles. Most of them seemed far more fascinated at hearing about these strange bloodlines, Lily included.
I think I'm going to enjoy these classes. And to think, Rose said they were boring.
Chapter 65. Focusing Mana. It appeared most lessons were divided into two halves, a theory portion and a practical exercise. After the theory and discussion mainly were concluded, they moved on to the next part of the lesson.
Right. We're going to work on channeling your mana,
Instructor Richardus declared.
Again?
A boy whined. The instructor frowned.
Yes, again. Did I stutter?
The boy went silent, as did the rest of the class.
Wow, that's a personality shift. It's strange. The instructor was very kind in how he treated me and handled that discussion, but he has absolutely zero tolerance for rudeness. I guess that's why Rose and he clashed so much. She loves being outspoken, especially after the awakening.
As I was saying, we will be working on channeling your mana. While some of you may have already succeeded, you must continue to hone and train it daily. You want your mana to be able to listen to you at a moment's notice, especially if you don't have a bloodline to do the heavy lifting for you. We also have a new student, so this is the perfect opportunity for another evaluation.
I bet Arakil would like that. He's always praising the power of practice makes perfect.
The instructor pulled out a device that resembled an unadorned bracelet, except for a clear gem as the centerpiece.
This is a mana-detecting tool,
he explained.
Attach it to the wrists and ankles and make the gem glow for a sustained period of time. The brighter the gem, the longer you do it, the better your result. I also have a larger version that goes around the neck, but we will save that for another day.
Instructor Richardus then went on to give a detailed explanation of how to go about channeling mana. Lily tried her best to ignore it, as Arakil had mentioned that it could potentially interfere by adding doubts to her own method. Arakil had often stressed that belief in one's ability over magic had a powerful effect on outcomes, citing Rose's unwavering conviction in herself and her bloodline for her monstrous displays of raw talent. Another reason he wanted to be brought along was because he could listen to explanations. If he could extract any wisdom, he could safely relay that information to Lily after the fact. Lily spent most of her time spinning her mana cord to distract herself. It gave her some routine practice, while also allowing her to stay focused and not earn the teacher's wrath by appearing distracted and disinterested. When he was done explaining, he instructed everyone to start channeling their mana. Some rather dull exercises nearly caused Lily to yawn. She was far past this stage. Once everyone had channeled their mana, the instructor moved on to talking about the importance of being able to focus your mana into specific locations. It very much felt like a rehash of Arakil's teachings, and, to Lily's surprise, also her lessons with Camilla, as one of the reasons given for channeling to your hands was in the aid of alchemy.
Of course, one of the main reasons for controlling your mana channeling is to direct it toward your throat. Without it, you will find your magical chance lacking. Sometimes the spell will fail entirely.
Lily caught sight of a boy about to open his mouth and speak, but he stopped himself just in time and raised his hand. When the instructor pointed to him, he finally asked his question.
Then why are we focusing on our limbs and not our throat? Shouldn't that be more important?
A bunch of kids started nodding in agreement, clearly not too happy about channeling to their fingers, when the teacher had just announced that magic was done through words. Richardus nodded as if he'd received this question many times before.
First, because you need to learn some proper control. Casting without it can lead to disastrous outcomes. You could accidentally throw all your mana at a spell and collapse from exhaustion. On the opposite side of the coin, you could put in too little and have your spell fail at a crucial moment. Second, because I don't want any of you trying to cast magic ahead of schedule, not before I've ensured you know the correct words and how to enunciate them perfectly. Trust me when I say this is extremely important.
One of the kids' hands shot up. The instructor paused and let her speak.
But she's casting spells already. That's unfair.
Lily pouted, not happy about being singled out. Unfortunately, many of the kids were nodding in agreement.
Lily's magic is from a bloodline, not through magical chance,
he explained.
While I'd like her to control herself and behave responsibly, unlike a certain Dragaya, telling her not to use it would be like telling you to not use one of your arms. Last, because being able to do it might save your life one day. Unlike the demis whose bodies receive natural enhancements, you have no such luxury for the benefit of being capable of magic. However, you do have one option to somewhat even the field. Temporary mana enhancements.
The kids were all paying close attention now, and Lily found herself drawn in.
It's a little ahead of schedule, but I'll explain it briefly to ensure you remain focused on the current goal and put the foolish idea of rushing toward unsupervised spells to rest. You can temporarily boost yourself by focusing mana on a particular body part with the correct application. Need to jump higher? Mana in the legs. Need to see a little farther? Mana into your eyes. Need to lift something heavy? Mana in your arms. Having trouble breathing? Mana into the lungs. Need to defend yourself? Either mana into your bones or your skin, if you're skilled enough.
The kids gasped at that explanation, their wonder and imaginations going wild. Lily was also quite taken aback. She hadn't heard this, and Arakil had never mentioned it.
I'll bet there's either a drawback or Arakil was waiting until I was properly ready to use it. Or maybe I can't do it with the mana core? There's also the slim chance that this is something entirely new for him, as hard as that is to believe.
Instructor Richardus chuckled softly and motioned for the class to settle down.
Now, having said that, it's not without its flaws. It's a temporary boost, with emphasis on temporary, and it's maybe a quarter to half as effective as the average body-enhanced demi. You won't be beating an Ursinia in an arm wrestle, but it might save your life. Likewise, your body isn't used to being pushed to such extremes, so it'll hurt afterward with accompanying fatigue. Of course, with proper training, you can grow accustomed to these things, but that is a long-term benefit, and one I only became accustomed to during my military career.
The kids nodded along, still drinking up his explanations like sponges. It certainly did the trick, and now there were no more complaints about having to do mana exercises, with them eagerly repeating the task over and over again. Meanwhile, Lily wondered if the benefits outweighed the risks, and if Arakil had never mentioned them due to her frail constitution. She shuddered, thinking about potentially breaking a leg or arm because she empowered it with mana and couldn't handle it. After some time passed, with Richardus walking around the class and helping the kids who requested it or looked lost, he eventually announced that volunteers would be needed to try testing their mana control. Some of the more boisterous students ran to line up, looking reasonably confident. A boy went first, and after the instructor clasped the bracelet onto his wrist, he was instructed to channel mana toward that arm. There was a moment of silence with almost no reaction other than the boy beginning to visibly sweat. Then, the gem lit up in a soft light, and he gasped as if he had been holding his breath. The light went out.
I'm afraid you'll need to practice a bit more. The reading shows that it's reacting to the mana level in your entire body, rather than focusing on your arm,
Richardus informed him. The girl that went next didn't fare much better, managing to emit the same faint glow but without the extraneous sweating. Seeing their peers failing, the line to get tested started thinning out as students returned to their desks to practice more, rather than potentially embarrass themselves. Lily decided she might as well take the test now that the crowd had diminished. She stood in line while the last boy took his turn. To the teacher's surprise, the student managed to make it glow pretty quickly, a bright grin on his face as he did so.
Excellent work! Now let's try the next arm,
Richardus said eagerly as he swapped arms. Again, the gem lit up, so they swapped to the legs. Unfortunately, this was where the fantastic result did not happen. The boy seemed disheartened until the instructor patted him on the shoulder.
You did an excellent job. The legs are much harder than the arms, since they are farther away from your heart. As you know, the mana is in our blood, so farther extremities can be difficult to reach initially.
The boy nodded and thanked the teacher before returning to his desk. Meanwhile, the instructor turned to Lily and smiled.
I wondered if you'd take a shot. If I'm being honest, I'm almost expecting you to either pass with flying colors or fail miserably,
he said.
What makes you say that?
Lily asked.
Bloodlines give one much greater control over their mana, as you've probably heard me say 12 times today alone. And this can also include applications such as this. Now, I'm not saying it will be a walk in the park, as some bloodlines require you to wrest control over it. Believe it or not, Rose struggled greatly with this until after her awakening. Then she blew through every test like it meant literally nothing to her.
I see. Rose never mentioned that to me,
Lily answered.
She was probably too embarrassed to admit it, if I had to hazard a guess. That girl had so much raw talent I couldn't believe it. I only wish it didn't give her such a big head. But enough about her. Let's see what you can do.
Lily nodded and held out her arm. Her core was already spinning, so she was primed and ready. No sooner had he placed it on her arm than the gem illuminated brightly, eliciting audible reactions from the spectators. Richardus muttered, almost as if not believing it. He unclasped it and reclasped it on the same arm, but it still lit up the same. He sighed and then proceeded with the other arm, which produced an identical result. He didn't repeat the check this time and instead moved on to her legs. Again, moments after clasping it, it lit up.
You're not flooding your entire body with mana, are you?
He asked politely.
No, sir,
Lily replied. He hummed and asked her to stop channeling. Then he produced a second bracelet and placed it on her other leg before requesting that she make only her left leg light up. Lily almost wanted to laugh. After all her practice with Camilla, this was like child's play. She did so. And then, when Richardus was about to congratulate her, she made her mana fluctuate between her two legs, causing the gems to flash as she focused on each leg.
Remarkable. In times like this, I envy not having a bloodline myself. I dare say your natural talent outweighs even your sister's.
Lily chuckled dryly in a self-deprecating manner before responding,
I don't think so. I've seen what Rose can do, and I have big shoes to fill if I want to catch up with her. But I'm willing to put in all the time and effort to do so.
The instructor nodded.
Well, as long as you promise not to try to fill the gap her ego left behind, I'll be happy to help you every step of the way. I'd say congratulations are in order with this display. You'll only stay in the beginner class for the rest of the week, and then I'll transfer you full-time to the advanced class.
Lily nodded happily at the results. She was also eager to speak to Arakil about everything she had learned.
Unless anyone else wants to try, I believe that's enough for today,
the instructor asked, and when nobody else volunteered, he dismissed the class. While packing up and leaving, a few of the kids pestered her with questions, asking her how she did that on the test and what her bloodline was. Lily gave non-committal answers, trying to say it felt like stars and the moon, causing some kids to start speculating what that meant. When Lily felt her social capacity running dry, she excused herself and rushed back to her room. Chapter 66. Practice, practice, practice.
So, what did you think of the lessons? I certainly learned a few things,
Lily asked Arakil.
It was interesting, although the situation in the world is more alarming than I had imagined. To think that only humans can touch on every aspect of magic is a tragedy. As I've mentioned before, magic is for everyone. It's almost as if every other race has been forced into an affinity against their will, utterly diabolical.
The story about the phoenix was a bit worrying for me,
Lily admitted.
He could only do fire magic and barely any wind. What does that mean for me?
Your monocore is capable of all forms of magic, and aligning it to astral has only barred you from curses, necromancy, and summoning. I wouldn't fret about such things.
But what if they expect me not to be able to use them?
Lily asked.
Wouldn't it be weird if I could use all forms of magic without any issue?
I see your point. You wish to remain humble despite your circumstances. You will already garner attention due to being a Lunadea with magic, and being capable of everything only further puts you in the spotlight.
Exactly! So, I'm a little concerned about what to do.
You've already demonstrated that you can use fire with your glyphs. You could feign ignorance for spells outside of astral unless they are within glyphs. It would also be an ace you could keep up your sleeve if your opponents think you are only capable of astral magic, if, for example, you had run out of glyphs.
I really don't think I'll have so many opponents like you keep mentioning,
Lily grumbled.
But that does sound like a nice idea. Plus, I wanted to focus more on my astral magic anyway.
You are aligned to it, and it is granting you the most benefits. Astral is also convenient because it has various subcategories, so it's not as limiting as if you only had fire magic, for example.
That's good. And I can just keep using glyphs for everything non-astral unless it's an emergency.
It will require a lot of practice in secret. Or perhaps, if you're performing in class, you can purposefully hinder the supplied mana and feign weakness. Either way, I think you'll be up for the task.
I'll think about it. I'm not sure I want to lie like that, but on the other hand, I don't want to be in the spotlight so much. When all those kids crowded around me after class, it was a little suffocating. I just want to be able to do magic in peace.
A pity that your very nature will draw others to pay attention to you. Hopefully, when you reunite with Rose, she can drag most of the attention toward herself, since she seems to enjoy it.
Yeah, she does,
Lily sighed.
But enough about that. I wanted to ask about the mana enhancements Instructor Richardis mentioned. Can I do that? Or is it a mana blood thing only?
You are capable of doing it, but I'd advise against it for now. I didn't mention or teach you about it, as I wanted to keep it until you were ready. As your teacher described, there are drawbacks to using it, and your frail constitution was on my mind. However, there is another side effect he did not mention. Excessive usage of it can stifle your body's development. I meant to keep it from you until then.
So, I can't use it at all until I grow up?
Lily asked, sounding somewhat disappointed.
Unless it's an emergency, yes. But you could mana enhance your eyes without too much issue if you really wanted to. You mostly want to avoid enhancing bones and muscle while you're still growing.
What about my skin? The teacher said you could reinforce the skin. Or my lungs?
Those might be acceptable. Although I'd prefer you reinforce something safer like your clothes or a shield. Better yet, learning some protection spells and glyphs would be much more fruitful.
Wait, you can use mana to reinforce clothes?
Lily asked, flabbergasted by the unexpected revelation.
You can, although it is a relatively minor effect compared to the body itself. You could akin it to a poor man's enchanting, and physically it does almost nothing, but can dampen other magical effects. It would prevent your clothes from burning, for example, although you could achieve the same effect with your nebula veil.
I know you're right. I just find the idea fascinating. I didn't know mana could do these things. I thought it was only for casting spells.
It effectively overloads the body, pushing it beyond its natural limits. It's akin to taking a drug to receive a temporary performance boost. You can also use it to artificially suppress fatigue and pain, but you'll be hit with double in return as backlash.
Wow, that sounds pretty bad.
In an emergency, it can be life-saving. Better to suffer for a few hours after the fact than perish or take a permanent injury, but it shouldn't be abused. As mentioned previously, if you wish to temporarily improve yourself, there are far safer options within sorcery. Why reinforce your skin and bones with mana when you can use a shield spell?
I guess for the surprise factor, like reinforcing your punch when someone doesn't expect it. But you're right, it sounds too risky for now. I just thought it might be good for learning to control my mana like the teacher suggested.
Quite frankly, you're already beyond his teaching of mana control, as you've been going through the exercises to control your starlight spell. Controlling mana outside of your body is far more complicated than inside. I think he was merely providing a carrot to entice the kids to focus on his lessons, and I don't think he actually intends to teach them how to reinforce with mana.
I see. That's a little sad and tricky of him.
I did something similar myself when I showed you that illusory galaxy. It certainly put a spring in your step, even though it was entirely fabricated. Now I no longer need to do such things, as you've devoted yourself to developing your magical capabilities.
Lily frowned but didn't say anything. She supposed that it was true that she had been lured in by that magical display, and the promise of performing sorcery herself.
Although, unlike Richardus, Arakil kept his word. He taught me glyphs and even granted me a mana core. Sure, that little display was only an illusion, but it was real to me.
Lily smiled and nodded with renewed determination.
All right, let's continue my practice. My starlight spell is basically done. Next is Nebula Veil, and then we can look at Star Cluster.
Wonderful. Then we can start looking at further astral spells. Perhaps one of the support spells or another offensive attack. I'd love for you to start touching on the void aspect, but I fear you don't have the mana quite yet.
How is my mana looking? It feels so much bigger than when I first got my core, but it's a little hard to judge myself only going on feeling alone.
Judging by how much you donated last time, you're making considerable progress. You will have no issue with these raw capacity tests. Thus, we focus on your proficiency.
Lily nodded and began her practice. Her habit when going through the training was to first cast the spell as usual, taking no shortcuts, to give herself a fresh reminder of the spell itself and a clear visualization. Her beloved Nebula Veil apparated into a billowing cloak that covered her, and Lily couldn't help but give a little twirl, causing the magical fabric to shimmer and wave as it spread outward. With her mind re-familiarized with the image of the spell, she dismissed it and began casting it again by leaving out and skipping over a few syllables while retaining the visualization of what she wanted to accomplish. She repeated this process continually until eventually finding her wall of when the spell would fail. Too many words were skipped without enough mental control over the desired effect, and she would need to take a step back and focus on it. The way Arakil had described it to her was that the chant was, in some ways, a crutch, and it was like verbal instructions given to the mana to draw a glyph inside her to form the spell. Silent casting was like drawing the entire glyph manually without any aid, while shorthand casting was like connecting the dots in an almost completed picture.
The other avenue that Lily had to develop and explore was somatic casting, the magical gestures that had a similar effect to the magic chant. If the chant was shouting instructions to the mana, then gestures were like using a conductor's baton to direct it, like an ensemble. The best part was that it was interchangeable, and if Lily couldn't cast a spell entirely chantless, she could bridge the gap with a few of the correct gestures. The only struggle was a lot of trial and error, which was very personal to each magician. Arakil once said that everyone's imagination and mind processes things almost entirely uniquely, and no two magicians would have the same shortfalls. Lily could be failing to understand a geometric shape correctly enough, while Arakil could be failing to visualize the feeling behind the nebula correctly.
Practice, practice, practice! I swear, I will master this spell!
After nearly tiring herself out with repeated castings, Lily ate dinner, washed up, and then settled down to a quiet evening of meditating on the mana gathering array. She still couldn't believe how she'd grown so used to sitting on the piece of wood so silently and still for extended periods of time. Once her mana core was feeling energized, she did her last activity before bed by donating her mana to Arakil. She nearly did her old method, but seeing the diminished book size reminded her at the last minute that they were still working on revitalizing the size-altering function entirely.
Once that's done, we gotta fix his eye. Then, Arakil can tell me where my gestures are going wrong. He also mentioned that his eye could see mana, so maybe we could find a good spot for me to meditate, or possibly some other resources to replenish our stock.
Lily sighed happily as she felt her mana trickling into the tome's cover. While she had done a significant upgrade in revitalizing its appearance the first time, she still noted minor improvements the more mana she gave it. Detailed engravings along the cover were more apparent, and she could almost see the vague outline of the darkened eye. She gently traced the eye and wondered what it would look like when fully restored. Turning the book to the rear, she could also see the other function that Arakil had mentioned. There was an intricate spiral, more complex than she had ever seen before. She found her fingers absent-mindedly following along with the spiral.
Arakil said this one could eat books. That might be very useful when we get to school. Assuming we have textbooks, imagine if I can just have Arakil eat all of them for me. I won't have to carry around tons of heavy books, just one universal one.
With her mana bottoming out, Lily stopped, not wanting to hit empty. She still remembered how horrible and weak her body felt when she first woke up, nearly depleted of all mana due to her coma and lack of nutrients or active meditation. She carefully placed Arakil's book away and tucked herself into bed, feeling very excited for what was to come.
I wonder what the next batch of tests is, and I can't wait to see what happens in the advanced classes. Things have definitely gotten a lot more exciting. I just wish Rose was here to enjoy them with me. But it's okay. When we reunite at Regarth, I'll show her just how much I've grown and improved. I'll be a whole new bunny.
Chapter 67. Classes. The junior classes continued for a bit longer, but Lily desperately hoped they would end soon. The theory portions were enjoyable, as she learned some little tidbits of information for Arakil and herself. Still, the practical exercises were so mundane and straightforward that she felt like her time was being wasted. While the kids tried controlling their mana, Lily practiced chantless spells by limiting herself to the Starlight spell and ensuring she formed them out of sight from Instructor Richardis. Unlike Camilla, he did not have a pair of magical spectacles to see mana, so he remained none the wiser.
Or he has noticed but doesn't care. If that were the case, I wish he would just let me leave early after the theory portion.
She also spent some time trying to gather mana, although it was minuscule without her gathering array, but Lily felt every drop counted. When it came to theory, one thing she learned that sounded useful was the laws regarding magic. Offensive spells were strictly prohibited in civilized areas, but minor utility and defensive spells were allowed. On the other hand, academy graduates were granted far more leeway in this regard. They could openly perform nearly any magic, as long as it didn't have any offensive uses, except in the case of self-defense. Lily had to admit she found that a little odd. Why could only academy graduates use magic as self-defense within a city? And so, she raised her hand to ask Richardus.
A good question. It's a little more nuanced than that. Truthfully, if you defend yourself with magic, it will be overlooked even if you aren't a graduate, as long as there is no property damage or harm caused to bystanders.
Richardus explained.
Now, imagine you're a bit hot-headed and someone attacks you and you set the entire street on fire. Or worse, it's safer to just say it's illegal and dissuade someone from such actions. It is lifted from academy graduates because learning to control one's magic to be restrained and not cause collateral damage in civilized areas is required for graduation. Whether you attend a prestigious academy like Regarth or a simple one like Tresnia, it's all the same.
Oh no, I hope Rose learns to control herself. Imagine if she fails to graduate because of her temper. That would be devastating.
Other than her classes, the rest of her life was relatively normal. One exception was that Camilla took it upon herself to squeeze Lily for every drop of mana she could during their potion making. The silver lining was that it meant she wasn't getting her wages reduced, despite coming over less often. In fact, on some days, Camilla even paid her more, much to Lily's surprise. On the weekend, she went clothes shopping with Margit as promised, and the woman was somewhat surprised when Lily showed her the amount of money she had brought for this excursion.
I better not tell her that I've got more money stashed away. I'm saving up for another mana potion.
Lily still wasn't sure whether the potion should go toward herself or Arakil. When she asked him about it, he told her to take it herself, as he kept mentioning they had plenty of time and her own growth was more important than some minor conveniences for himself. Logically, it made sense, but she was still feeling guilty for not being able to help improve his situation more quickly. If Arakil received her donated mana in an equal fashion, then her taking the potion would be a no-brainer, as the more mana she had, the more she could give him. But that was not the case. Arakil only received a fraction of her donated mana, for whatever reason, and so raw mana was more valuable to him.
He mentioned seals, but I don't understand their meaning. Hopefully he'll explain them to me one day when I'm ready.
Even with that fact, Arakil had still said that Lily's own improvement should come first, as even at a fraction, it was still a better long-term benefit. He'd mentioned something about compounding interest, but truthfully, it went almost entirely over her head.
I don't get it. If I were giving him 2 mana every day and drinking the potion, it would let me give him 3 mana per day. But giving him the potion would give him 200 mana right now. It would take me over half a year to match the potion on the new difference alone. Surely more now is better, right?
The only other noteworthy event was that Lily overheard some kids talking about Tim, who had apparently recovered but acted as if he was spooked out of his mind. Either he was distraught from Lily beating him, or someone had scolded him greatly for his actions. Lily hoped it was the latter.
As long as he stays away from me, I'll be happy. But I'll be ready, even if he tries to pull something again. I'll have my cloak, and soon I'll be able to wordlessly conjure star clusters.
Lily really wanted to practice that spell, but was having a slight hiccup finding a suitable training location. She could only reliably practice it if she snuck out at night beyond the wall. While she had been successful in the past, she was nervous that her luck would eventually run out. Arakil had suggested she ask Instructor Richardus if she could practice her bloodline, but he had asked her to hold off until she had joined the advanced class. She'd reluctantly agreed, and with that time approaching, she had also held off on resorting to nighttime escapades.
It sucks. I feel so close, but everything is just out of my reach. Arakil is right. I need to improve my patience.
The time had finally come, and Instructor Richardis officially graduated Lily from the beginner course. She hadn't really stayed long enough to make friends with any of the kids, not to mention they were far younger than her. That's not to say that attempts weren't made or that Lily was being antisocial, but the kids' only interest in her was either for her to show off some magic or try to see if she could help them skip ahead in their class. The first few times, she was more than happy to display her stars, but it quickly became a bit tiresome. As for helping them, Lily couldn't even if she wanted to. Her method of controlling her mana was so different from theirs that she was liable to hamper their growth if they tried anything she did.
No spirals for them. It's all about seizing control of the mana.
At the end of class, she politely said goodbye to them and stayed behind with the teacher to be informed of the new schedule.
Sorry for keeping you here. It was probably longer than you needed, but I wanted to ensure nobody said I was rushing you and that you have sufficient knowledge of some basic magic theory.
Richardis informed her.
It's okay. I got to practice my mana control a lot.
Lily replied diplomatically.
That's good. You'll need it for proper chanting, which is what I wanted to speak about. Tell me, what do you know about non-bloodline spells? I'm assuming Rose fed you some information?
Lily nodded. Rose had indeed given a bit, but the lion's share was obviously from Arakil.
I know that you need to pronounce the words correctly. The words chosen also matter a lot, and you need to sufficiently imagine the intended result,
Lily said confidently. Richardis seemed astonished by Lily's answer, scratching his head in thought before finally replying,
I'm perplexed. I thought for sure that girl was not listening to my classes at all. I expected her to tell you about enunciation at most.
I think Rose just gets bored very quickly,
Lily suggested. Richardis sighed.
Maybe I needed to give her more stimulation, more practical lessons. I'm not sure. Regardless, I'm glad to hear that you've gotten a good foundation on the theoretical side.
Lily nodded.
We tend to stick to the basics here. A simple spell from the basic element, which includes a defensive wind spell.
Richardis informed her.
Teaching beyond that is the Academy's job, and I'm merely here to help you start your journey. Tell me, have you tried casting any spells outside your bloodline?
Lily gently shook her head.
No, unless you count my glyphs.
He chuckled softly and shook his head.
No, my dear, I do not count glyphs. You could almost say that you learned to swim before learning to crawl in that regard. But I'm glad that Rose wasn't foolish enough to start trying to teach you magic words. Who knows what could have happened if it was done without supervision?
Rose preferred to just control the fire herself,
Lily admitted.
I only saw her chant once, and it was to gather and put out fires.
I see.
Richardis sighed, suddenly looking a bit weary.
I suppose rather than get upset about why there were fires in the first place, I should be glad that she had the foresight to put them out.
Lily nodded.
I know I shouldn't be encouraging this, but how far are you with your glyphs? Other than the firebolt you showed me, do you have others?
He asked.
I haven't done too many. I can also conjure water and a small shield,
Lily replied. She didn't want to mention the shadow cloak or anything else Arakil had taught her. She briefly considered not even mentioning the shield, but she had used it against Tim, so that cat was already out of the bag. Richardis hummed and thought as he mulled it over.
Interesting. I can understand finding fire and water-related glyphs in an alchemy book, but a shield spell? That's relatively advanced.
It was drawn on one of the pages,
Lily fibbed.
I see. A careless student repurposing any paper on hand?
Richardis suggested.
Although that was extremely dangerous for you to draw an unverified glyph, what if it was something nefarious or dangerous? You could have gotten yourself hurt, or worse.
Lily's ears drooped, not happy at all about being reprimanded. That glyph had probably saved her life, and she wasn't too pleased about it being bad-mouthed.
I won't be experimenting with glyphs again,
Lily whispered half-heartedly.
Good. I'll hold you to that,
Richardis said sternly.
However, since you've already verified these 3 you mentioned, I don't see why you cannot continue to use them. Although the firebolt one will have to be under supervision.
He paused and scratched his head.
And possibly the water one, too. You'll need to show it to me to determine it's not an offensive spell.
Water, too?
Lily asked in confusion, before her memory caught up with her.
Oh, wait, you mentioned it was just as dangerous to Margit.
Precisely. I'm glad you remembered that,
the instructor said, now looking quite proud.
When I was doing active duty, one of my companions, Zate, was a water mage, and he completely revamped my evaluation of the power of water. We both joined the squad as rookies, and one of the seniors tried to instigate a fight and set up a pecking order.
Lily nodded along, listening intently to the story.
The senior berated him, called him a glorified water boy.
Richardis continued.
There were plenty of insults thrown that I won't repeat, and he even suggested that he be on laundry duty and wash their backs. It was very petty, but not uncommon in the service. Anyway, when Zate refused and didn't give in to the taunts, he was challenged to a duel. The senior expected him to forfeit, so imagine his surprise when Zate agreed.
Richardis chuckled and shook his head, as if reimagining the scene.
Anyway, Zate agreed to the duel. It's a good way for people to settle differences, blow some steam, or even practice. Anyway, the duel became official, and they began. Now, the senior was cocky as all hell, and even gave the first move to Zate. Big mistake there. Zate immediately conjured a water spell. It looked like a bubble, and he sent it rushing out. Everyone laughed at it, thinking it was nothing. I'll even admit I joined in on the chuckles. I mean, who throws a bubble at someone? Well, Zate proved everyone wrong that day. The bubble sealed itself around his opponent's head, effectively drowning him.
What?
Lily gasped.
That was allowed?
Richardis nodded.
When the senior was beginning to black out, Zate cancelled the spell, and the bubble popped. We had medics and even a healer, so he lived. But ever since then, nobody ever got on the wrong side of Zate ever again. So, you see, even water can be just as, if not more, deadly in the right hands.
Lily gulped. Magic could be terrifying. Chapter 68. Advanced Classes. Some time passed, and it was Lily's first day of the advanced class. Richardis had briefly prepared her by giving her a rundown of how the class worked, and what was expected of the students. Effectively, this class was for anyone looking toward attending one of the magic academies, whether they had a bloodline or not. They were taught a few essential chants to master, with the most notable being a wind spell for self-defense. Richardis claimed it was the perfect foundation for someone about to enter one of the schools, or prepare to take the test to get into one, and so Lily was very excited. After Richardis made his speech, Lily entered the class and briefly repeated her introduction. The second time was even easier than the first, not only because she had been through it before, but also because of the class size. It was tiny.
I really thought there would be more. Or maybe the majority of the class left to start the year? I wonder how Rose is doing. I still haven't gotten the letter she promised me.
This time, nobody in the class questioned her presence. Presumably, they didn't care, or had heard the rumors circulating. Lily was grateful regardless, and happily took her empty seat that the instructor pointed out. She sat down and opened Arakil's book, intending to look like she was taking notes. Richardis spoke briefly, explaining some fundamental chants for air, fire, water, and earth. Lily listened to it carefully, absorbing as much knowledge as possible. She couldn't help but note that his explanation was a simplified version of the one Arakil had given her, and some of the words seemed a little different than what she was used to. She made a note to query Arakil about it later, while she tried to let the lesson sink in. After giving his introduction to the magical chants, he then gave a brief demonstration of each spell. The fire spell created a small flame that could be used as either a light source or to ignite kindling. The water spell created clean drinking water and could be used for washing up. The earth spell was effectively a cleaning spell, as it gathered dust and dirt into a compressed ball for disposal. Finally, the air spell was a defensive gust to blow an assailant off of you. Even though all 4 spells were simple, especially compared to something like her own Nebula Veil, Lily was still entranced by the idea of casting new forms of magic. After the wonderful demonstration, they spent the next part carefully reviewing the correct enunciation of the water spell. Richardus was slow and methodical in his approach, ensuring that the entire class repeated the words perfectly.
I'll keep repeating this forever. The words matter, as does your intent.
Richardus warned for the upteenth time. Despite the class saying it out loud together, he seemed to be able to accurately pinpoint who was slightly off cue or incorrectly pitched the chant. Thereafter, he would help correct them individually before continuing.
Now, do we have any volunteers?
Richardus asked as he looked at the class. Lily was tempted to raise her hand and give it her best shot, but decided to hold back on her first day. She wanted to confirm with Arakil about these slightly different chants and see if there would be any potential issues.
I hope Richardus wasn't counting on me to volunteer.
To Lily's relief, he didn't call on her, and 2 other students wanted to try it. Before even letting them have a chance, the instructor had them both recite the chant from memory before finally giving them permission. Lily recognized one student, a girl named Daisy. Like Lily and Rose, she was also part of the batch of unnamed orphans targeted for the flower naming treatment. Typically, Lily wouldn't have paid much attention to the other kids except for Rose, but she knew Daisy precisely because of the fuss around her name. The girl almost got into as many fights as Rose with anyone who made fun of her name.
All because of a children's book about a cow named Daisy.
Lily recalled, and lamented how cruel kids could be. Daisy was not a Bovinia, so the joke made no sense, but the kids still teased her about it until they got hit. Lily couldn't remember exactly what sort of demi she was, and it wasn't apparent because she looked almost fully human. Lily refocused her attention. The magic was about to start as Richardus pulled out an empty bucket for the trial. Daisy was going up first and proceeded to cast the spell slowly. Lily watched and listened carefully, but only noticed one very minor slip-up, and it wasn't enough to stop the spell from forming and partially filling up the bucket.
Well done.
Richardus congratulated her.
Your chant was almost perfect, and we are beyond having issues seizing control of your mana, so it could only be a lack of visualization. Please try again now that you've witnessed it yourself.
Daisy nodded and proceeded again. Lily thought she must have overcorrected, as the chant sounded slightly worse than before. However, the result was far superior, and nearly caused the bucket to overflow. Richardus congratulated her, and the class applauded her.
You messed up a little again,
Richardus mentioned, causing Daisy to flinch.
However, you had a much stronger visualization, so the error was overcome. You can see clearly that the effects go hand in hand.
Daisy thanked the teacher and headed back to her desk. After Richardus emptied the bucket with a spell of his own, it was the other student's turn. Lily didn't know the boy's name, but he looked confident. He began his chant rapidly, and Lily immediately caught an error, followed by a second one, and then a third.
Even with a good mental image, surely his spell won't work, right?
The boy reached the end of his chant, and the spell went off. Water began pouring into the bucket at an alarming rate before the instructor picked it up and placed it in a larger bucket to catch the overflow. The spell eventually stopped, and Lily was left wondering why it was so effective.
A good first effort, Cal,
Richardis said.
although you need to practice the chant some more. I counted at least 5 errors in your chant.
But I got a far better result.
Cal complained. Richardis shook his head sternly.
You have a minor water bloodline. To say your result was better would hardly be fair. Or would you like me to compare your earth spells to Theobald?
He doesn't even need to chant for Earth.
Cal protested.
Exactly my point.
Richardis said.
I'm not disparaging your result. It was a good attempt. I'd praise you even more if your mistakes were solely on the chants related to water, but they were on commonly used phrases.
I suppose.
Cal grumbled.
Would you like to take a second try?
Richardis offered. Cal nodded, although he was biting his lip.
Take it slow.
The instructor suggested.
It's not a race. You're not in a combat scenario. The words won't run away from you.
Cal nodded, while Richardis emptied the 2 buckets with a quick chant of his own. Then he began his second attempt, at a much more reasonable pace. Lily still counted 2 fumbles, although they seemed to be his tongue slipping due to nerves, rather than his speedy attempts to blitz through it. The spell chant was completed, and at one point, it looked like Richardis might have needed a 3rd bucket, moments before the spell finally concluded.
Very well done,
Richardis said proudly. The class applauded once more, and Cal looked rather delighted. Once the class quieted down, Richardis continued speaking.
I hope you can see that I'm not being unreasonable. I point out your errors with your best interests in mind.
After grinning at the buckets of water, Cal nodded and returned to his seat. Even after Richardis offered the class again, nobody took him up on it. So he continued with a bit more of a lesson on tips for correct enunciations.
It seems like he's specifically focusing on the words that Daisy and Cal messed up. Once I get the okay from Arakil, I'll volunteer to get more direct help. I wonder if the others have also realized he's trying to help them this way.
When class finally ended, Lily let out a tiny stretch, feeling quite fatigued from trying to concentrate too much. That was when she felt a gentle poke on one of her ears and immediately swiveled around. Standing slightly behind her was a massive boy, and even if Lily weren't on the very short side, he'd probably be in the running for the top 5 tallest orphans. Lily stared at him wide-eyed and curiously, wondering what she had done to attract the attention of such a large and slightly intimidating boy. Lily stuttered.
Hi.
The boy said softly, surprising Lily.
Sorry for poking your ear. I tried to get your attention, but I think you were listening too much to the teacher.
Oh, sorry,
Lily replied, blushing a little.
I was just really interested in the lesson since it's my first time here.
The boy nodded.
Yeah, I get that. I was similar on my first day, although our situations are a little reversed.
The boy chuckled softly and gestured to the top of his head before lowering his hand slightly above Lily's height. Lily tilted her head.
You know?
The boy mumbled.
We both are demis that don't normally have magic, but I'm tall and you're...
Short,
Lily said with a slight frown.
Sorry if that was a rough spot,
he said, looking worried.
I thought a joke would lighten the mood.
It's okay, Lily sighed. So what can this short rabbit do for you?
Well, this tall dumb bear,
he said, gesturing to himself with a thumb before hushing his voice.
Was wondering if the rumors were true.
Dumb bear? So he's an Ursinia? I guess that explains the size, but wow, he must have a rare bloodline to have magic then. Which ones?
Lily asked, feeling the desire to sigh again.
The boy swallowed, and when he confirmed nobody was eavesdropping, he continued in a whisper.
That you beat Tim?
Tim attacked me and some kids while we were out hunting slimes and gremlins. I had an awakening, and I beat him off with magic,
Lily said, in a somewhat rehearsed manner. The boy smiled.
Thank you.
Okay?
Why? Lily asked, confused.
I hated him. He used to use me as a punching bag for his troubles.
The boy said.
You did what I always dreamed of, but was too scared to do.
Lily blinked a few times.
But you're double his size.
Yeah, but he was stronger than me even with that.
The boy said somberly.
And I'm a bit of a coward. The best I could have hoped for was sitting on him.
Magic?
Lily suggested. The boy's eyes went wide as he shook his head frantically while making a shushing sound.
Shh, do not say that,
he hissed.
Instructor Richardus will punish anyone thinking of using magic that way.
Oh, right,
Lily admitted.
Well, he does believe in self-defense.
I don't think anyone would believe me if I called it self-defense. I mean, look at me,
he replied, gesturing to himself and giving a sad grin.
I guess so,
Lily agreed.
Well, you're welcome. I hope he's realized the error of his ways after everything that happened.
Hasn't troubled me since, so again, thank you,
the boy said, even going as far as bowing his head.
Hey, there's no need to go that far,
Lily frantically replied, urging him to act normal.
I'm Lily, by the way. What's your name, big guy?
Oh, that was dumb of me.
The boy sighed.
My name's Theobald, but please call me Theo. I kind of hate my full name.
Lily giggled.
Sure thing, Theo. At least you aren't part of the flower orphans.
Honestly, if it meant getting Rose as a protector back then, I would have gladly been called Oliver or something.
I don't think olives are a flower,
Lily pointed out.
Close enough,
Theo said with a shrug.
Maybe sage or thorn?
Sage is a herb, and thorn...
Lily shook her head, trying not to giggle.
Just stick with Theo. Anyway, it was nice meeting you, but I need to get going or I'll be late for my job.
Sorry.
Theo apologized profusely, clasping his hands.
Hopefully next time we can talk about magic or do some practice.
Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
Lily nodded and waved goodbye before rushing off. Chapter 69. Magic Words. After the lesson, Lily wasted no time asking Arakil what he thought of it, and if there was any risk to the unfamiliar chance. Much to her relief, he noted that there were no issues with it, and that she could follow along and participate in Instructor Richardus's teachings without any worry.
Why were the chants so different?
Lily asked curiously.
The simple answer is that there are multiple magical languages. When I was a young lad, history books told us that dragons gifted humans with the first magical words of power. The thrill of discovering these ancient languages was unlike anything else.
Really? Dragons?
Lily gasped.
Rose really is lucky.
Yes, dragons and some of the chants were indeed draconic. However, later on I discovered this was not true. The first gifted words were actually demonic in origin. Celestial chants were given out to restore balance, and only then did dragons step in and seize the credit for themselves. The revelation was a moment of wonder for me.
Whoa, what's the difference?
Lily asked curiously.
In the grand scheme of things, nothing.
That's a terrible answer,
Lily whined.
However, understanding the origins and nuances of these languages can provide insight into the evolution of magic and the different schools of thought that have shaped our knowledge of it.
Okay,
Lily said with a nod.
But then, why did you say there was no difference? Are these nuances not important, or does that not matter?
Most magical languages eventually find their own corresponding words of power. Early draconic magic was heavily emphasized on fire. Demonic dealt with manipulation and dark arts, while celestial dealt with healing and banishment.
Lily nodded along, finding the explanation fascinating.
However, demonic eventually also gained access to flames, and then even branched off into hellfire, something draconic had never even dreamed of. Then draconic found its own version of hellfire, and so on. There are subtle nuances between the magical words, but they all eventually reach an equilibrium in the end, and an individual's talent and efforts play a more prominent role.
It sounds like a never-ending game of tag,
Lily mused.
So, what magical language was the instructor teaching us?
I would have guessed initially it would be draconic, or perhaps primordial, but to my surprise, it was Elvish.
Elvish?
Lily asked.
Yes, ancient Elvish, to be pedantic. It was the language of high elves, although it was eventually dropped for a simplified version that didn't sound quite so snobbish.
Elves aren't real, Lily said. Those are fairy tales.
Says the Lunadea, which most assuredly did not exist in my time. But I digress. Perhaps they are simply not in this world, or there is a possibility they've gone extinct. They were a race that relied heavily on ambient mana, so I can't see the present situation going well for them.
That's kind of sad.
Time marches on. But back to our original topic. I have no disagreement with you learning some of their chants. Just remember that you wanted to pretend to be partially incapable of doing it. I advise you to perform the chant perfectly, but starve the spell of the required mana. A simple task, since you can pull back on your mana core.
I guess I'll start practicing that tonight,
Lily agreed.
But I really need to get going, or Miss Camilla will have my head.
After returning home, eating, and cleaning, Lily was finally ready to attempt the chant. Arakil had made it sound simple, but she was still nervous, as she wanted to put on a believable performance. Much to her relief, Arakil effortlessly rewrote all the chants the teacher had performed so that Lily could practice reciting. After some time spent practicing the enunciations, she was finally ready to cast the spell. With a large mug ready, she would start with the water spell, which they had most practiced in class, and which she felt safe attempting.
I'm going to cast it correctly first, just to prove it to myself, and then I'll work on my performance.
After pulling on her mana core, Lily took a deep breath and recited the chant. With each word, she felt the mana being drawn upon, and when she finished, the water spell manifested and started filling the mug.
I did it!
Lily said excitedly. She took a hesitant sip of the magically conjured water and found it refreshingly clean.
I can see why the instructor said this would be a useful spell. I wouldn't mind drinking this every day.
Lily drained the mug and then worked on trying to starve the spell. At first, she tried taking away mana during the chant, but none of it was getting the desired result that she was hoping for. She wanted a spell that still looked successful, but greatly diminished. Arakil was right in that she could immediately pull back on her mana core by reversing the spiral, but if she did it at the wrong time, the spell would just fail entirely. But, after a few repeated attempts, Lily seemed to have found a sweet spot between the last word of the chant and the spell finalizing its manifestation. The result was a minimal amount of water produced, not even enough to fill a small glass, and Lily would need to cast it repeatedly if she wished to fill it up.
I think this looks pretty good,
Lily commented.
It strikes a good balance. If I withheld mana from the start, it wouldn't manifest at all, which would make what I was doing obvious. But this way, it looks like I do have sufficient mana, but something is going wrong.
Lily excitedly explained the results to Arakil. He praised her quick solution and confirmed that nothing was majorly wrong with her chant worth pointing out. She was delighted with that last part, as otherwise, people would say she was screwing up the enunciations intentionally or otherwise. Lily practiced a few more times and eventually stopped when she felt slightly bloated from all the water she was drinking. Then, all that was left for the day was her routine of pouring mana into the book's cover. But when she checked her reserves, she found that they were almost entirely spent.
Sorry, I don't have much mana left tonight,
Lily apologized.
Between Camilla and this evening's practice, I'm pretty drained. I wish I could regenerate my mana faster without needing extra food.
We are very close to fully saturating the cover. By my own estimation, we should be done within a week or two. As for your mana woes, there is a way, and I believe we should start working on it. You've shown tremendous growth and control, so we might as well press on.
More work?
Lily asked with a slight hesitation.
I've already got a lot on my plate. Should we not wait until I've completed something else? Or I've got a bit more free time? I'm happy to learn new things, but honestly, I'm a little stretched thin.
Well, you are in luck then, as this can be achieved parallel to all your other practices, except when you are actively casting spells. And with enough effort, you can even practice it while you sleep.
Lily mumbled nervously.
I don't really want to give up sleeping. I've been having rather pleasant dreams lately and enjoy my sleep.
You misunderstand me. You won't be giving up your sleep, or anything else for that matter. I wish for you to learn how to passively accumulate and cycle mana by keeping your mana core in a state of perpetual rotation.
Oh!
Lily excitedly responded.
Then that's entirely different. I thought you wanted me to meditate in my sleep or something.
You are definitely not at the stage where you can forgo sleep. In fact, I'd argue that you need every bit of sleep you can get, as you are a growing girl. But once you master this, you will be able to rejuvenate your mana at an elevated pace. Something uniquely doable thanks to the mana core.
Others can't do this?
Lily questioned, feeling even more excited.
Considering the state of the world, no. Other than you and myself, there is no draw on the ambient mana that I felt at all, even when in a classroom full of prospective mages.
But the mana is so scarce. Will it really help? It feels like when I'm refining my core, it's hardly growing at all.
There's a big difference between nurturing your mana core and replenishing it. Likewise, this won't instantly fill your core to the brim, as it merely supplements your natural regeneration.
Okay, tell me what I need to do.
Lily agreed.
Well...
A lengthy conversation went on between the two, with Arakil laying the groundwork for Lily's next step in her training. It could be summarized as Arakil wanting Lily to keep her mana core in a constant state of gathering, even if it was only a tiny spin. While Lily thought it was a relatively simple task, she directly saw the issue when she tried it, even once. As soon as her mind wandered to another activity, the core would stop, and when she eventually looked at it again, it was dormant.
You need to get your subconscious to handle it, and unfortunately, this is not something you will learn overnight. Eventually, it will be as normal as breathing.
Lily asked for tips or advice and went through some meditation exercises, which seemed to be a recurring favorite of Arakil's, although they were from the opposite end of the problem. Arakil asked her to meditate while cycling her mana, and then tried to split her focus on another mental task, such as reciting a chant or doing some calculations. After seeing not even an inch of progress from her perspective, Lily was feeling rather frustrated.
If I don't care too much about the extra regeneration, could I ignore this for later?
You could, although I'd recommend against it. Even a few minutes of practice, when you get the chance, is sufficient. Not to mention, that would delay another activity I want you to learn passively. One that I think you'd most enjoy.
Something I'd enjoy?
Lily repeated in question.
I want you to practice keeping up your nebula veil for extended periods of time. You'd mentioned falling asleep wrapped up in it before. Ideally, I'd have you be able to maintain that for a full day, if required.
Lily had to admit she liked the sound of having her nebula veil active at all times. Not only did she adore the look of it, but she felt very secure when it was surrounding her. Although, if she was parading it around like a fancy cloak, it would undoubtedly draw a lot of attention.
Is that so it can protect me when I'm caught by surprise?
Lily questioned.
That is one reason. The other is to further your mastery over it. I mentioned I want you to be able to summon it at a moment's notice, and this is one way to reach that goal. Eventually, should you wish, the spell could even be one of your signature spells.
Lily nodded in agreement, ears flopping excitedly, but she still had one question.
Signature spells?
It's a bit of a colloquialism in the magical community. It's a label given to a spell that you've pushed and refined to the utmost extremes, so much so that it surpasses its original limits, and, in some cases, evolves its purpose.
Whoa. Do you have an example?
Lily excitedly requested.
I once knew a mage who mastered the fireball spell to such an extent that it could even travel through icy water unimpeded. Furthermore, they only cost a fraction of the original mana cost, and he could even cause them to pause mid-flight. He was so obsessed with the spell that he refused to use any other spells.
I bet Rose would love that.
Lily giggled.
I'd definitely pick my Nebula Veil as my favorite spell of the bunch. Although, that might change depending on what I learn later.
A defensive spell is an optimal first choice, and it's not like you can't have more than one signature spell. Although I'd discourage attempting to split your focus on too many spells simultaneously. Regardless, returning to our previous topic, I hope you can understand why passively regenerating more mana to sustain your spell permanently would be a boon.
I'm definitely sold,
Lily agreed.
I'll keep trying until I can sleep all night in my comfy star cloak.
Chapter 70. Faking. During the next magic class, Lily finally volunteered when Instructor Richardis made his proposition to the students. She was confident in her ability to fake a subpar spell, which made her feel quite perturbed about what she was trying to pull off.
I'm actually looking forward to screwing up. What a bizarre turn of events. But the alternative is worse, in my opinion. If I'm good at all types of magic, I'll have a giant sign pointing toward me. Thanks to astral magic and being one of the only Lunadea capable of casting spells, I've already got more than enough attention.
As Lily stood up from her desk to go to the front, she overheard Theo whispering,
Good luck.
Sadly, she was going to let his well wishes down.
I'm surprised you didn't volunteer yesterday,
Richardis commented.
but I'm glad you feel confident enough today. Please repeat the chant out loud, slowly and carefully, before we start.
Lily nodded and did so, paying careful attention to her enunciation. Richardis nodded along, and Lily barely caught a small smile when she finished.
Excellent. You may proceed.
He instructed. Lily took a deep breath and mentally reached for her monocore. Immediately, she noticed it had come to a stop again, and silently cursed that she'd still failed to keep it reverse rotating even slightly. Putting that failure aside, she'd spun it and felt mana coursing through her, and she began to carefully complete her chant. The instructor had grabbed a larger bucket, perhaps anticipating a good result due to her practiced chant beforehand. Lily couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt at how she would be dashing his expectations, but once again, she regained her resolve as she robbed the spell of its mana at the very last moment. The water magic manifested, and a tiny trickle of water poured into the bucket. Richardis and Theo looked dumbfounded, while some of the other students chuckled and giggled.
Did I screw up?
Lily asked, hoping her ears failing to droop on command wouldn't give away her attempted deception.
The chant was near perfect,
Richardis finally said, looking troubled.
I was quite literally preparing to congratulate you for your due diligence in practicing it after class. My gut wants to say you lacked the required mana to cast the spell, but when that happens, the spell doesn't even manifest at all. It's most peculiar.
Told you rabbits can't cast spells, one of the kids snorted, failing to keep it to a whisper.
Then what happened to Tim?
Another asked.
Or that light spell she showed us? Or the water she just made?
Maybe he just got spooked by how weird the spell looks, the same kid suggested. They were tiny little stars just like this tiny little water. Definitely not mage-worthy. Lily frowned and felt an urge to defend herself rising.
Should I throw out the nebula veil? Or maybe cast moonlight into his eyes?
Enough!
Richardus demanded, causing the class to flinch.
I will not have you disparaging others. Since you've clearly forgotten some of the fundamentals, I will also remind you that some bloodlines weaken other forms of magic.
Yeah, I can't do air magic.
Theo quickly agreed.
My point exactly.
Richardus said.
Although I will remind you not to shout out in class.
Lily watched as Theo wilted in his seat, a rather peculiar sight for such a large individual.
Do you wish to try again, or have you practiced any of the other chants?
Richardus offered.
Since it seems water is not your calling.
Lily hesitated before replying,
I did practice one more.
The instructor nodded.
Let's hear it.
Lily recited the chant for the fire spell, and once she finished, the instructor nodded and told her to proceed. Lily took a deep breath and began the chant again. Richardus seemed hopeful, and Theo appeared to be on the edge of his seat moments before Lily starved the spell again. The spell manifested, and a tiny little flame appeared above her palm, barely as big as one of her starlight spells.
I did it!
Lily said with a smile. Richardus had a pained look on his face, and some of the kids couldn't help but giggle to themselves again.
Yeah, it's a tiny little flame. Laugh at the little bunny and her little fire spell.
Lily thought bitterly. She was already starting to regret her decision to hinder her reputation.
There's a chance you only have proficiency in your bloodline magic,
Richardus said softly, in one of the kindest tones she'd ever heard from the man.
I'm sorry.
Lily shook her head.
Don't be. I'm just happy that I can do magic at all. The alternative is much worse.
That's true.
Richardus chuckled softly.
I'm glad you're so positive. Your star magic is quite a sight. You have the diligence to make a fine mage one day.
With those little sparklers? I doubt it.
The boy muttered mockingly. Lily was watching the instructor's face turn red in real time, and while she was looking forward to him exploding on the student, another idea rushed to her mind.
Sir, since my chant demonstration didn't go well, can I show another spell?
Lily offered. Richardus paused and looked at her. While his face didn't return to its original shade, at least she had temporarily halted its escalating redness.
As long as it's not an offensive spell, then you may,
he answered.
It's not offensive. It's defensive, I think,
Lily replied happily.
Lame. It's probably more tiny lights,
the boy once again muttered. The instructor must not have heard that comment, as he seemed to be trying to puzzle together what Lily was talking about. Lily had only ever discussed the attack spell she used against Tim, the fire glyphs, and starlight.
Defensive?
Richardus responded.
Very well. You may proceed.
Lily smiled as she gave a small hand flourish accompanied by a short mental chant, causing her nebula veil to manifest. The starry cloak formed like rolling clouds tumbling downward from her neck, and once it was complete, she did a small twirl while controlling it to wave. An excited buzz filled the classroom, just as Lily had hoped. The nebula veil was her favorite spell for a good reason. Flexing a bit of her advanced control, she had it partially wrapped around herself.
I wonder what I'll be able to do with it once it becomes my first signature spell. Pretty,
a girl shouted.
Why did she show those stupid lights and not this?
The boy demanded. Lily almost expected to explode at the class's constant chatter now, but he seemed to be genuinely at a loss for words. His face contorted into wrinkled expressions as he tried to focus on various parts of her starry cloak.
What is this?
Richardus eventually asked. Lily's inner celebration immediately halted. She had not thought this far ahead and wasn't exactly sure how to describe the spell.
It's my star cloak,
Lily replied, sounding unsure.
I suppose that partially describes its appearance,
Richardus responded.
I have never seen anything quite like it. Where did this come from?
Thankfully, with Arakil's and Rose's help, they had devised a reasonable excuse for Lily to learn new astral spells. Dreams. Arakil, through Lily, had quizzed Rose on how she felt and controlled her own bloodline to gain some insight into how the world handled it. For Rose, she would have flashes of inspiration and have her instincts take the wheel. Thereafter, she could reproduce the effect by recalling that situation until she owned it herself. This made perfect sense for a dragon, according to Arakil, and while Lily wanted to use that excuse for herself, it was shot down. Neither of the two could imagine Lily giving in to instincts, but Arakil provided a reasonable compromise in learning through dreams. Lily wanted to protest the idea as unrealistic, but Rose immediately agreed with Arakil. With 2 against 1, Lily was forced to accept their proposed solution.
I wanted the stars to protect me,
Lily replied.
and this was what I dreamed of. I think my bloodline responded to my desires.
Intriguing.
Richardus answered excitedly.
I admit to investigating a bit more about ancient bloodlines after discovering I'd be teaching another, and that generally falls in line with what I've read about.
Really?
Lily asked, a little surprised. The instructor nodded.
Instincts, urges, and even voices have been referenced for deep bloodlines, so why not dreams?
Damn, Arakil and Rose were right. I kinda don't like it. Doesn't it make me sound lazy, being rewarded for sleeping? Not to mention insinuating that I'm childishly dreaming of spells like someone obsessed with fairy tales.
Can I touch it? Daisy asked, interrupting Lily's thoughts.
Is it safe to do so?
Richardus asked in return. Lily nodded and grew the cloak out a bit.
It's perfectly safe to touch.
The instructor wasted no time grabbing hold of one of the edges and rubbing it between 2 fingers, his eyes sparkling full of fascination. A few of the students also rushed up to touch it, Daisy being one of the first, and even Theo.
It's so soft,
Daisy exclaimed happily.
I expected it to be cold since it looks like the night sky, but that is not the case.
The instructor commented.
It keeps my body neutral if I wrap myself in it,
Lily explained.
I think it might be waterproof, too.
Can we test that?
Cal asked excitedly.
Sure,
Lily replied. Richardus cleared his throat to grab everyone's attention. Cal looked disappointed, probably expecting the idea to get rejected.
If it's done carefully and controlled, I don't see any problem doing so.
The instructor explained. That excited most of the class, as they seemed excited to see the effects. Richardus instructed students to fill buckets with water, which they did while he commented and corrected their chants. After Lily extended the cloak a bit more, they began taking turns dunking an edge of the cloak in the water, and, when pulling it out, marveled how it was still bone dry. A few even tried vigorously shoving the bit of cloak in the bucket, but it came out unharmed despite their attempts. That led to the next stage of testing, during which the instructor had Cal softly launch a ball of water toward Lily, after getting her permission, of course. She agreed, eager to test the extent of her nebula veil, as Arakil had mentioned it was primarily a magical defense. Cal did a sort of half-chant, half-gesture, similar to what Lily had seen Rose do, and a magical ball of water was soon launched at her cloak. The spell hit the cloak and burst like a bubble, the water trickling to the ground.
Did you feel any impact?
Richardus asked.
The spell, while seemingly harmless, is supposed to have some force behind it when it pops.
Lily shook her head.
I didn't feel anything.
Damn.
Cal chuckled.
Guess I need more water to get through that defense. You gotta try harder.
The boy from earlier shouted.
Lily turned to look at him and noticed he was attempting to throw one of the filled buckets toward her. Some of the kids cried out warnings, but before anyone could stop him, the bucket was already tossed. Logically, she knew it wouldn't actually hurt her, but she still raised her arms to protect her head, and her nebula veil reacted to the call. The cloak retracted inward, surrounding Lily before surging forward, creating an almost impromptu shield as it blocked the bucket, which rebounded off of it and fell, clattering the floor. Water was sloshed everywhere as the bucket clanged noisily across the ground, and kids jumped back to avoid getting wet. Thanks to her cloak, Lily was entirely uninjured and bone dry.
Mark!
The instructor screamed. He had already turned red in the face and looked furious.
I was just testing the cloak.
Mark shouted back, feigning innocence.
Enough! Class dismissed.
Richardis ordered, before storming over to Mark and clutching his arm.
We'll be taking you to see the disciplinary counselor.
Mark tried to struggle, but Richardis's grip on him was like a vice.
Are you okay?
Richardis asked, turning to Lily. Lily nodded.
My cloak stopped everything.
See, she's fine. Everything's fine.
Mark protested.
I don't see what the big deal is.
The instructor ignored his appeals as he continued marching Mark out of the classroom, nearly slamming the door behind him. Immediately, the class was gossiping, wondering what was going to happen.
Are you okay?
Theo repeated the question.
Yeah, I'm fine. I can't say the same for Mark,
Lily said, attempting to be humorous.
That's good. That cloak of yours is really amazing.
Theo praised. Lily nodded.
I'm happy to have it, but I wonder why he did that.
Theo sighed.
I can hazard a guess, but I don't want to point fingers.
Oh? Well, I'll take the guess with some salt then,
Lily replied.
Mark was part of Tim's group of friends.
Theo replied.
Maybe Tim asked him to do it, or maybe he was upset about what you did to his friend. I'm not sure. I'm making a lot of assumptions.
Lily groaned and shook her head.
Ugh, I hope it's unrelated. If I never see Tim again, it'll be too soon.
Since class ended early, do you want to go practice a bit?
Theo suggested.
Okay, that sounds like a great distraction,
Lily agreed.
Do you have somewhere in mind?
Yeah!
Theo exclaimed excitedly.
Instructor Richard has set up a small training area for me. We can go there.
He got a whole training area? He did mention he has a minor bloodline. Is that the reason? Will the instructor also make one for me? Well, if Theo is offering to share, I'll gladly take him up on that offer. Sounds great! Let me grab my things, and you can lead the way.
Chapter 71. Perspective. As they left the classroom with Theo as the leader, Lily couldn't help but notice a lot of eyes staring at them as they walked. As soon as they spotted the pair, they either gasped or stared at them as if she'd sprouted a second head. As Lily wondered why everyone was behaving so peculiarly, Theo spoke.
Are you going to wear that cloak the entire time? Does it not run out?
Lily looked down at herself and noticed she was still wrapped up in her nebula veil, the answer right before her eyes.
Oh, I completely forgot.
Lily blushed sheepishly.
I've been trying to practice keeping it up, so sometimes it feels rather natural. Although I'd rather not have all these eyes on me.
Lily dismissed the spell, allowing the cape to dissolve like fading mist and stars winking out.
That's a shame. But I suppose it might garner some negative attention or envy from others.
Theo reasoned.
Yeah, I'm already quite the little freak show, being a Lunadea with magic and the rumors spreading about Tim and me.
Lily sighed.
Sorry. That must really suck.
Theo apologized.
Well, if it makes any difference, my training spot is pretty isolated, so you don't need to worry about any prying eyes.
Lily nodded, and they continued their journey. Following Theo, Lily was led outside to a secluded area, still within the orphanage grounds, but definitely an area she hadn't explored before.
The sun hasn't negatively affected me as much since I gained my mana core. It's a shame that I haven't spent more time outside, unless I count the rituals and monsters. Speaking of which, I should consider another nighttime run now that Arakil is portable. We can try to see if he can gather anything from the monsters.
This is the spot.
Theo said, gesturing to a relatively smooth, flat area without any grass growing.
Why did the instructor send you so far away to practice?
Lily asked curiously.
Well, my bloodline is some cave or mountain bear, and it gave me strengthened earth magic.
Theo explained.
My control was pretty poor to begin with, so he wanted me to be far away from anyone, in case I hurt them by accident.
Oh, was it bad?
Lily couldn't help but ask. Her only experience with regular magic was Rose's, and she had practically been born controlling fire with ease. Theo nodded.
When I would gather rocks, they would sometimes randomly explode into shrapnel. It took me quite a long time to keep them intact when I pulled it from the ground.
Lily tilted her head to the side, pondering what he said.
You have to pull earth from the ground? Can you not form it directly out of mana?
Eventually I'll be able to,
Theo replied, scratching his cheek.
but for now I can only manipulate existing earth and rock. Hopefully when I go to Tresnia they'll teach me.
Lily gasped.
You've already been accepted to a magic academy?
Theo nodded, looking somewhat proud.
Yes, I was really worried they wouldn't want me, but I managed to get in. They're the best academy for anyone wanting a trade job in the magic industry. I want to become a stone shaper.
You're going to make statues?
Lily asked.
That sounds pretty fun.
Maybe? It's the title for anyone who builds magically with stone and earth.
Theo explained.
I want to build houses, walls, stuff like that. I don't really think I have the artistic talent for sculptures and stuff, so maybe I'll just get to do the odd, fancy-looking pillar.
Hey, you never know,
Lily said encouragingly.
If they're the top academy for magic jobs, then I'm sure they'll teach you some tricks of the trade.
We'll have to see.
Theo said with a nervous chuckle.
Do you know what academy you're shooting for?
Regarth,
Lily answered with zero hesitation. Theo seemed a little surprised.
Isn't that the famous one with the dungeon? Like for adventurers and stuff?
Yes, I want to become an adventurer with Rose,
Lily said proudly.
Aren't you scared of getting hurt?
Theo asked.
I don't think I could ever do anything like that. I'm a bit of a coward, so I'm glad getting into construction is an option for me.
That's a shame. I think you'd make a great adventurer,
Lily replied.
Because of my size?
Theo chuckled.
It was suggested. I did get an offer to Calway, but I turned them down.
Lily gasped and put her hand to her mouth.
Sorry, that was a bit mean of me. I'm used to being on the opposite end of the size assumptions.
Theo shrugged.
No problem. I made similar assumptions about you. I thought a small girl like you would have wanted to be an alchemist, or maybe an enchanter and stay safe indoors.
You sound just like Miss Camilla, my mentor. She wants me to take over the alchemy business.
Lily giggled.
But I've got my heart set on being an adventurer with Rose, and so Regarth is my goal. I'm hoping Richardus can have me ready for the exam.
The instructor said you had an ancient bloodline. I'm sure you'll get automatically accepted.
Theo responded, trying to sound optimistic.
I don't want to just get in because of that. I want to earn it,
Lily replied.
If I don't earn it myself, then everyone will think I'm just there as a spectacle.
Theo seemed to struggle to understand Lily's feelings on the matter, and an awkward silence formed between them.
So, what kind of training do you do here?
Lily asked, changing the subject. Theo sighed with relief.
I'll show you.
He inhaled and began muttering something under his breath. When Lily listened in, she noticed it wasn't a magical chant, but something akin to words of self-encouragement. Theo then held out one arm low and began to slowly raise it. As Theo's arm rose, so did a section of the ground in front of him, and out came a small pillar of stone.
Whoa! I've not really seen earth magic before. That was impressive,
Lily responded.
Of course, she had witnessed the platform of stone Arakil had made and carved, but that was from an archmage, not a fellow orphan.
Thanks.
Theo replied, genuinely happy at the praise.
It took me so long to learn to do that, but I kept practicing and practicing.
I would have thought a bloodline would have made it easier,
Lily commented.
Rose could snap her fingers and make a flame dance.
Unfortunately, not everyone can be a prodigy like that.
Theo answered, sounding slightly bitter.
If I don't concentrate, the rock will come out broken and shattered. It's like my magic wants to break and destroy rather than build.
His magic wants to destroy? That's interesting. I wonder if Rose's magic wanted her to burn everything to a crisp. Sorry, I didn't know,
Lily eventually replied.
It's okay,
he replied, clearly not entirely over it. Lily sighed, but then thought of a great analogy that might rectify things.
That's sort of why I don't want to just get into a magic school automatically. I want to earn it so people don't make the wrong presumptions about me.
Huh. I guess I didn't consider that.
Theo replied.
So, did you also have to try hard to control your stars?
Control isn't my issue. It's quantity, or capacity, she answered. When I first got my magic, I could barely make a tiny little star, and it took me a lot of effort to get that number up and make them look slightly less pathetic.
To demonstrate, Lily cast the starlight spell, and, thanks to her control, produced a star that closely resembled how it looked when she first obtained it. Then, she added an additional star, each growing larger and brighter in sequence. At the end of the demonstration, Theo laughed while rubbing the back of his head.
We're really in opposite situations in more ways than one. Well, you're welcome to come here and practice, and if you want some help, maybe I can provide it.
Lily pondered the suggestion briefly, before nodding.
I don't suppose you could make targets for me out of stone?
Targets?
Theo repeated. He hummed in thought before nodding, as if he'd come up with an idea. He then extended and raised his hand, creating a vaguely person-shaped stone pillar.
Something like this?
He asked.
Yeah, that's perfect,
Lily replied happily.
What do you want targets for, if you don't mind me asking?
So, I have another spell,
Lily began explaining.
It's an attack spell, the one I used to beat Tim. I've been unable to really practice it anywhere as it's not exactly safe, and I don't want to destroy my room or trees. So I thought maybe some rock targets would work.
Theo laughed.
I can definitely say you do not want to practice in your room. I nearly destroyed my entire floor and was in so much trouble. But if you want some stone targets, I can make them.
Thank you, Theo,
Lily said excitedly.
No problem. I'm super curious to see what you used against Tim.
Honestly, you might laugh,
Lily answered.
It's a bit of a strange-looking spell.
That's even better in my opinion.
Theo chuckled.
If that cocky bastard got beaten by something silly, then he got what he deserved.
Okay, I'll show you, but you might want to get behind me,
Lily replied. Theo nodded and quickly left behind the stone target he made. Lily took a breath and first cast her nebula veil, ensuring it enshrouded her, and was large enough to be extended in case some shrapnel came their way.
Better safe than sorry. If any rocks blow this way, I'll use my cloak to make a bit of a wall so nothing hits Theo.
Then, Lily raised her hand and began a very short chant to cast the star cluster spell. In the heat of the moment against Tim, she had cast it wordlessly. But thanks to her lack of suitable practice, she had yet to reproduce those results.
I really need to go hunting again.
She didn't want to go overboard with the spell and suitably limited it to no more than 2 stars. Randomness was still a significant factor, and while Lily didn't want to get a 0-star result, she was equally worried about getting something crazy, like a 4 or 5-star result. Her spell was complete. A single star apparated and was flung from the palm of her hand on a direct course to the stone target. Theo made a surprised noise as it crashed into the stone and burst into a starry coating.
The rock sparkled brightly, and cracks showed on it.
Wow, that was exciting.
Theo responded.
I have to admit, I didn't expect that at all. I can see why you thought I might laugh. It's a bit comical in its appearance.
Lily sighed.
It is, but it's effective. I'm a little sad it didn't break the target in one hit.
That is reinforced stone.
Theo informed her.
I could have pulled up just normal rock, but I thought you wanted a target to take a few hits.
Oh, that makes me feel a bit better,
Lily replied.
So this is what beat Tim, huh?
Theo asked, scratching his head.
I would have thought he'd be a bit tougher. I heard he was killing monsters.
Well, this spell is a bit special in that regard,
Lily answered.
The spell is extra effective against anything coated in the stardust. So, if I shoot 2 stars, the second one gets a big boost.
That sounds so cool.
Theo responded with surprising vigor.
You've got to show me that.
Lily nodded and began casting the spell again. This time, she ensured the upper limit was 1 star, as she was concerned about what 2 stars would do to the already damaged target, which was also marked with stardust. The spell was complete, and it looked like luck was on her side. A single star was shot out again before it crashed with the statue. The rock burst apart in a glimmering cascade of stardust that danced through the air like confetti on festival days, before fading to nothingness.
Crap!
Theo cursed in surprise. Lily was already on it, as her cloak extended to blanket them, but her caution seemed unneeded, as no shrapnel reached them.
You okay?
Lily asked.
Okay. I'm better than okay. That was amazing!
Theo cheered. Lily let out a relieved breath.
I'm glad. That was a little bigger than I was expecting.
I can make more. Can you do it again?
Theo asked, with a glint of excitement in his eye.
I want to see what happens if 2 stars come out at once. Wow, this is some amazing magic.
Lily opened her mouth to reply, but someone else beat her to the punch.
Amazing is one way to describe it.
Richardus's stern voice interrupted. Lily and Theo turned to face the teacher, both having no idea when he had made his appearance.
Dangerous would be the other,
Richardus finished. Lily and Theo gulped. However, Lily noticed that Richardus didn't appear to be that angry, so she hoped he could be reasoned with. Chapter 72. Stars and Stone.
Sorry, sir. It was my idea to come out here.
Theo apologized profusely. Lily frowned and shook her head.
It was my idea to test my attack spell. You just wanted to show me some earth magic.
But enough,
you two.
Richardus interjected.
While I'm upset that you did this behind my back, I'm glad that you took some precautions. Next time, please discuss this with me beforehand.
So, it's fine for me to practice my spell?
Lily asked.
Under the correct supervision, yes.
Richardus answered.
Damn. I was hoping I could do it unsupervised with just Theo. My only other option is to hunt some gremlins and slimes at night.
Now, don't look so sour.
Richardus chuckled.
With my guidance, we can have a much more effective lesson, one that benefits both of you.
Both of us?
Theo asked. The instructor nodded.
At the moment, only Lily is gaining from this. You can already pull rocks from the ground. However, what if you pulled them and then tried to prevent Lily from destroying them? That way you'd be focusing on your control.
That's a brilliant idea!
Lily praised.
I should hope so. I am a teacher, after all.
Richardus teased.
Do you have any other ideas?
Theo asked.
Lily needs to be at the top of her game to get an offer letter to Regarth.
Richardus hummed in thought as he scratched his chin.
That depends. Do you have any other spells you're hiding?
I have another light spell,
Lily answered honestly.
Otherwise, just my defensive cloak and my offensive star.
That's more than enough, to be frank.
You've got some good coverage with the former, and having multiple offensive spells could even be seen as a detriment. One might question your intentions if you spent a lot of time studying nothing but attack spells.
Richardis replied.
Really?
Theo asked before Lily could.
I would have thought Regarth, as a magic academy focused on dungeons and adventurers, to want students with more attack spells.
A well-honed blade is far more useful than a barrel of rubbish,
Richardis answered.
Not to mention, Regarth will want to train you according to their curriculum. If they have to spend too much time untraining your bad habits, they might figure you aren't worth the trouble. Not to mention, no Institute of Learning wants a delinquent.
Rose,
Lily whispered.
She nearly didn't make it in.
Richardis answered bluntly.
I won't go into detail, but she nearly didn't, despite her powerful bloodline.
Rose told me she barely just didn't get a full scholarship. Was she fibbing?
So, what other training can you think of?
Theo asked, trying to change the subject.
Well,
Richardis began, after clearing his throat.
It would depend on your cooperation. But you could throw gravel and rocks towards Lily, and she could defend herself. After seeing her cloak in action with the bucket, and now again here, I'd say it's a flexible spell worth investing in.
This is definitely going to be my first signature spell. Even the instructor says it's fantastic, and he barely knows what it can do.
I don't really want to launch rocks at her.
Theo admitted.
Please, Theo?
Lily begged.
I can't really practice it on my own.
It'll be good for you too, lad.
Richardis pointed out.
You've got absolutely no capability with air magic, so you lack a basic tool for self-defense.
But throwing rocks? Isn't that a bit too much?
Theo protested.
Which is why you can work on your control.
Richardis clarified.
That way you can control how you defend yourself. If you get it good enough, you could even just launch sand in the eyes.
Exactly!
Lily excitedly agreed. Theo seemed to be debating with himself, until he eventually sighed and gave a tiny nod.
Okay, but if you get hurt, I immediately stop this forever.
Lily confidently flexed her cloak, causing it to magically ripple.
You'll have to try your best,
she said.
Excellent,
Richardis said.
Now, unless you two have somewhere to be, why don't we get started?
Both eagerly nodded, and the round of training began. The instructor gave Theo some tips on how to reinforce the stone he pulled, while Lily watched from the sidelines. When he was done, he pulled out another chunk of stone from the ground, but didn't release his hand. Lily assumed he was reinforcing the stone, although she couldn't tell without Camilla's magical spectacles.
I wonder if you can learn to sense mana without a magic item. Something to ask Arakil.
Then, Richardis gave Lily the go-ahead. She cast the star cluster spell with an upper cap at 3 stars, and when it actually manifested, 2 stars were flung out. The first star struck, doing nothing more than coating the stone in stardust. Theo prematurely celebrated moments before the second star hit, exploding in a starry shower. The stone target was barely holding on, with multiple fractures and bits of rubble begging to collapse.
I forgot the second one hits harder,
Theo said regretfully.
A fascinating spell,
Richardis commented.
If you had fired 3, not even a bit of stone might have been left.
I can't control it like that,
Lily said regretfully.
An uncontrolled spell?
The instructor asked with a hint of concern.
Should we halt all future practice with it?
No, not like that,
Lily sighed.
Let me explain.
Lily gave them the rundown of the spell and its random nature. She confirmed that she could control it by limiting it, but couldn't control the bottom end of the spell. Richardis seemed skeptical initially, but after some demonstrations of Lily repeatedly setting the limit to 1 star and never going above that, he finally seemed to relent. The instructor warned her that she would likely need to clarify herself to the examiners and work on a more satisfactory explanation, as her current answer made it sound like she was at fault.
To think a random spell exists. Truly a strange world we live in.
Richardus chuckled.
Are you sure it's star magic and not gambling magic?
Lily pouted a little at the teasing, but did agree that it was a little absurd. Arakil had mentioned there were ways to stack the deck in your favor with astral magic. Still, it was beyond her capabilities at the moment, and he encouraged her to continue focusing on what she already had.
Plus, he wants me to learn how to gather passively and work on keeping my cloak up in a basic form indefinitely. I've got more than enough on my plate.
During the testing, Theo evidently got a complete workout from his attempts to reinforce the stone, as it had to suffer a constant barrage of star after star. His limit was 3 consecutive stars, as the double debuff of Stardust was too much for him, but he vowed to improve it. Lily, wanting to encourage him and herself, made a counterbet by saying she'd work toward reducing it to only 2 stars. Richardus seemed thrilled by the friendly competition and actively encouraged it. This was when he told them to swap between defender and attacker. Lily recast her cloak, allowing it to billow and swell around her before wrapping around her. She gave a taunting smirk and wink, hoping to ignite the competition.
Show off,
Theo joked as he stuck out his tongue.
Competition aside, remember to be careful since these aren't stone targets we're talking about.
Richardus warned.
I will.
Theo confirmed. The instructor, happy with that confirmation, quickly chanted out an earth spell. Lily recognized a few words as a slight modification of the cleaning spell he had taught them during class. All the loose rocks and rubble gathered before him in a neat pile, and Lily realized he was making an ammo stockpile for Theo. Then, Theo began his assault. Lily was ready and ensured her cloak covered her flashy bits while having it gather slightly in front of her as the rocks pelted against the nebula-infused fabric.
I knew some silly rocks wouldn't be able to get through.
When Theo ran out of ammo, Lily swept her cloak outward and revealed herself untouched, even from dirt.
Damn, that seems a little unfair.
Theo joked.
I didn't even get her clothes dusty.
It's a remarkable defense,
Richardus admitted.
If I knew what type of magic it was, I'd seek out the chant for myself, as it seems a lot more subtle than the wind barrier I usually use for myself.
You make an entire wind barrier?
Lily asked with bubbling curiosity. The instructor nodded.
Yes, although mine is relatively simple in that it only tries to deflect attacks. More advanced versions have been known to redirect projectiles back at their attacker.
That's so cool,
Lily replied.
And all I have is rocks and dirt.
Theo grumbled.
I'm sure Tresnia will be teaching you earthen armor, or some sort of protection in that regard.
Richardus mentioned.
Or you could just shove a giant rock wall in front of any attacks,
Lily suggested.
That also works, and is a much safer option,
Richardus added.
Better to prevent the attack away from you in case of a secondary effect like an explosion.
Both Lily and Theo nodded excitedly.
That is a good lesson for you,
Richardus said, pointing at Lily.
You demonstrated it against the bucket. Why aren't you using your cloak to intercept attacks farther away from your person?
Lily blushed a little.
It was a bit of a heat-of-the-moment sort of thing. I don't currently have that much control over it. I want to, though, as I don't think I could block bigger attacks by just covering myself.
Richardus nodded in agreement as he seemed to ponder a solution.
What about if I launch bigger rocks away from Lily and then she tries to intercept them?
Theo suggested.
That's a brilliant idea!
Lily instantly agreed.
We could even have you aim at a target, and it's my job to protect it.
An excellent suggestion, both of you.
Richardus also agreed.
But you'll need to be far enough away from the target, Lily. I don't want any possibility of you getting injured on my watch.
I agree. I'm not going to launch any boulders if you aren't safely out of reach,
Theo said.
Okay,
Lily agreed with zero hesitation.
One time, and then we better wrap it up for the day.
Richardus informed them.
While I'm enthralled by your energy and enthusiasm, we don't want either of you to encounter mana fatigue, as that's when mistakes and accidents happen.
Yes, sir.
Both students agreed.
To illustrate his point, Richardus summoned the stone target this time, so Theo wouldn't need to spend his mana on it. Lily wasn't sure how tired the boy was, but when she looked at her own mana core, she estimated she still had a reasonable amount left in the tank.
My astral affinity has really kept my spells efficient in their mana cost. With bargains like this, even Camilla would swoon.
When everyone was ready and Lily was at a safe distance, she extended her nebula veil toward the target. She stretched it out to her utmost limit, leaving only a thin, wispy trail connecting to herself. As for Theo's ammunition, the instructor cast that modified earth spell again, with another slight addition to the tail end of the chant. The result was the rocks and rubble not only gathered in one place, but also compressed together into a singular, imperfect sphere.
This should be good enough,
Richardus said, pointing at the cannonball-sized rock.
I hope I can launch it.
Theo muttered.
It's a little bigger than I was expecting.
I think you are more than capable.
Richardus informed him.
Potency has never been your weak point, only control. I believe in you.
I believe in you too!
Lily shouted.
Thanks.
Theo mumbled, as he could barely hide the smile on his face. He took a deep breath and reached toward the rock by thrusting both of his hands outward. The rock lurched as if being shoved and rolled around a bit.
Ready?
Theo asked.
Ready!
Lily confirmed. Theo nodded and then thrust his palms forward with a slight battle cry. The rock launched, hurtling toward the target.
Nice shot!
Richardus praised. Lily would have also given some encouragement, but she had no time. She had a statue to protect. Exhaling, she made a waving gesture toward the nebula veil, causing it to spring to life and surge forward like a black mass trying to engulf the rock. At first, Lily thought she had succeeded, but the rock was pushing back on her black and starry cloak. She instinctively realized it lacked enough weight to push back against the projectile. She clenched her hands into tight fists and tried to focus as much mana as possible, her mana core spinning frantically. The magical cloak grew out like a billowing smog before surging toward the rock, attempting to halt it. She tried some more, but could feel the strain.
If I can't block it, maybe I can redirect it.
Lily tried her best, and likely would have succeeded if she had thought of the solution earlier. But time was of the essence, and she only managed a partial redirect before the rocky cannonball smashed into the side of the target, taking half of it with it.
Yes!
Theo exclaimed excitedly.
Damn! I was so close!
Lily whined.
Better luck next time.
Theo teased. Lily was about to throw a friendly taunt back, but Richardus cleared his throat loudly to get their attention. He pointed to the remains of the target.
I hope you can see why I said safety is important. Imagine if that was Lily and not stone.
I'd never fire a rock like that at her or anyone.
Theo refuted. Richardus nodded.
Good. I wasn't saying you would. I only meant that you should always be aware. The same goes for you, Lily. Your cloak clearly has a weakness against physical objects.
Wait,
Lily responded.
Excuse me?
Richardus asked.
Wait, I could feel it?
Lily tried to explain.
It was too heavy, and my cloak didn't have enough behind it to block, so I tried to redirect it instead.
Richardus nodded.
That makes sense. It is a similar issue for defensive air and water spells. Perhaps with enough training you can overcome it, or find a way to not be in that situation in the first place.
Lily nodded, eagerly eating up the explanation.
But that is more than enough for today,
Richardus said.
Class dismissed. I'll clean up the rocks here.
Thank you, sir!
Both kids exclaimed excitedly, Lily even giving a tiny bow in thanks.
You're very welcome,
Richardus said, holding back a grin.
I'm always grateful for eager students willing to listen.
Chapter 73. Better Late Than Never. When Lily returned to her room, she immediately consulted with Arakil. She was curious about his thoughts about the training and wanted to see if he had any feedback. She also realized that she hadn't consulted him after the whole bucket fiasco and moved straight to going along with Theo. She nervously asked if her actions were fine and felt a wave of relief wash over her when Arakil saw no issue with them.
I have no issue with you seeking your own innovative methods. I don't want a puppet who follows my every order without thinking for herself. I'm glad to hear you've made a friend and someone to help practice with.
Thanks, Arakil,
Lily replied.
I was just worried that I was doing something that might harm my growth. I know you want to ensure I get the best foundation possible.
If there's anything drastic, I will mention it. But friendly competition drives growth, so I'm glad you won't be alone until Regarth. Just make sure this Theobald doesn't drop any rocks on your head.
Lily giggled at what she assumed was Arakil attempting a joke.
I had another question about the spells Instructor Richardus gave us. They seemed too easy?
Lily asked nervously.
I don't want to get a big head or sound blindly overconfident, but I understood them really quickly, with only minimal practice. They're way shorter in the chant than the spells you gave me, but that can't be the only reason.
Well, what you've been given are mere cantrips at best. If you are bad at rehearsing, then the length of a spell's chant is a potential difficulty component. Otherwise, it isn't a universal factor. For example, that wind spell is the most advanced of the lot, and even that is beneath the starlight spell I gave you.
Really?
Lily asked curiously.
I thought starlight was the simplest spell.
It is, but astral magic does not really contain cantrips, as those are more of the domain of the basic elements. I hate to do this, but it might help your understanding. Some schools of magic like to classify spells into numerical rankings. Now, if we take the Starlight spell, it would start at rank 1, while the spells given by Richardus are rank 0 at best. Very minor effects, but suitable for an introduction to magic.
I think I understand, Lily replied. And because I asked to learn astral magic, we started at a bit of a higher level.
Precisely. I figured you were determined and stubborn enough to start at 1 rather than 0. Ask yourself honestly if you would have been happy with me telling you that you weren't ready for the most basic astral spell.
No, I wouldn't have been happy,
Lily admitted.
I probably would have begged and pleaded. I wanted to make stars of my own no matter what.
A waste of both our time and efforts. I thought you would instead channel your dedication into learning Starlight. It certainly helped that it had no conceivable harmful effects if you messed up, so it provided a perfectly suitable learning aid.
So, what determines a spell's rank?
Lily questioned.
If I had to boil it down to the fundamentals, input costs, output levels, required understanding, manifesting your willpower, and lastly, casting performance.
It does make sense that the mana input and spell's output power would rank the spell,
Lily admitted.
Like the difference between Firebolt and Fireball.
Correct, although plenty of spells are outside the norm in that regard. Major mana expenditures, but relatively minor outputs. Teleportation requires a lot of mana, but is on a relatively small scale in terms of output. On the other hand, it requires an immense understanding of its principles and an iron will to manifest the results into the world.
Teleportation?
Lily replied excitedly.
I'm afraid we are far from touching on that subject, my dear apprentice. The risks are immense, and our mana budget is far from meeting the requirements.
Fine,
Lily grumbled.
So, the chant is only 20% of that fundamental formula at best?
Closer to 10%, I'd say, and that's being generous, especially since the chant can be substituted with other methods, such as somatic gestures, and eventually omitted entirely. The more substantial your understanding grows. A parrot can recite a chant, but it takes a magus to cast it.
I like that,
Lily giggled.
Although I'm still surprised to discover starlight is so advanced. It seems so simple now.
While its effects aren't reality-breaking, try to consider it from a utility standpoint. The fire cantrip you learned can produce light, a small amount of heat, and kindle a flame. With the starlight spell, you can increase the number of stars, adjust their brightness and size, maneuver and position them, and so on.
Couldn't I do that with the flame spell, too?
Lily asked.
Without changing the chant? Without increasing the mana supplied? Without casting the spell more than once?
Lily opened her mouth to respond, but promptly closed it. As if the pieces had fallen before her eyes, she suddenly realized that she had never modified the starlight spell directly. No extra words were added to the chant. Even when she was first starting out, she could direct the spell to move. The flame spell, on the other hand, could not be moved. It was a fixed point, and even if she changed the chant to have a movement component, it wouldn't be like how she controlled her starlight spells. Likewise, she could cast the flame spell twice to get 2 flames, or perhaps even add a component to the chant requesting additional flames. But with starlight, she merely willed it, and there were more stars.
Huh. I see your point,
Lily replied, still slightly in disbelief over the sudden revelation.
Of course, there are fire spells that have a more complex chant, but would allow similar levels of control. But once again, that is the difference in spell ranks. As loath as I am to continue using the term, and you'd find no such thing within the confines of cantrips.
Lily nodded along as she digested the information and developed a newfound appreciation for her starlight spell. Sure, it wasn't the flashiest of spells, but it suited her perfectly. There was an abrupt knock at the door, causing Lily to flinch and nearly knock over her inkpot.
Yes?
Lily asked curiously to the unknown visitor. I have a delivery for you. Margit's familiar voice came from behind the door.
A delivery?
Lily wondered as she got up. She briskly opened the door to Margit's smiling face, who handed her a relatively thick envelope.
What's this?
Lily asked curiously. Considering it came from Regarth, I believe it's a letter from Rose, Margit answered.
Rose?
Lily excitedly exclaimed. Margit chuckled and gave Lily a soft pat on the head. I won't keep you then. I'm sure you're very eager to read it, she said with a knowing smile as she began to leave.
Thank you, Margit!
Lily replied excitedly before racing to her chair. She tore open the envelope and saw quite a few pages within. At first, she thought Rose might have written an entire essay of a letter. But then she noticed how large and untidy the handwriting was and realized it was primarily due to waste.
I really should have taught her to write better. I hope I don't have any problems reading this chicken scratch. It's almost as bad as Miss Camilla's, and she's got bad hands and eyes.
Sighing to herself, Lily began smoothing and unfolding the papers. She informed Arakil of her actions and excitedly began reading Rose's long-awaited letter. Hey, Lily, it's been a while. I hope you're eating well, sleeping enough, and yada yada.
Yes, I am! Although I bet I could say the same worries about you. I can't believe you took so long to finally write.
Sorry it took me so long to write. I wanted to write sooner, but I figured I'd better wait a bit until you've probably revealed the magic. Apparently they screen letters to make nothing important leak. Crazy, right? Or maybe Lady Destu was just pulling my leg.
They read your letters? I really hope you didn't mention anything about Arakil here, but I'm glad you didn't send one before the magic secret came out. That would have been very difficult to explain.
After that, if I'm completely honest, I sort of forgot I was supposed to write a letter. Between the redacted during my first week and the big redacted shortly after that, I had my hands full.
You forgot?
Lily sighed, feeling an urge to rub her temples. She then stared at the big black blocks that had entirely covered whatever Rose had written.
She sighed again and realized that she must have said something important that Regarth, or maybe Lady Deathdew, didn't want to be revealed.
The mini-adventure was so much fun. I almost didn't want it to end. I got to fight a bear with my bare hands. Get it? There were other monsters, way bigger than the gremlins and wolves we fought, but nothing as cool as the bear, if I'm honest.
You fought a bear. Meanwhile, I befriended one.
Lily giggled.
Also, I found out that I'm apparently a very greedy dragon, and I was sucking up all the monster essence, so sorry about that. I didn't mean to take more than I needed from the monsters we killed. Lady Deathdew complained about it all the time.
So that's what happened with those gremlins.
Lily hummed and thought to herself. Despite dealing with one of the gremlins herself, she had always wondered why she had gotten almost nothing from that encounter in the old ritual site.
The whole dragon stuff is out of the way. My clothes were all ruined, but it was ultimately worth it. It feels great to no longer be angry at everything. Although, I still have the rare flare-ups. No teacher punching, though.
That's good. I was worried you would move from bloody noses to turning someone into a barbecue.
Anyway, I'm in Regarth, and it's even better than expected. I can't wait for you to meet Alice. She's so amazing and beautiful. I don't know how she does what she does, but I think you'll be a big fan. She's redacted.
A massive portion of Rose's writing was blacked out with thick ink. Lily was super curious about what was said, but figured she'd find out eventually.
Who's Alice, though? Did Rose make a friend? Or is she something more?
Also, I've been dying to introduce you to Puff. He's so cute and adorable that I just love him to bits. I thought I'd run out of cuteness being so far away from you, but then Puff managed to help fill a giant bunny-sized gap in my heart. I redacted.
Lily gasped. Her curious worries about this Alice person vanished as her mind jumped between trying to puzzle out who Puff was. Rose had outright written love. Was Puff her boyfriend, or just her temporary little sister replacement? Lily gulped nervously at her own delusions.
I'm sure she hasn't replaced me, but then she specifically said he filled the gap I left behind. Why would she do that? And why is so much of what she wrote blacked out? I need answers!
Lily was on the verge of tearing her hair out before she finally calmed down. Lily realized there was nothing she could do about it now, and when they finally reunited, she could get all the answers she desperately sought.
I miss you terribly, and I hope you blow the examiner's mind. It's really easy. All you need to do is redacted. And when you get into Regarth, make sure you redacted.
Even though this section had even more redactions, Lily felt relieved to see Rose plainly write that she missed her terribly. She giggled a bit at her slightly paranoid delusions.
Anyway, everything else I want to say in person. I can't wait to see you again. Your loving big sister, Rose.
Miss you too,
Lily said softly with a sniffle.
I'll be right behind you.
Chapter 74. Resizing. Lily considered writing a letter back immediately, but decided to hold off until she had passed the magic examinations. Most of what she wanted to tell Rose couldn't be written down if it would be scrutinized before it reached her. Lily even considered saying nothing and just surprising her when she eventually arrived at Regarth. A fitting punishment for Rose's forgetting to respond, and the vagueness she included in her letter concerning Alice and Puff. Lessons continued her daily routines in a vastly more regular manner. No buckets were thrown this time, and it seemed like Mark had been suitably punished. Lily had even been informed that Tim was not involved, much to her surprise. Mark had acted on his own, hoping that his friend would cheer up if he heard his tormentor was embarrassed. I'm the tormentor? How absurd. To her relief, Mark was informed directly of what Tim had done and the consequences of his own actions. While Mark still partially blamed Lily, at least it looked like there would be mutual leaving each other alone. When Lily was free, she spent much of her time with Theo and occasionally Richardus, which allowed them to kick their practice up a notch thanks to the safety provided by his direct supervision. Alone, they had to keep things to a minimum, or risk being forbidden from practicing altogether. Arakil had been entirely accurate about the competition fostering growth, as Lily could visibly see Theo's progress in his previously lacking control. Likewise, thanks to the extra target practice, Lily could finally work on shortening the starburst and try to recreate the mastery she had displayed in the heat of the moment against Tim. Although, admittedly, Lily mainly focused on her nebula veil, as she was determined to make it her first signature spell. She tried to maintain it constantly during her solo time, as Arakil suggested, while during practice, she would work on making it a more reactive defense. The latter training, however, was giving her some great results. There were times when she was in the zone and felt like she'd gained an extra appendage through the spell. The moments were frustratingly few and far between, causing Lily to push harder and harder to recreate them. The former, however, was a bit of a struggle for Lily, as the spell either ran out of mana or was cancelled early if she was too startled by something. Keeping it running without mana required her to keep her mana core in its state of semi-perpetual rotation, and that was a tall order for her. Arakil had likened it to breathing unconsciously, and there were a few times Lily managed to produce that result. She habitually checked on it routinely, and was always peeved when she discovered it halted without her knowing. Maintaining passive concentration was a bit of a different factor entirely. Typically, the spell would keep going until it ran out of mana or Lily cancelled it, but that was assuming she had direct control over it. In the passive state, a big enough shock would cause it to fizzle out, either momentarily or entirely, a terrible thing for something you wanted to protect you. To aid Lily in bolstering her resolve against surprise, Arakil had revealed a new sigil to her. Sound. Initially, Lily was extremely excited to add to her glyph repertoire after what seemed like ages of stagnation. However, that was short-lived when she discovered the practice idea Arakil had in store for her. Arakil designed alarms that would trigger terrifying noises at seemingly random intervals, causing Lily to nearly jump out of her chair at times. She thought she would eventually grow used to it, but her own anxiety awaiting the alarm seemed to only boost the shock and surprise when it finally went off. Thankfully, remaining a perfect statue was not the criteria for success, and Lily only needed to keep her nebula veil active throughout. Even if she leapt out of her chair at the terrifying klaxon or banshee wail and fell on her butt, if her starry cloak remained, then it was a success. Painful, but still a success. To Lily's regret, the optimal time to practice this was often late in the evenings, which only added to her anxiety due to the spookily dark and silent atmosphere. It also didn't help that, thanks to limiting sigils, the sound would not permeate beyond the boundary of her room, so it could be as loud as possible to test her. Arakil had said she would be thankful for such rigorous training when it stopped an assassin's blade. Lily desperately wanted to refute that she would never be in such a ridiculous situation in the first place, but she held her tongue and complied with the training, despite the mental toll. Outside of her practice, things were pretty much just routine. She spent fun times helping Camilla make concoctions or drawing carefully labeled glyphs to add to her stockpile. The woman was terrified, as if Lily would disappear at any moment, and was trying to build as much of a reserve as possible. Speaking of reserves, the mana situation had eventually reached its finale. One night, when she was topping up the book's cover, it shimmered with an iridescent wave before settling down. Lily had tried to continue the imbuement process, but the book actually refused her mana. When she opened the book to consult Arakil, it had abruptly enlarged to its original size when she first got it. It was so unexpected that Lily let out a cry and fell over, losing her nebula veil in the process.
It looks like the cover has been renewed, and the size-altering function has been fully restored.
You didn't have to scare me like that,
Lily whined.
Did your nebula veil drop?
Yes.
Lily admitted warily.
Then it sounds to me like it was perfect for training.
Lily mumbled in reluctant agreement.
So now that your cover is done, what's next? She asked. Fix your eye? Or one of the other functions of your book?
We can start stockpiling mana to restore the eye. However, now that I can freely change the size, we should try venturing out.
Lily opened her mouth to respond, right as Arakil's book shrunk to the size of a notepad. She slowly closed her mouth as she stared at it in fascination.
I could keep you in my pocket,
she replied excitedly. The book returned to a diary size as Lily provided it with ink.
That's the plan. While I won't be able to see the outside world, I want to know if absorbing the mana from the monsters you've mentioned previously is possible.
That's great, Lily cheered. And if you can, that could speed things up, couldn't it?
Possibly. Outside of raw mana, I seem to take it in at a penalized rate, which is undoubtedly somehow related to my seal. If monsters dying temporarily raise the ambient mana of the area, I may be able to harness it. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Optimistic? I thought you said to always prepare for the worst,
Lily teased.
Perhaps a particular bunny is rubbing off on me. Although, even if it fails, that is fine, as even with the conversion penalty, the mana you've been supplying me should be enough to restore more of my book's functions with time.
So, we'd just be saving time?
Lily asked to confirm.
Yes, which we have ample of, as I'll remind you. So, while it would be nice to have, I'm not dependent on it.
And there might be something we can do or use at Regarth,
Lily added.
We know mana potions work. I'm sure there's bound to be other things.
Quite so, my optimistic little apprentice. Now, shall we prepare for tonight?
Lily nodded excitedly.
Yes! It feels like it's been ages, and I'll have you with me this time. I just need to draw a shadow cloak glyph and make a soundproof glyph for good measure.
You can never be too careful.
Clearly, you're rubbing off on me too.
Lily giggled. Lily placed Arakil in her breast pocket, marveling at the convenience of his miniature form, and pulled out 2 of her newly drawn glyphs. After activating them both, she was surrounded by the shadowy cloak and a tiny zone of silence. She even tested it by jumping up and down on the floor, but her steps were utterly silent. She tried to cheer, yes, but found that even her voice was gone. Depending on the situation, that could certainly be both a blessing and a curse, and she wondered how it would affect chance. But before getting too lost in thought, she began sneaking out of the orphanage and onto the city streets. Under the cover of darkness, she silently approached the city gate. She was a little unhappy that she was using the shadow cloak glyph rather than her nebula veil, but she had to admit it was better suited for espionage. She made it to the gate in record time, and without even a hint of being out of breath. Lily couldn't help but feel in awe at how healthy she felt lately, even though she'd seemingly stopped growing any taller.
Just be happy to stand out in the sun and no longer need a breather after a slightly brisk walk,
she reprimanded herself. While sneaking past the guard post, she held her breath again, until she realized the utter absurdity of the situation and tried to laugh. Silence. Lily even saw Oz, who looked to be swapping posts with another guard, and tried screaming out his name. She giggled silently to herself as she snuck past with almost zero worry. When she was finally well enough away, she removed the silence talisman and laughed mirthfully.
I can't believe how effective that was. This is amazing,
she whispered excitedly to the notebook.
Now let's see if we can find a monster or two.
Lily replaced the shadow cloak with her preferred starry one, and then summoned some starlights to guide the way. She set them out in a low orbit around herself, giving her sufficient vision of her surroundings as she began to scout. It didn't take long for her to find a slime, which was, to her surprise, feasting on a gremlin. Lily shuddered a little, wondering how the seemingly harmless slime had defeated an adversary with such a wicked bite.
It is still a monster. Maybe they aren't as weak as I thought? Wait, why is the gremlin not bursting into those black flakes?
While she was eager to dispatch it with a star cluster, she was more curious about the strange occurrence. She quickly maneuvered a star directly next to the slime, which paid it no attention as it continued to slowly feast. Lily got her answer, and almost wished she hadn't.
It's still alive!
Lily cried in a muffled whisper. The gremlin wasn't entirely dead. It was unconscious, or perhaps drowned in the goo. Directly where the slime was focusing its efforts to eat its captured prey, Lily spotted the familiar black flakes slowly being released at the edges of the gremlin's body before dissolving in the slime. While she was revolted by the idea of the slime slowly eating its catch alive, she couldn't help but be morbidly curious if that was what all monsters did when eating each other. Was the slime gaining more strength by eating it in this manner? If a gremlin bit down on a slime core, would it grow stronger?
I suppose I'll get answers to these questions once I get to Regarth. The dungeon course would absolutely know stuff about monster behaviors. Also, if the gremlin isn't dead yet, that means it's a 2-for-1 special.
Lily giggled to herself, thinking of the bargain deal before her, one that would make Camilla's mouth water. She raised her hand, ready to cast her spell.
Arakil, get ready. I'm taking out 2 monsters,
she informed him, and then, with a brief hand flourish, she cast her spell. Lily held nothing back, and tonight's lucky number was 4, as quad stars were summoned forth. They went flying forward toward the slime and gremlin before crashing into them into a burst of stardust. The first star struck cleanly, possibly killing the slime outright and scattering dust. Then the second hit and burst, followed by 3 and 4 exploding shortly after.
I should have probably stuck to a maximum of 2 stars,
Lily sighed. Stardust was everywhere, but unless someone came to this exact spot within the next 5 to 10 minutes, there would be no trace of it left, something Lily had eventually figured out in her testing with Theo. Lily looked at where the slime and gremlin were, but couldn't find any trace of either. A little worried that there would be no more black flakes, she quickly entered her meditation with routine efficiency, and sighed with relief as she saw countless little black mana flakes waiting to be gathered up.
Okay, Arakil, eat up,
Lily said, as she nervously looked around and hoped nobody spotted the 4 incrementally increasing stardust bursts. Chapter 75. Hunting. Lily placed Arakil's notebook open on her lap, hoping it would aid in his gathering attempt. She kept nervously looking around, hoping that nobody spotted the dazzling display, and was ready to flee at the drop of a hat. When she felt like the coast was clear, she closed her eyes and began a small meditation session to see if Arakil was progressing. She could still see the black flakes from the defeated monsters floating about, and saw a trickle of them heading towards what she presumed was Arakil. Lily felt her heart drop, and she wanted to whine about the unfairness of the situation.
That's hardly anything at all! Why can't he gather it? Stupid seals, why are you making giving him a quality of life so difficult?
Lily tried to think of a method to help her mentor's situation. She wondered if she could gather the black specks a bit closer. Then he might have an easier time. Nodding with determination, she breathed in and began collecting the flecks, paying careful attention to ensure she didn't accidentally steal any from Arakil.
Don't want to be like a particular greedy dragon.
Lily giggled to herself. When she was satisfied with her work, she halted the process and smiled triumphantly at the much more compressed area of monster essence flakes. Even though she'd teased Rose mere moments ago, Lily had to admit she felt a desire to absorb it for herself and refine her monocore further. Lily patiently watched, seeing the very slow trickle continue, when suddenly the book in her lap increased in size and weight, as if demanding her attention.
Arakil?
Lily whispered, looking at the book. The book shifted in size a few more times. He clearly wanted to say something, so Lily brought a few starlights close before reaching into her little pouch and pulling out a relatively small ink bottle she had arranged for such an occasion. Rather than bringing a pen, this bottle had a dropper cap, so she could siphon some ink and drip it onto the pages carefully. While working with Camilla, she noticed the useful bottle and requested one for herself. To Lily's surprise, the woman gave it to her freely, stating that she preferred using pipettes over droppers for better precision. As the ink dripped on the page, it hastily formed into words.
Absorb the monster essence, now!
Okay,
Lily agreed immediately and closed her eyes. Almost immediately, Lily noticed why Arakil had been so frantic, as she noted that despite gathering the flecks, some of them had been lost over time. She promptly formed her gathering spiral and began drawing it in, while still making sure to cleanse them before using them to refine her monocore.
Okay, I'm done,
Lily informed Arakil as soon as she was done. She drew more ink into the dropper and dribbled it onto the pages by squeezing the squishy end between her fingers.
The ambient mana briefly spiked when the monsters perished, but I cannot directly draw in the essence without strenuous effort. There's also a significant efficiency loss, and it would be far better for you to refine it and donate it to me later.
Ugh, why can't things ever be easy?
Lily groaned.
Don't let it sour your mood. You did wonderfully dispatching 2 monsters. This will be better for your growth before the examination anyway, so I'd almost argue this was a better outcome.
I suppose so,
Lily reluctantly agreed.
I just want to help you more now rather than later down the line. At least fix your eye, or like you'll be able to talk or something.
We will fix the book's eye in due time. Why don't you do a bit more hunting before returning for the evening?
Arakil's book then shrunk back down to notebook size, giving Lily a clear indication that she should get moving.
Fine,
Lily whined.
but we seriously need to work on making your life a bit better. I mean it.
Lily carefully put away the bottle after securing the cap. Then, she placed Arakil back in her breast pocket, before enveloping herself in her nebula veil again. The stardust in the area had already almost vanished entirely, so she was definitely safe.
Now, where to find a few more monsters? Preferably gremlins. They seem to have a lot more than other monsters. I wonder how much Rose got from that bear. I bet it was a ton.
One area immediately came to mind, the ritual site. It had previously attracted a large group of gremlins before Rose burned them to a crisp. It was a bit of a trip, farther than Lily expected to go this evening, but thanks to her newfound stamina, she felt up to the task. Lily arranged her stars in a formation to increase her vision radius. After glancing up at the gibbous moon, she nodded confidently and began jogging toward her destination. Thanks to the distance and the increased activity at night, Lily's journey also netted her another 2 slimes, a spider, and a wandering gremlin. The slimes she dispatched with a single star each, while the gremlin required 2. Lily was unsure of the spider, so she went with a safe bet of 3. However, her luck finally failed her, and she only produced a single star. However, that was enough to knock the spider off balance, and as it squirmed creepily, she flung out another one to finish the job. Lily was a bit worried about her mana usage, but thanks to all the refinement, it looked like her mana core was in tip-top shape, even though her repeated attempts to keep it perpetually rotating were still failing. Throughout the night, she could hear various howls and hoots in the forest, but she never once spotted a wolf. She still remembered Rose's story of defeating an entire pack and almost desperately wanted a similar result for herself to brag about when they next met.
Maybe they've retaken the glade?
Lily wondered, slightly hopeful. Lily licked her dry lips in nervous anticipation as she approached her destination. Her mind raced as she wondered what she would find before finally breaking through the brush into the small clearing. Lily instantly spotted the familiar stone that Arakil's magic had created, although it looked like it had seen better days. It was visibly defaced with scratches, scorch marks, and missing segments, while also looking much more visibly weathered.
It was so pristine before, thanks to keeping a little bit of mana inside it.
But she banished her thoughts when she saw the 3 tiny figures dancing atop the stone. Gremlins. However, that wasn't what gave her pause. They were prancing around an orange glow that one of the gremlins was holding. Lily squinted as best she could to see what it was, but it was too far to get a clear visual. She briefly regretted not pressing to learn mana reinforcement, as she could have used some temporary stronger eyes for this situation.
It's fine. I'll just get a little closer and then cast Starburst. If I put no limit on the maximum, I might take out all 3 instantly.
Lily nodded to her own reasoning.
But safety first.
She pulled out a shield talisman and placed it on her shoulder, while activating it with a trickle of mana. The tiny paper briefly shone before sticking to her shoulder, as if coated in a magical adhesive, forming a thin magical barrier around her.
I don't think gremlins can get through my nebula veil after all my practice, but I'd rather have peace of mind.
She flexed her starry cloak a bit, ensuring that it was still active and she hadn't accidentally dropped it. Now that she was controlling it more directly, even a surprise shouldn't make her drop it. Wrapping herself in a more thorough covering, she stealthily approached the gremlins. The gremlins seemed none the wiser, but her closer proximity made her start to wonder if the orange glow was a fire with how it was flickering. Had the gremlins found a burning stick, or perhaps stolen a torch? Regardless, Lily did not want to be hit by a burning stick, so she raised her palms and cast Starlight. 1. Lily winced as she saw a single star summoned forth from the magic circle in her palm. It rocketed toward the gremlin pack, while she hastily corrected the lousy luck by casting it again. 1. Lily silently cursed. The first star hit one of the gremlins, who uttered a shrill cry echoing into the night. The gremlins immediately began to react, as they jolted upright and attempted to scatter. The second star also struck, unfortunately hitting a different gremlin from the first, so she had yet to land a finishing blow. The gremlins were approaching her, but she remained calm despite the situation's bad luck, and began another casting. She fully intended to finish one of the already injured gremlins immediately and narrow down her threats. 1.
Damn it! What's with my luck suddenly?
But despite her complaints, 1 would be enough to finish the job. The star summoned forth caught the attention of the gremlins, who began hastily charging toward their hidden adversary. The targeted gremlin tried jumping to the side to dodge, but Lily flexed her will over the star and adjusted its trajectory slightly, allowing the star to still careen into the gremlin and explode.
First one down,
Lily thought confidently, wanting to cheer at her success. Then, she noticed what the orange glow actually was.
Is that gremlin's hands on fire?
As if to answer her question, the gremlin with the burning hands made a throwing motion and flung out a tiny firebolt. Lily's eyes widened in surprise at the approaching flame, and her senses recovered just in the nick of time as she made a backhanded swatting motion. Her nebula veil responded to her will and gesture as it billowed outward and mimicked the swat, colliding directly with the firebolt and snuffing it out entirely. Lily breathed a sigh of relief, happy to confirm that Arakil was once again right about her starry cloak being a good magical defense. The fire gremlin, however, was visibly disgruntled, throwing a mini temper tantrum as it jumped up and down, kicking and screeching. Its remaining ally, however, was still charging toward Lily, who was about to cast another star cluster at it, when she had a curious thought.
Could I smack it with my cloak?
Lily's arm was already extended from the backhanding motion, so she swapped it in the opposite direction as if trying to face-slap the gremlin. The nebula veil quivered before mimicking the motion and smacking into the gremlin.
Hopefully it's lighter than a rock.
Lily's hopes were met, as the gremlin was indeed lighter than the rocks she had trouble blocking. The gremlin was sent tumbling to the side, and as it fell head over heels, it let out a long, droning screech. The fiery gremlin actually began pointing and laughing at its companion, causing little embers to spark and flitter from its fingertips. Lily wasted no time in firing another star at the disabled gremlin on the ground. As it was clasping its head and spinning, the star hit it directly and exploded into a shower of stars and black flakes. The fiery gremlin's laughter stopped, and it snarled at Lily again with newfound animosity. She wasn't having any of that, and raised her hand threateningly with the nebula veil fluttering behind her for dramatic effect. Unfortunately, despite her display, the gremlin had no fear of the small bunny girl and lashed out with a barrage of tiny flame sparks. Lily immediately shielded herself by extending the cloak's shroud, which appeared to be effortlessly eating the tiny darts of flame. The fiery gremlin was so one-minded about throwing as many little sparks of flame at her as possible that it didn't even notice her casting her own spell again, and 3 more stars bursting out from the palm of her hands. The stars flew outward, and Lily gasped a little as she saw at the last moment that one would collide with the nebula veil. She tried to will either to move out of the way, but she was too late. However, much to her surprise, the star seemed to glide through the cloak unimpeded and exited out the other end on its original trajectory. The gremlin finally noticed Lily's attack and released a surprised wail before the stars collided with it and exploded into 3 incrementally increasing explosions. There was a bright flash of flame, and Lily thought she might not have dispatched her foe yet. But upon closer inspection, she saw that the flash had released countless black flecks, tinged with glowing embers.
Is that because it was a fire monster?
She glanced around a bit to see that there weren't any hidden gremlins, but it appeared she was alone now. She quickly entered her gathering meditation trance and noted a multitude of black flakes in the area, most of them tinged with orange glowing embers. She hesitated a little and added a few extra rings in her spiral toward her monocore, hoping it would be enough to cleanse or quench the embers. To her relief, her usual method seemed more than enough to cleanse the incoming mana into the usual pure silver she wanted.
What a haul! I'm definitely getting a few extra layers added to my core tonight.
Chapter 76. Surprise. Lily was feeling better than ever after collecting her spoils. Whatever had caused the strange fire gremlin had made it a ripe treasure trove for her advancement. She had tried asking Arakil about it then and there, but he cautioned Lily to instead return home and discuss it later. Looking at how low the moon was, Lily agreed and realized it was far later than anticipated. Wrapping her cloak around her, she began a brisk jog back to the city, praying she'd make it back before it got too light for the shadow cloak glyph to conceal her. She even ignored a slime or two on the way, as she didn't have the time to properly gather the spoils. When she spotted the familiar gate, she let out a sigh of relief and slapped both glyphs on herself to activate them, silencing and enshrouding her in darkness. While no longer jogging, she still walked briskly all the way until she was back safely in her room. She let out a massive sigh of relief and collapsed backward on the bed as the surge of adrenaline finally started to fade. She tried to speak but was met with silence. Silently giggling to herself, she removed both glyphs and had their effects dissipate.
"We're home, Arakil,"
Lily whispered. She retrieved the notebook from her breast pocket and placed it on the desk, where it nearly instantly returned to its diary size.
"So, now that we're safe, what was with that gremlin? Why did it have what looked like fire spells?"
Lily asked with burning curiosity.
My immediate guess would be it was fire-touched. Effectively, it was elementally aligned due to a recent environmental change. As for what that change was, I'd assume it could have been Rose who was spending significant portions of her time summoning forth endless flames.
"Really? But Rose has been gone for what feels like ages,"
Lily replied.
"And would that really be enough to affect gremlins? Do I need to worry about an astral gremlin showing up?"
No, I don't think you need to worry about a star-powered gremlin. From what I've deduced, Rose wasn't exactly the epitome of efficiency, and would throw around copious amounts of fire-infused mana. Monster spawning is not exactly an uncommon phenomenon, and unless it has changed drastically from my time, such cases of a rare spawn are few and far between. In fact, I'd go further to say you were fortunate to have such a serendipitous encounter.
"I guess I used up all my luck in finding it,"
Lily sighed.
"because the amount of stars I was getting was abysmal. I don't think I've rolled so many ones before."
You really have taken a liking to associating it with dice. I suppose it is an apt comparison.
"It was Theo's idea,"
Lily answered.
"He likes to play games of dice and said Star Cluster reminded him of it. I have to admit, I prefer it better than thinking that I failed to cast the spell correctly. Instead, I just rolled a 1.
And once you're ready for some of the later spells, you could even equate it to utilizing loaded dice.
Sounds fun, although I don't think I'll mention that to Theo. He'd hate the idea of me cheating."
Lily giggled.
And yet, even with such boons, I failed to roll anything but 0. I'm glad you don't share my fate in that regard.
I can't even imagine. I'm excited to see what effects these other spells have on me, but honestly, I don't want to think about anything else until I've mastered my Nebula Veil. My Moonlight spell also needs more attention. I've been slacking on it for the more fun spells.
Lily's determination to master her spells was palpable, her ambition and drive shining through her words.
I'm glad to hear you've decided to focus more on what you have without my need to keep you grounded.
Thanks. Although, I will say it's not entirely my own judgment,
Lily admitted.
I keep thinking of how effortlessly Rose could control fire. I need to be that good with what I have. Otherwise, how else will I convince the examiners that it's my bloodline? Even though my astral attunement has made it so much better, I feel like I can go further.
I'm delighted to hear that. Although I will beg you to go to bed, or you will no doubt be utterly exhausted from tomorrow's activities. Again, splendid work tonight. I'm proud to call you my apprentice. Good night, Lily.
Lily blushed furiously at the praise and nodded happily.
Good night, Arakil. Sweet dreams.
Time marched on, and Lily continued her daily grind. She diligently attended her lessons, practiced with Theo when she could, and continued her work with Camilla whenever she had time.
Her nebula veil was showing great results and was continuing to exceed her expectations, and even Arakil's most treacherous alarms would fail to startle the cloak off of her. Likewise, when training with Theo, she had managed to block or deflect all but the heaviest rocks he could launch by enhancing the cloak with multiple folded layers and giving it a slight surge of extra mana. The one idea Lily kept coming back to was using the starry cloak almost like a big hand, reminiscent of when she slapped the gremlin. Richardis and Theo even convinced her to try using it as a grab, and she'd found moderate success lifting large but light objects like chairs. Her other training with Arakil was still mainly focused on keeping her mana core passively spinning, and Lily finally gained a little ground in that regard. With rough estimates, Lily could keep it spinning unconsciously somewhere between 1 and 2 hours. It was hard for her to judge because constantly checking on it meant she wasn't unconsciously allowing it to spin. Still, she felt like she'd made huge strides in it, and Arakil also praised her for it, while reminding her that it was a long-term goal and that even her current results would see some benefits. Then, one day, to her surprise, Camilla handed her a potion bottle with a mischievous grin on her face.
"What's this?"
Lily asked curiously, tilting her head as she examined it.
"A mana potion,"
Camilla snorted.
"I guess you've been slacking on your alchemy training."
"Potion labels exist for a reason,"
Lily protested, defending herself from the teasing, before blinking a few times and realizing what Camilla said.
"A mana potion? What for? I thought I hadn't earned enough yet."
Camilla rubbed her chin and snickered.
Yes, perhaps. However, considering the occasion, I'm willing to give you an interest-free loan on this one."
"Considering the occasion?"
Lily repeated. She tried racking her brain to determine if today had any significant meaning. It wasn't her birthday, anniversary, or any kind of holiday or event that she could think of. Lily sighed defeatedly and turned to Camilla.
"What do you mean?"
she asked. Camilla gave a smug chuckle before answering.
Well, a little birdie might have informed me that the magic examinations are happening next week."
Lily gasped.
"How do you know? Even Instructor Richardis said he wouldn't let us know until the day before."
"I guess he underestimated the power of my gossip network,"
Camilla replied confidently, with a grin plastered on her face.
"And nobody told me to keep it a secret, so it's not my problem. In fact, it's rather lucky that someone I know from Tresnia just so happens to be one of the examiners this year."
"I don't want any special treatment!"
Lily immediately refuted.
"I need to get in on my own merits or they won't take me seriously."
"Girl, after all we've been through, do you really think I'd do something like that to you?"
Camilla asked, skirting the line between genuine disappointment and feigned outrage.
"I've told them nothing about you. I don't think anyone but myself, Oz, and the orphanage knows about you."
"Oh,"
Lily mumbled, feeling slightly embarrassed.
"In fact, I can't wait to hear all about it. I bet it will be quite the surprise,"
Camilla said, followed by her signature cackle.
"I bet those examiners will wonder what rock we've been hiding you under all this time. Oh, it will be hilarious."
Lily didn't entirely agree, but decided to let the old woman have her fun. She just hoped whatever examiner Camilla planned on teasing after the fact wouldn't impact her test results.
"So, this potion is for me?"
Lily asked, scrutinizing the bottle with her eyes and hands.
"No, it's for your big dragon sister,"
Camilla snorted sarcastically.
"Of course it's for you, you silly bunny. I still don't have the foggiest idea of what you need them for or what you're doing, but don't think I haven't noticed your rather unusual mana growth."
Lily gulped.
Hush, girl,"
Camilla demanded. I'm not asking you to explain anything. Sure, I'll admit I am curious, but at the end of the day, it doesn't concern me. Keep your secrets. I've certainly kept plenty of mine. Secrets are worth their weight in gold, and rapidly lose their value each time they're shared.
Huh. That kinda does make sense, even with Camilla's twisted view of the world. Thank you,
Lily replied, gently hugging the small bottle.
This really means a lot to me. I'm sure it'll give me the boost I need to pass with flying colors.
Camilla snorted.
I think you could already pass with flying colors, but I suppose that is from a Trisnia point of view. Who knows what Regarth or one of the hoity-toity big schools will say. Regardless, I think you'll knock their socks off.
Lily blushed again and nodded happily, blinking rapidly to stop her moistening eyes from forming happy tears. Camilla, perhaps ever the master of digging things out, gave Lily a soft hug and pat on the shoulder. Lily sat, legs crossed on her wooden gathering array. Thanks to the enchantments applied to it, it still looked better than new, despite its usage both indoors and outdoors.
Less than a week left,
Lily muttered. She gingerly fidgeted the mana potion bottle in her hands.
I'll be ready,
she declared with confidence. Guiding her thumb to the cork, she flicked it off, brought the bottle to her lips in one smooth motion, and downed the concoction. The familiar, rooty licorice flavor was in her mouth again, although she detected a hint of unknown spiciness to it this time. Ever the worrier, she had first thought that perhaps Camilla had made a small mistake in the concoction, but when she felt the energy flooding her body, she doubted that was the reason. Lily quickly entered her meditative trance, and her suspicions were confirmed. This was a more potent potion than earlier ones.
That crafty old bat. She acts like such a witch, but she's honestly a big old sweetheart.
As Lily smiled happily, she formed tight spirals to gather and refine the abundant mana. If she had to guesstimate, she was somewhere around the ballpark of a 33% increase in potency while still using the same primary ingredients. Lily had no idea what catalyst she must have used to enhance the potion. Still, she figured she would have plenty of time to quiz Camilla for answers after her examination and before her eventual departure. Hopefully, to Regarth. As Lily sat in meditative silence, she was already thinking about what she still needed to refine and practice to ensure she aced the examination. A few days later, at the end of one of Richardis's lessons, he cleared his throat loudly to grab everyone's attention.
Listen closely, everyone. I have an important announcement to make.
Richardis said, clearly and precisely.
Tomorrow we will be hosting the magical examinations.
Cheers erupted from the class. Some students shared nervous glances, but it seemed like the majority was looking forward to it.
For those of you who don't know, I'll remind you that this isn't your only chance.
Richardis continued explaining.
Unless you've already accepted an entrance letter, you are permitted to retake the second test. Likewise, if you failed to get into the second test the last time, you can try again this time.
The class was nodding along. Clearly, some of them were going to retake it, hopefully improving their chances. Lily had no such desires. She needed to blow right through it on the first try and catch up to Rose. She glanced at Theo, who seemed rather indifferent about it. He'd already accepted his school and had no desire to change his mind. Lily had to admit that between Theo going there and Camilla's recommendations, she had a few times considered Tresnia. Theo noticed her glance and gave her a smile and thumbs up. Lily smiled back and resumed paying attention to the instructor, who was now explaining where it would be taking place. No. She was going to get into Regarth. She wanted to be an adventurer. Chapter 77. Test Day. The day had finally come, the tests for the magic schools and academies. Despite feeling relatively confident, Lily still found her gut bubbling with some anxiety.
We've prepared so hard. I've even drunk another mana potion and killed a few monsters. I don't think there's anything more I could do to be ready.
The entire day was dedicated to the tests, with no classes held, not even for the non-magical orphans. Lily tried to recall what she had done the last time one of these tests had come by, but all she could think of was that she had either read a book or perhaps been lost in drawing.
It was before I met Arakil. They should really do these tests more often. Then again, perhaps the examiners need to go to many cities, so they can't. Still, once a year seems too little.
Lily also informed Camilla that she wouldn't be coming past the shop today. The woman had taken it in stride and wished her good luck with genuine earnestness. Lily had jokingly expected the woman to be hoping for the opposite, so that Lily would be forced to settle on a more permanent apprenticeship.
No, I shouldn't be so mean. Miss Camilla has helped me so much, even if I had to earn every inch of aid. Besides, she probably knows that even if I failed to get into Regarth, I could go to any of the other magic schools.
After washing up and a hearty breakfast, Lily felt ready. She briefly considered taking Arakil with her, but erred on the side of caution and decided to leave him in her room. Even though anyone who cared knew she could use magic within the orphanage, now she'd be announcing herself to the magical world and would likely be under some more scrutiny. She didn't want them somehow linking it to Arakil's book, even if that chance was slim to none.
I think Arakil's paranoia and love of contingency plans have rubbed off on me.
Lily giggled to herself. Under the direction of the staff, Lily followed the group of children as they headed toward one of the larger halls where the testing would be taking place. The first test would probably be a breeze, but she was most concerned about the second one, as she had very little detail to go on. The hall was filled with children, even some recent additions to the orphanage that Lily had never seen before. She wondered why so many other kids would come if they weren't of age to go to a magic school yet, but later found out that they used the first test to pinpoint any hidden magical potential early and give those children some extra focus.
Rose must have had her first test years ago, but then she only had her second test the previous time they came.
One by one, children were tested on their magical capacity by a mystical artifact heavily guarded by 3 mages from differing academies. To Lily, it seemed like a crystal ball that shone brightly to denote their strength, and then changed color based on the individual's potential. Lily watched as some kids either passed or failed. The disappointment in some of the latter was palpable, and Lily gulped nervously. Eventually, it was her turn, and she strolled up to the table. The examiners shared a look between themselves before one of them finally spoke up.
Sorry, but are you lost?
The man asked.
Did the orphanage not tell them about me? I really hope they'll let me take the test. Did Margaret intentionally keep them in the dark to surprise them?
Lily shook her head.
No, I'm here for my magic test.
There's one every year, Lily caught the woman muttering.
All right, just gently place your hands on the crystal ball.
The man replied.
Do I need to channel my mana?
Lily asked. The man blinked a few times before hesitantly responding,
No, that comes a bit later.
Lily nodded and touched the device. Almost immediately, it started glowing with a pale, silvery light.
Huh.
The man responded in confusion. The woman was now eyeing Lily suspiciously, while the other man sighed.
Girl, can you please remove any items from your pockets?
Lily turned out her pockets, showing that they were completely empty.
I'm glad I didn't bring Arakil.
Are you wearing any jewelry? A necklace, perchance? Maybe a ring?
The man continued. Lily shook her head.
I'm wearing nothing.
Lily barely caught the man grumbling about wasting her time before instructing the woman to check that Lily was telling the truth. It didn't take long for the woman to confirm that Lily had no jewelry or anything beyond her clothes. The woman even seemed to spend a good few minutes running the fabric between her fingers while she brought a monocle to her one eye.
"She's clean," the woman replied, almost sounding dumbfounded.
Lily barely restrained herself from puffing out her cheeks and causing a scene. She couldn't believe they thought she was cheating on the test.
But she's a Lunadea.
The man replied in confusion.
That she is, and one of my star pupils.
A familiar voice spoke up proudly. Lily glanced in the direction and saw Instructor Richardus making his way over.
Preposterous.
The man continued to deny it.
Is this all some elaborate prank you've devised?
Lily opened her mouth, but Richardus beat her to the punch.
No prank. Lily here is indeed a Lunadea with spellcasting and a bloodline.
The three turned to each other, looking in shock. While two of them seemed to suddenly believe it, the one who had accused Lily of having magic items still seemed reluctant.
If that was the case, why was this not reported? A newly discovered bloodline should be immediately divulged to the magical authorities.
The man ranted.
Would you believe me if I said we didn't because we wanted to see the looks on your faces when you failed to realize your mistake?
Richardus asked with a smug grin plastered on his face. Lily wanted to scream at him. Did he have a grudge against the school or something? Why was he potentially ruining her chances by antagonizing them?
The nerve!
The man cried out. Now, calm down, Stuart, the woman pleaded. Richardus chuckled dryly before shaking his head.
I jest. You'll be happy to know that was not the case. Lily here wanted no special treatment. She wanted to earn her way in through merit alone. This is a new bloodline we're talking about. She would get accepted to almost any school on that alone.
Stuart hissed.
As a test subject, no. Not a full pupil. Or perhaps some of the noble families would seize her?
Richardus mentioned. I see. That does make sense, the woman agreed. I can certainly admire someone wanting to get through on their own merits.
Don't agree with him, Delilah,
Stuart reprimanded.
This is highly unorthodox. Proper procedures should have been followed. Would anyone believe a report of a Lunadea spellcaster?
The other man spoke up.
It's never happened before. To call it a lost bloodline would be an understatement. It's entirely unheard of.
Stuart grumbled to himself before eventually reluctantly nodding.
I somewhat see your point. Still, I can't say I'm amused by this setup of a prank.
Shall we proceed with the test? Delilah asked. Since Lily here did want to be properly tested and earn her way.
Yes, please. Thank you,
Lily blurted out, before immediately going scarlet. The woman chuckled and gestured to the crystal ball. Lily placed her hands on it again, and once again, it shone with a pale silvery glow.
What even is this?
Stuart asked, glaring at the orb as if his annoyance alone would grant him the answers.
We can save the questions for later. Let's proceed,
the other man said.
All right. Try to channel as much mana as you can.
To my hands or in general?
Lily asked. In general, we want a reading of your overall mana, Delilah instructed. Lily nodded and began spinning up her mana core. The light of the crystal ball seemed to pulse brighter in rhythm with each revolution until Lily reached her limit. The three talked amongst themselves while seeming to be evaluating and measuring something.
Is that all?
Stuart asked. Is that all? Delilah spat back, her tone dripping in sarcasm.
I just expected a bit more from a lost bloodline.
Stuart sneered.
Is it not enough?
Lily asked worriedly, glancing at the ball and the three examiners. Before anyone could respond, she continued in a rushed semi-panic.
Because I haven't finished growing and reached my potential. I only awakened not even a year ago, and it's more than doubled in that time frame.
Not even a year? Is that true? Delilah asked, turning to Richardis.
I can confirm that I've only been teaching her for a few months.
Richardis answered.
I can also confirm that her output has indeed increased from my observations. It's rather remarkable. Fascinating. And even if that wasn't the case, you've already passed the capacity test.
The other man informed Lily. James is right. You did very well. Delilah agreed.
I just expected more from a bloodline. This is on par with an above-average normal student.
Stuart defended himself.
Considering that otherwise she would have no magic at all, I think above average is more than enough.
James retorted. Right? You expect her to match a Dragaya, Phoenix, or Kitsune? Delilah added, shaking her head. Stuart snorted.
I have high standards. I always expect more, especially for one trying to get into a prestigious school. I'd expect a minimum effort of 120%. You be sure to tell Stremweth that you're the reason why the first Lunadea mage doesn't want to accept their invitation.
Richardis said with smug satisfaction. Stuart's face began to turn pink as his anger became apparent.
She should be grateful to receive an invitation from such a prestigious institution as Stremweth. Prestigious? Is that what you call 4th place at the last school tournament?
James chuckled.
Our star student was ill.
Stuart screeched, his voice going slightly shrill.
It's not like Tresnia has any room to brag. You're not even in the top 5. We don't claim to be the top school, though, so I don't see how that's relevant.
James shrugged.
Besides, we make up for it by specializing in magical trades. We have some of the best enchanters and alchemists in the land.
Well, I think you're both wrong. Surely a cute girl like her will want to go to Helia, right? Delilah said, giving a smile so bright it practically sparkled. Who wants to learn magic surrounded by stuffy old men and rowdy boys? Helia is an all-girls school and still prides itself on comfortably being in the top 5 and being a beacon of refined and powerful women in the magical world.
Bah, as if your harlots can hold a candle to some of our noble maidens. The future rulers of our world are groomed in Stremweth.
Stuart fought back. What was once the 2 against Stuart had now devolved into a free-for-all. The 3 began taunting each other's schools, students, and staff while mentioning competitions, events, and even faculties. Most of it went ultimately over Lily's head, and she felt overwhelmed by the pride and passion the 3 had for their respective institutes.
I can't believe they're fighting over me,
Lily whispered to herself. Richardis gave her a friendly nudge and a soft smile.
I told you you'd be making a big splash today, and this is just the start.
But I don't want to go to those schools,
Lily murmured.
I know. Once you pass the second test, your results will be sent to all the schools, and then the offers will start coming in. You'll have your pick of the litter.
Richardis confidently informed her. Lily nodded. While all 3 of these schools sounded good for different reasons, even Stremweth, she had her heart set on Regarth so she could reunite with Rose.
First test down, 1 more to go.
Chapter 78. Presentation.
When's the next test?
Lily asked curiously. Once we finish testing all the students, we will call in everyone with the minimum capacity, Delilah explained. Feel free to take a break, get a snack, use the restroom, and be ready. Lily nodded eagerly and walked away feeling relieved as the next student was called up to the orb. Richardis followed after her, looking relatively pleased with himself.
I wonder what the next test is. Nobody's told me anything.
Lily wondered aloud, hoping he would provide some insight.
While I can't give you any specifics, I could say it's a bit like a talent show, or perhaps a salesman, except you are trying to sell yourself.
If I need to sell something, I should call in Miss Camilla to represent me.
Richardis laughed heartily and shook his head. His genuine mirth surprised Lily.
Unfortunately, there can be no outside help, but I'm sure you'll do well. You've certainly got a presentation on your side, thanks to how flashy your magic is. Think of the poor kids who have to demonstrate Earth. Their best bet would be to try to sculpt something. I don't even want to mention the uphill battle when using air magic.
So, it's a magic presentation?
Lily asked, tilting her head.
Oops. I think I said too much.
Richardis said, with a slightly nervous chuckle, then mimed sealing his lips shut with his right hand. Lily giggled but thanked him anyway, before heading for a quick refresher. She was still too nervous to eat anything significant, so she grabbed an apple, before awaiting her eventual assessment.
It's too bad Theo couldn't come here. At least then I'd have someone to talk to. I wonder what he did for his test. Then again, he said he was almost immediately accepted to Tresnia, so maybe he didn't have to put in his full effort. Also, wow, I'm really glad I didn't bring Arakil with me today. I can't believe they thought I cheated. I wonder how often kids try to pretend they have magic. How would they even cheat? An enchanted item like Camilla's ladle, perhaps? Oh well, I guess I'll just meditate a little to pass the time.
As Lily sat down and waited, the crowd of children began to thin. She was surprised how few were staying behind for the next stage of the testing, and wondered how strict the testing criteria were.
Not to toot my own horn, but that was a breeze.
Attention everyone, we're moving on to the final round of testing,
James announced.
I'd like to ask you all to leave the room and wait in the hallway. We don't want accidents to happen if someone demonstrates anything potentially hazardous. I mean it. Us three and the student only.
There were some mumbled complaints, but everyone eventually filtered out of the room and waited in anticipation in the hall. Getting closer to some of the kids, she noticed that some of them must have been from outside the orphanage, as she didn't recognize them at all.
At least I know I'm not losing my mind. I was beginning to feel a bit guilty for not knowing so many orphans. I assume the orphanage is just hosting it for the city, so the mages can bash it out in one day. Although, I bet the nobles probably have private testing.
After some nerve-wracking waiting, Delilah finally reopened the door. Everyone's head swiveled to stare at her and hear what she had to say. "We've finished reinforcing the room, so the final testing will start," Delilah said. "A reminder, nobody else is to enter the room while the testing continues, no matter how curious you may be." Everyone nodded, and murmurs of, "Yes, ma'am," echoed in the hall. "Good. We'll start with you," Delilah said, pointing directly at Lily. Lily let out a relieved sigh, happy that she'd be getting it over and done with. If she had to stand around all day, her nervous jitters might have made her go crazy. She nodded and walked into the room with Delilah, closing the door behind her and locking it for good measure. Added precaution, I bet someone would want to see what a magical bunny could do, Delilah explained. Lily nodded and followed her to the other two examiners.
I feel like everything after this will be a letdown,
James joked. "Don't say that. Those are some bright futures behind that door," Delilah reprimanded.
I know, but it's not every day you get to see an ancient bloodline. Mark is going to be so jealous that he wasn't on examination duty this year,
James replied.
Yes, well, if you were in the top 3 schools, you'd be seeing such bloodlines rather readily,
Stuart said with a snort. "Top 4? Delilah corrected him, causing Stuart to turn a shade of red.
What number is Regarth?
Lily asked.
Second,
James answered.
although rumor is they'll win first this year.
Not if we have anything to say about it.
Stuart disagreed. I didn't know that Stremweth also managed to recruit a Dragaya student this year, Delilah teased.
A Dragaya? Rose!
Lily immediately thought, but held her tongue.
Bah, who needs those oversized lizards? We recruited a Garuda this year.
Stuart spat.
If you had said a Kraken bloodline or maybe a Yeti, I'd have believed you.
James said, scratching his head.
But a Garuda? I don't think wind magic has a chance against that much overwhelming firepower.
Bah, we shall see.
Stuart fought back. Enough, you two, Delilah said, putting her foot down. Lily here has been waiting, and we have many more kids to look at after her. They nodded in agreement.
Right, so has anyone told you anything about this test?
James asked.
I heard it's a bit like a talent show.
Lily answered truthfully.
Not a bad comparison.
James agreed.
Essentially, we'll be grading your magic on its usage in either offense, defense, utility, or trade.
Or any other criteria you might want to demonstrate yourself, Delilah added. Effectively, you sell your magic and talents to us, and we draw a report that gets sent to the other schools. Any questions?
Trade?
Lily asked curiously.
Whether there's any market for your magic.
James answered.
While some schools don't see much merit in it, Tresnia, for example, does. The most common example is someone skilled in earth magic. They would be handy for building, while air magic would be a massive boon for sailors.
I think I understand. Thank you,
Lily said politely. So, what categories do you think would best suit you? Delilah asked. Lily pondered for a moment before giving a firm nod.
All of them, I think.
Preposterous.
Stuart spat.
You're already ahead of most. Don't try to show off. You'll only harm yourself.
Lily frowned.
I think I genuinely do apply for all categories. Or do glyphs not count for trade?
They most certainly do.
James replied excitedly.
Glyphs. Ugh.
Stuart scoffed. I'm surprised to hear you've learned glyphs already, Delilah replied. Is there a reason for that?
Outside of my star magic, the other spells are weakened, but when I draw them as a glyph, they retain their full strength,
Lily explained.
Star magic?
Stuart repeated, sounding unconvinced.
It's the closest feeling I have to explaining it,
Lily replied.
You'll see in my demonstration what I mean.
Delia nodded. It's unfortunate that you only have one type of magic, but it's certainly intriguing that you've overcome that through glyphs. I suppose if not for your bloodline awakening, you wouldn't have any magic at all, so it makes sense for you to not have other forms of magic.
Do you know if your body still receives enhancements like other Lunadea?
James asked.
No, only my magic grows,
Lily clarified.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
James sighed.
Can we please see this star magic already?
Stuart demanded.
Hearing that she only has one type of magic has greatly lowered my opinion of her.
Lily frowned, almost glaring at him, but he didn't seem to notice or care. All right, let's start with utility. Show us what you've got, Delilah said. Lily nodded and held out her hand. She effortlessly spun her monocore and, with a mere finger wiggle, opened her palm into a cluster of stars.
Light magic?
Stuart asked.
No, they are clearly star-shaped.
James corrected.
In the loosest term, I suppose.
Stuart agreed.
A simple light spell, bottom of the barrel in terms of support.
I'm not done,
Lily complained as she sent the stars outward. The stars began floating out of her palm before revolving around her. At first, she had the stars maintain a strict orbit, but then she began having them start making complex movements. To end it, she sent them to the room's corners to hold their position.
That's some extreme magic control,
James said excitedly. Certainly a lot more star-like, Delilah agreed. They proceeded to ask Lily a few questions about the spell, and she gave it a basic rundown, explaining that she could add more stars relatively quickly, and that they would persist for quite some time if she willed it.
Have you named this spell?
James asked curiously.
Starlight,
Lily answered. James nodded.
Very fitting.
I can definitely see why you described this magic as star magic, Delilah agreed. I can't wait to see what else you have.
I have 2 more utility spells, although one also counts as defense,
Lily replied. Wonderful! Show us the pure utility for now, Delilah instructed. Lily nodded and softly chanted a few words while maneuvering her fingers. A sphere of silvery light was formed above her palms. She silently prayed some thanks that she didn't screw it up, as it was one of the least practiced of her spells. Then she directed the spell toward a location, and a bright beam of silvery light shone on it like a spotlight.
Let me guess. Moonlight?
Stuart asked. Lily nodded.
This one isn't as subtle, but can go much brighter. When directed into the eyes, it's almost blinding and certainly distracting. I can have more than one, but it's more difficult to maintain than starlight, which I can go as many as 10 with minimal effort.
I like it, Delilah stated with a pleased grin.
Certainly the definition of utility,
James said. Do you have enough mana to continue, or do you need a break? Delilah asked.
I'm still good to go. My spells don't seem to cost a lot of mana,
Lily explained.
You should have mentioned that earlier,
Stuart complained.
Mana cost is a very important factor. If you could only cast this twice before being out, it would be worthless. You need to do a better job of selling yourself.
You could have phrased that nicer. She's still young, Delilah countered.
I do agree with Stuart,
James admitted.
but we could have explained ourselves a bit better too. Just be mindful about mentioning such things in the future.
All right, thank you,
Lily responded,
trying to remain polite.
So what's the last utility spell?
James asked eagerly.
Is it going to be sunlight?
I haven't learned that spell yet.
Lily thought bitterly.
No, but I think I could do that eventually when I train my magic more,
Lily answered.
Damn shame. But oh well, so what do you have for us?
James asked again. Lily dismissed her moonlight spell. Next up was her favorite, the Nebula Veil, which she felt she had effectively mastered. In an effort to impress them and put on a bit of a show, as they had mentioned multiple times, she raised one hand and snapped her fingers. She completed the spell with a near-perfect silent cast, with only a single chant recited mentally and only a superfluous hand gesture. Draped over her shoulders, the billowing cloak made of blackish purple apparated from nowhere and burst outward to its entire length. Responding to her will, the cloak rippled as if caught in a breeze, causing the stars and patterns to swirl magically. She let the cloak manifest to far more fabric than she needed before recalling it inward and partially wrapping around her small frame. James burst out a cheer and began clapping, thoroughly entertained.
What a show!
Gods, that was sudden and unexpected, Delilah admitted. Lily had expected Stuart to mutter a complaint or throw out a barb, but even he was taken aback. He looked genuinely surprised.
It's like she sees the night sky itself and draped herself in it,
James speculated.
I'm betting the utility aspect is stealth.
Lily nodded, and James gave a thumbs up.
Although most likely limited to only the night or darkness. I can't see this helping much in the day. Still, I must say it's impressive, visually.
Stuart admitted. What do you call this one? Delilah asked.
Star cloak?
Lily answered half-heartedly.
You should workshop a better name on that one.
James said with a chuckle.
Agreed.
Stuart spoke up, to almost everyone's surprise.
It's serviceable, but doesn't give off the same majesty as the resulting manifestation.
It's actually called Nebula Veil, but I can't just say that. How the heck would I explain what a nebula is? Or how would I explain that I know what a nebula is? Ugh.
Don't worry, you won't lose any points for being bad at naming things, Delilah teased. Lily grumbled an embarrassed thanks and hoped her demonstration would make them all forget about the fake name. Chapter 79. Defense. All right, can this cloak do anything else utility-wise besides stealth, or shall we move on to the defensive testing? Delilah asked.
I can sort of use it to grab things,
Lily explained. To demonstrate, she raised her right hand and sent the cloak billowing outward, mimicking her arm movements as if it were alive. She made the extended cloak and made a clutching gesture with her hand, causing it to latch on to one of the unoccupied chairs and gingerly lift it.
Remarkable,
James said as he watched the demonstration.
While it doesn't seem to have that much strength behind it right now, I could imagine countless applications for it. Assuming it can support your own body weight, you could drag yourself out of harm's way. Not to mention, if you can improve on it and raise its strength.
Lily was really glad that this was the spell she had decided to spend the most time mastering, literally sleeping wrapped up in it and keeping it active for extended periods. Arakil had wanted it purely for its defensive reasons, so that Lily would theoretically always be safe,
or be able to call it at a moment's notice. However, it had rapidly grown beyond that, thanks to it resonating with her astral mana core.
Or potentially disarm an assailant or blind them by wrapping it around their eyes,
Stuart said, in an almost praising manner.
An extremely versatile spell. I wish you had led with this rather than those little lights. Depending on the finesse, you could also multitask,
James added.
Imagine drawing multiple glyphs at once or doing other mundane tasks. There are often days I'd love to have an extra set of limbs.
Wow, these are some good ideas. I guess they are teachers at their schools for a reason. Although I bet Arakil would be upset at them rushing to new things before mastering what I have already. I'm sure he already had these ideas and would have eventually revealed them to me.
The possibility of Arakil not having such ideas, as he had written off astromagic initially, didn't even cross her mind. If Arakil hadn't taught her something yet, he was either saving it for later, or he wanted her to innovate.
I can't do more than keep it in this clothy fluid shape, but I feel like it can eventually do better. I don't know if I'll ever get it down to something complex like actual hands, but at least some form of gripper should be possible.
After returning the chair to the ground, Lily wrapped her entire body for the stealth mode and ended the utility demonstration there. They asked her a few more questions about the spell, and she did her best to provide answers. Thankfully, she also remembered at the last minute to add that the cloak seemed to keep her body at a neutral temperature, as it resisted extreme cold, heat, and even rain. "I want one," Delilah said enviously. "Even if it wasn't fashionable, I'd just keep it wrapped underneath my garments."
You can't walk around draped in celestial bodies,
Stuart snorted.
unless you want to be the center of far too much attention. But the undergarment idea is worth exploring. Shall we move on?
James asked. Lily nodded, and the other two stopped their almost confrontation about fashion advice.
So, defense, how good are we talking?
James continued.
I haven't fully tested its limits, but it's better at blocking magic than physical things,
Lily explained.
My friend Theo has earth magic, and I sometimes struggle to block rocks if they are too large. But fire, water, air, stuff like that seems easy.
Well, that's very useful for a mage, Delilah responded. Usually, you have to watch out for other mages and not physical brutes, as if you're in a group, then you have others to do that for you.
Or metal and earth mages,
James added.
They're quite good at stopping anything physical. Right, shall we get on to the test?
Stuart asked.
I feel like throwing a fireball today.
Lily gulped nervously, and Delilah caught it, giving her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Lily, we have something exactly for this, she explained, as she pulled out a golden piece of jewelry resembling an elaborate choker. Set in the center was a green gem. Lily's eyes widened as she stared in wonder at the presumably magical artifact.
Never seen a ward before?
James asked. Lily shook her head.
I thought for sure Richardus would have used one for his teachings.
James muttered while scratching his head.
I doubt he lets the children go that far in his lessons.
Stuart interjected.
There's a reason he isn't at an actual school or academy and merely giving a rudimentary foundation.
Delilah cleared her throat. Moving on, this is a ward, and while it was originally created as a teaching and experimentation aid, it also has gained popularity in tournaments and dueling. When worn, it prevents a single near-fatal magical blow, causing it to release and fling itself into the air to discharge the attack. Thereafter, it is useless until recharged.
Whoa!
Lily gasped in surprise.
It's almost like my shield talismans, but in a renewable form.
In duels and tournaments, the winner is determined by whose ward is triggered first.
Stuart further explained.
And in lessons, they will sometimes be given out if the subject matter is potentially harmful.
James added. Delilah walked toward Lily, unclasped the choker, and placed it around her neck. Lily would have thought it might be too big for her, but it seemed to oddly fit perfectly on her, and she found herself unconsciously touching it and her throat. One size fits all, Delilah said with a wink. Lily giggled and nodded, quite happy with the explanation. Any questions before we get started? Delilah asked.
You said magical attack, so it doesn't work on swords and stuff?
Lily asked.
If it has mana, it stops it.
James answered.
It absorbs the mana.
Stuart clarified.
That's why it ejects itself from your person after doing so. That way it can release the mana without causing the wearer harm.
I wonder if I could absorb the mana released.
Lily pondered.
So no, it won't stop a sword swing.
James explained.
But a magically conjured sword or a sword propelled by mana would be halted. And a good thing, too. Otherwise, earth mages would be banned from competing.
Thanks for the explanation. Does that mean I score higher the longer I keep the ward from triggering?
Lily asked. Delilah nodded. That's correct.
And since you said it doesn't work as well against physical attacks, we won't start there.
James said, smiling.
Wouldn't want to break your ward with the very first spell.
Thank you,
Lily said, giving a polite little bow. Sadly, despite what James had said, it looked like Stuart would be the first to test her defenses. Lily was distraught that he would be over the top from the start and cause her to fail. She silently prayed that her training was enough. Stuart began a chant, which Lily recognized as a fire spell, before hurling a small fireball at her. Relief flooded her, as he didn't appear to go all out, but she was honestly expecting something around firebolt level. Responding to her will, her nebula veil surged forward and engulfed the incoming fireball, snuffing it out with a satisfying sizzle sound.
Seriously? What kind of adult throws a fireball at a young lady? Even if he did keep it to a smaller size.
A reactive defense. I have to admit, I didn't expect that.
Stuart said.
It certainly devoured your spell.
James teased.
But I'm glad she didn't just stand there and take it.
I can,
Lily admitted.
but not for a spell I'm unfamiliar with. I'd rather keep my cloak close to me if it was multiple firebolts, but this works better for a single spell.
I recall shadow magic has something similar, Delilah mused. It's stronger when coalesced and gets weaker the more you stretch it out.
Let's test that,
James said excitedly and moved into position. He quickly began a chant, moving through it much faster than Stuart did before half a dozen firebolts formed. Lily quickly retracted her cloak around herself moments before the firebolts went hurtling toward her. Each one struck against the nebula veil ineffectually, causing James to cheer and clap.
That's an outstanding result in my book,
James said.
I'm used to defensive tests being giant walls of earth, so seeing something so lightweight and mobile is refreshing. It's good to see something new,
Stuart admitted.
It's a pity you never saw the Garuda who joined our school. He creates a sphere of wind around himself that reflects most attacks back at the source.
Wow, does that count as being positive? He didn't say anything bad about my cloak or disparage James's opinion, but he did boast about that Garuda.
There was a sound like a crack of thunder, and something struck Lily. She uttered a surprised cry as her thoughts were interrupted and turned toward the source, Delilah. She stood there nodding in satisfaction. Looks like it works even if she's caught by surprise, Delilah informed the group. Either that, or she reacted so fast that it didn't matter.
I can't believe you shot lightning at a kid,
James blurted out.
And I thought Stuart was being mean with the fireball.
I kept it relatively weak, Delilah admitted. And she's wearing the ward. She would have been fine.
Gods, I'm glad our school is not in the top 5 if this is what it does to its students.
James sighed, shaking his head. Lily caught her breath as she tried to calm down. She praised Arakil's name, as his insistence on always being on guard had been proven right.
I think I'll have to explore the undergarments idea. If I can keep it contained under my clothes, that would work on my control, and having it active for extended periods during the day will strengthen my longevity at the same time. I'll ask Arakil if that's a good training idea.
They all cast a few more spells at her from different schools before they were satisfied. To Lily's relief, she had still not expended her ward, so she hoped she would get an excellent evaluation. All that's left is physical, Delilah stated. Stuart immediately threw a rock at Lily. It hit the cloak with a thud before landing on the floor. With magic? Delilah sighed.
I was just curious.
Stuart admitted.
Seriously? You two are crazy.
James complained. They began, one by one, conjuring bigger and bigger rocks to throw at her. At first, Lily didn't have to do much, as thanks to all her time with Theo, she had ample understanding of what was reasonable within her limits. When the rocks grew in size, Lily had to resort to preemptive blocking by controlling the magical cloak directly. Things went well until James conjured a dark, grayish-black rock and threw it toward her. It wasn't as big as some of the other magical stones thrown at her, but she decided to be cautious. Lily immediately went to intercept it with her cloak, but, to her horror, found it almost impossible to stop. She didn't panic and tried to reinforce her spell, but to no avail. Lily clutched her eyes tight, imagining the impact when it struck. There was an echoing sound, and she felt a slight burning around her neck before she heard a loud clicking noise. Lily opened her eyes to witness the choker flinging itself into the air. It proceeded to vent something, and there was a hissing sound in the air. She noticed the green gem was a dazzling red, but as it released whatever it had stored, it transitioned to a lifeless gray color.
After all your rantings about us, then it was you who broke the girl's safety.
Stuart snorted. James muttered, looking slightly sheepish.
I figured out that her cloak struggles with physical objects due to their weight. It's amazing for magical apparated effects like fire or lightning, but when I formed some gabbro, it was too heavy for her to repel.
Lily pouted, not being too happy at having her defense finally broken. She was even tempted to say it wouldn't have happened if she had also used her shield glyph, but she held her tongue. Still a remarkably impressive result, Delia pointed out. I presume not many earth mages can form such a dense rock at the drop of a hat? James nodded.
Earth magic is my focus, so it's definitely not too common. Still, it's good to know that weight is the thing you need to watch out for. Maybe work on some mobility, assuming you get involved in tournaments and duels and all.
It's considered mandatory for the top 5 schools, except in the rarest of circumstances.
Stuart explained.
All the more reason to join a nice, quiet school like Tresnia and get your craft on.
James energetically replied.
Did he really use that for a sales pitch? I think Miss Camilla would like him.
Chapter 80. Offense. Lily glanced down and saw the rapidly crumbling rock lying on the ground. She hadn't felt any pain, but still retracted her cloak slightly and examined herself carefully. To her relief, she couldn't find even a hint of damage to her person or clothes. I told you the ward would protect you, Delia said confidently.
I expected the rock to still travel,
Lily answered. The ward absorbs the spell, including all its momentum, and then releases a slight shock wave when it releases itself to discharge, Delilah answered.
That's not to say it's entirely foolproof,
James added.
If I dropped a rock directly on top of you and it was wide enough, there's a good chance the shock wave would not be enough to save you.
But such moves are prohibited, and in the case of accidents, there are healers on standby.
Stuart quickly clarified.
After all, it's supposed to be a show of magical prowess, not gravity.
Any last questions about wards before we move on? Delilah encouraged.
I guess just how would it work in the case of multiple projectiles? Does it only absorb the first, or does it absorb anything within a certain radius?
Lily asked. The latter, Delilah answered. Otherwise, anything with multiple projectiles would be potentially prohibited.
That's a relief,
Lily said with a happy smile.
Worried about a small barrage of firebolts?
James asked curiously.
Your cloak seemed more than enough to handle anything like that.
No, I was worried about my offensive spell,
Lily clarified.
Oh? Multiple projectiles? Let me guess, you shoot stars?
James asked. Lily nodded.
Oh, for real?
James asked, looking genuinely surprised.
Damn, that sounds awesome. Your little starlights didn't do anything when I touched them directly, so I wasn't expecting that. Be warned that delayed casting potentially lethal spells are prohibited.
Stuart said sternly.
At a minimum, you will forfeit your victory, and depending on the severity, you risk expulsion or worse.
Lily gulped. As long as there's no large delay between the projectiles, then everything should be fine, Delilah said reassuringly. We can easily confirm right now if your spell is fine or not.
I guess that's my cue,
James said with a clap of his hands. He did a quick chant that summoned a chunk of rock from nowhere rather than pulling it from the ground, then proceeded into another chant that carved the rock into a statue. Lily couldn't help but notice a striking resemblance to the statue and the rather grumpy Stuart.
Theo would love to learn that spell. I bet he's going to love going to Tresnia.
Right, you can shoot your spell at this. If it breaks, I'll make another one,
James said proudly as he patted the statue on the shoulder. Stuart looked mildly peeved, but didn't say anything.
Okay, but, I should maybe explain it a bit first?
Lily asked. Do you need to? Can you not just cast it? Delilah asked.
The spell is a bit weird. I can't control how many projectiles it forms,
Lily explained.
Do you lack control?
Stuart sternly asked.
I don't want you casting a spell and putting yourself and others at risk.
No, it's the nature of the spell itself,
Lily answered.
Explain,
Stuart demanded.
Yeah, please explain because I don't understand how that works at all.
James agreed, scratching his head.
Can you not limit it at all?
Lily quickly shook her head.
No, I can control it, but only its upper limits. The minimum is entirely random.
Random? Delilah asked curiously.
Magic is not random,
Stuart scoffed. Not in the strictest sense, Delilah agreed. But I know when casting chain lightning, the spell can randomly hit targets.
Mind explaining more, Lily, or just going straight to the demonstration?
James asked.
Explanation first,
Stuart demanded.
I do not want a random spell cast without knowing the details.
Lily took in a deep breath, nodded, and relaxed.
Okay, so the spell is called Star Cluster, and when I cast it, it shoots somewhere between 0 and 5 stars,
Lily explained.
When I first learned the spell, I could only cast between 0 and 1, but the maximum possibility has increased the more familiar I've become with the spell. I can reduce the maximum, but I cannot remove the chance of landing on 0.
Stuart and Delilah seemed to be contemplating her explanation, while James seemed to be grinning happily at what he heard.
Your spell is like rolling dice? Now I'm the jealous one. That sounds like a gambler's wet dream,
James joked.
And you're sure you aren't just failing at casting the spell when you get these subpar results?
Stuart asked, his tone somewhat accusatory.
Even when I get 0 stars, there's still a positive effect,
Lily answered. James grinned.
This day just gets better and better.
Explain, Delilah asked, sounding a little tired now.
On a 0, the spell still shoots out stardust,
Lily answered.
Anything coated in the stardust takes extra damage when hit by a star. The same goes for stars. They explode into dust on the target. So, if I shoot 3 stars, the second and third stars get boosted.
Is it a cumulative effect?
James asked excitedly. Lily mumbled.
Does the stardust effect stack?
James reiterated.
Does each star get stronger the more stardust there is?
Lily nodded, although a little hesitantly.
I think so. The biggest boost is having any stardust, but I think it does get empowered further the more stardust there is.
I want to see it,
James said excitedly, and began pointing toward his statue. I guess we might as well see it for now. I can't think of anything else to question. Delilah sighed.
Indeed. I suppose we can get her to verify by lowering the amount that she actually has control over the spell,
Stuart commented.
Am I seriously going to lose some points on control due to the random nature of this spell? I'm betting Rose just threw a massive fireball or set the room on fire.
Lily sighed.
She raised her hand and gave the spell enough mana to go no further than 3 stars. She completed the spell with a tiny whisper and a few gestures, and silently prayed that she'd get any result other than 0. When 2 stars flew out from the completed spell in her palms, she nearly cheered on the spot. The stars went careening toward the statue, the first one striking it and exploding into stardust and damaging it. The second one landed mere moments later and struck, blowing the statue's head clean off.
Yes!
James cheered.
That was amazing!
Stuart swallowed a bit, looking at the beheaded statue of himself. That was quite a substantial boost, Delilah said, staring at the result. Lily nodded.
It's why even a 0 result is good. Assuming my next cast is at least a 1.
No kidding.
James chuckled as he gestured toward the headless statue.
With results like this, I'm not going to complain.
Stuart cleared his throat.
Well, I will complain if I don't see some truth behind your claim of control.
Delilah reluctantly nodded. Sadly, that is true. We need to know that you can actually control your spell. This goes doubly so for an unknown bloodline ability.
What are you suggesting, then?
James asked, seemingly to be entirely on Lily's side. Can you lower the result to always be 0? Delilah suggested. Lily paused before nodding. She hadn't tried it before, but it sounded feasible. James conjured up another rock, although he didn't turn it into a replica of Stuart this time, opting for a more plain mannequin look. Diminishing her output drastically, she lowered the spell to what she assumed would be insufficient to produce even a single star. She cast the spell and found herself holding her breath in anticipation as it completed. She sprayed the target with stardust and smiled. I assume that's the 0 result you mentioned? Delilah asked. Lily nodded.
Again,
Stuart instructed. Lily cast the spell again, blanketing it in more dust.
Again.
Lily felt her eye twitch a bit as she did it again. More dust.
Again.
This was repeated just over 6 times, and Lily was growing concerned that Stuart was planning on draining her mana dry.
Well, not a single star formed,
James pointed out.
So she wasn't bluffing about lowering the maximum,
Stuart said. At this point, Lily was just grateful he hadn't spouted again once more. I agree. This is a clear demonstration of control, Delilah pointed out.
And my statue is covered in this stardust. I can't wait to see what a single star will do to it,
James said excitedly.
Very well. Raise the maximum to a single star,
Stuart ordered. Lily suppressed her desire to complain at his repeated orders and nodded, casting the spell once more.
Please give me a star first try. I don't want to deal with this man anymore.
Her prayers were answered, as a singular star flew out from the spell moments after she completed it and struck the statue. The explosion was significant, blasting the entire stardust-coated statue into rubble and shrapnel. Lily let out a tiny cry, but all the examiners seemed prepared for this inevitable outcome. Delilah finished casting a spell in mere moments as a strong gust of wind erupted in front of her, blowing any shrapnel away from all of them and against the wall. Lily winced as the rubble crashed against the wall. She was terrified that she would get into trouble for damaging the building. But when the dust settled, she was relieved to see that there wasn't even a single scratch.
Good thing I reinforced the walls before we started.
James chuckled. The offensive spell test is always such a hazard, Delilah sighed, especially when bloodlines get involved.
To be fair, you did have her coat the thing in stardust like 12 times,
James retorted.
It wasn't that many.
Stuart defended himself.
But I'm rather satisfied that she has some control over the spell. So, pass?
James asked. Lily held her breath. Pass in my books, Delilah said. I'd hate to be that statue.
I just have a few questions,
Stuart said. Lily barely held back a sigh as she nodded, hoping he wouldn't have her cast the spell another 12 or more times.
How is your aim with the spell? Do you have any control over it once you've cast it?
Stuart asked.
I can make some minor adjustments to it, but honestly, I haven't really had any moving targets to use as target practice,
Lily answered earnestly.
It's probably something I can work on.
Good to hear. Would you mind one last demonstration?
Stuart requested. Lily agreed, and Stuart whipped up one last statue for her to fire at.
I want you to aim to the right of it and then adjust the stars to lean left after casting.
Stuart explained.
That will be sufficient enough demonstration for control.
Any maximum number of stars?
Lily asked, checking to be safe.
No more than 2, I'd say.
Stuart answered. Please, no more than 2, Delilah agreed. James clicked his tongue in annoyance.
Damn, I was kind of hoping to see the full 5.
Lily giggled and then began casting the spell once more. When she released the spell, 2 stars flew slightly away from the statue, and she exerted her control to correct their course. The stars slowly swerved until they collided with the statue, reducing its upper half to rubble.
Excellent. I'm satisfied,
Stuart announced, to Lily's relief.
I don't know if you were jesting about it being random, but you seem to have cast the exact number of stars required each time.
I wasn't joking, but I guess I got lucky,
Lily joked.
Lucky rabbit, eh?
James teased. Stuart grumbled before shaking his head.
Regardless, I suggest you work on your after-control. It will be essential if you are involved in duels and tournaments. I can promise you won't have any immobile opponents unless they are extremely green. Or an earth mage.
James interjected.
Metal too. We both like to bunker down. Those expectations aside, movement is crucial,
Stuart declared.
I'd like to, but Inspector Richardis is rather against us using any offensive spells until we're actually at the schools,
Lily informed him.
A pity. Perhaps we could donate a set of wards to the orphanage,
Stuart muttered.
That's oddly reasonable of you,
James replied.
Well, this orphanage has produced 2 powerful bloodlines,
Stuart explained.
It seems wise to invest in the future. These adventurers' offspring seem to be made from something else.
2? Delilah asked curiously.
The Dragaya girl came from here as well, unless I'm mistaken,
Stuart said, rubbing his chin in thought.
That's my big sister, Rose,
Lily said proudly.
Sister?
James questioned. Oh, no. Is that why you asked about Regarth? Delilah asked, looking somewhat disappointed.
My sister Rose went to Regarth, and I'm going to join her,
Lily declared. Delilah and Stuart muttered a curse under their breath. James, however, laughed as if he'd just heard the funniest thing in the world. Chapter 81. Evaluation. Why Regarth? Delilah eventually asked.
Rose and I want to become adventurers, and Regarth is affiliated with them and has its own dungeon,
Lily explained excitedly.
Stremwith has access to a dungeon,
Stuart pointed out. As does Helia, one we share with our brother school, Calway, Delilah added.
I didn't know that,
Lily admitted.
I don't blame you.
James interrupted Stuart and Delilah.
While they both have access, they aren't built on top of the dungeon, unlike Regarth.
Oh, so it's not part of the curriculum?
Lily asked curiously.
We have courses and field trips to them,
Stuart countered. But they aren't mandatory, Delilah mentioned reluctantly. Although anyone on the dueling teams is highly encouraged to do so, and while Regarth is affiliated with adventurers, graduating from any magic school would be a boost in your adventuring career.
I see. Thanks for letting me know,
Lily replied cheerfully. Just promise me you'll give our offers some real thought and don't just blindly pick Regarth, Delilah said with a gentle smile. Lily nodded. It was the least she could do, although she doubted anything they said would change her mind.
Does this mean the examination is over?
Lily asked. Yes, Delilah answered.
No.
Both Stuart and James answered too. Delilah frowned, while James gestured for Stuart to go first.
I still want to see you chant and cast a regular spell.
Stuart explained.
You claim they're weak, and I want to see if it's frankly from a lack of training or your bloodline.
Okay,
Lily agreed.
I'll do a basic one from the 4 main elements.
Stuart nodded. Lily proceeded to do her first chant, a simple fire spell, used either as illumination or to light kindling. She made sure that her enunciation was without flaw, but as usual, she starved the spell of the mana it required. When she finished the chant, she held out the tiny flame between her palms and presented it for examination.
Wow, that was underwhelming,
James said bluntly.
No offense, but after seeing all the stars and cloak, that little flame is just sad. I didn't hear anything wrong with your chant. A textbook example.
Stuart sighed.
Sorry,
Lily mumbled. Don't be sorry. The fact you can do magic at all is already enough, Delilah said reassuringly. Stuart then instructed her to try the others. She performed a basic water spell, often used to create clean water. The mana-starved spell could barely fill a glass, whereas proper usage could quickly fill entire bathtubs. This was repeated with earth, a simple spell to gather sand and dust. There was certainly a lot of sand and rubble in the room from all the statues Lily had destroyed, but the effective radius of this gathering spell left the examiners wanting. Finally, they ended the test with the defensive gust spell learned for self-defense. When Lily cast it, it barely blew the examiner's robes and hair.
Again, another textbook example of the required chant.
Stuart sighed. Lily could tell he genuinely sounded disappointed. It's certainly better than nothing, Delilah said, trying to find a silver lining. In some cases, they can't cast any spell outside of their bloodline, and having even a little water and fire can be life-saving. Likewise, I'm sure you can still clean your room with that earth spell.
True, it's better than nothing,
James agreed.
It's certainly a pity, though.
Stuart sighed again.
I can tell you must have gone through a lot of practice to learn those chants, especially if your magical awakening was as recent as Richard has mentioned.
I didn't expect him to feel bad about me. I guess he isn't all thorns?
Lily interrupted.
I did mention that it still works fine on glyphs. I have no problem with the fire in glyphs. They're as hot or large as I draw them.
James snapped his fingers and pointed at Lily.
Which is exactly why I said the test isn't over. You mentioned glyphs, and while the other two might not care about them, Tresnia certainly does. We are the #1 school for magical crafts and trades for a reason, after all.
Would you like me to go fetch one of my glyphs and give it to you?
Lily asked.
Nope.
James said, shaking his head.
I want you to draw one right here and now so I can vouch that you did it.
Okay,
Lily replied a little nervously.
Before that,
Stuart interjected.
We should evaluate her expended mana. She's gone through a rigorous spellcasting demonstration, and I'd like to have a reading.
Excellent idea, Delilah agreed, and gestured for Lily to follow her to the crystal ball again. Once again, they evaluated the amount of glow produced by the magical sphere, or at least that was what Lily assumed by how intently they were staring at it. Afterward, Stuart wrote something down in his book, but before Lily could even wonder or ask what it was, James grabbed her attention by gently poking her in the shoulder. The energetic evaluator gestured for them to go to one of the other desks, where he proceeded to pull out a parchment, pot of ink, and pen from a rather odd-looking briefcase he seemed to have retrieved from somewhere.
You can draw it with just regular ink. No need to risk a real one, and I'll have the drawing evaluated.
James explained. Lily sighed with relief, happy they weren't expecting her to draw in blood or have her explain how she had the ink that could have magical effects.
Not that any external examiner would be able to use it without you present.
James chuckled.
Oh, I almost forgot that blood glyphs are locked,
Lily thought sheepishly. Lily maneuvered the paper, ink, and pen in front of her. She took one look at the pen and frowned. It was terrible. Saying it was well used was an understatement, and the nib even appeared to be damaged, as if someone was chewing on it.
Sir, do you have another pen?
Lily queried.
This one isn't good enough for accurate glyphs, or even for writing a proper letter.
Lily was worried James might take offense, but to her surprise, he grinned joyfully.
Excellent!
He praised.
You've already passed the first part of my test.
James then pulled out another pen, almost on par with her prized possession. A rather cruel prank, Delilah muttered.
A craftsman should be able to recognize good and bad tools.
James explained. Lily happily examined the new pen. It was more than sufficient for the task at hand. She then thought of what glyph she should draw. And while Lily was tempted to draw a shield glyph or something else spectacular, she realized that it might draw the wrong type of attention toward her.
Is an alchemical glyph all right?
Lily asked.
I told Richardus I'd picked up glyphs from an alchemy book, so it would make sense to draw one of them.
Sure.
James agreed.
I can have one of our alchemists evaluate it, along with an enchanter.
After double-checking that the nib was clean, Lily nodded and proceeded to dip and draw her glyph. With all three examiners staring at her work, she was slightly nervous and swallowed dryly. However, she had grown used to Camilla staring at her while lecturing about costs, so she could handle the three silent observers. Nobody said anything until Lily finished the glyph, which was indicated by her finally starting to clean the pen properly.
I thought I was going to need to dock you points for not asking for a compass, but I see you didn't actually need one.
James commented, looking mildly amused. How did you manage to draw so neatly and smoothly? Delilah asked.
Before magic, I was going to be a scribe,
Lily answered.
That'd do it.
James chuckled.
I'd hate to know how many hours you spent boringly writing over and over again to practice.
It wasn't boring,
Lily rejected.
And besides, it's not like I could do anything else at the time. Writing was one of the few fun activities I had.
Bullying? I thought this orphanage was way better than that, Delilah asked, shocked.
No!
Lily immediately denied it.
I was very sickly before my awakening, so I couldn't exactly play with any kids.
Very interesting. It seems the world of magic has certainly opened many doors and possibilities for you, in more ways than one.
James said, rubbing his head. Lily nodded.
Meeting Arakil was the luckiest day of my life.
And the evaluation?
Stuart asked, pointing at the drawing.
You can't tell?
James sneered.
I pay people to do these for me.
Stuart replied dryly. James sighed and shrugged.
Figures. I'm not a glyph expert, but this looks extremely well made. I recognize only some of the basic stuff here and know it creates a flame hot enough for alchemical concoctions.
Lily nodded.
This one is at the precise temperature to dissolve sneezeweed instantly, without compromising crystallized anise.
James whistled.
You've had alchemy training?
Lily nodded.
Some of the basics.
I think Tresnia would love you,
James said, as he carefully removed the page with the glyph. He then took out a small case and placed the page gingerly inside before closing it. Will Tresnia be sharing the details of that evaluation? Delilah asked, gesturing toward the case.
I'll be sure to send a report.
James agreed.
Don't bother sending one to strum with,
Stuart said dismissively.
And the grumpy jerk grew his thorns again.
Now, are we done? Delilah asked. We have a lot more kids to go through.
Are all of them going to have to go through what I've done?
Lily asked.
You'll be here past midnight.
Heavens, no! Delilah replied, before giggling to herself.
Yeah, no offense to the other kids, but we won't be going through them as thoroughly as you.
James nodded.
Why not?
Lily asked.
No major bloodlines,
Stuart answered bluntly.
Or did you really think we gave every child this much attention? And I think all of our schools would have our heads if we didn't thoroughly test a completely unheard-of bloodline,
James said, followed by a nervous chuckle.
Speaking of which, we should have one final mana test,
Stuart instructed.
Another one?
Lily asked, sounding a little annoyed and tired.
I promise it will be the last one,
Stuart said.
I want to see how much, if any, your mana has regenerated during the most recent reading.
Okay,
Lily agreed somewhat reluctantly. The process repeated itself, with all three staring at the ball. Lily found herself glaring at it too, but she had no idea what they were even looking at.
That's odd.
Stuart muttered.
Oh, good, so it wasn't just me.
James said, sighing with relief.
I thought I was finally going to need glasses.
What?
Lily asked nervously. Assuming my compatriots are talking about the same thing, you seem to have a rather outstanding regeneration rate, Delilah answered. Lily gulped and realized she had been unconsciously still spinning her core in reverse during the downtime. Arakil had trained her too well.
Is that a problem?
Lily asked nervously. Problem? Delilah asked rhetorically before giggling. It's a boon, unless you count the jealousy of other mages.
Indeed, although I thought for sure one of your size would be on the lower end,
Stuart said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Seeing Lily look confused, James happily extrapolated.
It's generally believed that the bigger one's heart is, the better the regeneration. More blood, more mana, as crude as that sounds.
Lily nodded at that explanation, but then Delilah opened her mouth. Another famous study proposed that smaller hearts beat faster and thus regenerate mana quicker, she countered.
Bah!
Stuart scoffed.
There are so many circumstances that any study would lack a sufficient sample size. There could be so many factors at play between demis, humans, and bloodlines. Just be happy you were born lucky. And on that note, I really think we should end this here,
James said, as he began scooting Lily toward the door. Indeed, we don't want to be here until midnight, Delilah said teasingly. Thank you for the time, Lily. I look forward to giving my suggestion to Helia's headmistress.
Thank you all,
Lily said happily, giving a small but polite head bow.
You're welcome,
Stuart replied, putting away his notebook.
Thanks for such a fun demonstration,
James said.
Be sure to think of Tresnia. We have extensive alchemy and enchanting classes. You can get licensed in both and make a fortune.
Thanks,
Lily mumbled.
but I want to be an adventurer.
And every adventurer needs potions and enchantments, not to mention money,
James countered with a wink.
And you'll have an abundance in all of the above thanks to Tresnia.
Seriously, James, Delilah muttered, shaking her head. Stuart snorted, but said nothing. James grinned unapologetically at his apparent attempts at twisting her arm. At the door, she thanked all three of them again and promised to properly consider all schools, as she had done previously, before finally exiting.
That took ages.
One kid grumbled when the door finally opened. James gave a toothy grin before pointing directly at the boy.
Don't worry, you're up next. Inside.
The boy blinked sheepishly at having been singled out so quickly before hurrying to the door. Right before James closed the door behind him, he gave Lily a quick wink and a wave.
That was certainly an experience. I can't wait to tell Arakil all about it!
Chapter 82. Acceptance.
It certainly sounds like they gave you a thorough rundown. I trust there were no issues with your heritage and your acting.
Only the first test. They thought I had snuck in,
Lily replied.
It sounds like a few kids who don't have the capability for magic try to take the test anyway. I feel bad for them.
It's an utter tragedy, and possibly the worst of what has become since my slumber. While the evolution of people toward personal mana and bloodlines is fascinating, I loathe that it has come at such a cost. Abandoning prospective mages who might have had the commitment and dream of becoming a spellcaster is a tragedy.
Magic was meant for everyone,
Lily replied, repeating a phrase Arakil had often said.
Exactly my point. Once free, I plan to rectify such things to the best of my abilities. At the very least, I'd like to possibly proliferate the knowledge of monocores to the public.
Lily swallowed, a little nervous, but ultimately spoke up.
We could do it sooner. I don't have to be the only special one.
That's brave and generous of you. While I applaud it, I will say that we should hold off on such actions until you've well established yourself. At the very least, you should be an independent adult. Perhaps you could even turn it in as some form of research grant and be aptly rewarded.
I don't need to be rewarded for it,
Lily said, shaking her head.
I'd like more people to have magic.
Commendable. But never inspect the stitching on a gift cloak. You could do a lot by revealing it that way, and it would be taken more seriously. The alternative would involve you either telling the truth about my origins or offering yourself up for study, which I'd highly advise against.
Lily gulped nervously. She didn't want to become a test subject or anything like that. Just the thought of needles gave her a cold sweat.
There's also the possibility that nobody believes you. And who would risk going through a ritual dreamt up by a perceived child? On the other hand, if you were a respected mage and published your findings, it would be regarded as a higher echelon.
Okay, I see your point,
Lily agreed.
I just thought it would be better sooner rather than later.
Honestly, no. If you're dead set on releasing something before my own freedom, I'd rather we'd properly investigate it and do some research. Who knows what consequences having a monocore would do to others of your kind? Would it prevent them from reinforcing their bodies? Or would they become like Rose and be capable of both?
Oh, I didn't even think of that,
Lily admitted.
Indeed. So enjoy being the only magical bunny for a while. You've certainly earned it.
After class, Lily met up with Theo and instructor Richardis at the training area as usual. Both seemed interested in hearing what transpired in the second round of testing, which had occurred over 2 days prior.
So, are we finally allowed to discuss the second test?
Theo practically begged.
Since both of you have participated, yes.
Richardis said.
Finally! I don't understand the whole point of keeping it a big secret.
Theo groaned.
I'm pretty sure people reveal it in secret anyway, or the noble kids get tutored beforehand.
Yes and no,
Richardis replied.
In theory, the examiners could ask you to do virtually anything for your demonstration. Say you pass the test by creating a rock statue, but then Rose passed by setting the examiner's hair on fire. You'd be tempting others to do the same thing in their tests. I don't think the examiners would be happy if Lily attempted the same thing as Rose, now would they?
I can't imagine anyone wanting their hair on fire.
Theo replied, shaking his head firmly.
Did she really do that?
Lily asked.
It was an accident brought about by a taunt, from what I understand.
Richardis said with a sigh.
The examiner was egging her on, repeatedly asking, "Is that as hot as your flames can go?" And she lost her temper.
That
Lily paused and sighed.
sounds like Rose.
Richardis nodded.
And yet she was accepted. She reached a level of firepower and scorching heat they didn't expect. Imagine if you opened up trying to impress them by doing something like that. Depending on their disposition, the examiner might fail you on the spot.
And there's no way I could match Rose's flames,
Lily added.
Exactly my point. Nor would you be capable of making a stone statue like Theobald, would you?
The instructor asked. Lily shook her head.
So they want everyone to demonstrate what they think is best, without worrying about what has worked for others?
Theo asked.
Now you understand,
Richardis replied cheerfully.
So, what did they have you do, Lily?
Lily began her lengthy explanation of the entire process as best as she could remember. Theo seemed quite shocked, while Richardis nodded along in thought.
Wow, they wrung you dry,
Theo commented.
I'm not joking when I say I literally pulled some rock out and they passed me. Then again, I was only aiming for Tresnia.
I imagine they were using the exam as a pretense to get as much info from an unknown bloodline as they could.
Richardis answered.
Why, though?
Lily asked.
I mean, I didn't mind. I wanted to prove myself. But it really seemed excessive, even if they were curious.
Well, they'd be eaten alive by their respective schools if they didn't try to gather as much information as possible.
Richardis explained.
Both for research purposes and for scouting out the competition. Ultimately, only one school will get you as a student, and competition can be fierce amongst the top 5. You could very well threaten their rankings due to how unknown you and your star magic are.
Wow, I'm super glad I picked Tresnia.
Theo chuckled.
None of those tournaments and that for me.
They do have crafting competitions which can get quite heated.
Richardis pointed out.
But yes, no combat tournaments and the like from them. Although one could argue that learning to become a cutthroat magical salesman is a whole other world entirely.
I should introduce you to Miss Camilla.
Lily giggled.
She can give you some tips.
That woman could get you to buy your own hat.
Richardis grumbled, sounding quite perturbed.
I just want to build things with earth magic.
Theo replied, holding up his hands in surrender.
I'm not planning on being some artistic big shot who can summon immaculate marble statues of all the kings and queens from memory.
Well, if James is your instructor at all, you might end up that way anyway,
Lily replied.
He really did take basically one glance at Stuart, the other instructor, and made a stone mannequin of him. I had to shoot my spells at such a lifelike replica.
Theo chuckled.
I guess we'll see.
Speaking of which, the one examiner, Stuart, said he would donate a pair of warts for us,
Lily mentioned, while looking expectantly at Richardis. The instructor sighed as if he knew this would happen and reached into his pocket, pulling out 2 of the magical devices.
Whoa, those look cool.
Theo replied excitedly.
Hearing your story made me almost regret not trying the offense test.
I must admit I'm a little reluctant to use such a thing for such young students.
Richardis sighed.
But I guess under strict supervision, we can start expanding the class for students who wish to. The nobles are certainly training their kids in it and will no doubt be the aces of their respective teams in the top 5.
So, you're saying we'll help Lily power up?
Theo chuckled.
If she wishes.
Richardis replied.
Considering she had her heart set on Regarth, I'd recommend it. Combat magic is mandatory there, and being entirely green could be a detriment.
Yes, please,
Lily said excitedly.
I still wish you were coming with me to Tresnia.
Theo sighed.
I think they'd love your glyphs, and it would be much safer. Plus, I don't want to say goodbye to a friend I've only just made.
Lily giggled.
We still have over half a year before we leave. We'll have plenty of time to train together and hang out. Besides, maybe I'll enter a crafting competition?
That's the spirit,
Richardis encouraged.
And I will mention that students at Tresnia are always open to volunteering for the solo tournaments.
I'll think about it.
Theo muttered nervously.
Assuming I don't get my butt beaten by Lily during these sessions.
I won't hold back, even for a friend,
Lily teased. Richardis clapped his hands.
Let's get started.
A few weeks had passed since the examination. Margit and Camilla grilled Lily about her test, and both seemed to hope that she passed magnificently. Other than that, things had continued in a very routine manner for Lily, with the only exception being some light sparring, which had been added once or twice a week with Theo. Richardis was extremely hesitant at first, wanting to take baby steps in exploring this potential new addition to his curriculum. Then, one day, there was a knock on her door. "Lily, are you available?" Margit asked, in her kindly and patient voice.
"I'll be there now,"
Lily replied, before opening the door. "Are you free to come by my office for a bit?" Margit asked.
"Am I in trouble?"
Lily asked hesitantly. "No, nothing of the sort," Margit giggled. "Unless you did something that I don't know about?"
"Nothing,"
Lily replied instantly.
"Let me just put away my stuff and I'll be right with you."
Margit nodded, and Lily dashed back into her room. She corked her ink bottle and grabbed Arakil's book, which had already shifted back to its convenient notebook form. She carefully placed him in her pocket before following Margit. They made some small talk until they eventually reached her small office. Opening the door, Lily was greeted by Instructor Richardis and Camilla.
Are you sure I'm not in trouble?
Lily asked nervously.
Ha! Pay up!
Camilla snorted and held out her hands to Richardis. The instructor grumbled and handed her a coin. Lily eyed them both suspiciously, until Margit gestured for her to enter. Still a bit nervous, she walked in and sat down in one of the empty chairs. They all exchanged brief pleasantries before the matter of the meeting was brought up.
Your acceptance letters have arrived,
Richardis proudly announced. He gestured at a table where 5 letters were on display. Lily's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she stared at the 5, each with a different seal on the envelope.
Only 5?
Lily asked with a mischievous grin. Camilla cackled with laughter.
That confident, huh? Not that I blame you. You're my apprentice for a reason.
After seeing your results, I believe the lesser schools decided not to waste your time,
Richardis replied.
I got one from all of the top 5?
Lily asked excitedly.
Well, top 4.
Richardis replied.
I mean, I don't want to sound big-headed, but is there a reason why one is missing?
Lily asked curiously.
I thought I went above and beyond with all the tests they made me do.
Margit and Camilla giggled, leaving the instructor to answer Lily's query.
Well, Colway is an all-boys school,
Richardis answered.
We could write them a letter if you want. I'm sure they would be willing to make an exception,
Camilla teased.
No!
Lily declined in a panic. The 3 adults chuckled lightly at the bunny girl, who was blushing profusely. Richardis gestured for her to look at the letters and began systematically pointing to each letter and its mark.
Stremwith, Helia, Abony, Regarth, and last but not least, Tresnia,
he explained. Lily stared happily at the Regarth one. A sword and staff crossed over a treasure chest. It practically cried out to seek adventure. Lily felt her face flush, and her vision blurred as tears welled up. Margit was immediately by her side before the first drops fell, and hugged her from behind. The sympathetic action was the last straw. Lily began to sob softly. She had done it. After all this time, with the help of Arakil, Rose, and everyone else, she'd finally accomplished what she set out to do. You did it, Margit said softly. Camilla and Richardis nodded in agreement. The latter looked like a proud uncle, while the former practically rolled her eyes. Evidently, Camilla had no doubt about the outcome, having witnessed countless tiny miracles in her atelier. After drying her tears, she finally tore her eyes from Regarth's letter. After giving Margit a return hug, she eventually glanced at the other letters and markings in more detail. Tresnia's was a wand and hammer crossed over an anvil. Lily found it very fitting for the crafting school. Stremweth's was a crown with a scepter and an open book. She could almost smell the smugness. Helia's was a blooming rose entwined with a crescent moon. Lily hated to admit that the symbol drew her in, and she was very tempted by that alone for the all-girls school. Finally, there was Abwani, a radiant sun above an open book. Honestly, she had heard nothing about this school and wondered what its specialty was. "Shall we have a look?" Margit asked, touching Lily's shoulder gently.
Is that what everyone's here for?
Lily asked.
Girl, we all know you're going to pick Regarth,
Camilla snorted.
But,
Richardis interjected.
Just in case you have doubts, we are here to offer some guidance. Maybe Regarth doesn't give you the offer you want, or one of the other schools offers you a program that interests you more.
Have you already looked at the letters?
Lily asked with a hint of worry.
No, we left them untouched,
Richardis said without hesitation. Lily sighed with relief. She had worried that the Regarth letter might be only a bare minimum entry, thus out of her reach, unless the orphanage or herself could pay the difference.
Let's start,
Lily said, as she reached for the Stremweth letter.
Not starting with Regarth?
Richardis asked curiously.
Saving the best for last,
Lily replied with a giggle. She opened the letter carefully, and 2 pieces of parchment were inside. Lily picked up the first one and began reading the contents. Stremweth offered her a full ride and promised to put her on the elite track. Richardis informed her that it was a track for someone looking to join a noble house through adoption or marriage. Lily immediately wanted to reject this one, and then she curiously picked up the other piece of parchment.
What the heck is this?
Lily asked, tilting her head. All 3 adults examined it with her.
It looks like a promissory note,
Richardis mumbled.
That's a lot of zeros,
Camilla said with an audible gulp. Lily glared at the note.
Is this a bribe?
Perhaps they thought we would screen your letters before contacting you, Margit speculated. If you claimed this, the orphanage could take temporary ownership of the assets until you come of age.
A sneaky ploy,
Richardis commented.
Then someone else could have disposed of your other letters before you found out about them.
Lily shuddered, feeling a little violated at the grossness of the situation.
No!
She rejected it loudly and harshly.
Now, girl, don't be so hasty,
Camilla said, eyes wide.
No!
Lily shouted and tore the note in half. Camilla let out a cry like a dying animal and almost fell over, if not for Richardis's quick action to grab her. She was like a limp puppet whose strings had been cut.
Oh, God, I did not just see that,
Camilla groaned, sounding a little faint. Richardis helped her over to one of the couches, where the old woman slumped over it, looking like she'd survived an ordeal. Shall we continue? Margit said, glancing at the old woman. Lily nodded and grabbed the next one. Helia also offered her a full ride, and allowed her to join the witches' circle. Richardis didn't know what that was, but to everyone's surprise, Margit actually had the answer. Effectively, it was a program for top performers, who were given specialized lessons and private tutors. Calling them groomed for success would be an understatement. If that wasn't enough, during the final year, those in the witches' circle could actually constitute changes to the school curriculum and functions. Within reason, of course.
It sounds amazing! A much better offer than Stremweth.
Lily didn't tear up the letter and put it gently to the side. A solid maybe, in her mind. She reached for the next one. Abwini. To her surprise, the letter wasn't much. She qualified for the full scholarship, but other than that, there were no extra offers or promises.
I don't actually know much about this school,
Lily admitted.
Some of the best healers come from Abwini,
Richardis answered.
It's one of the few magical schools that dabble in both the arcane and divine, intertwined and together. While most institutes, including the churches, see the two as separate entities, Abwini sees them as 2 sides of the same coin.
So, healing magic?
Lily asked.
If you have the talent and faith,
Richardis answered. Lily nodded and placed the letter to the side. She picked up the letter from Tresnia and gingerly opened it.
Tresnia's next,
Lily told Camilla, in case the old woman was interested.
What's the point?
Camilla groaned, sounding like a wounded animal.
They can't match all those zeros.
Lily giggled and pulled out the letter. Tresnia also offered a full scholarship and promised to pay all her licensing costs to be an alchemist and enchanter. From the 2nd year onward, she would be entitled to her own private atelier, rather than being forced to use the public or rentable ones.
That's an amazing deal,
Richardis commented.
The private ateliers are top-notch. No doubt you'd have access to some good reagents.
Yes, they are wonderful,
Camilla mumbled.
Although you could have bought an atelier with Stremwith's offer.
It's Lily's decision to make, Margit retorted.
I know,
Camilla sighed.
It still hurts, though.
Lily shrugged, and after carefully placing the letter from Tresnia to the side, she reached for the final letter. Regarth. Lily blew out some air and nervously opened the letter while the two able-bodied adults watched in anticipation.
A full scholarship!
Lily immediately cried out loud. Margit and Richardis clapped and cheered. Even the mentally wounded Camilla groaned out a celebratory "Woohoo!" Lily continued to read the letter. It was a full ride, and to her surprise, nothing else was offered. They stressed that rewards could be earned through the school's exclusive dungeon, while mentioning other prize avenues through tournaments and other activities. Lily was a little confused as to why 2 of the 5 didn't try to sweeten the deal, and expressed her confusion to the adults.
The examiners must have stressed to their recruiters to get a hold of you,
Richardis answered.
No doubt some minor reductions in your accomplishments were withheld and saved to inform only their own schools.
They'd really do that?
Lily gasped in surprise.
I did mention the schools are extremely competitive.
Richardis chuckled.
Although you could say that access to Regarth's dungeon is a reward on its own.
The other schools have access to dungeons too,
Lily replied.
True, but not right underneath them.
You have a week to reply. There's no need to rush to a decision, Margit said kindly. Lily went silent. Did she actually need that time? She had to admit that she felt immediately drawn to Helia, and that Tresnia was offering her a fantastic opportunity. What would she be able to do with her own atelier in her second year and beyond? Would she be able to free Arakil? Or make mana potions to grow even stronger? And she would have Theo, a friend in her own year.
But does any of that outweigh a dungeon? And Rose?
Lily shook her head.
No, I don't need any time,
Lily said confidently. You're absolutely sure? Margit asked.
I'm positive,
Lily replied.
I want to go to Regarth.
Richardis chuckled.
I didn't have any doubts.
Neither did I, Margit agreed.
I didn't. But those zeros...
Camilla whined. The group laughed while the old woman continued to groan. Lily stared hard at the crossed sword and staff symbol, then gave Arakil's notebook a soft pat in her pocket and smiled happily.
Watch out, Regarth! I'm on my way, and I'm bringing the Archmage Arakil with me!
This is the end of Bookbound Bunny, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out at royalguardpublishing.com. Also connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, X, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Bookbound Bunny, written by Lunadea, performed by Hannah Schooner and Giancarlo Herrera. Text copyright 2025 Lunadea. Production copyright 2025 Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.